Zheng awoke to find himself inexplicably transported into the perilous realm of the Marvel Universe. Fortunately, he had acquired the Godly Choice system, granting him the formidable power to manipulate magnetic fields right from the onset. A system notification chimed, introducing the narrative of Iron Man 1. Options. 1. Rescue Tony Stark. Reward: 10 enhancement in magnetic control. 2. Eliminate Tony Stark. Reward: invincible underwear akin to the Hulk. 3. The host perishes on the spot, time travel prohibited. Reward: a luxurious coffin. Zheng twitched at the corners of his mouth. Option 2. Option 3. Is this system for real? I choose 1. Saving Tony? An effortless task. The military's latest technological tanks were aimed at him. With a surge of magnetic force, their weapons were instantly rendered as scrap metal. The Hulk charged forth with a deafening roar. Watch as I unleash an electromagnetic cannon that rends the sky. A monstrous abomination loomed dangerously. Manipulating the magnetic field, I conjured a colossal Rui Jingu bang that descended with earth-shattering might. As Thanos led an endless legion of interstellar warships toward Earth, Zheng scoffed, summoning vast magnetic forces to obliterate the moon itself. Chapter 1. Godly Choice Host. End your life. I shall provide you with a luxurious coffin. In the United States, New York. Towering skyscrapers loomed everywhere, bustling with crowds on the streets. Buildings soaring hundreds of meters showcased the architect's aesthetic, their clean glass facades shimmering like scales under the sun. Pristine streets were dotted with trash bins, as stylish urban women carelessly discarded half-finished cups of coffee. At a traffic intersection, the green light illuminated, and a dense throng of people crossed the crosswalk in orderly fashion. Vibrant billboards adorned the streets, showcasing various fashionable items and stunning models. Zheng surveyed his surroundings, bewildered. Where was he? He soon spotted a billboard that read in English, "Welcome to New York." How had he ended up abroad? And how could he comprehend English? Every letter around him was familiar. Zheng began to gather information, realizing he had not merely arrived in America, but had traversed into the Marvel Universe. He recognized none other than the illustrious Iron Man, Tony Stark. This was not merely an actor, it was the actual owner of Stark Industries. A massive screen broadcasted breaking news. Tony had been kidnapped while showcasing his weaponry in the Middle East, and his fate remained uncertain. The military had launched extensive search operations, but after 2 months, there was still no word on Tony's whereabouts. Zheng pondered, wasn't this the plot of Iron Man? Although a fan of Marvel, he had no desire to be entangled in its narrative. As an ordinary person, how could he survive in such a treacherous universe? He recalled the impending battles that would soon erupt, wherein superheroes often faced life-threatening perils, while countless ordinary lives were lost. Take, for instance, the Battle of New York in the Avengers, where countless lives perished during the alien invasion. And Thanos' snap that obliterated half of all life in the universe. Even if he fled New York, who could predict if the storyline would unfold as it originally did? He did not wish to place his fate in the hands of others. Tony Stark's abduction had nothing to do with him, was merely an ordinary man who could not intervene. He rummaged through his pockets, only to discover he had not a single cent to his name. Moreover, his phone was nowhere to be found. This was a disaster. With no money and being an illegal alien, his survival in America would be dire. At that moment, a voice echoed in Zheng's mind. Ding! The Godly Choice system is binding. 2050, 100. Binding successful. Incredible. He possessed a golden opportunity. Indeed, as expected, a traveler must have a golden finger. Detection of the host's current situation. Godly Choice activated. Options. 1. Venture into the Sahara Desert to rescue Tony. Reward: 10,000 and the ability to manipulate magnetic fields. Future sponsorship from Tony may also be possible. 2. Let Tony die, he can perish if he wishes. Why should a playboy warrant his personal effort? I can still earn money in America. Reward: startup capital of 1,000. Buy a backpack and procure some toys to sell for $2 each. 3. Recklessly dash across the street, betting on the chance to return to my original timeline. Reward: a luxurious coffin, the kind adorned with gold silk lining, valued at $1 million. Plus, a cadre of silent men in black holding umbrellas at your funeral, giving the impression of a life filled with stories. Zheng felt a tinge of confusion. Are you serious with that third option? Care to repeat that? I might just knock your system's head off. A coffin, men in black. The second option was equally untenable. It was clearly suggesting he become a toy salesman. He was a stranger in this land. The first option, however, was quite appealing. $10,000 was precisely what he required, considering he was penniless at present. The ability to control magnetic fields was exceptionally powerful after all. Magnetism is one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe. It could develop into something extraordinary. This was also the capability of Magneto, the leader of the mutants. I choose 1. Suddenly, Zheng felt his jeans pocket weigh down slightly. A stack of cash appeared within, plump and substantial. Then, a warm current surged through his body, circulating like he was soaking in a hot spring. He glanced at the traffic light at the intersection. With a slight lift of his right hand, the traffic light began to tremble, and then all the lights extinguished in an instant. The large screws anchoring the traffic light to the ground sprung free. The traffic light, weighing approximately 100 kilograms, floated in midair, eliciting gasps from onlookers as crowds began to gather. Cars lined the street, and drivers exited their vehicles, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief. What is happening? Why is the traffic light floating? Oh my! Could it be Magneto has arrived? Who is Magneto? Mom, look! The traffic light is floating. Zheng sensed that he had merely exerted a fraction of his strength to elevate the traffic light, akin to lifting a feather. He then focused on a nearby unattended car, guiding a BMW X5 to ascend into the air. Now, he felt a genuine sense of exertion. It appeared he possessed the strength to lift several tons. Moreover, he sensed he could defend against bullets. An invisible magnetic field could envelop him, offering protection. He could also detect the presence of metal in his vicinity, akin to a heightened sense, with an extensive range. Zheng examined the system panel. Host, Zheng. Age, 23. Physique, 10. Speed, 10. Strength, 10. Intelligence, 10. Charisma, 19. Chapter 1. The Journey to the Sahara. Ability, control of the magnetic field at 10 with the zenith of Magneto being 100. Note, the normal human value is 10. Zheng gently lowered the levitating car in the traffic light. Next, he intended to seek out Tony. He meandered into the crowd. 3 days later, Zheng surveyed the endless expanse of the Sahara Desert, a bittersweet smile gracing his features. He had spent 3 arduous days in transit, primarily utilizing illegal taxis due to the absence of identification and residency documents. Thus, he was compelled to travel clandestinely. Over the course of these 3 days, he traversed over 6,000 kilometers, his posterior numb from the extended journey. He glanced into his now empty pockets. Only $1,000 remained. Damn it, Tony, I am coming for you. My money, you must repay me tenfold, 100-fold. With his eyes closed, he concentrated intently, searching for a location abundant in metal. Tony's whereabouts were laden with weaponry, thus the task of locating them amidst the sandy desert was not overly challenging. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I found it. Chapter 2. What are you babbling about? In the Sahara Desert, the scorching sun hung high in the cloudless sky, casting a blistering heat upon the earth. Surrounding him was a desolate landscape, devoid of any signs of human existence. The fierce winds howled, carrying grains of sand that danced freely in the air. The undulating dunes stretched endlessly, resembling a vast labyrinth that could easily lead one astray. Zheng picked up a large iron block, measuring a full square meter, and placed it on the ground before standing atop it. The iron block lifted him into the air, not soaring high, but sufficient for an unobstructed view. He directed the iron block quickly toward the location he sensed. An hour later, drenched in sweat, Zheng finally reached his destination. Damn this wretched weather. After taking a sip of water and wiping the sweat from his brow, he strode forward. Before him lay a camp, the stronghold of the 10 Commandments gang within the Sahara, where they had taken Tony captive. The gang had excavated extensive trenches throughout the desert, which were notably long and interconnected. Moreover, these trenches were lined with an array of weaponry, automatic rifles, rocket launchers, Gatling guns, machine guns, and shells. Numerous soldiers armed with rifles populated the trenches. Some were engaged in card games, others were cleaning their weapons, while a few were engaged in boastful banter. The desert above was equally populated with sentinels, who appeared far more serious, weapons in hand, gazing vigilantly at their surroundings. Each soldier was clad in yellow camouflage, nearly blending into the environment. A trio of patrolling soldiers soon noticed Zheng striding confidently toward them. Sinoka? Domaradiri, Okaya Papaputukan Ko. What language is this? Why can't I understand a word? Uncertain of what the three were saying, Zheng remarked, "What are you babbling about? Lower your weapons and surrender." The Ten Commandments soldiers, irritated by Zheng's ignorance of their language, exchanged glances laden with annoyance and anger. His brazen approach was a blatant affront to their authority. Without hesitation, they opened fire. These ruthless kidnappers had no qualms about their actions. A barrage of golden bullets rained towards Zheng, the deafening sound echoing across the tranquil desert. The bullets sliced through the air, creating ripples in their wake. Yet all the bullets came to a halt mere inches from Zheng, suspended in midair as if an invisible wall blocked their path. The soldiers stood frozen in shock, fear flickering in their eyes, their expressions blank. One soldier instinctively took a step back, a physiological reaction born of terror. Raising his right hand, Zheng waved it forward. Hundreds of bullets swiftly returned to their origin. The bullets sliced through the air, targeting the gunmen with lethal precision. They fell silently, as if the bullets were equipped with silencers, claiming lives without sound. Zheng's aim may have been imperfect, but the sheer volume of bullets ensured that every member of the Ten Commandments gang bore several wounds, crimson blood seeping from their injuries, staining the yellow sand below. Several soldiers collapsed as if they had merely drifted into slumber. Zheng leisurely advanced into the trench, which was spacious, measuring over 2 meters in width and more than a meter deep, with numerous passages. The gunfire soon attracted the attention of the remaining soldiers, who rushed from all directions. At a junction within the trench, a soldier donned a yellow scarf and wielding an AK-47 charged forward, his eyes filled with malice as he pulled the trigger. Deadly flames erupted from the muzzle of his weapon. Zheng glanced at him, and over 20 bullets hovered quietly before him. One bullet suddenly shot back, striking the soldier squarely in the neck. Grasping his throat, torrents of crimson blood flowed through his fingers as his eyes filled with despair and darkness, leaving him to collapse silently. Zheng furrowed his brow. He had aimed for the head. He then wandered through the trench as if on a leisurely outing, meandering without a care. Although unaware of the exact location where Tony was held captive, he followed the crowd. In the winding kilometer-long trench, gunfire and cries of battle echoed. "He's here! He's here! Kill him! He's a devil! He's a messenger of God, come to punish us!" In the center of this trench, there was an intersection leading to a network of tunnels where soldiers rested at night to escape the heat. In one of these chambers, Tony and Ethan were confined. Tony's gaze exuded an air of rebellious defiance. Although adorned in a short-sleeved shirt speckled with paint, it could not obscure the pride etched upon his expression. Upon his chest, a cylindrical object pulsated with a vivid blue light, clearly visible even beneath the fabric of his attire. At that moment, with Ethan's assistance, he donned a suit of armor forged from steel, marred with the scars of welding, its silvery plates glinting with a chilling brilliance. Ethan exhaled in relief, declaring, "At last, it is ready. It merely requires 10 minutes to charge." Presently, Tony was clad in a rudimentary version of the iron suit, save for his head. Suddenly, a cacophony of gunfire erupted from outside. A flicker of confusion crossed Tony's features as he inquired, "What is happening?" "It sounds as though a battle has commenced outside," Ethan responded. He had harbored a persistent dread that the captors would discover he was crafting an iron suit rather than assembling the Jericho missile. Throughout the process of donning the armor, trepidation had gripped him. Yet now, the reality seemed to deviate from his fears. It appeared the captors were engaged in combat with another entity. Could it be that the military had arrived, hundreds of fully armed soldiers launching an assault against the captors? A glimmer of confidence shone in Tony's eyes as he proclaimed with arrogance, "Never mind that. As soon as my iron suit is charged, I shall send them fleeing in disarray." In no time, the 10 minutes elapsed, and the gunfire outside ceased. Clad in the iron suit, Tony delivered a powerful blow that shattered the iron door confining them. Striding forward, the weighty armor struck the ground with a resounding thud. Ethan took refuge behind Tony, crouching low and vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Strangely, not a single soldier sought them out. It was as though the cavern was entirely devoid of life, save for the two of them. The depths of the cave lay shrouded in an eerie silence. Soon, however, they beheld a glimmer of light. Through the transparent visor of his helmet, Tony discerned the scene before him, his body frozen in place as his pupils dilated in disbelief, his expression reflecting profound incredulity. Chapter 3. The iron suit was donned by Zheng. "Tony, are you Iron Man?" In the Sahara Desert, within the encampment of the 10 Rings. Clad in the iron suit, Tony and Coulson stood motionless at the entrance of the cave. Although they were but a mere step away from freedom, neither of them dared to move. In the trench, which branched into 20 cross passages, lay the lifeless bodies of hundreds of soldiers, each riddled with multiple gunshot wounds, as though they had been mercilessly slaughtered by a multitude of adversaries. The soldiers were garbed in traditional Middle Eastern attire, their heads adorned with white headdresses that now obscured their vacant eyes. The trench was pockmarked with bullet holes, the ground cratered as if ravaged by a relentless storm of bullets. Amidst the yellow sands, splatters of crimson blood decorated the scene, with even the corners pooling with congealed streams of blood. In this kilometer-wide trench, corpses were strewn everywhere. Not a single soul remained alive. The atmosphere was reminiscent of an ancient battlefield, thick with an oppressive silence, as if the air itself echoed with the silent wails of vengeful spirits. Tony, with a dazed expression, murmured, "What on earth is happening?" He had always been a playboy, having only been kidnapped 2 months prior, which had led him to this desolate place. Though he had prepared himself for the prospect of killing, he had yet to take a single life. Encountering so many corpses was indeed a shocking revelation. Ethan, equally bewildered and astonished, with a flicker of fear in his eyes, stammered, "I don't know either." He was merely a scholar, possessing some knowledge of medicine, yet that hardly implied he would be fearless in the chaos of battle. From the onset, he had been aware that Tony's iron suit required time to charge. During this interval, they were highly susceptible to discovery by their captors. He had resigned himself to the notion of sacrificing his life to buy time for the suit's charging. However, given the current situation, it seemed his sacrifice might no longer be necessary, for all the enemies appeared to be deceased. Tony removed his helmet, a contemplative look crossing his face, and remarked, "This doesn't add up. They were killed by the military. But where are the soldiers? There are hundreds of soldiers here. Surely it would take at least 100 fully armed troops to achieve such a massacre. Where have these soldiers gone?" Ethan suddenly realized, indeed. Look around. All we see are the bodies of the 10 Rings members, not a single soldier among them. Upon closer inspection, Tony confirmed this unsettling truth. This is impossible. The military eliminated hundreds of kidnappers without suffering any casualties? When did the strength of the U.S. military become so formidable? A faint sound emerged from the northwest trench. A figure stepped out from within. Zheng scratched his head, bewildered by the myriad of intersections in the trench, almost dizzy from the confusion. Had it not been for the loss of his iron block during battle, he would have soared into the skies long ago and would not have strayed from his path. As for why he did not take flight atop his weapon, he feared the peril of a fatal fall. After all, his body remained that of an ordinary human. Upon turning, Zheng beheld Tony clad in his iron suit alongside the balding Ethan. A smile graced his lips, for he had finally found them. He strode purposefully toward them. Tony noticed the approach of a living young man, strikingly handsome, with brows as straight as swords and kind eyes that hinted at joy, their brilliance shimmering with an inner light. His refined features, sculpted with precision, exuded a sense of harmony, while his slightly full lips added a delightful touch, evoking a feeling of tranquility and an instinctive desire for closeness. His overall visage radiated a benevolent aura, and he advanced with a sunlit smile. Dressed in a white shirt and light denim jeans, Zheng stood in stark contrast to the surrounding gloom, which was suffused with an oppressive air of death and marred by splatters of vivid blood. Yet, he appeared blissfully unaware, walking along the path as though on a leisurely outing, his bright attire drawing all eyes. "Stay right there," Tony commanded sharply, raising his arms. From his armored limbs, 3 black gun barrels extended, their menacing muzzles gleaming with a dark luster. In such a grim environment, the appearance of such an amiable young man was nothing short of suspicious. Did he take Tony Stark for a fool? Moreover, not a speck of dirt marred his attire. How peculiar. I haven't bathed in over a month, and am on the verge of stinking. With a snap of his fingers, Zheng summoned the components of Tony's iron suit, which detached and swiftly enveloped him, forming a new suit of armor. Tony stumbled and fell, his mouth agape, eyes wide with shock at the unfolding scene. What was happening? How had his suit come to be on this man? Ethan exclaimed, "No way." This spectacle was unlike anything he had ever witnessed. Enveloped in the iron suit, Zheng stood radiant under the scorching sun, the metal reflecting a cold, gleaming light, resembling a mech warrior from the future. He then raised his arms, with 3 dark gun barrels emerging from each, aimed squarely at Tony and Ethan. Tony, raising his hands in surrender, wore a tense expression as he said, "I give up." Yet, doubt lingered in his heart. The arc reactor in his chest continued to pulse with blue light, leaving him to wonder how this man had activated the iron suit. It stands to reason that there should be no kinetic energy to support the movement of a steel exosuit weighing over a ton. Ethan raised his hands, panic evident on his face, as Zheng approached, lifting the visor and kindly stating, "I am here to rescue you. Please, do not be alarmed." Tony exhaled deeply, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. With a glimmer of gratitude in his eyes, he replied, "Thank you. Are you sent by the military?" Zheng responded, "No, I came voluntarily, alone." Tony's eyes widened in astonishment. "You came alone? Aren't you afraid of dying?" He then glanced at the hundreds of corpses surrounding them. "Oh, it is the captors who should be fearful." Tony continued, "Did you kill all these people by yourself? How did you manage to don my steel suit? And from where did you draw the energy to power it?" He was beset with questions, for this person exuded an air of mystery from the outset. Zheng snapped his fingers. With a resounding pop, the steel suit transitioned from Zheng's form to the bewildered Ethan standing nearby. Piece by piece, the components assembled seamlessly into a complete steel exosuit on Ethan's body. Zheng declared, "I can manipulate magnetic fields." Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. Is there truly someone with such superhuman abilities? This world is so vastly different from what I once understood. As a scientist, he had a profound comprehension of magnetic fields. They represented an almost limitless power, a fundamental element of the universe itself. After a moment of stunned silence, Tony regained his composure, casting a meaningful glance at Zheng. "Are you all right?" Zheng inquired. "I suppose this completes my task." Hearing this, Tony offered a bittersweet smile. "Is it? I have a deep 7-centimeter gash in my chest, a 3-centimeter radius hole, with my flesh entirely absent, replaced only by a rudimentary arc reactor made of mechanical parts. Within it resided not only magnets, but also palladium, which he had acquired himself. The magnets were necessary due to the presence of metal fragments near his heart. Without them, these fragments would gravitate towards his heart, leading to his demise. Even though he had escaped, the proximity of these fragments to his heart meant that his days were numbered. Given the current state of medical technology, removing these fragments would be exceedingly difficult. With a hint of despair, Tony remarked, "Not so well. I have shrapnel from a bomb in my heart." At that moment, a voice resonated in Zheng's mind. Chapter 4. Zheng, "Tony, you are dying. Leave Pepper to me." Ding. The ultimate choice system has been activated. Zheng gazed at the light blue panel displaying the options, feeling somewhat at a loss. Was the third option truly serious? What relevance did commanding leadership have in the present day, as this was not an ancient era? He harbored no particular inclination towards the spouses of others, at least not at this moment. The prospect of merely enhancing his physical prowess by 2 points seemed negligible, merely granting him a slight increase in strength, insufficient to reach even the limits of human capability. A value of 20 merely represented the threshold of an ordinary human's potential. The first option, however, appeared to be quite promising. Would it not allow him to exert control over bullets or minute metallic objects, propelling them at supersonic speeds? Moreover, the ability to bend bullets mid-flight was intriguing, although the system's detailed explanation indicated that such maneuvered projectiles would possess diminished kinetic energy. Thus, he chose the first option. Instantly, Zheng experienced a refreshing clarity, his perception of metal becoming remarkably acute. He could distinctly sense minute fragments of bullets scattered across a 3-meter radius, each shard glowing like a beacon in the darkness, forming a 3-dimensional map in his mind. Such precision had previously been inconceivable, but now he felt akin to a sharpshooter, capable of accurately targeting an enemy's forehead. Moreover, he sensed 3 small bomb fragments perilously close to Tony's heart. "I can assist you in extracting the shrapnel near your heart," Zheng offered. Tony, initially incredulous and about to dismiss the idea, suddenly recalled Zheng's ability to manipulate the magnetic field and control metal, an uncomplicated task indeed. Yet, the proximity of the fragments to his heart posed a grave risk. One misstep could prove fatal. If the attempt failed, what then? He was reluctant to entrust his life to a stranger, even one who had come to his aid. Before Tony could voice his reservations, Zheng had already yanked off his shirt, his gaze intensely focused on Tony's upper body, as though it held some floral allure. Although he now possessed the ability to control small metals with precision, this was still his inaugural application of such power. A careless mistake could lead to dire consequences, and the situation could quickly become dire. Tony gazed into Zheng's fervent eyes, which were fixated on his half-naked physique, causing him to instinctively take a small step back, a hint of wariness flickering in his gaze. Zheng appeared remarkably handsome, his skin so fair it rivaled that of a woman. Who could say whether he harbored thoughts about Tony's flawless form? In America, such inclinations were not uncommon. Even if Zheng were to declare his attraction to men at that moment, Tony would find it hardly surprising. I could wait until we reach America to have top-tier doctors examine this, Tony suggested. However, Zheng ignored him, directly extracting the arc reactor from Tony's chest. Instantly, Tony felt as if he were a fish deprived of water. His complexion paled, and his lips gradually lost their color. He slumped to the ground, gasping for air, yet feeling as if oxygen eluded him. His movement slowed, and in the moment of his collapse, he attempted to grasp Ethan for support, but failed. Soon, he lay on the ground, his gaze filled with a primal instinct to survive as he looked at Zheng. Ethan, standing nearby, watched Tony with concern, wishing to assist him, yet he was rendered immobile by the heavy steel armor encasing him. At that moment, it felt as though he were trapped within an iron box. The gaping wound in Tony's chest was exposed to the air, though not large in reality. It appeared colossal and terrifying on the human body. The internal organs and the beating heart were starkly visible, and it seemed one could even hear the blood coursing through the veins. Zheng crouched down, feeling the fragments lodged within the deep cavity. They were alarmingly close to the heart. The nearest shard was a mere 2 millimeters away. Tony was indeed fortunate to be alive. Gradually, 3 irregular, sharply edged fragments began to pierce through Tony's flesh, emerging from his body. Under Zheng's precise control, not a single blood vessel was ruptured. Only a slight amount of muscle was displaced as the shards broke through. Once the 3 blood-stained fragments were extracted, Zheng pressed the arc reactor back into Tony's chest. Tony gasped for air as if he had just emerged from suffocation, inhaling deeply. He was drenched in cold sweat, beads glistening on his forehead in the sunlight. His chest hair clung tightly to his skin. After a moment of recovery, he cast a slightly reproachful look at Zheng and remarked, "Next time, you could at least give me a heads up before you act." He had nearly believed he was on the brink of death. Zheng shrugged. "If I were to warn you, you might refuse my intervention out of fear." Tony rose to his feet, his eyes wide with shock, surprise, and tension as he beheld the 3 suspended fragments. He regarded Zheng earnestly and said, "Thank you." He was astonished that Zheng had truly succeeded. He was astonished that he could finally survive, though a tinge of fear lingered. Had there been even the slightest misstep, his life would have been forfeit. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as if his heart beat with newfound vigor. Perhaps it was the culmination of earlier tension that rendered him feeling reborn. Tony cast a deep glance at Zheng and declared, "From now on, you shall be my friend." It seemed that apart from Rhodes, he had no companions, but now there was one more. Zheng shrugged. Acquiring Tony's friendship was indeed a fortunate turn of events. At the very least, he would no longer have to fret over financial matters and could seek his assistance in obtaining a legitimate American identification. He certainly did not wish to endure another 6,000-kilometer journey in a clandestine vehicle, which had left him utterly fatigued. The airborne fragments gradually floated down to Tony's hand. Zheng remarked, "These 3 fragments are for you." However, Tony simply discarded the pieces onto the ground, expressing his disinterest. Zheng then located a square meter of iron and, with a flick of his wrist, gathered the scattered automatic rifles onto the iron, forming an irregular floor of approximately 4 square meters adorned with dark gun barrels and jagged edges. Standing upon this metallic platform, he beckoned, "Come up. I will lead you away from here." Tony hesitated momentarily before stepping up, while Ethan, having shed his armored suit, joined them atop the makeshift floor. Zheng ignited the explosives in the camp, obliterating a multitude of bodies. A colossal flame erupted, with a violent shockwave radiating outward, the explosion's reach extending over several meters. The force of the blast propelled Zheng and the others forward. He deftly maneuvered the iron platform, soaring through the air at an astonishing speed. Hours later, they reached the outskirts of a city bordering the Sahara Desert, where military personnel awaited to escort them. The trio arrived in New York, and Tony handed Zheng and Ethan each a card before departing with Pepper. Eagerly, Zheng rushed to the bank to check the balance on his card. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. He had struck gold. The card held $3 million. He had never encountered such a sum. In Chinese currency, that would be nearly 20 million. What a delightful prospect it would be if he were to travel to China. However, this was the Marvel Universe, where significant events unfolded in America. To trigger the system's choices, he realized he must remain in the United States. His strength, in comparison to Thanos, was still far from adequate. He needed to enhance his abilities. In 2018, Thanos was destined to arrive. The current year is 2008, leaving a decade remaining. It is imperative that I cultivate sufficient strength within these 10 years. Otherwise, I will be unable to protect myself. I certainly do not wish to traverse through time merely to exist for a decade. Time is somewhat pressing, Yet I have faith in myself, relying on my 99 effort and a mere one of the system. By 2018, I shall be capable of delivering a powerful kick to Thanos and striking Thor with my fists. Upon returning to New York, Tony Stark's first course of action was to convene a press conference. He announced the dissolution of Stark Industries' weapons division, resulting in a dramatic plummet of Stark's stock, akin to a plummeting object in free fall. After renting an apartment, Sue invested all his savings into purchasing shares of Stark Industries. Regarding his American identification, Tony had already taken care of it. Henceforth, he would be an American citizen. Chapter 5. Reward: The Invincible Underwear of the Hulk. In the Sahara Desert, at the Camp of the Ten Rings, the scorching sun hung high in the sky over the endless sands, which remained unchanged throughout the ages. At that moment, dozens of heavily armed soldiers clad in black combat attire were tirelessly searching for something. The ground was littered with the corpses of the Ten Rings members. Some lay dismembered by explosives, while others rested peacefully on the ground. A black Hummer sped toward the scene, from which emerged a bald man clad in a custom-made dark gray suit, exuding a formidable aura. Stan's face was etched with fury. He had employed members of the Ten Rings to assassinate Tony, yet they failed to act promptly, allowing Tony to create the Jericho missile. Ultimately, Tony managed to escape. What a bunch of useless fools, squandering a significant sum of his money. He had come to assess the situation personally. How could a group of soldiers allow a defenseless scientist to escape? A man in black combat attire approached. Stan inquired, "What is the status? Are there any survivors?" Dale shook his head and replied, "Everyone is dead. Not a single one remains alive." Strangely, there were no bodies other than those of the Ten Rings members. It was unclear who had slain them. Stan's face, marked by anger, bore a hint of astonishment as he exclaimed, "Could it be that ghosts killed them? Over 200 individuals, and not a single enemy was slain? Is that even possible?" Dale responded, "Each corpse of the Ten Rings members bears at least 7 or 8 bullet wounds. It seems they encountered a substantial enemy force." Stan continued, "Yet, there are no enemy bodies?" Though Dale found it hard to believe, the evidence was irrefutable. The wounds on the bodies and the bullets extracted from them were beyond fabrication. Dale remarked, "I have a hypothesis. They may have turned against one another, for the bullets within their bodies were supplied by us. They were their own ammunition." Stan, taken aback, responded, "So, they did not encounter a multitude of enemies, but rather engaged in mutual destruction. And they slaughtered each other to such an extent that not a single soul remained. Damn it, what a pitiful lot. Not only did they fail to accomplish my task, but they also managed to extinguish their own lives." Dell continued, "However, we discovered some metal fragments around, which we have assembled into a suit of armor." Stan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Take me there at once." The two then ventured into a cavern, where brilliant lights illuminated the expanse. At the center lay the Iron Man suit crafted by Tony, now shattered into pieces from the explosion, yet they had managed to piece it together. A wooden framework supported the entire suit, which emanated a chilling gleam, each metal shard marred by the scorch of the blast. Even so, the suit exuded a futuristic, sci-fi allure. Stan inquired, "Is this the creation of Tony?" It was no surprise, for Tony had always been a formidable scientist capable of such craftsmanship. But how did the outsiders meet their demise? Could it be that Tony, amidst the turmoil caused by the Ten Rings, donned this suit and escaped? It seemed highly plausible. Dell, with a hint of astonishment in his eyes, stated, "The technological level of this suit is remarkably advanced. We can replicate it and forge an even more formidable version." Stan's eyes lit up. He envisioned himself clad in an enhanced Iron Man suit, ready to eliminate Tony. His scheme to abduct him would not remain concealed for long. Tony would eventually uncover the truth. Thus, it was wiser to act preemptively. Once he killed Tony and seized control of Stark Industries, everything would fall into place. He could even claim that Tony had taken his own life. After all, he had ample funds to bribe the authorities. Stan declared, "Let us take this suit. We shall create an even more powerful Iron Man outfit. Tony is as good as dead." Dell cautioned, "This time, Tony has escaped, aided by Ethan and Sue." Without hesitation, Stan retorted, "We shall eliminate those two as well. They are but feeble individuals who have jeopardized my plans. They deserve to perish." Sometime later, in New York, Sue sat in his modest apartment, staring at his computer as Stark Industries stock soared dramatically. His heart raced with excitement. As the stock reached its zenith, he promptly sold his shares. Recently, Tony had unveiled the arc reactor, a device capable of providing a stable and abundant energy supply. Upon its release, Stark Industries stock surged dramatically. Zheng glanced at the balance in his account. Over $19 million, a 6-fold increase. What a delightful turn of fortune. He felt he had finally achieved financial independence. Just as he contemplated popping a bottle of champagne in celebration, Tony called. "Hello? What do you need, Tony?" Zheng felt a fondness for Tony, especially since it was he who had provided the initial capital for his venture. "Zheng, I require your assistance. Pepper is in danger. She is at Stan's factory. Stan is the puppet master behind my kidnapping." Zheng was well aware of this situation, but he hadn't anticipated that the narrative had escalated to this point. The plot unfolds as follows. Stan, in his quest to seize control of Stark Industries, allied himself with members of the Ten Rings and subsequently abducted Tony. After managing to escape, Stan took the arc reactor from Tony's chest, leaving him to suffer a slow demise. However, Tony had an old reactor at home, which enabled him to survive. He then engaged in a fierce battle against a colossal iron suit crafted by Stan, ultimately emerging victorious, albeit narrowly evading death on several occasions. After contemplating for a moment, Zheng decided to assist Tony, as he had indeed profited from their association. Just then, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! The Supreme Choice system has been activated. Option 1. The capitalist should be nailed to a cross. Strip Tony and Stan and hang them side by side on a lamppost. Reward: the invincible shorts of the Hulk. Adjustable in size, retractable, and indestructible. Option 2. Beat the Iron Tyrant. Dare to play with metal in my presence? Show him who the true master of metal is. Reward: increase control over the magnetic field by 10. Option 3. Magneto as spectacle. While others fight, I shall create a grand scene. Lift a steel bridge spanning 5 kilometers to interrupt their battle. Reward: Magneto as red cloak. What would I do with Magneto as red cloak? Besides, my current ability to control the magnetic field is merely 10 of Magneto at his peak. I can't achieve that. Lifting a bridge of that magnitude would require at least 70 of my capacity, thousands of tons at least. The first option seems pointless. What use are indestructible shorts to me? I am not the Hulk, so I need not worry about exposure. The second option, however, is quite feasible. I can easily control 10 tons of metal. An increase of 10 would allow me to manage 50 tons, as 20 is significantly more than just double 10. In this system, the relationship is not multiplicative but exponential. At the height of his power, Magneto could control the Earth's magnetic field entirely. I choose option 2. Chapter 6. Tony. Zheng, save me. Zheng felt a warm current surge through his body, bringing an unparalleled sense of comfort, especially in his mind, as if a genetic lock had been unlocked. He suddenly felt an extraordinary clarity. Previously, he could only sense metals within a radius of 500 meters. Now, he could perceive metals up to 2,000 meters away. This enhancement was not trivial. Zheng then attempted to refine his small skill of precise control over small metallic objects. Before, he could manage only 5 small pieces of metal simultaneously, launching them with precision. Now, he could control 25. This meant he could concurrently fire 25 bullets, accurately striking the foreheads of 25 enemies. Quite impressive. With this capability, he need not fear facing a multitude of foes. Moreover, this was a power that even Magneto did not possess. At least, he had never witnessed Magneto wielding such an ability in the films. Speaking of which, there was an alien named Yondu, who could whistle and manipulate a dart to kill relentlessly. He could only control 1, while now Zheng could command 25. Tony was still on the other end of the line, hesitating. Was the signal poor? Why wasn't Zheng responding? He was currently utilizing an arc reactor crafted in a cave, which paled in comparison to the newer version. The energy it could provide was not on the same level. He had no confidence in defeating the large suit of armor created by Stan. At that moment, Zheng declared, "I'm on my way. Remember, Stan is mine to defeat." Upon hearing this, Tony felt a warmth in his heart. He had not expected Zheng to be so concerned for him, prioritizing his safety and preventing him from engaging in battle with Stan. It was truly commendable for a friend to wish for him to handle Stan alone. Yet, Zheng was worried that if Tony managed to defeat Stan, he would not fulfill his own mission. After all, the task was to vanquish Stan himself. Zheng hurriedly descended the stairs, arriving at the garage of his community, where he mounted his beloved electric scooter. He had no choice, aside from renting. He had invested nearly all his money in the stock market and had yet to purchase a car. Although he had now made money, he had not found the time to buy one. Once on the scooter, with hands in his pockets, he sped away at an astonishing pace, faster than a motorcycle. Like a bolt of lightning, Zheng manipulated the steering and rear wheel of the scooter with his magnetic control abilities, drawing the attention of many on the road. Behind Zheng, a police car, its lights flashing, pursued relentlessly. However, he soon outpaced it effortlessly. In fact, if Zheng wished, he could even command his electric scooter to take flight. Meanwhile, Tony arrived at the arc reactor factory, and in a moment of desperation, he hurled Obadiah Stane away, rescuing a panic-stricken Pepper Potts. Yet, Tony soon found himself on the receiving end of a brutal beating from Stane. After taking a blast from a missile, he rolled several times before collapsing onto the ground. Standing over 3 meters tall and weighing 10 tons, Stane leapt upon Tony, pinning him down with his legs. Raising a fist several times larger than a sandbag, he unleashed a flurry of blows upon Tony's helmeted head. The sounds of metal clashing echoed through the quiet night, reverberating far and wide. The helmet on Tony's head became slightly dented, and within it, he bore the marks of a brutal assault. As he lay on the ground, the concrete had formed a crater in the shape of his head. Inside the Iron Man suit, Jarvis incessantly alerted Tony to the severe injuries to his head, urging for immediate assistance. With an exasperated expression, Tony replied, "I can feel it. No need to tell me." Stane then seized Tony by the head and hurled him with great force. Bang! Tony crashed heavily against the side of a car, denting the door. The car alarm blared incessantly. Stan taunted Tony, "No one is coming to save you now, Tony. Last time you were lucky to escape with Ethan and Su Zheng's help. Today, you and Pepper are destined to perish here. Why should a playboy like you command the entire Stark Corporation? I've done all the dirty work. How many times have I cleaned up after you? From now on, I will be the largest shareholder of Stark Industries." Inside the helmet, Tony queried Jarvis, "Has Su Zheng arrived yet?" Jarvis responded, "Calculating based on a vehicle speed of 100 kilometers per hour, Mr. Su Zheng will arrive in 10 minutes from his apartment." A wry smile crept across Tony's lips. 10 minutes. By the time Su Zheng arrived, it might be too late for him. Just as he was struggling to rise, he spotted a white light approaching down the road. A smile flickered on his face as he thought, "Su Zheng, you've finally come." Stan sensed someone approaching and turned to see Su Zheng speeding towards them on his electric scooter. 3 question marks appeared over Stan's head. Was Su Zheng driving without using his hands? And what brand of electric bike was this that it could go so fast? One might mistake it for a racing car. But it didn't matter. With Su Zheng's arrival, death was imminent. Had it not been for him, Tony would have long since met his demise. And the situation would not have been so troublesome, requiring him to take matters into his own hands. Tony's ability to forge the iron armor and escape undoubtedly relied on the assistance of Su Zheng and Ethan. Su Zheng dismounted from his electric scooter and addressed the nearly wrecked Tony, saying, "I apologize for my tardiness." Stan interjected, "Your arrival is futile. One way or another, death awaits. It merely means one more soul lost." With his steel right hand, Stan patted his own metallic armor, producing a resonant clang. "Bang, bang, bang," he exclaimed. "Do you see this iron armor I wear? Don't delude yourself into thinking that even if you brought an army, it would make a difference. Not even automatic rifles or rocket launchers could pierce it. Ha! This is the true weapon of war. Tony's contraption is merely a child's toy." Upon seeing Su Zheng, Tony ceased his efforts to stand and sank to the ground, a hint of relief crossing his face. With Su Zheng's presence, all would be well. Given his mastery over magnetic fields, metal became nothing more than playthings in his hands. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he indeed represented the nemesis to those clad in iron armor. For those encased in metal, standing before Su Zheng was akin to a woman stripped of her garments, utterly at his mercy. Suddenly, Pepper Potts dashed from a corner to Tony's side, her face etched with concern. "Tony, how are you holding up?" Tony replied nonchalantly, "Nothing major. I shall survive." Pepper glanced anxiously at Su Zheng, who stood in the middle of the road, exclaiming, "But Su Zheng is unarmed. How could he possibly stand a chance against Stan? A defenseless human against a towering 3-meter behemoth bristling with weaponry. It's obvious who holds the advantage." Was Su Zheng not doomed? Tony, maintaining his light-hearted tone, reassured her, "Do not fret. Su Zheng is far from an ordinary individual." Observing the loquacious Stan, Su Zheng pondered whether villains were inherently prone to verbosity. On Stan's right shoulder, a rocket launcher emerged, for fierce missiles glinting in the faint moonlight. Boom, 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 boom. The 4 rockets launched simultaneously, their fiery tails blazing as they traced elegant arcs through the air, aimed directly at Su Zheng. Standing firm, Su Zheng regarded Stan with an unperturbed expression, making no move whatsoever. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Stan's mouth as he envisioned Su Zheng being obliterated. Could he possibly be paralyzed with fear, standing there so still? Chapter 7. Stan. Su Zheng, you must be employing electromagnetic wave technology. In New York, at the Stark Industries renewable energy plant, the 4 missiles before Su Zheng veered off course, striking the ground behind him. Boom, 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 boom. Accompanied by a series of deafening roars, a fierce blaze erupted into the sky, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption. The searing flames rolled tumultuously, enveloping the entire space in an illusion of combustion. The shockwave generated by the explosion swept through like a tempest, ruthlessly obliterating everything in its path. Walls crumbled in an instant, vehicles were reduced to mere fragments, and shrapnel scattered in every direction amidst the swirling smoke and dust. A 20-meter radius was utterly transformed into a desolate ruin, with the ground blasted into a colossal pit, cement and rock pulverized and strewn about. Behind Zheng, shards of metal floated in the air, obediently aligning themselves like soldiers in formation. The firelight illuminated Zheng's visage, enhancing his already striking features. His countenance, caught between shadows and light, appeared more three-dimensional, akin to a character from an animated series. His serene expression, set against the backdrop of the raging flames, exuded an undeniable masculine charm. A true man never looks back at an explosion. Standing tall at 1.83 meters, Zheng appeared exceptionally imposing on the road, the blaze casting a heroic silhouette around him. At that moment, his expression was devoid of emotion, a chilling aura radiating from him, embodying an air of command over the scene. Stan, observing Zheng as though he were the protagonist of a cinematic tale, was left with a mind brimming with questions. What was happening? How had his missile veered off course? Equipped with the most advanced tracking system, how could it possibly miss its target? Just moments ago, a single shell had sent Tony flying. Pepper had closed her eyes in fear, only to be astonished upon reopening them to find Zheng unscathed. Not a scratch on him. Pepper's mouth fell agape, her eyes wide with disbelief, as if she had encountered a specter, albeit a remarkably handsome one. Yet, how could this be? This was a missile, after all. As a senior executive at Stark Industries, she was acutely aware of the devastating power missiles wielded. For missiles were sufficient to annihilate dozens of soldiers. Zheng, being but a solitary individual, should have met his demise. Excitedly, Pepper shook Tony's arm, exclaiming, Tony, did you see? Zheng is completely unharmed. He is fine. Tony, feeling discomfort from the shaking, winced as he endured his injuries. Yes, I see. Pepper, but please stop shaking me. My wound has reopened. Only then did Pepper realize, feeling slightly embarrassed. Are you all right, Tony? I'm so sorry. Stan's countenance twisted into a grimace as he bellowed. I refuse to believe you will survive. The 3-meter-tall steel armor raised its arm, extending Gatling guns from each limb. 10 dark barrels aimed directly at Zheng. A cacophony of gunfire erupted as countless bullets surged towards Zheng, a metallic torrent shimmering in the air. Yet, astonishingly, all the bullets halted before him, as if an invisible wall of air stood guard. A multitude of glimmering yellow bullets floated in suspended animation before Zheng, creating a scene of breathtaking awe. Stan's jaw nearly dropped to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief at this miraculous spectacle. How could this be possible? What was happening? Why were the bullets suspended in midair? Where had their formidable kinetic energy dissipated? Suddenly, a realization struck him. Stan exclaimed loudly. The soldiers of the 10 Commandments gang in the Sahara Desert, they were not killing each other. It was you, Zheng, who killed them. It all made sense now. No wonder not a single enemy corpse could be found there. All had perished at the hands of Zheng. Employing this peculiar ability of his, he had initially found it odd that the soldiers would suddenly turn on one another. It seemed illogical. It was no wonder the bullets found on the bodies were their own. Everything was due to Zheng. This meant that Tony's escape was entirely because of Zheng as well. Damn it. This guy had once again sabotaged his own good fortune. Unforgivable. Tony, witnessing this scene, felt a twinge of astonishment. Though he was aware of Zheng's capacity to manipulate magnetic fields, this was the first time he had witnessed such a phenomenon. Earlier, when Zheng had rescued him, the battle had already concluded by the time he emerged from the cave. At this moment, he could not help but concede that the ability to control magnetic fields was indeed remarkably advantageous. It far surpassed his own capabilities in the Iron Man suit. He felt a pang of envy towards Zheng, wishing he too could possess such a power. Pepper, as an ordinary woman, was utterly stunned by the sight. She had never imagined that someone could wield such abilities. Are you sure this is reality and not a film? She gasped. No wonder Tony had relaxed upon Zheng's arrival, even claiming he was no ordinary person. This was beyond mere ordinary. She had thought Zheng was a member of a special forces unit, not realizing he was a superhuman. What was happening in this world? Could there be more superhumans emerging in the future? At that moment, Stan was filled with rage. Even if Zheng could control bullets, what of it? The iron armor he wore was no mere decoration. Weighing a staggering 10 tons, the power of a full-force punch from him was incomparable to that of a bullet. Zheng must have some advanced technology, capable of utilizing an electromagnetic field to control bullets and missiles, though it was somewhat hard to believe. The evidence before him left him no choice but to accept the truth. Surely, he cannot possess superhuman abilities. How is this possible? This is the realm of reality, not that of anime or film. By eliminating Zheng, one can also eliminate Tony and Pepper. Thus, the Stark group would fall under their dominion. Concealing the demise of the three would be an exceedingly simple task. Stan remarked, Zheng, you must possess some high-tech apparatus. Spare me your theatrics. I shall see if you can withstand my strike. Stan ascended into the sky, flames erupting from his feet and back, swiftly reaching an altitude of 500 meters. Once he had locked onto Zheng's position, he plummeted straight downwards. The 10-ton steel armor, drawn by the force of gravity, descended rapidly towards Zheng. This strike would undoubtedly seal Zheng's fate. Not even a deity could save him. A smirk of triumph graced Stan's lips. Upon witnessing this, Zheng wore a faint smile. The villain possessed a modicum of intelligence, but not much more. Tony's eyes widened with a hint of panic. The kinetic energy generated by such a heavy suit of armor crashing down was formidable. Could Zheng endure it? Perhaps not. Zheng, evade. Pepper's face mirrored her anxiety and concern. Could it be that the one destined to save them would perish so easily? Chapter 8. The Hulk's ruthless assault on Loki. The colossal steel armor, hurtling downwards like a meteorite, bore unimaginable kinetic energy as it struck towards Zheng. The airwaves beneath the armor dispersed outward, stirring a tempest. A smile lingered on Zheng's lips as he raised his right hand. The massive steel armor came to an abrupt halt just above him. At that moment, the surrounding air seemed to still. The scene resembled a moment frozen in time. The winds ceased their tumult. Tony's mouth hung agape, his eyes wide with astonishment. Such a gargantuan suit of armor, plummeting from over 500 meters, had been halted instantaneously by Zheng. Was he defying the very laws of nature? It should be noted that even a substantial amount of steel plates on the ground would be pierced by such an act. Previously, when he had descended from a mere 2-meter height, relying on the weight of his experimental armor, he had penetrated through 3 floors of his own rooftop and demolished a luxury car before coming to a stop. Yet, this colossal suit of armor was significantly heavier than his experimental version, plummeting from a height of 500 meters. Was Zheng's control over the magnetic field truly that formidable? Had he grown stronger than before? Was he even human? If so, no missile could ever reach Zheng. With his powers, he could effortlessly redirect them. Little Pepper's expression was filled with astonishment. This was even more outrageous than a scene from a movie. The fact that Stan could be brought to a halt was simply unbelievable. Zheng had repeatedly shattered his own worldview. Stan exclaimed loudly, This is impossible. No matter how advanced the electromagnetic device, it cannot achieve such feats. Zheng, are you wearing some high-tech apparatus? Zheng smiled faintly and replied, So that is what you were thinking. I wondered how you dared to come seeking your own demise. I am not equipped with any high-tech devices. I possess superpowers, capable of controlling the magnetic field. Upon hearing this, Stan's pupils dilated in shock. Though not a scientist, as the owner of a major corporation, he was well aware of the powers of the magnetic field. It is one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe. Even the Earth relies on the magnetic field for its rotation. Humanity too survives amidst cosmic radiation, thanks to the magnetic field. Stan insisted, This is impossible. How could you possibly have such abilities? How can a human possess superpowers? Zheng responded, Allow me to demonstrate. He then manipulated the magnetic field to seize control of Stan's entire iron armor. Stan attempted to regain control over his suit, but found all the controls unresponsive. Unable to maneuver the joystick before him, the massive iron armor stood motionless, now entirely at Zheng's command. He recalled the scene from the Marvel Universe where the Hulk battled Loki, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. With a sudden movement, he commanded the iron armor to strike the ground forcefully. Boom! A colossal humanoid crater formed in the cement, debris scattering everywhere. Boom! Zheng directed the iron armor to smash into another spot, creating yet another humanoid pit. Boom, boom, boom. Zheng wreaked havoc, wildly smashing the iron armor left and right. The enormous suit of armor was treated like a mere toy in Zheng's hands. 2 massive circular craters emerged around him, the ground sinking a meter deep. Inside the iron armor, Stan's face was bruised and battered, blood streaming from his nostrils, his nose twisted and broken. Moreover, Stan could feel every bone in his body fracturing. If he were not rushed to a hospital soon, he would surely perish here. At that moment, the arrogance he had initially displayed was nowhere to be found. All he could sense was dizziness, the world spinning around him, a relentless sway in his surroundings. Tony reflected on how the massive iron armor, which had just moments ago struck him, was now being manipulated like a mere child's toy at Su Zheng's whim. Little Pepper could only feel the overwhelming shock of it all. In comparison, Su Zheng's figure appeared diminutive, while the imposing silhouette of the steel armor loomed large. However, the present circumstances were entirely reversed. Su Zheng, akin to a whack-a-mole, relentlessly struck Stan. After delivering dozens of blows, he finally ceased, gazing at the somewhat damaged steel armor. One had to concede that this armor possessed a degree of resilience. It had yet to collapse entirely, and its structural integrity remained intact. With a snap of his fingers, the enormous steel armor adorning Stan swiftly disassembled. Each small component flew towards Su Zheng, assembling seamlessly upon him. Before long, he was clad in an imposing 3-meter-tall iron battle suit. Although he was unaware of the intricacies of assembling such armor, it mattered little. Even a haphazard arrangement of scrap metal could transform into a humanoid steel suit, animated by his will. The moonlight bathed the armor, casting a cold metallic sheen as the various parts interlocked tightly, exuding a sci-fi aesthetic imbued with a chilling aura. Stan stumbled, collapsing into a pit, his eyes wide with palpable terror as he beheld Su Zheng, now attired in his own armor. The realization struck him. It was indeed possible to commandeer his own steel armor. This meant that Su Zheng had merely been toying with him all along. He had never truly harbored any hope of victory. Tony, witnessing this scene, felt his lips twitch. The first time he encountered Su Zheng, he too had experienced the loss of his iron suit to him. At that moment, Stan's face turned ashen. His most formidable weapon had been seized by his adversary. With his unarmed, somewhat corpulent physique, how could he possibly contend with a veritable monster like Su Zheng? Subsequently, Stan knelt in the pit, bowing his head. Despair etched across his features. Without hesitation, Su Zheng, wielding the colossal steel armor, brought his foot down, crushing Stan's head with a sickening sound. Blood flowed from beneath the steel boot. Soon after, Su Zheng shed the armor and approached Tony and Pepper. Pepper, gazing at the extraordinarily handsome figure before her, could hardly fathom the immense control he wielded over the magnetic field. She assisted Tony in rising slowly. Tony, removing his visor, looked at Su Zheng with gratitude and said, "I'm glad you arrived. I almost met my end." "Thank you." Su Zheng recalled the film's narrative, where Tony similarly triumphed over Stan, albeit through a grueling ordeal that nearly resulted in mutual destruction. Su Zheng replied, "No need for thanks. Otherwise, how could we profit so handsomely?" Tony spoke with a hint of confusion. "What money are you talking about?" Su Zheng replied, "I invested the entire $3 million you gave me into Stark Industries stock, and then liquidated it at its peak." A faint smile graced Tony's lips as he remarked, "So, you do have faith in me, knowing I could resurrect Stark Industries. It feels rather nice to be trusted." Su Zheng chuckled. After all, who could possibly doubt Tony's intellect? Pepper Potts expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Su Zheng. You saved both our lives." Reflecting on this, she felt a twinge of unease. Had it not been for Su Zheng's timely arrival, both she and Tony would likely have perished. Anyone unfamiliar with the film's plot would surely share this sentiment. Tony added, "If you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Pepper responded, "Should you wish to invest in stocks in the future, I will ensure you are the first to know of any significant corporate developments." Su Zheng smiled gently, then manipulated the scattered iron debris on the ground, coalescing it into an 8-square-meter flying carpet. Without hesitation, Tony stepped aboard, while Pepper hesitated momentarily before joining him. Su Zheng then directed the carpet into the sky, heading towards the hospital. Pepper's eyes were wide with astonishment as she gazed at the nightscape of New York, overwhelmed by the spectacle of soaring atop a massive metal structure. On the carpet, Su Zheng turned to Tony and said, "By the way, Tony, keep an eye on someone for me." Tony, intrigued, inquired who. Su Zheng replied, "Dr. Banner." 3 days later, Tony held a press conference, announcing to the world that he was Iron Man. Su Zheng observed this moment from backstage. The crowd of reporters erupted into a frenzy, clamoring to ask questions. Tony navigated through the throng to stand beside Su Zheng. With a smile, Su Zheng remarked, "Your declaration was rather impressive." Tony lifted his chin slightly, proudly stating, "Of course, I am Tony. No, I am Iron Man now." Su Zheng watched Tony, recognizing that in proclaiming himself as Iron Man, he had undergone a transformation. He was evolving from a mere playboy into a true superhero, embarking on a path of change. Su Zheng inquired, "How is the search for the person I asked you about going?" Tony responded, "We've located him. He is now a wanted scientist. Thanks to Jarvis. We found traces of him near a university, with security cameras capturing his image. I am unsure why you seek him, as he is currently a fugitive, and I have learned that military personnel are actively pursuing him." Su Zheng recalled that the narrative of the Hulk also unfolded in New York City in 2008. Thus, he sought Tony's assistance in locating him. To enhance his own prowess, it was imperative to trigger the system to issue options, which typically occurred within the context of a narrative. Consequently, he needed to approach the Hulk, especially given the limited time remaining before Thanos' imminent arrival in 6 years. However, as a fervent Marvel enthusiast, he was genuinely eager to glimpse the Hulk himself. Turning to Tony, Su Zheng expressed, "Banner is a super genius. I wish to meet him." Tony spun around before Su Zheng, declaring, "The most formidable genius in the world stands before you. Aren't you curious to learn more?" Su Zheng rolled his eyes at Tony's unabashed vanity. As he prepared to depart, he advised Tony, "If you have feelings for Pepper, you ought to confess promptly. You timid mouse." Without hesitation, Tony retorted, "Why don't you focus on your own matters, you bachelor?" Su Zheng's lips twitched slightly in response. He then proceeded to the underground parking garage, pressing a button in his hand. A sleek black Maserati sat quietly, akin to a lurking panther, exuding an air of mystery and allure. With a beep, the headlights blazed to life. This was his recent acquisition, having discarded the small electric scooter, which had been destroyed during the battle with Stan. With a thunderous roar, the Maserati's engine ignited, its sound reminiscent of a dragon's low growl, revealing a unique charisma. True to form, Su Zheng steered without touching the wheel, utilizing his magnetic field abilities to control the vehicle. The car began to drive itself. He had already received the location sent by Tony. While en route, he spotted Banner, who was walking with his head bowed and wearing a hat. Currently, Banner appeared somewhat frail and even a bit handsome, a stark contrast to the version seen in the Avengers, who had already begun to show signs of gray hair. It was puzzling to consider what had transpired in the 6 years since. He seemed to have aged significantly. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Su Zheng's mind. Ding! The divine selection has been activated. Option 1. What material is the Hulk's pants made of? While Banner is distracted, remove both his pants and underwear. Then, let the Hulk transform and witness the spectacle. Reward: a set of lingerie recently worn by Susan Storm, the Invisible Woman. Option 2. The embryonic form of the Illuminati. Establish the Illuminati and invite Banner to join. Reward: the physical prowess of Captain America. Option 3. Magneto's grand spectacle. Lift a steel bridge spanning 5 kilometers and crash it down upon Dr. Banner, compelling him to transform into the Hulk and engage in battle with you. Reward: Magneto's cape. He chose the first option. Although he was somewhat curious about the material of the Hulk's trousers, he was perplexed by the nature of the reward. Is this truly the kind of person I am? Su Zheng cast a lingering glance at the reward for the first option before shifting his gaze to the third. Once again, this option had resurfaced, unchanged from its previous appearance. I must inquire, what use is this cloak to me? Can it enhance my magnetic control abilities? If you dare to sell this item for $30 on PinCC, I would smash your head in. The second option, however, appeared promising. The physical prowess of Captain America. My own physique is that of an ordinary individual. It has always been my Achilles heel, and this is a perfect opportunity for enhancement. I choose option 2, Su Zheng thought to himself. Suddenly, he felt a wave of refreshing vigor coursing through his body, followed by a remarkable surge in strength. Not only that, but he discovered he had developed abdominal muscles. Su Zheng lifted his shirt, revealing 8 immaculate abs, sculpted to perfection. His physique had grown more robust, his arms and thighs noticeably thicker. Placing his hand on the steering wheel, he pulled with ease, lifting the entire wheel effortlessly. Impressive, indeed. My strength has increased significantly. He then drove over to where Dr. Banner was located. Hey, handsome, need a ride? It's free. Dr. Banner glanced at the sleek black Maserati and then at Su Zheng. The fellow seemed somewhat dashing. Although he appeared to embody the traits of a good Samaritan, his current predicament rendered it inadvisable to accept a ride from a stranger. Thank you, but no? Su Zheng smirked slightly and remarked, Dr. Banner, you wouldn't want anyone to know you're here, would you? Banner abruptly lifted his head, surprise flickering in his eyes. How does this person know my name? After all, I am currently a wanted man across America. Su Zheng insisted, get in. Otherwise, I'll call the police. Left with no choice, Banner reluctantly entered Su Zheng's car. Once seated in the back, he wore an expression of caution and tension, uncertain of the man's intentions. Su Zheng wasted no time in stating, I've established an organization called the Illuminati. I hope you will join. Banner, still on guard, inquired, what kind of organization is this? Had he not been in someone else's vehicle, he would have outright refused. Su Zheng replied, it's a platform for scientists to discuss knowledge. I am aware you possess 7 doctoral degrees, which is why I extend this invitation to you. Should you choose to join, We can assist you in resolving your wanted status. What do you say? Chapter 10. Banner, you're driving without a steering wheel? Seated within the vehicle operated by Zheng, Banner felt a sense of perplexity. The Illuminati? A realm of scientific discourse. In that case, perhaps it could be acceptable. However, his skepticism lingered regarding the benevolence of the individual before him. The disappearance of his wanted status was no trivial matter. Moreover, he harbored doubts about whether this person was aware of the Hulk residing within him. Should they be cognizant of that fact, it might imply ulterior motives, a desire to exploit the Hulk for nefarious ends. Conversely, if they were unaware, it would signify a remarkable appreciation for his scientific prowess, which would indeed please him. Despite possessing the Hulk's immense, nearly invincible strength, he had no intention of leveraging that power. As Banner pondered, Zheng interjected, "Do you have a choice, Banner? To my knowledge, the military has already located you, and it will not be long before they commence their pursuit." Shocked, Banner regarded Zheng with wide eyes. He wished fervently that Zheng was fabricating this tale. However, the gravity in Zheng's expression suggested otherwise. Could they have found him so swiftly? He had only just evaded the military's grasp at the beverage factory. Anxiety gripped him as he deliberated, ultimately conceding, "I accept your offer. I will join the Illuminati." A faint smile graced Zheng's lips. The Hulk was indeed a formidable entity. While this choice stemmed from a system of selection, the Illuminati appeared to be a worthwhile endeavor. He could indeed establish such a faction. Nevertheless, the viability of this endeavor depended on circumstances. His own formidable strength was paramount within the Marvel Universe. Turning to Dr. Banner, Zheng proclaimed, "Welcome to our ranks. Do not wear such a morose expression. You will soon discover the advantages of joining the Illuminati." Although he was uncertain what benefits this alliance would yield for Banner in the future, that did not impede his enthusiasm. As Banner prepared to respond, he noticed Zheng had turned to face him, extending a hand in a gesture of greeting. Banner, taken aback, exclaimed, "Wait, who is driving? Are you not watching the road?" A glance at the speedometer revealed they were traveling at 100 kilometers per hour. He quickly shook Zheng's hand, urging, "Keep your eyes on the road." Unfazed, Zheng replied with a smile, "I possess excellent driving skills. When operating an electric vehicle, I dare to reach speeds of 120 kilometers per hour." Banner's eyes widened in disbelief. Is it even possible for an electric vehicle to travel that fast? He then glanced toward the driver's seat, stammering, "But where is your steering wheel?" To his astonishment, the driver's seat was devoid of a steering wheel. Zheng nonchalantly retrieved the already distorted steering wheel from the passenger seat, remarking, This? It's broken." Banner replied, "So, I am currently seated in a car without a steering wheel, with a driver who is completely oblivious to the road." He continued, "There's good news and bad news. The bad news is that the driver is entirely distracted, having turned his body around. The good news is that even if he were to look at the road, it would be of no consequence." Zheng calmly reassured him, "Do not worry. My driving skills are quite exceptional." Banner thought to himself, what does your driving proficiency have to do with this situation? At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to scream. They arrived at a university, the destination Banner had requested, and Zheng dropped him off. As Banner exited the vehicle, he gazed at Zheng in astonishment, asking, "How did you manage that? How can you steer the car without a steering wheel?" Inside the car, Banner witnessed a remarkable scene. Zheng, while engaging in conversation and not paying attention to the road, was nonetheless able to navigate the vehicle through the bustling traffic with ease. It was utterly jaw-dropping. Zheng offered a mysterious smile, choosing to remain silent. Although his ability to manipulate the magnetic field was not a secret, he preferred not to divulge it too readily. Understanding the implication of this spectacle, Banner acknowledged, "All right, everyone has their own secrets." He then proceeded to the university's research institute, the very place where he had been exposed to gamma rays and transformed into the Hulk. This location contained the complete data from that original experiment. He needed that data to comprehend how he had metamorphosed into the Hulk, which might lead to a way to eradicate the Hulk from within him. Soon, Banner returned. A look of disappointment etched across his face. He informed Zheng, "The data from that experiment has vanished. It has been erased." Zheng shrugged. While he was familiar with the storyline of the Hulk, the finer details eluded him. Banner had been struck by gamma rays during an experiment, which subsequently led to his transformation into the Hulk, wreaking havoc in the laboratory. He later fled to a beverage factory abroad, where, after sustaining an injury, his blood dripped onto a beverage bottle. An elderly man in America consumed that drink, leading the military to discover Banner. They dispatched a team to confront him, but he managed to escape. Eventually, Banner returned to America, culminating in the present moment. The subsequent events involved Banner being located by the military, resulting in a fierce confrontation. Yet he still managed to flee. Subsequently, he reached out to Dr. Blue, with whom he had been in contact online, seeking assistance to eliminate the Hulk. Ultimately, the escape attempt failed, and Banner was discovered by military personnel, subsequently taken away. A highly trained soldier from the military instructed Dr. Banner to inject the blood of the Hulk into himself, transforming him into the Abomination, a terrifying creature. A fierce battle ensued between the Hulk and the Abomination, culminating in the Hulk's victory. Zheng reflected on the events and then inquired of Banner, "Do you have a place to stay?" After pondering for a moment, Banner shook his head. Zheng replied, "Then allow me to take you to a location. It is a luxurious villa. You may consider it your home." Zheng escorted Banner to Tony's residence. He entered the villa effortlessly, the door opening automatically, controlled entirely by Jarvis. "Welcome back, Mr. Zheng. Shall I notify Mr. Stark of your arrival?" Jarvis inquired. "No need," Zheng responded. "I shall find him myself." As they proceeded to Tony's laboratory, Banner observed the opulent layout of the home, which exuded wealth. Nestled atop a small hill, the villa overlooked sheer cliffs and the sea, a display of unparalleled extravagance. Upon reaching the laboratory, Zheng addressed Tony, who was deeply engrossed in his research. "Tony, I have arrived." Without turning, Tony replied, "Zheng, regarding the individual you asked me to investigate, I have uncovered something astonishing. I found a video captured by a camera. It reveals that Banner transformed into a Hulk over 3 meters tall, which is utterly incredible. He punched through a wall with what must have been over 20 tons of force. He is nothing short of a monster. We must devise a strategy to confront him. Otherwise, what will happen if he harms humanity?" At that moment, Tony turned to look at Zheng, his words trailing off as he caught sight of Banner standing beside him. Chapter 11. Banner. "Hello, I am a monster." Tony felt a twinge of embarrassment for having critiqued someone in front of them. He shot a glance at Zheng, then approached Banner, extending his hand. "Hello. I am Tony, a scientist." Banner shook Tony's hand and replied, "Hello, I am Banner, a monster." An awkward silence enveloped the room, the air thick with tension. With a hint of a smile, Banner added, "I am merely jesting. I do not easily lose my temper." Tony chuckled lightly and turned to Zheng. "What brings you both to my abode?" Zheng replied, "It is a long story. First, I must inform you that I have established an organization called the Illuminati and would like to extend an invitation for you to join." Tony's eyes reflected a hint of perplexity as he inquired, "What kind of organization is this?" At that moment, Banner sensed something amiss and interjected, "Wait a moment, Zheng. How many people are currently in our Illuminati?" Zheng replied calmly, "At present, it is just the two of us." Banner responded, "So, when I was not yet a member, it was just you, Zheng. A one-man organization, and you dare invite me to join? You claim it as a platform for scientists to explore knowledge together. Damn it, with just me as a scientist, who am I to confer with?" Ignoring Banner's incredulity, Zheng turned to Tony and explained, "The Illuminati is an organization for scientists to exchange ideas and knowledge." Just as Tony was about to decline, believing it to be merely a duo's small organization, he was interrupted by Zheng's perceptive gaze, which hinted that his refusal was anticipated. This compelled Zheng to invoke a touch of moral persuasion. "After all, I saved you." Tony swiftly altered his response. "I will join," Zheng declared. "Now our Illuminati comprises 3 members. In the future, we shall certainly welcome more individuals." Tony shrugged in acknowledgement. Zheng continued, "As members of the Illuminati, we must assist one another. Tony, Banner is currently wanted. Could you find a way to lift his warrant?" Tony nodded, having already investigated the matter. Banner was merely an unfortunate soul affected by gamma radiation, not a villain. Leveraging his military connections, Tony deemed it feasible, albeit requiring some time. Upon hearing this news, Banner's face lit up with surprise. He had awaited this day for a long time, never imagining it would arrive so soon. While Zheng appeared somewhat unreliable, he proved to be quite dependable when it came to action. What he promised today was realized today. Joining the Illuminati seemed to be a worthwhile endeavor for Banner. Zheng then remarked, "Tony, Banner will be staying with you tonight. I shall take my leave now. Farewell." Tony, taken aback by Zheng's decision to offload Banner onto him, wore an expression of disbelief. Banner surveyed his surroundings, appreciating the upscale villa. The following day, Zheng brought Banner to the Research Institute, hoping to locate the experimental data related to the Hulk from years past. There, Banner encountered his former girlfriend. Their reunion was filled with joy and tears. She had copied the experimental data back in the day. Subsequently, Betty Ross returned to her room and handed a disc to Banner. They conversed for an extended period, but ultimately decided to part ways, as Banner was still a wanted man and Tony needed time to resolve the warrant against him. Moreover, The green giant within him was unstable, and it would not bode well for Betty Ross if he were to lose control. Once he resolved the issue of the green giant, he could seek out Betty. Just as the three were about to part ways, a throng of fully armed soldiers rushed in from the distance, steadily advancing towards Banner with their sights set on him. Not only that, but 3 armored vehicles also approached. These vehicles were not equipped with conventional cannons or machine guns. Rather, they mounted colossal sonic devices. General Ross had specifically designed these sonic weapons to combat the green giant. Without hesitation, the soldiers opened fire on Banner, their aim impeccable, ensuring not a single bullet strayed towards Zheng or Betty, striking only Banner. The moment the bullets penetrated Banner's flesh, parts of his skin turned green, nullifying the threat of the firearms. Roar! Banner gradually transformed into the green giant. His hands turned green, his arms swelling to an extraordinary girth, expanding to 7 or 8 times their original size, tearing through his shirt in the process. Simultaneously, his legs thickened and turned green, causing part of his trousers to disintegrate, leaving him clad in mere undergarments. Zheng, witnessing this transformation, was struck by the absurdity. Banner had been wearing jeans, and logically, if his legs expanded to such an extent, the pants should have been entirely shredded. It could only be said that the invincible undergarments of the green giant defied reason. Towering over 3 meters, the green giant's face contorted with rage, his prominent incisors larger than those of 6 men combined. At that moment, the green giant appeared utterly furious. Indeed, he was perpetually in a state of fury. His physique was magnificent, boasting 6 perfect abdominal muscles, with arms and legs brimming with formidable muscle. Resembling an ancient titan exuding an overwhelming presence, the green giant roared at the soldiers, spewing saliva that flew 3 meters, splattering onto their faces. Although the soldiers felt a surge of fear, they remained steadfast, opening fire. Whether with their M41 automatic rifles or machine guns, they unleashed a barrage. The sound of gunfire echoed. Bang, 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 bang. Countless golden bullets struck the green giant, yet they had no effect whatsoever. Upon closer inspection, the oval bullets flattened against his skin, as if they were mere pancakes. At that juncture, a notable soldier emerged, moving far more swiftly than his ordinary counterparts. His name was Emil Blonsky, a world-class Special Forces operative. He had injected himself with a serum developed from the green giant's blood, drastically enhancing his physical capabilities beyond those of an average person. Zheng stood by, observing the fierce clash between the green giant and Blonsky. Though it is described as a battle, in reality, it is merely Blonsky evading attacks. After ensuring Betty Ross's safety, Zheng observed this spectacle. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Chapter 12. The Hulk's Ferocious Assault on Iron Man. Ding! The Supreme Choice System has been activated. Option 1. The Hulk is entirely green. Yet his hair does not conform to this identity. Thus, adorn him with a green hat. Reward. A magical green hat that can adjust in size upon wearing it. Increases the probability of infidelity by 10. Option 2. In the film, the Hulk executed elaborate throws against Loki. Replicate that action by performing flamboyant throws against the Hulk. Reward. An increase of 10 in the ability to control magnetic fields. Option 3. Conquer the realm by lifting the entire Stark Industries building and hurling it towards the White House. Today, seize America alongside the Hulk and become the uncrowned king, taking the first step toward world domination. Reward. $10 million. Zheng pondered. Is the first option serious? Is that reward intended for me or for the Hulk? An increase of 10 in the probability of infidelity. How absurd. Can it be more ludicrous? And as for the third option, I certainly cannot lift Stark Industries building, which must weigh tens of thousands of tons. To strike the White House and conquer America, then the world. My heavens. System, you possess grand ambitions. But what use is $10 million? My worth is already $20 million. If you could grant me the powers of Superman at his peak, I might consider it. The second option, however, seems quite appealing. Simply pummeling the Hulk. With a commendable reward. The previous increase of 10 in magnetic control translated to an augmentation of 40 tons of strength. According to the system's detailed explanation, a further increase of 10, from 20 to 30, would likely add at least 150 tons of strength. After all, it is an exponential growth, not merely multiplicative. Quite impressive indeed. I choose option 2. Upon making his selection, Zheng felt a refreshing surge, akin to sipping iced tea on a sweltering summer day. He sensed that he could now effortlessly lift over 200 tons of metal. With this newfound power, he could easily raise hundreds of small cars simultaneously. What a spectacle that would create. He could become a prominent figure in minor events. Furthermore, His range of metal sensitivity expanded from a radius of 2,000 meters to an impressive 5,000 meters, encompassing a significant portion of Manhattan. The metals that one can control are indeed abundant, inexhaustible. With my newfound skills, I can now simultaneously launch hundreds of projectiles, accurately targeting the foreheads of my adversaries. In the future, when I find myself facing 100 foes, it shall not be they who encircle me, but rather I who ensnare them. At this juncture, the battle scene underwent a transformation. The Hulk was lured by Blonsky toward 3 modified armored vehicles. These vehicles emitted powerful electromagnetic waves, the rippling sound waves visibly resonating in the air. However, such contrivances were of little consequence to the Hulk, merely pausing him for a few seconds. In a matter of moments, he obliterated the 3 vehicles entirely. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding explosions reverberated through the sky, with surging flames erupting heavenward and a deafening shockwave radiating outward. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Yet Blonsky remained audacious, standing before the Hulk. Despite being significantly shorter and only possessing strength superior to that of an ordinary human, he boldly taunted, "Is this all you've got?" Witnessing this audacity, Zheng couldn't help but feel a twinge of astonishment at Blonsky's courage. This fellow was indeed unafraid of death. The Hulk, however, was not inclined to indulge him. With a colossal foot measuring over 100 yards, he kicked Blonsky, sending him flying over 100 meters, where he violently collided with a large tree. His body sustained multiple fractures, limbs twisted grotesquely, as if his cervical spine had shattered, his head limply resting on the ground. To the unaware observer, he might have appeared as a zombie, contorted into such an intricate posture. Moments before, Tony had called Zheng. "Zheng, where's Banner? I need more detailed information about the incident to help him evade the warrant." Zheng glanced at the unfolding battle and replied, "Dr. Banner is rather busy. He is currently engaged in combat with the military. Did you hear those explosions? He just destroyed 3 armored vehicles." Tony, taken aback, pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Has Banner transformed again? Send me the address. I'll head over immediately." Tony had only witnessed the transformation of Banner into the Hulk through surveillance footage. Now, with a live broadcast, his curiosity was piqued. Was the Hulk truly that formidable? A single punch capable of demolishing a wall of concrete and steel. Zheng forwarded the address. Soon after, Tony, clad in his Iron Man suit, soared through the sky to arrive beside Zheng, just in time to witness the Hulk delivering a fierce kick. At that moment, Tony realized that the Hulk had completely spiraled out of control. In an effort to prevent further harm to others, Tony resolutely activated the laser cannon embedded in his palm. The purple beams struck the Hulk with unwavering precision. Yet they failed to inflict even the slightest injury upon his formidable physique, leaving his skin unscathed. A flicker of astonishment crossed Tony's gaze as he pondered the sheer strength of this green behemoth. After all, his purple laser cannon was capable of penetrating the armor of a tank. Despite now being aware of such a monstrous adversary, this marked his inaugural confrontation with the Hulk. Provoked, the Hulk charged towards Tony, delivering a single, devastating punch that sent him hurtling through the air. With a resounding crash, Tony was propelled over 200 meters, shattering the wall of an academic building and landing within a 6th-floor classroom. Fortunately, the room was unoccupied, though the desks and chairs were left in ruins by Tony's abrupt entrance. Sitting on the floor, he shook his head, acknowledging the Hulk's formidable strength. This creature was perhaps the most formidable opponent he had encountered thus far. Regaining his composure, Tony soared through the breach in the wall, ascending to hover above the Hulk. Activating all the weaponry at his disposal, a barrage of lasers and missiles rained down upon the Hulk, reducing the surroundings to a chaotic wasteland. Craters marred the ground, remnants of explosions blackening the earth. Yet, astonishingly, the Hulk remained unscathed. Seizing an opportune moment, the Hulk leapt with tremendous force, cracking the ground beneath him. In an instant, he soared to heights of over 100 meters, landing directly beneath Tony and seizing his leg. With a powerful motion, he hurled Tony downwards. The impact reverberated through the air, creating a deep, human-shaped crater over a meter in depth. Tony found himself ensconced within, momentarily immobilized. The brutal descent from such a height was far from pleasant. Had he been encased in Stan's armor, the occupant would have surely succumbed to the force. Gradually, the Hulk approached Tony, extending his massive hand to extract him from the crater, gripping his leg tightly. With a sudden ferocity, he slammed Tony into the ground, first on the right, followed by the left, and then alternating between both sides. Tony was tossed around like a mere toy, utterly bewildered by the Hulk's merciless play. Inside his armored suit, he requested, "Call Zheng, Jarvis." "Mr. Stark, the call has been connected," Jarvis responded. Zheng, I require assistance. Tony exclaimed. Are you asking for help? Zheng retorted. Chapter 13. Tony replied. Are you avoiding his wrath? Tony, who was being ruthlessly beaten, suddenly felt a wave of confusion. At such a critical moment, he found it absurd that jokes were still being made. I might as well be on the verge of expulsion, Tony exclaimed. Zheng, realizing the volume of Tony's voice was overwhelming, distanced his phone slightly, feeling the reverberation in his ears. However, he had no intention of merely spectating. After all, how could he complete the system's mission otherwise? Watching Tony being pummeled by the Hulk was, to be honest, rather amusing. He initially wished to observe a little longer, but decided to intervene first. Raising his right hand, Zheng harnessed the power of the magnetic field. The Iron Man suit in the Hulk's grasp trembled violently. The Hulk sensed a formidable force emanating from his hand, and in the next instant, Tony broke free from the Hulk's grip, soaring towards Zheng like a cannonball. Crash! He landed heavily on the ground, casting a resentful glance at Zheng. Although Zheng couldn't see it, he felt the weight of Tony's gaze. Zheng turned his eyes towards the clouds in the sky, deliberately reveling in the sight of Tony's unfortunate tumble. He couldn't help but take pleasure in such dark humor. The Hulk, seething with rage at the disappearance of his toy, turned his furious gaze towards Zheng and Tony. His limited intellect rendered him confused about the situation, but he understood it was somehow related to Zheng. Without hesitation, he charged towards them, his expression a clear reflection of his agitation. A mischievous smile played on Zheng's lips as he regarded Tony, who now sensed an ominous turn of events, his eyes betraying a hint of anxiety as he looked at Zheng. What are you planning? Tony inquired. In response, Zheng raised his right hand and, with a sweeping gesture towards the Hulk, propelled Tony's body like a projectile towards the giant. Bam! A thunderous sound erupted as Tony collided with the Hulk's head. The Hulk staggered backward, slightly dazed from the impact, rubbing his head with his large green hand. He then glared angrily at the fallen Tony. This audacious little rodent dared to provoke him once more, an unforgivable offense. The Hulk pursued Tony relentlessly, who had no choice but to flee, soaring into the sky. At that moment, a torrent of expletives was bubbling up within him, aimed at Zheng. He instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to contact Zheng's phone. Zheng, with a faint smile, glanced at the incoming call from Tony and decisively pressed the hang-up button. Still want to scold me? Dream on, he thought, dismissing the call as if it had never happened. As Tony listened to J.A.R.V.I.S.'s voice informing him that the other party was busy, frustration surged through him, his temples throbbing. The audacity of Zheng to hang up on him was simply unforgivable. Zheng, you lack martial virtue. Tony could only curse Zheng while simultaneously contending with the Hulk. Observing Tony's retreat and the Hulk's relentless pursuit, Zheng found the scene rather amusing. General Ross, of course, witnessed this spectacle as well. He was all too familiar with Tony, a regular feature on the front pages of the news. The man had fashioned the iron suit and taken on the mantle of Iron Man, a title he was well aware of. However, this was his first encounter with Zheng. How astonishing it was that this Asian could possess superhuman abilities. Was he a mutant? What was his power? The ability to manipulate metal? Yet, such a skill was futile against the overpowering might of the Hulk. No one could prevail against him. What could controlling metal accomplish? Even if one were to wield 100 automatic rifles and open fire, they would fail to breach the Hulk's defenses. Not even artillery shells could harm him. If they could, there would be no need for him to have modified the armored vehicles for sonic attacks. Currently, the Hulk was beyond control, rampaging unchecked. The utmost priority was to disperse the surrounding crowd to prevent further casualties. Should there be significant loss of life, his position as a major general would be rendered moot, leading him directly to a military tribunal. General Ross surveyed the area. His soldiers were busy evacuating the students. Most had already fled the vicinity. At this moment, aside from the combatants, the Hulk and Tony, only Zheng and he remained. Why hadn't this young man evacuated? Was it the allure of newfound powers that compelled him to aspire to be a superhero? Why were American youths so inclined this way? What was so appealing about being a superhero? Surely, serving as a soldier to protect one's homeland was a nobler pursuit. Nevertheless, he was merely a civilian, and it was unnecessary for a spirited youth to perish here. General Ross approached Zheng, observing the struggle between the Hulk and Tony. The scene was essentially the Hulk hurling debris at Tony, who occasionally retorted with taunts and fired a projectile in return. Addressing Zheng, General Ross urged, "Young man, you must leave. You stand no chance against the Hulk. His strength is far more terrifying than you can imagine. I understand your desire to be a superhero, but this is not the time for bravado. Noticing Su Zheng's indifference, General Ross assumed he was in disbelief and continued, "The Hulk's power escalates with his fury. No weapon presently available can breach his defenses, with the exception of a nuclear bomb. I have observed your abilities. You manipulate metal, correct? However, there is no metal on the Hulk. Bullets are ineffective against him. Even the main cannon of a tank cannot penetrate his might. Your abilities are of no use here." Su Zheng cast a glance at General Ross and replied, "No need. You may retreat first. Do not concern yourselves with me. I still have my system tasks left unaccomplished. How can I leave? Let us observe for a while longer. Once I see Tony take a few hits from the Hulk, I shall intervene. However, one cannot indulge in the spectacle for too long. If he were a true villain, I would have rushed in to eliminate the foe from the outset. But the Hulk is not truly a villain. Rather, he can be deemed a superhero. Thus, there is no need for haste. He remains my colleague." General Ross cast a profound glance at Su Zheng before departing, having already offered his counsel. What transpires henceforth is beyond his concern. However, should Su Zheng find himself in dire straits or nearing his limits, I shall deploy 3 armed helicopters to subdue the Hulk. In such a scenario, it may yet save his life. Chapter 14. Su Zheng, the Art of Battling the Hulk. After watching the spectacle for another 5 minutes, an explosive crash resounded. Tony plummeted to the ground like a wingless bird, landing squarely before Su Zheng and creating a human-shaped crater in the lawn. He had been struck by a massive boulder hurled by the Hulk. Lying on the ground, Tony glanced up at Su Zheng and remarked, "I can't take it any longer. It's your turn." Su Zheng replied, "After watching for so long, was it entertaining?" A faint smile graced his lips, and his expression radiated delight as he responded, "Quite so. Your performance was commendable, Tony." The Hulk, exhilarated at having finally swatted away the bothersome fly, let out a triumphant roar to the heavens. Hulk, with his enormous feet, the Hulk charged towards them, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. Each step left colossal footprints in the lawn. Despite his immense size, the Hulk moved with remarkable speed, akin to a streak of green lightning. Upon witnessing this, Su Zheng understood it was time for him to take action. The Hulk's might was indeed formidable. Even in later stages, he was among the top combatants in the universe. Even with my ability to manipulate the magnetic field, I would likely not match his strength. The Hulk's power surely exceeds 200 tons. However, this does not imply that I cannot contend with him. Within the Marvel Universe, the Hulk requires oxygen. Should I cast him into the sea and add some weight to his form, or propel him into space to deprive him of air, I could gain the upper hand. For now, I shall focus on completing my system tasks. Though the Hulk is immensely powerful, he cannot fly, in a state of suspension. Even boundless strength cannot aid him in movement. I merely need to render him weightless. Su Zheng slowly raised his right hand. A plethora of metal fragments surged through the air with astonishing speed, including debris from armored vehicles and materials from steel structures. These metallic pieces adhered to Banner's right leg, enveloping it tightly. The Hulk appeared to possess a leg forged of steel. However, his right leg disobeyed his command, and he stumbled, collapsing to the ground in an ungraceful manner. Su controlled the metal, gradually elevating the Hulk into the air, where there was no solid ground to leverage. The Hulk delivered a powerful punch into the void, causing the very air to tremble, sending visible ripples outward. The force was formidable. Yet, at that moment, he found himself unable to move an inch, akin to a fish out of water, thrashing helplessly. Just as he contemplated dismantling the steel encasing his leg, Su waved his right hand downward. The metal on the Hulk's right leg propelled him downward with great force, smashing into the ground to the left. Boom. This was a lawn, a place where university students often frolicked. A massive humanoid crater instantly formed on the grass. The Hulk sank into the earth. Subsequently, Su manipulated the metal, engaging in a frenzied game akin to whack-a-mole. Boom, 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 boom. The Hulk's form appeared as if controlled by an invisible giant, his body being hurled from side to side. Initially, the impacts created 2 humanoid depressions on either side, but as the strikes continued, they morphed into circular pits. The holes in the ground were over 2 meters deep. At that moment, the Hulk was akin to a mere plaything in Su's hands, subject to his whims. Feeling a surge of exhilaration, Su increased his pace. The Hulk's strikes accelerated, leaving behind afterimages, and the booming sounds took on a rhythmic quality. Boom, 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 boom. The Hulk began to feel dizzy, visions of small birds flitting about his head. Once Su completed his task, he casually tossed the Hulk aside. Silence enveloped the air. Tony gazed at the calm and composed Su before him, his face a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Is he truly this powerful? Has Su's strength reached such heights? Just moments ago, the Hulk had seemed like a child when striking him. Yet now the Hulk was being treated as a mere child in Sue's grasp. Is this even possible? With no metal on the Hulk, Sue had managed to affix metal to him? How remarkable. Tony approached Sue, saying, "Since you are so formidable, why did you not intervene sooner?" Sue glanced at the sky, then at the ground, deliberately avoiding Tony's gaze. Realizing this, Tony's forehead began to throb with veins, his expression darkening, and his eyes glinted with a hint of menace as he fixed his gaze upon Sue. This fellow yearns to witness himself being mercilessly pummeled by the Hulk, which is why he refrains from striking back. Zheng truly possesses a rather dark sense of humor. He will undoubtedly seek retribution in due time. General Ross, upon witnessing this spectacle, widened his eyes in disbelief, his jaw nearly dislocating from shock. The stern and stoic expression he typically bore vanished entirely, replaced by sheer astonishment. Is he truly that formidable? It appears Zheng is not merely a reckless youth fueled by passion. He possesses an alarming level of power. This marks the first occasion General Ross has witnessed the Hulk suffer such a significant defeat. Typically, it is the Hulk who subdues them with ease. Unexpectedly, this time he finds himself on the receiving end of such an assault. One must remember that the Hulk's physique is exceedingly massive, weighing at least 5 tons. Were it not for his enormous feet, the floor beneath him would likely crack under the strain. To hurl such a weighty figure as the Hulk with such force requires an extraordinary level of strength. No, one must consider the immense control over the magnetic field necessary to accomplish such a feat. This would necessitate the ability to lift at least 30 tons. Observing Zheng's impassive demeanor, one might wonder if he has not even exerted himself fully. How much effort did he truly employ? Perhaps 3/10 of his strength? General Ross reevaluated Zheng, casting a penetrating gaze filled with a profound sense of apprehension. By this reasoning, Zheng's threat level surpasses that of the Hulk by a considerable margin. In the modern urban landscape, metal is ubiquitous. Even the weapons wielded by soldiers are crafted from it. Based on current assessments of power, it is evident that bullets from automatic rifles would have no effect on him. Even the armored vehicles would struggle to pose a challenge. While it remains uncertain whether he could withstand the main cannon of a tank, it is clear that he could easily hurl the entire tank aside. He could effortlessly dismantle even an armed helicopter. One might even speculate that Zheng possesses the capability to alter the trajectory of intercontinental missiles. If that is indeed the case, modern military forces would pose no threat to him whatsoever, akin to mere toys in his hands, easily manipulated at will. Although the Hulk appeared to be severely battered by Zheng, in reality, he sustained minimal injury. Not a drop of green blood was shed, nor did any wounds mar his skin. The Hulk shook his head, gazing at Zheng before his expression transformed from confusion to one of intense fury, ultimately contorting into a grotesque mask of rage, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell. The anger within him escalated, igniting like gasoline ablaze. As a consequence, his stature grew increasingly imposing, soon surpassing 4 meters, his arm muscles resembling the thick, gnarled vines of an ancient tree, robust and unyielding. His thighs expanded, akin to inflating balloons. With each step he took, the ground trembled beneath him. The Hulk glared at Zheng, exhaling a plume of mist between his clenched teeth, reminiscent of steam billowing from a colossal mech. Observing this scene, Tony's gaze held a hint of trepidation, his heart racing with unease as he remarked, "Has this green giant become even more furious?" Jarvis, within the armored suit, interjected, "The Hulk has grown significantly larger. Calculations indicate that his strength is increasing exponentially. Danger! Danger! Evacuation is advised." With a trace of concern etched on his face, Tony turned to Zheng and suggested, "Perhaps we should retreat. There are no civilians left here." Zheng, exuding an air of calm, replied, "There is no need. Watch as I teach him a lesson." Chapter 15, Zheng, God Among Men. Tony, contemplating Zheng's nonchalant demeanor, thought, "Teach him a lesson? Will you fare well against the Hulk? You merely caught him off guard. You have inflicted no real harm upon him. Should he land a single blow on you, the outcome would be dramatically different. He could shatter you into pieces beyond repair." Tony resolved to forcibly lead Zheng away, but upon merely touching Zheng's skin, he discovered that his iron suit was unresponsive, immobilized. Curse it. The ability to control magnetic fields is truly infuriating. Observing Tony's predicament, Zheng understood his intent and promptly seized control of Tony's armor with magnetic force. Presently, he had no intention of retreating. Though he had completed the system's task, he was eager to test his newfound powers. Moreover, the current situation diverged significantly from that depicted in the films. In the movies, the Hulk typically fled after defeating the military. Yet, that was not the case here. The Hulk showed no inclination to leave, which was evidently due to Su Zheng's presence. Given the Hulk's current irrational state, he could easily cause widespread devastation. Although not inherently virtuous, Su Zheng did not wish for such an outcome to occur due to his actions. Dr. Banner was now his colleague, a member of the Illuminati whom he had personally invited. It was worth noting that the Illuminati currently consisted of only 3 members. Losing one would be a severe blow. Ignoring the Hulk and allowing him to rampage would likely render Tony's attempts to lift his bounty futile. While Su Zheng was not incapable of defeating the Hulk, after all, there was a river several hundred meters wide nearby, into which he could simply toss the green giant. He cast a glance at Tony and, with a swift gesture, summoned an overwhelming force that propelled Tony skyward, soaring through the air like a cannonball. In the vicinity of 500 meters, only Su Zheng and the colossal green giant remained. The green giant commenced a rapid sprint, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath him. His speed was astonishing, his countenance fierce, brows furrowed, and his eyes ablaze with unbridled wrath, devoid of any trace of humanity. The green giant bellowed, "Hulk!" Su Zheng summoned a vast expanse of metal to his feet, stepping upon it, as if upon a flying carpet, swiftly ascending into the air. Surrounding the green giant lay substantial fragments of steel, remnants of 3 armored vehicles obliterated by an explosion. The green giant, gazing up at Su Zheng soaring in the sky, recalled his past experiences with airborne adversaries. With one hand, he seized a hefty slab of steel, measuring 3 meters in width, its surface marred by the soot of destruction, its edges razor-sharp. With an air of confidence, he hurled the steel towards Su Zheng with great force. The debris from the armored vehicles sliced through the sky like cannonballs, racing towards Su Zheng, creating ripples in the air. Su Zheng raised his right hand, and in an instant, the steel shards, which had been hurtling towards him at a velocity of 100 meters per second, came to an abrupt halt, floating before him. The green giant, bewildered by this spectacle, was left with 3 question marks in his mind, unable to comprehend the phenomenon before him. Undeterred, he grasped 2 more fragments of the armored vehicles, one in each hand, and hurled them at Su Zheng. The sound of piercing air resonated around them. This time, the Hulk exerted even greater force, propelling the steel with increased speed. Yet again, the steel came to a standstill before Su Zheng. Refusing to accept defeat, the Hulk unleashed a barrage of steel upon Su Zheng, all of which floated serenely in the air before him. In a fit of rage, the Hulk turned and charged towards a nearby classroom building, demolishing 4 or 5 walls, even shattering load-bearing structures. With a thunderous crash, the 2-story building collapsed entirely. With both hands gripping massive chunks of concrete, each approximately 4 square meters in size, the green giant hurled them at Su Zheng with ferocity, just as he had done to Tony. However, the concrete too halted in midair before Su Zheng, as it contained substantial steel reinforcements, making it manageable for him to control. At this moment, Su Zheng hovered in the air, surrounded by a multitude of steel and concrete fragments. The sky was obscured, casting vast shadows upon the earth below. He resembled an emperor wielding dominion over all, exuding an aura of immense pressure that instilled fear in the hearts of all who beheld him. Tony had not strayed far after being hurled by Su Zheng. He swiftly returned. In Tony's eyes, Su Zheng was merely a foolhardy hero, eager to sacrifice himself in a futile attempt to vanquish the Hulk. After all, he could scarcely conceive of any means by which Su Zheng might defeat that formidable adversary. Even artillery was rendered ineffective against the Hulk's impenetrable defenses. What value did mastery over metal hold in such a scenario? Soon after, Tony descended to the ground and beheld a striking spectacle. How magnificent! Su Zheng stood alone upon a steel plate, surrounded by floating shards of metal and concrete. Sunlight graced his cheeks, enveloping him in a divine halo, making him appear as a sovereign deity of the mortal realm. His exquisite features, perfect jawline, prominent nose, and physique adhering to the golden ratio, complemented by a robust upper body and elongated legs, all radiated undeniable charisma. Since receiving Captain America's serum, Su Zheng's appearance and physique had indeed transformed remarkably. Tony found himself momentarily entranced. Witnessing this individual unleash his powers in such a scenario was nothing short of breathtaking. He seemed akin to a celestial savior, compelling Tony to reluctantly acknowledge that, in this instant, he paled in comparison, albeit only slightly. He still retained his own charm. General Ross, observing the scene, was left bewildered. While he was aware of Su Zheng's ability to manipulate metal, this display seemed excessively exaggerated. Was it not a bit too much to obscure an entire expanse of sky? Could it be that, in the future, he might even lift an aircraft carrier? The Hulk gazed at Su Zheng, equally perplexed. Did the massive boulders hold no power over him? Why had they been effective against that bothersome fly moments ago? Were they not fundamentally different? Zheng addressed the Hulk below in a calm voice. Now it is my turn. Hulk. Chapter 16. The Wishful Golden Cudgel. Zheng floated in the air, surrounded by hundreds of colossal metal fragments and concrete debris. Closing his eyes, he attuned himself to the metallic surroundings. To hurl the Hulk into the sea, he would require a substantial quantity of metal to restrain or drag him to the ocean. At present, Zheng could sense metal within a 5,000-meter radius. It seemed that Magneto, at the height of his powers, could perceive the magnetic fields of the entire Earth. That was indeed impressive. Nonetheless, he believed that he would eventually reach such heights himself. The metal within this 5,000-meter expanse was virtually inexhaustible. A torrent of metal surged towards him from all directions. This marked his first full exertion of power. While it was not strictly necessary to employ such force against the Hulk, he yearned to explore the magnitude of his capabilities. He extended his perception, commanding the countless metallic fragments around him to soar towards him. On the streets surrounding the school, countless individuals stood in astonishment, for they witnessed a multitude of metallic objects soaring towards a singular direction. My car. How has it taken flight? I have yet to repay my auto loan. My shoes, adorned merely with a slight metallic lift, are causing me such pain. My nose ring. My nose feels as if it might split. Has the traffic light ascended as well? Must I still make a turn? Within the campus, an array of metals cascaded from the heavens, including driverless cars, steel beams, traffic lights, and rebar, all converging towards Zheng as if on a pilgrimage. The sheer volume was overwhelming, rendering the sight dizzying. The sky darkened instantaneously, the sun obscured, casting vast shadows upon the ground. All the metals were compressed together by Zheng's will. Surprisingly, there was no cacophony of clashing metal. Instead, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Over 200 tons of metal pressed together in the sky, growing denser by the moment. Suddenly, Zheng recalled a beloved character, Sun Wukong. Did he not wield a magical staff? Today, he would forge his own imitation of that staff. Under Zheng's command, the metal above gradually morphed into a rod, towering over 100 meters in height and more than 5 meters in width. The staff loomed ominously, exuding a profound sense of pressure. Its surface was intricately adorned with exquisite patterns, glimmering in the sunlight. Dragons, phoenixes, flowers, and verdant leaves, all appearing lifelike. Although these embellishments did not enhance combat capability, they delighted him, meticulously crafted with his precise control over metal. Amongst these designs, 5 characters, Rui Jingu Bang, shone with a dazzling golden radiance, captivating the attention of all. Zheng caressed the enormous staff with satisfaction in his gaze and a smile gracing his lips. How magnificent! Tony, witnessing this colossal metal rod, was rendered utterly bewildered. This is beyond exaggeration. Over 100 meters tall, composed entirely of metal, Zheng, your power is astounding. This must weigh at least 200 tons. Is your magnetic prowess truly that formidable? With a strike of this staff, who could withstand it? Yet, even the Hulk might not endure such force. Nevertheless, this feat was undeniably impressive, far surpassing his own capabilities, and the patterns were quite beautiful. Were those 5 Chinese characters? General Ross gaped at the spectacle before him, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. He was aware of individuals with superpowers and mutants, yet he had never encountered anyone possessing such immense abilities. You are defying the heavens. With a swing of that staff, you could obliterate the White House. This is sheer brutality. The Hulk, standing closest to Zheng, observes the scene with unwavering composure. Rather than displaying fear, he bellows fiercely at Zheng, his face contorted with rage, and his size seemingly increasing as his fury escalates. His muscles swell, veins bulging prominently. The Hulk charges at Zheng. With a slight smile, Zheng exclaims, "Come on." His right hand rests upon the golden staff, dwarfing him in comparison, akin to an ant beside a towering structure. At this moment, he resembles a needle juxtaposed against a human. With a firm grip on the staff, Zheng swings it vigorously toward the Hulk. The towering staff, reaching heights of over 100 meters, generates a ferocious wind, causing the air to ripple ominously as it descends toward the Hulk with a devastating force. The gale force lifts General Ross and Tony off their feet, the pressure rendering them unable to open their eyes. Tony's astonishment deepens. Wielding a weapon that weighs hundreds of tons is a vastly different endeavor than merely lifting it. In Zheng's grasp, the colossal metal staff feels like a mere twig, swung with astonishing speed. The immense weight combined with such velocity creates an unimaginable kinetic force. Although Zheng can effortlessly lift 200 tons of metal, it does not imply that this is his only limit. He wields the golden staff with absolute ease. Though this represents his full strength, the staff arcs in a grand circle, completing a 360-degree motion before crashing down upon the Hulk. The staff, swung through the air rather than merely dropped, produces an earth-shattering sound upon impact. The moment the staff collides with the Hulk, his face distorts, his nose flattening as if reduced from a three-dimensional form to a two-dimensional one. The Hulk's entire body, pressed against the staff by the force of the wind, appears as if it is glued to it. Then, he transforms into a meteor, hurtling away. The ground beneath the staff is gouged, creating a massive trench over 10 meters long and 5 meters deep, with earth scattered widely. Zheng pursues the direction of the Hulk, aiming toward the lake, confident that he will not veer off course. Witnessing this spectacle, Tony, filled with awe, soars into the sky, eager not to miss such an exhilarating event. After all, the Hulk had recently dealt him a significant blow, and he is keen to observe the Hulk's pummeling firsthand. General Ross quickly boards an armed helicopter, heading towards Zheng's location. He sought to witness the ultimate outcome of the confrontation. This scene was captured by the students, who expressed their astonishment all around. My goodness, that metal rod is enormous. How outrageous. I must share this video on my social media. It is bound to go viral. That man is incredibly handsome. How delightful it would be to share a night with him. The Green Giant was sent hurtling away with a single blow, due to the force of the strike. The Hulk was airborne, his face still contorted with rage, showing little sign of injury. Yet, suspended in the air, he had lost control of his body, flailing his arms aimlessly as he tumbled through the sky. Boom. A minute later, the Green Giant crashed violently to the ground, creating a massive crater approximately 10 meters wide. Shaking his dazed head, the Hulk slowly rose to his feet, just as he prepared to roar into the sky in a fit of rage. At that moment, Zheng soared in with the golden staff, delivering an unremarkable strike. With a whoosh, the 100-meter-long staff swung gracefully through the air, striking the Green Giant with tremendous force. A tempest arose, swirling dust and debris, as a figure swiftly emerged from the haze. The Hulk began his descent without a parachute, racing through the sky like a bullet. In the ensuing minutes, the Green Giant landed in various locations, while Zheng wielded his staff with precision. Feeling the weight of the 200-ton golden rod in his grip, Zheng couldn't help but revel in the thrill of striking with it. Ultimately, the Green Giant reached his destination, the lake. Splash! The impact sent a spray of water soaring over 50 meters, creating a thunderous sound. The lake's surface resembled a torrential downpour. The Green Giant vanished beneath the waves. Chapter 17. The Golden Staff, Subduing the Green Giant. Zheng, brandishing the colossal golden rod, stood over the tranquil lake. Moments later, the Green Giant erupted from the water. Gasping for air, he could swim, of course, and Zheng was well aware of this fact. However, the 200-ton golden rod in his hand was no mere trinket. The Hulk glared at the rod and bellowed in fury. Hulk! Under Zheng's command, the golden staff stood upright in midair, then shot toward the water's surface like a cannonball. Bang! A towering wave erupted, droplets glimmering in the sun's light. In an instant, the Green Giant felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon him, utterly insurmountable, as he was dragged to the depths of the lake. Deeper and deeper he sank. In the water, he found no leverage, utterly powerless against the weight of the 200-ton golden rod. 200 meters. 500 meters. 1,000. The golden staff ultimately stood tall in the lake, resembling the legendary stabilizing needle of the seas. At this moment, the Hulk had succumbed to unconsciousness due to oxygen deprivation. Zheng discerned the absence of resistance emanating from the golden staff and deftly maneuvered it to retrieve the Hulk from the depths. He had no intention of ending the life of Dr. Banner. After all, he was a colleague. The staff floated horizontally in the air, with the Hulk lying upon it. Gradually, the Hulk transformed back into Dr. Banner. Zheng approached to assess Banner's condition. Remarkably, he was still alive, his vitality undeniably resilient. Tony had long since arrived. Having witnessed the previous spectacle, it was nothing short of magnificent. Tony stepped onto the towering metallic staff, making his way to Zheng. His expression one of astonishment as he regarded him. He had witnessed firsthand how Zheng had dispatched the Hulk to this very location, delivering 5 resounding blows with the golden staff. Truly terrifying. The sheer size of the staff was manipulated as if it were mere timber. How outrageous. The Hulk, too, was formidable. Despite being in such a predicament, he remained alive and seemingly vibrant. Yet ultimately, it was Zheng's superior skill that prevailed. It was indeed unexpected that the Hulk required oxygen and could drown. This revelation could serve as a strategic advantage in future encounters with the Hulk. However, Such a tactic was not one that just anyone could employ. Who could possibly force this fearsome creature thousands of meters away into the water? Merely pushing him back a meter was already a commendable feat, even when launching a barrage of missiles that struck the Hulk. It had not caused him to retreat an inch. General Ross arrived aboard an armed helicopter, having witnessed Zheng's overwhelming assault on the Hulk. One could only exclaim, impressive. Zheng's prowess was truly formidable, unmatched by any adversary. However, at this moment, the Hulk lay unconscious, presenting an opportune moment for retrieval by the military for further study. As a superhero, Zheng would likely not impede this process. Dr. Banner gradually regained consciousness, his gaze bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings, unsure of what had transpired. Yet, he could sense that the Hulk had endured a fierce beating. Shortly thereafter, Tony provided an explanation to Banner. Astonishment washed over Banner as he took in his surroundings. They were perched at a height of hundreds of meters. How elevated was this? Peering down, he beheld an endless expanse of water. A fall from such a height would undoubtedly spell doom. Then, he examined the surface beneath his feet, a metallic foundation that resembled a rod. According to Tony, this was crafted by Zheng's magnetic prowess. This was utterly preposterous. Could Zheng be any more astonishing? Such a formidable staff. And yet you remained remarkably composed as you levitated it hundreds of meters into the air. What extraordinary mastery over the magnetic field you possess. Moreover, you struck the Hulk numerous times with this very staff. Truly astonishing. Banner gazed at Zheng before him, his eyes wide with disbelief and shock, nearly dislocating his jaw. He had been on the brink of transformation, deeply concerned about inadvertently harming innocents, especially his girlfriend. Yet, it seems that his worries were unfounded. With Zheng present, the Hulk could not act recklessly. An armed helicopter approached, and General Ross slowly descended onto the golden staff. His astonished gaze fixated on the colossal metallic rod that could withstand the very ground beneath it. He had also overheard the conversation between Tony and the Hulk. Suddenly, he lifted his head to regard Zheng, realizing that Zheng's power was not merely the manipulation of metal, but the control of magnetic fields, a wholly different domain. Mastery over magnetic fields. The Earth is enveloped in a magnetic field, and the cosmos is replete with it. Such an ability far surpasses mere metal manipulation. The threat level of Zheng in General Ross's mind escalated sharply. This was a force from the populace, not the military, posing a potential threat to the entire nation. General Ross stepped forward to confront Zheng, stating, "Banner has caused significant casualties and substantial economic loss. I must escort him to prison to face legal consequences." Upon hearing this, Banner tensed, casting a wary glance at General Ross. Tony, standing nearby, fell silent, recognizing the validity of Ross's assertion. The Hulk had indeed committed crimes, and he was undeniably dangerous, capable of inflicting severe harm with a single misstep. Yet, this was not Banner's intention. He felt conflicted but leaned toward the notion of confining Banner. Banner glanced at Tony, who had promised to assist him in resolving the warrant, but now remained mute. His eyes dimmed with a flicker of despair and sorrow. He too felt remorse for the pain he had caused to so many. Though he did not wish to be imprisoned, he found himself devoid of any rationale to contest this outcome. Zheng observed General Ross, a hint of derision gracing his lips. His rhetoric was so noble and righteous, yet it was clear he merely sought to study the Hulk. Such moral posturing. Ross had no intention of bringing the Hulk to trial or placing him in prison. Rather, he would confine him in a specialized military cage to conduct various biological experiments, all in pursuit of creating super soldiers. If Banner were to be taken away by General Ross, it would indeed be a fate worse than death. This is a member of the Illuminati, a colleague of mine. How could I allow Ross to take him away? Within our Illuminati, there are only 3 of us. And if you take one, that leaves just 2. What can we do then? Moreover, General Ross's claims about causing numerous casualties are absurd. Not a single person has died. Everyone in those 3 exploded armored vehicles managed to escape, and Blonsky, who was kicked away by the Hulk, is still alive. He possesses the Hulk's blood, which allows him to recover swiftly. There may be unintended casualties in the future, but what does that have to do with me? This is not Huaxia. The deceased are merely Americans. Zheng looked directly at General Ross and stated, "No, you cannot take the Hulk. He is my friend and will fight alongside us in the future. The future Avengers cannot afford to lose the Hulk. He is a crucial part of our strength against Thanos." Chapter 18, Military, we need the Hulk. Zheng, get lost. Upon hearing these words, Banner's face displayed profound astonishment. Utterly shocked by Zheng's direct refusal of General Ross, he did not expect such straightforwardness. After all, Ross is a major general in the military, and Zheng referred to the Hulk as his friend. A deep sense of gratitude welled up within Banner. General Ross also did not anticipate Su Zheng's blunt rejection. Do you understand what you are saying? He is a wanted criminal across America. You are shielding a criminal. Do you wish to be a wanted criminal as well? I represent the military. Su Zheng scoffed, harboring no fondness for the American government. During the Battle of New York, the government even dropped a nuclear bomb on the city, aiming to eliminate all superheroes, civilians, and extraterrestrials. Truly despicable. The U.S. government may not have targeted him yet, but should they do so, he would retaliate by demolishing the White House. Let us see who is stronger and who is weaker. With an impassive expression, Su Zheng stepped forward, emanating an overwhelming aura, and addressed General Ross. Are you threatening me? The general's expression darkened, his eyes filled with apprehension. This was not the same as dealing with Banner. This individual acted without restraint. Furthermore, his ability to control magnetic fields posed a far greater threat to the military than the Hulk. He could effortlessly manipulate missiles, automatic rifles, tanks, and armored vehicles. From his observations, even an intercontinental missile armed with a nuclear warhead would pose little threat to Su Zheng, unless it detonated at a distance. Otherwise, he could easily alter its trajectory. Why would he protect Banner? Were they that close? As Banner's father-in-law, he himself did not care for him. Why are you so concerned about him? He intends to make another attempt. The Hulk is undeniably crucial for the contemporary American military. In this era, it is not only powerful beings like Su Zheng that pose a challenge, but also a myriad of mutants. The military requires formidable soldiers. By studying the Hulk, they could achieve this objective effectively. General Ross stated in a grave tone, Su Zheng, do you intend to oppose the American military? If you hand Banner over to us, you shall become a superhero in America. We will extensively publicize this incident, the event where you rescued our military and the students at the university. It is impossible to keep it concealed, given the multitude of witnesses and recordings. If possible, they certainly would not allow a living civilian to become a superhero in America. First, they threaten, then they offer a benefit. That is his strategy. Su Zheng retorted bluntly, get lost. If your military wishes to confront me, bring it on. General Ross, though Caucasian, appeared nearly as dark as a black man at that moment. Rage surged through him, his temples bulging with veins, and a hint of ferocity marred his expression. He could hardly fathom that Su Zheng would respond so impolitely. Su Zheng was indifferent to such matters. 6 years from now, when Thanos arrives, he might not even survive. Why should he concern himself with this triviality? The entire universe is destined to lose half its inhabitants. He had no time for pleasantries. Without a system, he could behave like an honest man. But with a system, he would not waste time with trivialities. I do not consume beef. Beside him, Banner was utterly astonished, his face awash with disbelief, his gaze towards Su Zheng revealing a hint of admiration. Brother, are you truly this courageous? This is the American military we are speaking of, the most powerful armed forces in the world. I wouldn't dare speak to them so boldly, even when transformed into the Hulk. You have now become my most admired person, Su Zheng. At that moment, he felt joining the Illuminati was a rather appealing prospect. In life, I am a member of the Illuminati. In death, I shall be their ghost. Tony was equally taken aback by this scene. He had not anticipated that someone typically so kind could exhibit such authority. This was indeed impressive, more so than mocking a judge in his own courtroom. You are exceedingly brave. General Ross took a deep breath. He understood that this was not the time to confront Su Zheng head-on. Presently, he was suspended at a height of 100 meters. A misstep could lead to his demise at Su Zheng's hands. Moreover, the current American military had no effective means to deal with Su Zheng, especially since missiles were ineffective against him. For now, he could only suppress his fury. He could not directly push Su Zheng into opposition against the military at this moment. Now is not the time for open confrontation. General Ross stated, you cannot protect him, Su Zheng. You may be free of troubles, but Banner remains a wanted man. Upon my return, I shall elevate the warrant for Banner to the highest level, making him a global fugitive. Why not hand him over to me? I shall confine him to prison without subjecting him to any experimental research. What a jest. How could that be? This is merely a facade directed at Su Zheng. Once he is imprisoned, the research will undoubtedly commence, concealed from all prying eyes. Perhaps, in the future, it could even yield a super soldier capable of countering Su Zheng. Su Zheng contemplated that he currently possessed no means to assist Banner without attracting attention. While he lacked the necessary resources, Tony certainly did. He turned to Tony and exclaimed, Tony. Tony jolted, startled by the suddenness of the call. In such a tense atmosphere, it caught him off guard. With his keen intellect, he quickly grasped Su Zheng's intent. In truth, he was not particularly inclined to involve himself with Banner. He believed that Banner's inability to control himself rendered confinement a reasonable solution. Once stability returned, releasing him would suffice. At that moment, Tony glanced skyward, deliberately avoiding Zheng's gaze. The sky was a brilliant blue. From such a height, the scenery was breathtaking. It was Banner who was to be detained by the military, not Zheng. Were it Zheng facing imprisonment, he would undoubtedly spare no effort to extricate him. Yet, this was merely a fleeting acquaintance with Banner, someone he hardly knew. Moreover, during their second encounter, Banner had lost control and inflicted considerable harm upon him. Observing Tony's demeanor, Zheng discerned his thoughts. A mischievous smile crept onto his lips as he remarked, "Tony, I did save you." All right, I understand." Tony interjected, raising his hands in surrender as he approached, wearing a look of resignation tinged with a hint of grievance. At that moment, he had already removed his Iron Man helmet. As Zheng began to speak, he sensed the impending words and moved forward without hesitation. After all, he could not ignore the debt of gratitude he owed for his life. General Ross watched as Tony approached, his expression darkening. Zheng, an ordinary man, despite his formidable strength, wielded no influence over the U.S. government. However, Tony was a different matter altogether. He had established connections with numerous government officials. In a capitalist nation like America, Tony was an exceedingly wealthy capitalist recognized worldwide. The influence on the decisions of the American government is rather profound. If he were to get involved, it would spell trouble. It is highly likely that Tony would resolve the warrant for Banner. Chapter 19. Tony, I hold the power in America. General Ross addressed Tony, stating, "This is none of your concern, Tony." With a hint of defiance on his face, Tony replied, "It is now my concern. I will find a way to revoke that warrant." "You may leave." General Ross retorted, "This is a military matter. You cannot revoke it." Tony asserted, "I will finance a prominent congressman to have the warrant lifted. If that fails, I shall support a presidential candidate, confident that once he assumes the presidency, this will be a simple task." The expression on General Ross's face darkened. He realized he would return empty-handed this time. He then boarded an armed helicopter and departed. Banner approached Zheng, his eyes filled with profound gratitude, saying, "Thank you. Thank you, Zheng." Tony rolled his eyes nearby, wondering why Banner did not express his thanks for the revocation of the warrant that he had facilitated. Zheng replied, "It's no trouble. After all, you are now a member of our Illuminati." Banner gazed at Zheng with deep emotion, recognizing the many ways he had been aided. Just moments ago, witnessing the silent Tony and the stern General Ross, he had feared he would surely be apprehended by the military. He had not anticipated that Zheng would confront a major general on his behalf, completely unperturbed by Ross's threats. The act astonished him, surely. Zheng was the kindest person in the world to him. He would now be part of the Illuminati. Banner declared, "Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to inform me. I am at your service, even if it means summoning the Hulk." Zheng smiled and nodded. He then wielded the golden staff to carry Tony and Banner back. Days later, the warrant for Banner was rescinded. Tony had expended a considerable sum to bribe a high-ranking official. Upon hearing the news, Banner was elated. However, the Hulk remained a latent threat within him. He still intended to eradicate the Hulk persona. Previously, an individual online, who referred to himself as Dr. Blue, claimed he could assist Banner in resolving the Hulk's identity. Now, Banner planned to seek him out, and Zheng accompanied him. With the military no longer pursuing the Hulk, he was curious whether the Abomination would still manifest. In the storyline, it was the military that sought to capture Banner, and after Dr. Blue temporarily eliminated the Hulk, soldiers invaded his laboratory to acquire the Hulk's blood, resulting in the creation of an Abomination. But now, with the military absent, would the Abomination cease to exist? A few days later, Zheng and Banner arrived at the residence of Dr. Blue. Dr. Blue, though known by this pseudonym, is actually a distinguished scholar at a university and a highly accomplished scientist. After a brief discussion between Banner and Dr. Blue, the latter agreed to assist Banner. They began by extracting a substantial amount of blood to study the Hulk, subsequently devising a plan to eradicate the Hulk's persona. Ultimately, Banner reclined on the examination table, and following an intense treatment session, he seemingly succeeded in eliminating the Hulk's identity. This filled Banner with exhilaration. In the end, at Banner's persistent request, Dr. Blue destroyed all remaining samples of the Hulk's serum. Zheng and Banner subsequently departed. However, shortly after their exit, General Ross arrived at the scene. Dr. Blue presented him with 3 bags of the Hulk's blood, stating, "I have retained these 3 vials." General Ross nodded in acknowledgement. He had not abandoned his pursuit of the Hulk, yet, due to the constraints of public scrutiny, he opted to secretly investigate Banner. Over the past few days, He discovered that Banner had been in contact with Dr. Blue and conducting experiments there. Consequently, they decided to confront him, employing threats and intimidation, while also offering him a substantial sum of money. They labeled Zheng and Banner as dangerous criminals. Ultimately, they coerced Dr. Blue into secretly concealing the Hulk's blood for the military. After all, one party was the military, and the other was a previously wanted scientist. Deciding whom to trust was rather straightforward. Bronsky approached General Ross and said, "General, inject me with this blood. I desire greater power." Without hesitation, General Ross refused, stating that there was insufficient research to warrant human trials. Bronsky lowered his head, yet a glint of ferocity and coldness flickered in his eyes. No one could impede his quest for more formidable strength. Ever since witnessing the Hulk, he had been consumed by an insatiable desire for such power, reaching a pathological level. Upon returning home, Zheng felt a sense of disappointment. The absence of Abomination was vexing. How could he activate the system's options? It was well known that the clash between Abomination and the Hulk was a pivotal narrative. Alas, it mattered not. He would accept the situation as it unfolded. A shift in the storyline was inevitable. This world harbored more than just superheroes. It also contained mutants. The cinematic narratives surrounding mutants were quite plentiful. He pondered what the encounter with Magneto would be like. That would certainly be intriguing. Days later, as Zheng leisurely cruised through the streets in his luxury car, a large truck suddenly soared into the air, gracefully arching before hurtling towards him. The crowd on the street was suddenly taken aback, their faces reflecting sheer terror as throngs of people hastily fled. However, beneath the colossal truck, some remained paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably, their eyes betraying a sense of hopelessness. Among them was even a small girl. Zheng inwardly cursed. Indeed, this is Marvel's New York, truly a city beset by calamity. He then raised his right hand, causing the truck, which was about to plummet, to suspend in midair. Stepping outside, Zheng gradually lowered the massive vehicle. The people in the crowd instantly recognized him. The video of Zheng striking the Hulk with his enormous golden staff had gone viral, garnering countless likes and shares. They approached him, excitement written all over their faces. "Zheng, could you please sign my autograph? I'm your fan. May I take a picture with you? Thank you for saving us. Are you free tonight? You're so handsome. I adore you." Zheng found himself surrounded by admirers before he could utter a word. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted not far away. Explosions resounded as towering flames surged into the sky, their ferocity shaking the air. Massive fireballs danced before their eyes, and a fierce wind swept through, sending shockwaves that shattered numerous car windows. Startled, everyone turned to look. A grotesque monster, towering at around 4 meters, rampaged through the street. Its body was a ghastly yellow, completely bald, with protruding vertebrae and jagged bones laid bare on its back. Muscles bulged alarmingly, with thick veins writhing across its surface like serpents. The contours of its collarbone and chest were starkly visible, flesh sunken in, resembling a demon from the depths of hell. The sheer size of its frame made the bone structure discernible despite the overwhelming muscle mass. It had no eyebrows or any hair, and its face was exceptionally terrifying, capable of reducing adults to tears. It could star in a horror film without the need for makeup. Zheng gazed at this monster and spoke softly. "Abomination, I thought you wouldn't show up." The Abomination wreaked havoc, casually seizing a nearby car and hurling it into the distance. Vehicles on the street were caught in the chaos, flung into the air. It was likely that the truck had been tossed by it as well. The Abomination bellowed in a particular direction. Zheng. Chapter 20. The Abomination wishes to kiss the Hulk. No. America, New York. The Abomination continued its rampage, oblivious to Zheng's presence, as it incessantly called out his name. It was none other than the elite soldier Blonsky, previously injected with the serum developed by General Ross, resulting in a dramatic enhancement of his physical capabilities. However, he was defeated by the Hulk with a single kick. Subsequently, within the confines of a clandestine military research facility, he incapacitated the guards and coerced the researchers at gunpoint to inject the Hulk's blood into his own veins. Ultimately, this is how he transformed into his current state. He then descended upon the streets, searching fervently for Zheng. The Hulk had already been vanquished by Zheng. To assert his dominance, he needed to confront Zheng. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his entire being, limitless strength. He believed this force could pierce the heavens. If there were a ring upon the ground, he imagined he could lift the very earth itself. In that instant, he felt invincible. Neither the Hulk nor Zheng could stand as worthy adversaries against him. All that remained was to locate them. Moreover, the Hulk possessed no intellect. He was merely a colossal fool. Unlike the Hulk, He had absorbed the blood, yet retained his mental faculties. Zheng, where have you concealed yourself? Come forth immediately, or I shall eradicate everyone here. Though he despised the Hulk's lack of intelligence, his own mind had been corrupted by the Hulk's blood, resulting in a dramatic shift in his temperament. Once a top-tier soldier adorned with multiple medals, he had inexplicably morphed into a ruthless killer overnight. His cognitive abilities had deteriorated, leaving him devoid of sound judgment. He was engulfed in the euphoria of newfound power, acquired so swiftly that it fostered a delusion of invincibility. Zheng observed the rampaging figure of the Abomination, perplexed by the means through which he had obtained the Hulk's blood. Yet, he deemed it inconsequential. At that moment, an armed helicopter swiftly ascended into the sky, carrying Banner and Tony. This helicopter belonged to Tony's company. Upon viewing the surveillance footage at Tony's residence, Banner realized that this creature was undoubtedly linked to him, most likely a consequence of someone who had absorbed his blood. Consequently, Banner urged Tony to expedite their arrival. Zheng caught sight of them and was about to greet them when a voice resonated in his mind. God-level choices activated. Option 1. As a model youth of the 21st century, the Abomination dares to appear in public without underwear. Strip the Hulk of his underwear and don it on the Abomination, then behold the mystery of the Hulk's anatomy. Reward, $30 million. Option 2. Excessive bodybuilding attracts the same sex. Forcibly embrace and kiss another muscular man. Reward, magnetic branch, electromagnetic cannon. A fierce confrontation between valor and loathing unfolds, devoid of magnetic field manipulation. Captain America may vanquish Thanos, yet I too can confront this abhorrence. Reward, magnetism increased by 1%. Zheng, are you serious about the first option? Can you possibly be more absurd? What is appealing about the Hulk's lower anatomy? Mine is considerably larger. And to remove someone else's underwear, how absurd. Would a virtuous young man act in such a manner? As for the third option, you wish for me to engage in hand-to-hand combat with this loathsome creature? Are you intent on my demise? While I have utilized Captain America's serum, I am not he. Do you believe everyone can match their adversaries equally? Furthermore, I lack a shield. The moment I approach, I would likely meet my end with a single blow from him. The second option leaves him at a loss for words. The enmity between the Hulk and the Abomination is profound. They would relish the opportunity to dismember one another. You suggest I embrace them and even kiss? I am utterly bewildered. Nonetheless, the reward is quite appealing. The power of the electromagnetic cannon is formidable. It far surpasses his precise control over small metallic objects. This is an upgraded version. When facing such a colossal monster, the ability to manipulate small metals proves inadequate. Choosing the second option grants me the power of the electromagnetic cannon, combined with my innate magnetic control, rendering the task manageable. At worst, I could compel them to kiss. I select option 2. Zheng's body shivered with exhilaration, as if struck by a sudden surge of energy. Delightful. He felt capable of unleashing the electromagnetic cannon. With his current magnetic control, penetrating 3 buildings would be a trivial matter. Moreover, this ability would only grow stronger with his increasing magnetism. Experimentation is the sole standard for verifying truth. Zheng picked up a coin from the ground and flicked it towards a derelict car. Boom. The coin traveled at such velocity that its trajectory was nearly imperceptible, piercing through the vehicle in the blink of an eye. It then traversed through the rear of the car and into a 3-story residential building, ultimately exiting from the opposite side. With a glimmer of surprise in his eyes, Zheng exclaimed, "What tremendous power!" With a sturdier metal, penetrating the Abomination's body should pose no challenge. After all, the speed of the electromagnetic cannon can reach 5 to even 10 Mach. Meanwhile, aboard the aircraft, Banner surveyed the chaotic scene below, where the Abomination had already claimed numerous lives. If he did not intervene soon, casualties would escalate further. The Abomination had transformed due to the absorption of his blood, and he bore responsibility for that. Yet, just days prior, he had administered serum to suppress the Hulk. Banner cast another glance at the countless masses on the ground, all frantically fleeing in terror, the expressions on their faces filled with dread. Occasionally, one would succumb to the chaos. Among them, there were even children, lost and weeping with their dolls in hand. Banner resolved firmly, he would summon the Hulk. Deep within him, he sensed that the Hulk's essence had not perished. Under Tony's astonished gaze, Banner leaped from the armed helicopter without a parachute. Crash! His form crashed through the pavement, creating a gaping, dark pit in the ground. Suddenly, a massive green hand emerged. Standing over 4 meters tall, the Hulk towered on the street, effortlessly tearing away the remnants of his shirt. His entire physique was a vibrant green, muscles bulging, limbs extraordinarily powerful. A perfect six-pack adorned his abdomen, and he donned impenetrable shorts, standing barefoot on the asphalt. His raven hair cascading down. The Hulk was far more appealing compared to Abomination. The two colossal beings recognized each other on the street, locking eyes momentarily. Hulk! Roar! In unison, they charged towards one another, an unstoppable force akin to a rushing tide of an army. The ground trembled beneath them. Zheng observed this scene, thinking, "It is time to embrace." The Hulk and Abomination. Chapter 21. The Hulk and Abomination in a fierce embrace. New York, America. The Hulk and Abomination simultaneously raised their right fists, colliding in an instant. The air rippled with the impact. Boom. In that moment, the shockwave shattered the glass of all nearby vehicles. Both giants were propelled backward by the force, retreating several meters. They glared at each other, brows furrowed, faces contorted with rage, as if each were the other's sworn enemy. Abomination bellowed at the Hulk. "Where is Zheng? I want to fight him." Defeating Zheng would prove he is the strongest. Overcoming the Hulk means nothing. However, the Hulk, lacking intellect, merely scowled and roared back at Abomination. Hulk! He was oblivious to who Zheng was, unaware that it was Zheng who had vanquished him just days prior. Abomination surveyed this mindless creature with a hint of disdain. Such a mindless being was unworthy to be his foe. Only Zheng was worthy of battle. Of course, he was confident he could defeat Zheng. Moreover, he had learned from General Ross how Zheng had overcome the Hulk. He was not the foolish Hulk, who would stand there, dazed, only to be struck into a lake by Zheng's magical staff. Very well, let us first vanquish this Hulk. Wait a moment before seeking out Zheng. The two giants exchanged glances, and without a word, they charged at one another. Just as their fists were about to collide once more, Zheng stood nearby, a round, metallic sphere resting upon his thumb. This orb was crafted from steel bars compressed together, possessing a notably high density. With a flick of his thumb, the black metal sphere shot forth at a staggering speed of Mach 10, striking the fist of the Abomination with such force that it twisted the appendage and fractured the bones within. The sharp crack of breaking bones echoed. The fists of the two giants never met. Instead, the green giant's fist collided with the air, and propelled by their mutual inertia, their bodies came together with a resounding thud against each other's chests. They turned their heads to face one another, their expressions a mixture of bewilderment and confusion, soon replaced by a profound anger. Just as they attempted to separate, Zheng was not about to allow that. A 1-meter-wide black metal sphere hovered before him. For him, creating such a metallic object was a trivial task. The sphere began to frantically rub against the air, reaching an astonishing velocity that surpassed human perception. It seemed to ignite as it turned an incandescent red. Boom! The black metal sphere struck the Abomination's back with tremendous force. Their previously separated bodies were once again brought together by the Abomination's initiative. The green giant was momentarily perplexed, wondering why this grotesque creature was so close to him. Anger surged within him, and he delivered a powerful punch to the Abomination's face. Observing this scene, Zheng understood that this did not constitute an embrace. Thus, he sent 4 large iron blocks soaring onto the green giant's back, while also adorning the Abomination's hands and feet with iron gloves and boots. The iron blocks were magnetically attracted to one another, a force that Zheng could amplify. Under his control, the Abomination clung to the green giant like an octopus, its entire form draped over him. The green giant's head was adorned with 3 large question marks. Meanwhile, Tony, aboard an armed helicopter, witnessed the spectacle and couldn't help but smirk. Truly, what a wicked sense of humor, Zheng. The Abomination was utterly baffled, unable to comprehend how it had become entwined with this green giant. The green giant found it difficult to free himself from the Abomination's grasp, resorting to relentlessly pounding the creature's back. Boom, 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 boom. Despite being a clash of flesh against flesh, it produced an echoing thunder. Zheng watched this unfold, still hoping for a moment of amicable communication between the two giants. Subsequently, iron shoes and iron gloves were adorned upon the green giant's hands and feet, while 4 iron blocks were affixed to the back of the Abomination. With a snap of his fingers, Zheng exclaimed. The green giant's limbs swiftly encircled the upper body of the Abomination in an exceptionally tight embrace. Suddenly, the ground beneath the two titans offered no support, and they found themselves seated on the ground, entwined in a close hug. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward, and silence enveloped the air. A little girl, observing this spectacle from the sidewalk, felt a surge of curiosity. She placed her chubby little hand in her mouth and inquired of the woman beside her, "Mommy, what are they doing?" Her mother, unsure of how to respond, replied, "They are playing a game." The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Is it like the game you play with Daddy at night? The one where you lean against each other? The Abomination, noticing the iron gloves on his hands, immediately recognized Su Zheng's handiwork. Anger surged within him. As a formidable warrior, to be subjected to such a humiliating display felt like salt in an open wound. He had never endured such disgrace during his time as a soldier. Now, having gained immeasurable strength, this humiliation was utterly intolerable. Su Zheng, the Abomination bellowed, his voice filled with rage. Do you truly believe that such tactics can vanquish me? Dream on. You shall inevitably become my defeated foe. When that time comes, I shall crush your skull with a single blow and stuff your body into the green giant's mouth. You may as well hide away. Do not let me find you. For if I do, you are as good as dead. He believed that if he could only reach Su Zheng, a single strike would suffice to end him. As the Abomination spoke, he exerted increasing force, veins bulging on his forehead, his expression grotesque, akin to a demon from the depths of hell. His hands and feet slowly drifted away from the green giant's form, while the green giant strained against the hold, yearning to escape the Abomination's grasp. Hulk! Su Zheng observed the scene with a smile, realizing that utilizing magnetic force enabled him to effortlessly lift objects weighing up to 200 tons, and potentially even 500 tons with full exertion. However, this paled in comparison to the green giant's might, which could easily exceed 1,000 tons, especially with the Abomination present. Nevertheless, he had no intention of merely restraining them. The embrace had been completed. The next step was a kiss. Green Giant and Abomination, are you prepared? Chapter 22. The electromagnetic cannon pierces the Abomination's body. Tony, how is this possible? In New York, the Abomination and the Green Giant were locked in a fierce embrace on the streets, both bearing fearsome visages. In a moment, they began to separate. The Abomination turned without hesitation, searching frantically for Su Zheng's whereabouts, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Boom. The Hulk delivered a powerful blow to the face of the Abomination. Lacking intelligence, he was unaware that it was Su Zheng who instigated this encounter. He believed it was the Abomination's doing and, filled with rage, struck without hesitation. The Abomination was propelled like a cannonball, soaring over 100 meters before crashing into a residential building. Dust swirled and thick smoke billowed. The Abomination rose, shouting fiercely at the Hulk, "If that is the case, I shall deal with you first." The two giants were poised to engage in battle once more. In Su Zheng's right hand rested a dark metallic sphere, indistinguishable in shape from an ordinary marble. Su Zheng's control over the magnetic field was fixed. Thus, to amplify the power of the electromagnetic cannon, the force needed to be reduced. Boom. The high-strength alloy sphere ignited in the air, radiating a golden glow. It pierced through the Abomination's knee with ease. This was Su Zheng's full-powered electromagnetic cannon. Earlier, he had merely been toying with it. The Abomination staggered, half kneeling on the ground. Bewildered, his face a mask of shock. How could a laser-like projectile render one of his legs useless? What was happening? Was it a missile? Yet, that seemed impossible. Even a missile could not inflict harm upon him. At that moment, a military attack helicopter launched a rocket at the Abomination. Boom. The Abomination extended his right hand, gripping the projectile tightly. The tail of the rocket still burned with a brilliant plume. With a cold smirk, the Abomination did not throw the missile away. Instead, he crushed it in his grasp. A torrent of flames erupted around him, thick smoke rising, and shockwaves radiated outward. Yet, his hands and face bore no injuries whatsoever. Su Zheng paid no mind to the military's offensive. He picked up another black metallic sphere and aimed it at the Abomination's other leg. Boom. The black sphere remained elusive, its form obscured, yet a distinct golden trajectory sliced through the air, reminiscent of a laser. The knee of the Abomination's other leg was also pierced, revealing a gaping wound, far larger than the sphere itself, perhaps 7 or 8 times its size. This was due to the damage caused by wind pressure and surrounding magnetic forces at such high speed. This was the essence of the electromagnetic cannon. The Abomination knelt on the ground, a flicker of pain in his eyes, but more so, astonishment and disbelief. How could this be? His body was impervious to even a rocket's assault, yet he had been pierced by Su Zheng's mere marbles. He had merely flicked them lightly. This is merely a solid marble, devoid of any flames within. How could it possibly possess such immense power? Moreover, since transforming into this state, my senses have been magnified many times over. I can discern the trajectory of a rocket launcher with crystal clarity and even grasp it with my hand. Yet, the path of this marble remains utterly elusive to my sight, as if it materialized instantaneously before me. I can only perceive the flames generated by its friction with the air. The creature, filled with revulsion, gazed at Su Zheng as if encountering a specter. It is worth noting that I once believed I could vanquish Zheng, yet here I am, effortlessly defeated by him, as he merely performed a simple flick of the marble. Such an occurrence defies belief. I bellowed, impossible. Impossible. I am invincible. Tony, clad in his Iron Man suit, witnessed Zheng's marble flick from the air, his expression equally astonished. He addressed Jarvis, inquiring, "Was that scene recorded?" Jarvis replied, "Yes, sir, it has been recorded." Tony commanded, "Slow it down by 100 times, 500 times, 1,000 times, 3,000 times." Only at 3,000 times slower did he discern that it was indeed just an ordinary metallic marble, relying solely on kinetic energy to pierce through the creature. Tony murmured, "How is this possible?" Zheng merely flicked his thumb. How could such a seemingly trivial action generate such tremendous kinetic energy and initial velocity? Jarvis informed him, "The marble's speed has reached 13 Mach, categorizing it within the realm of railguns." Railgun? The entire world has yet to develop a competent railgun. Yet, Zheng has seemingly discharged one with just his hand. How extraordinary. If we were to compare this to technology, it would be akin to humanity playing with stones. While Zheng has already developed a spacecraft, the apparatus for a railgun is typically a massive machine, spanning 50 to 60 meters. Even the smaller variants are unachievable. Yet, Zheng accomplishes this with a mere flick of his thumb, so effortlessly. Tony felt his worldview collapsing. Even if Zheng possessed electromagnetic abilities, it should not enable him to perform such scientifically implausible feats. At the very least, Magneto does not possess such capabilities. After gaining insight into Zheng's powers, I conducted a thorough study of Magneto. Meanwhile, the Hulk, having dispelled the bothersome soldiers, emerged from the explosion of the rocket launcher and approached the kneeling creature. His visage was fierce, brows furrowed, as he bellowed, "Hulk." With a single punch, he struck the creature into the ground, creating a human-shaped crater in the cement, causing the earth to tremble. Boom. Despite having his legs pierced, the malevolent figure glared fiercely into the eyes of the Hulk. This punch had inflicted no real harm upon him. His skin remained unbroken, without a single wound. In comparison to the injuries caused by Zheng, it felt like mere tickling. He had merely been knocked down by Zheng, not by the Green Giant. If he were to face the Hulk in a one-on-one confrontation, given his state of suffocation and irrationality, he was certain he could emerge victorious. Zheng observed this scene with a hint of wicked amusement, as a multitude of alloy metal beads materialized in his hands. With a series of explosive sounds, he launched them one after another. Before long, several massive blood holes appeared in the malevolent figure's hands, rendering them paralyzed and helpless on the ground. His strikes targeted the joints. The knees of the malevolent figure endured another brutal assault. What once held the possibility of him standing was now utterly obliterated, as his knees were on the verge of being shattered, adorned with multiple blood holes. To be honest, he was uncertain whether the malevolent figure possessed the ability to rapidly heal his injuries. This detail was never clarified in the film. Nevertheless, it mattered little. It was merely a matter of marbles. This effect was only achievable through his full exertion. However, when it comes to fighting, one must certainly target the weak. For now, he would test whether he could penetrate the Hulk's defenses. First, he needed to complete the system's task. With a snap of his fingers, the Hulk's entire body, save for his head, became enveloped in a thick layer of steel, each area measuring at least 20 centimeters in thickness. At that moment, the malevolent figure lay immobilized on the ground, his limbs shattered by Zheng's blows, glaring furiously at the Hulk. Unfortunately, he had no idea where Zheng was. Otherwise, he would be glaring at him with fury. In truth, Zheng was amidst the crowd, not concealing himself, but rather surrounded by an overwhelming multitude of onlookers in the bustling streets of Manhattan, New York. There were many spectators, some fleeing in panic, while others stood frozen in fear. Zheng commanded the Hulk to half kneel before the malevolent figure, feeling a slight resistance. He then harnessed the magnetic field to conjure a colossal metallic hand, 5 meters long and 5 meters wide. The index finger, middle finger, and thumb pressed against the back of the Hulk's head, with a glint of ferocity in his eyes and a mischievous smile on his lips. Zheng exerted full control over the enormous metallic hand, directing it towards the malevolent figure's face. In Chapter 23, the Hulk and the malevolent figure collided. A resounding smack echoed as they met, and Zheng captured this moment with a camera. Tony, too, instructed Jarvis to document this exhilarating instant. Loathing found himself in a state of utter bewilderment. He never anticipated that his first kiss, after his transformation, would be so abruptly lost, bestowed upon his nemesis, the Hulk. The Hulk, momentarily taken aback, locked eyes with loathing. and it seemed as though the very air had stilled, time itself pausing in that instant. Snap, snap, snap. An array of flashbulbs erupted around them as onlookers hastily drew forth their mobile devices to capture this surreal tableau. The colossal metallic hand that had once gripped the Hulk had vanished, and the armor that adorned him dissipated into nothingness. Yet, both the Hulk and Loathing remained frozen in their peculiar pose. In the next heartbeat, the Hulk suddenly recoiled, akin to a bashful bride, panic etched across his features. Almost immediately, rage consumed him, his size seemingly augmenting by threefold. He unleashed a barrage of punches upon Loathing, the ground quaking violently beneath them. The pavement had been rent asunder, leaving a massive crater in its wake, into which Loathing was propelled, succumbing to unconsciousness. In that moment, the Hulk's intellect flickered to life. He realized that the true adversary was not the creature before him, but another. With a furious roar, he bellowed into the streets, "Hulk!" and commenced a relentless assault. His fury had reached its zenith, his strength magnified, surpassing the damage inflicted by Loathing. With a single blow, he hurled a compact car several hundred meters into a nearby building. The ensuing explosion was deafening, terrifying flames engulfing the vicinity. The crowd erupted in panic, fleeing with expressions of dread and terror. The good news was that the fearsome creature had been vanquished. The bad news was that an even mightier foe had emerged. Tony wore a look of urgent concern. He understood that he could not allow his colleague to commit such a grave error. The damage wrought upon the monster was one thing, but now, if they continued their rampage, it would be intolerable. Tony swiftly soared before the Hulk, amplifying his voice. "Hey, Banner, are you still there? Be rational, be alert. The battle is over." Had the Hulk not been incapable of besting him, he would not merely be attempting to reason with him. The Hulk cast a fleeting glance at the flying Iron Man before sending Tony sprawling with a single punch. Tony crashed heavily into a car, skidding several meters before detonating in a violent explosion. General Ross, observing from an armed helicopter, wore a grim expression. He realized that his position was precarious. Beside him sat Banner's girlfriend, Betty, her face a mask of fear as she gazed at the Hulk. Sue, witnessing the unfolding chaos, recognized that the time for play had come to an end. The Hulk is likely to cause terrifying harm to individuals in the near future. He has provoked himself and is unwilling to bear the consequences of his actions. Zheng, having attached a piece of debris to himself, ascended into the air, setting his gaze upon the Hulk. The Hulk, immediately aware of Zheng's presence, instinctively recognized him as the one who had just confronted him and charged forward in a furious rush, moving with incredible speed. In his right hand, Zheng held a high-density metallic alloy pellet. His ability to manipulate the magnetic field was fixed. The smaller the metal sphere, the swifter its projection, thus amplifying the power of the electromagnetic cannon. With this in mind, he thought, "Let us see if I can breach the Hulk's defenses." Boom! A terrifying beam shot towards the Hulk, entwined with dazzling blue lightning. This strike was akin to divine retribution, obliterating everything in its path. The Hulk was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. The searing metal, heated to thousands of degrees, embedded itself in the Hulk's left chest, causing green blood to flow from his wounds. The Hulk let out a pained cry, a flicker of agony etched on his face, as he unhesitatingly tore the pellet from his chest. Rising to his feet, his fury was more palpable than ever. A smile played on Zheng's lips. He had managed to breach the Hulk's defenses, both psychologically and physically. Indeed, when compared to his previous self, he had grown significantly stronger. In earlier encounters, he had failed to inflict any real damage on the Hulk, ultimately relegating him to the depths of a lake, leaving him merely unconscious. However, the situation had changed. He was now capable of directly defeating the Hulk. Two black pellets manifested in Zheng's hands. Coupled with his precise control over the small metallic projectiles, he could strike wherever he aimed. Boom, 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 boom. Zheng's hands operated like automated turrets, relentlessly firing pellets. Dozens of brilliant beams illuminated the sky, exuding an aura of destruction. The black pellets, regardless of what they encountered, did not diminish in speed. Walls, cars, steel, all crumbled before him as if made of paper. The Hulk was soon riddled with numerous wounds, collapsing to the ground. The roadway was pockmarked with craters, reminiscent of a landscape ravaged by relentless bombardment. Dust clouds enveloped the surroundings. It was uncertain whether Zheng had come to rescue or to wreak havoc. After enduring the intense barrage, the Hulk succumbed to unconsciousness, green blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, General Ross found himself immobilized on the ground. Betty rushed to Zheng's side, her face etched with sorrow and desperation. "That's enough, please," she implored, her voice rising. "I beg you, stop. This was not Banner's intention. Spare him. I implore you. Please. Let him go. Tony swiftly approached, addressing Su Zheng. Su Zheng, cease this at once. If this continues, my new colleague shall perish. Su Zheng halted, for he had never intended to take Banner's life. After all, why would he have invited Banner to join the Illuminati otherwise? Surrounding the Hulk, thick clouds of smoke billowed. In no time, everyone beheld the Hulk's condition, which could only be described as utterly tragic. Betty, disregarding her own safety, rushed towards him. General Ross attempted to intervene, but it was already too late. Betty reached the Hulk's side, gazing at his numerous injuries, her heart aching with compassion, yet simultaneously gripped by fear. Fear of her boyfriend transformed into a colossal green giant. Even more terrifying was the realization that a mere human, Su Zheng, had inflicted such devastation upon the Hulk. Had he not intervened, she feared Su Zheng might have killed the Hulk, although in reality, that was unlikely, as the Hulk's rage and strength had not yet peaked. Tony had also arrived, lifting his helmet to reveal a face filled with astonishment. Chapter 24. You wouldn't want anything to happen to Banner, would you, Betty? Tony surveyed the battered Hulk lying on the ground. The streets were marred with craters measuring 8 meters wide and 6 meters deep. The Hulk was ensconced within one of these pits. Witnessing this scene, Tony mused. Su Zheng's electromagnetic cannon is incredibly formidable. Had I been struck, my suit would surely have been penetrated. The first hit would elicit a scream, but subsequent blows would leave one silent. But Su Zheng need not rely on the cannon. With a mere wave of his hand, he could shed his iron armor. Remarkably, despite the many blows inflicted upon the Hulk, he bore no external injuries. Not even the missiles had left a mark. One could only imagine the resilience of the Hulk's skin. Yet, despite this, the Hulk's defenses crumbled like paper in Su Zheng's hands. With a simple gesture, Su Zheng had rendered the Hulk unconscious. Reflecting on Su Zheng's techniques, Tony found them utterly unreasonable. Su Zheng approached, casting a glance at the Hulk, his eyes betraying a hint of surprise. The Hulk's wounds were healing rapidly, as metallic beads within him were gradually being expelled. Su Zheng realized that the Hulk had only recently awakened. His powers were not yet fully developed, which allowed Su Zheng to defeat him with such ease. It was important to note that in the future, he would be able to control his transformations autonomously, and by the time of the Avengers, his strength would surely amplify. Everyone bore witness to this unfolding spectacle. The eyelids of the Hulk began to twitch, and a ghastly expression emerged on his face, as though he were on the brink of awakening. Su turned to Betty and urged, Betty, quickly call Banner back from the Hulk's body. You wouldn't want anything to happen to him, would you? Betty, recalling Su's terrifying combat prowess, shook the Hulk's body vigorously, her face etched with urgency as she called out, Banner, Banner, wake up, Banner. It is said that the power of love is remarkably potent. Gradually, the Hulk's form diminished, ultimately reverting to the slender figure of Dr. Banner. Remarkably, his underwear shrank with him, fitting perfectly around his lower half. One could only marvel at the strangeness of it all. Su felt an overwhelming urge to simply rip off the Hulk's pants to understand the phenomenon better. You expanded without tearing. That makes some sense, but to shrink back? How curious indeed. And these are genes. Ultimately, he abandoned the thought. General Ross approached, his gaze tinged with fear as he regarded Su. He had never anticipated that Su's strength could be so formidable, able to single-handedly defeat the Abomination and the Hulk. Is he even human? He pondered, questioning the direction of his own research. Perhaps he should not focus on the physical prowess of humanity, but rather on the study of how humans can manipulate magnetic fields. He had entirely relinquished the notion of opposing Su. Furthermore, upon returning, he intended to caution the government and military against incurring Su's wrath, fearing that the entirety of America could fall under Su's dominion. Tony joined Su, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. How did you acquire this ability? Witnessing Su's incredible strength, he suddenly felt that his own intelligence was lacking. He too desired to harness the power of magnetic control. Su replied, it is innate. Tony sighed. Well then, if it's innate, there's nothing to be done. But if it were something like the Hulk's transformation due to gamma rays, I would certainly want to study it. As for the Abomination and the Hulk, he had no desire to become a terrifying monster. Su glanced at the now conscious Banner and remarked, it's time for Banner to train in controlling his transformation. Otherwise, he won't truly possess any combat capability. After the battle, everyone returned to their respective homes. The devastated streets were being repaired by government personnel. General Ross became the primary official responsible for the incident, while the Abomination was imprisoned by the military. Su recalled the subsequent events involving the Abomination, who eventually sought redemption. As long as he refrained from transforming, he could regain his freedom. And General Ross ceased his research on him. However, after regaining his freedom, the Abomination transformed once more to save someone, only to be imprisoned again. Relying on Tony's political resources, coupled with Zheng's formidable strength, the military ultimately rescinded the warrant for Banner's arrest. He no longer needed to flee to the depths of the wilderness as depicted in the films. Now, he could openly pursue a romance with his girlfriend, Betty. General Ross, struggling to maintain his own position, was hardly in a position to prevent his daughter from dating. Influenced by Zheng, Tony aspired to create an entirely metal-free Iron Man suit, though he ultimately failed. However, during this endeavor, he discovered two exceptional metals, adamantium and vibranium. The current situation diverged somewhat from the original plot. In the narrative, Banner had escaped after defeating the Abomination and did not return to New York until many years later, during which time he and Betty had parted ways. Eventually, it seemed Banner had found a female Hulk. Zheng contemplated his own circumstances. He had now acquired 30% of Magneto's peak abilities, along with the physical prowess of Captain America. He possessed the precise control over small metals and the capability of an electromagnetic cannon. Furthermore, he had formed the Illuminati, which now included himself, the Hulk, and Tony. It was imperative for him to engage more actively in the unfolding narrative to strengthen his own power, preparing for the inevitable confrontation with Thanos in the years to come. Ideally, he envisioned becoming strong enough to obliterate Thanos with a single punch, even with all 6 Infinity Stones in his possession. Alas, the road ahead was long and arduous. He needed to immerse himself in the story to enhance his strength, as the system only activated options within the narrative. As Zheng pondered, an elderly voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Zheng, I am the Professor. Chapter 25. I will bring forth mutants, strengthen and flourish, and create new glory. Zheng was taken aback. The Professor? A top-tier mutant capable of controlling minds and probing into the thoughts and memories of others. In a particular film, the Professor, aided by a device, nearly exterminated all ordinary humans with his brainwaves. Truly terrifying. To be honest, he felt a twinge of anxiety. If the Professor were to delve into his memories, it would spell trouble. He would discover that he was merely a character in a film and would also learn of the future plot developments. It might even reveal to him that he was a traveler from another world. Zheng inquired of the system in his mind. Can the Professor probe the system? Not possible. With this reassurance, Zheng felt a sense of relief. Furthermore, if the Professor were to uncover his memories, it would not bode well for him. It was likely that he would be unable to accept the reality, leading to a breakdown or even brain death. He would come to understand that, regardless of their actions, mutants were destined for extinction, and he would be privy to the future narrative. The narrative of mutants unfolds along 2 distinct trajectories. One is the path of a bleak future, while the other represents a more conventional progression. In the conventional timeline, following Magneto's assault on the President of the United States, mutants are systematically eradicated by Sentinel robots. Conversely, the alternate timeline witnesses a reversal of this dismal fate, instigated by an extraordinary scientist who develops a genetically modified food that halts the emergence of new mutants. The older generation of mutants gradually fades away, leading to the complete extinction of naturally occurring mutants. Meanwhile, artificially created mutants embark on a tragic journey. Furthermore, the Professor realizes that they exist solely as fictional characters. Under the pen of the comic book author, true coexistence between mutants and humanity remains unattainable, as the narrative necessitates conflict and struggle. All of the Professor's endeavors are ultimately futile. He can never realize the ideals he cherishes, rendering him a mere puppet of fate. Regaining his composure, Zheng inquired, Professor, what brings you to summon me? The Professor replied, Zheng, I am aware of your identity as a mutant, and I cordially invite you to visit our school when you have the opportunity. Zheng embodies the hope for harmony between mutants and humans. As a contemporary superhero with considerable popularity among ordinary people, he is also a mutant. It is imperative for him to engage in frequent communication and interaction, ideally cultivating a friendship. The Professor has dedicated his life to fostering peaceful coexistence between mutants and ordinary individuals, while Magneto seeks to annihilate all humans to liberate mutants from oppression. After some time, Zheng arrived at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, an institution meticulously crafted for mutants. The school exuded an air of opulence and sophistication. As he entered the building and strolled through the corridor, he found himself approaching the office of the Professor, the headmaster. Just then, a robust figure emerged from the left intersection. The man boasted a thick beard, radiating masculinity, with a sharply defined jawline and prominent features. His hair, abundant yet somewhat coarse, formed a square-like silhouette. His physique was extraordinarily muscular, clearly a fitness enthusiast, and even clothed, one could discern the presence of well-defined abs. At that moment, his eyes were filled with wariness and a touch of confusion, his brow furrowed as he surveyed his surroundings. His face bore a fierce countenance, as if poised to launch an attack at any moment. Presently, Wolverine finds himself devoid of memory, having previously fought in an underground boxing ring. Upon being discovered as a mutant, he was forced to relocate. During his journey, he encountered a girl named Little Mischief, whom he decided to escort to another city. However, on the road, he was rendered unconscious by a blow from Sabretooth. Subsequently, Wolverine was rescued by Cyclops and Storm, who brought him to this school. After receiving treatment, Wolverine had just regained consciousness and was filled with caution. Upon encountering these unfamiliar individuals, he became immediately vigilant and inquired, "Who are you? What is this place? And why have you brought me here?" Zheng, observing Wolverine's current state, found himself reflecting on the plot of Wolverine's film from over a decade ago. However, the passage of time had rendered his memories somewhat hazy, necessitating a moment for recollection. As Wolverine scrutinized the silent Zheng, he extended his 6 adamantium claws, moving cautiously toward him. Moments later, Zheng recalled the details and, glancing up, realized that Wolverine was now uncomfortably close, within a mere meter of him. Instinctively, he activated his ability to manipulate the magnetic field. Suddenly, Wolverine felt an overwhelming force lift him off the ground, pinning him firmly against the wall, rendering him immobile. Having lost his memory, Wolverine was unaware of Magneto or his powers. At this moment, his expression was one of profound shock, bewildered by the sudden flight and powerless against this newfound ability. Before this man, he felt like a mere toy, subject to his whims. What kind of mutant ability is this? Wolverine pondered. Zheng, glancing at him with a hint of embarrassment, replied, "I apologize. I'll set you free now." Once Wolverine was back on the ground, he regarded Zheng with a deep wariness, recognizing the formidable nature of his abilities. Curiously, Zheng asked, "Have you lost your memory, Wolverine?" He needed to ascertain the timeline of events. Wolverine, with a look of astonishment, responded, "How do you know?" He had not disclosed his amnesia to anyone. "It's nothing. I'm just a fan of yours. Come, let us meet the professor." Zheng encouraged as he led the way to the professor's office. Wolverine was filled with questions, yet he followed along nonetheless. The professor, a bald man clad in an elegant tailored suit, sat in a wheelchair, a result of a bullet that had once struck his spine, leaving him paralyzed from the waist down. He sat behind a desk, his demeanor warm and kindly, reminiscent of a beloved grandfather. "Welcome to Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters," he greeted warmly. Wolverine interjected, "What about the little girl who was with me?" "She is resting in the next room," the professor assured him. Upon hearing these words, Wolverine let out a slight sigh of relief. He only recalled being knocked unconscious by his adversary and was uncertain of the fate of the mischievous one. Sue initially intended to greet him, but at that moment, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. God tier selection activated. Option 1. Although you are not afraid of the professor examining your memories, his abilities pose a significant threat to you. He can effortlessly control your body, which is a considerable danger. Eliminate this future menace unexpectedly. Reward, doubling of physical attributes. Option 2. As the principal, the professor should always maintain his cleanliness. Take a piece of paper and assist in polishing his shiny bald head. Reward, a mental defense spell, preventing anyone from prying into your memories henceforth. Option 3. Inform the professor that you are the king of mutants. Henceforth, all must heed your commands. You and Magneto shall no longer be at odds, for both of you will serve under my leadership. Together, we shall flourish and achieve greatness once more. Reward, Magneto's helmet, which can obstruct mental abilities. The first option was indeed feasible. He had the capability to eliminate the professor in an instant, harnessing the power of an electromagnetic cannon. Even the professor would struggle to react in time. After all, a mere flick of his thumb would suffice. However, such an act was unnecessary. The professor was a venerable individual, kind-hearted and benevolent. There was no justification for bullying an honest man, especially when he bore no ill will towards Sue and had invited him as a guest. Moreover, should he choose to slay him, it would incite the wrath of nearly all mutants, including Magneto. Although they were adversaries, they shared a complex relationship, once brothers who had parted ways due to differing ideologies. Additionally, the reward was not particularly enticing. As for the third option, it would be foolish to utter such words, for it would render him a mere jester in the professor's eyes. There was no chance the professor would heed his words, and the reward paled in comparison to that of the second option. He had no desire to don a helmet daily. The second option, while somewhat whimsical, bore no consequence. The reward was appealing. I choose option 2. Chapter 26. Mystique as a girlfriend, transforming into various female celebrities. In the professor's office, Sue, with a subtle smile, remarked, "Professor, it is an honor to finally meet you. I am an admirer of your work." He picked up a piece of paper and added, "Professor, there is a bit of dust on your attire. Allow me to assist you in cleaning it off." Before the professor could respond, Sue took it upon himself to approach, wiping the dust from the professor's suit and then polishing his gleaming bald head. Satisfied, he returned to his original position, already receiving the system's notification of task completion. Moreover, he has mastered the magical art of mental defense. The professor now finds himself incapable of delving into his own psyche, unable to engage in the internal dialogues that once came so easily to him. Within him, a new magical force has emerged, one that operates autonomously to shield him without his conscious control. After Zheng completed the act of polishing his head, a serene silence enveloped the scene. Wolverine gazed at this unfolding spectacle with a hint of astonishment. Unconsciously, the professor chuckled. This new mutant possesses a certain charm, exhibiting a quirky disposition. Oblivious to the atmosphere around him, Zheng wore a subtle smile, calmly observing his surroundings. The professor pondered a thought, his gaze tinged with hesitation, and inquired, "Zheng, do you have parents?" Zheng shot him a sidelong glance, perplexed by the question. "What do you mean? Who doesn't he have parents?" He then replied, "No. Unfortunately, he indeed had no parents, neither in this life nor the last." The professor contemplated, could it truly be so? "Are you the child of Magneto?" "Damn it, I am not," Zheng retorted bluntly. So, that was the professor's implication. His ability to manipulate magnetic fields did bear a resemblance to being Magneto's offspring. Yet he was not. The professor sensed the truth in Zheng's words. If that were the case, having two mutants with identical abilities was indeed peculiar. Subsequently, the professor invited them to tour the school. Zheng encountered several children with mutant abilities. One child could teleport, using this skill to play basketball, quite the trickster. Another could run on water, racing against those on land. Iceman and Firestar were also present, while Cyclops and the alluring Storm were training their powers. Zheng approached Storm for a chat. The professor took Wolverine to meet the little troublemaker. Storm has the power to control weather. She can summon localized tornadoes, lightning, and thunderstorms. As dinner time approached, the professor wished to invite Zheng to the hall for the meticulously prepared meal, intending to communicate this with his mental abilities. However, when he attempted to reach into Zheng's mind, he found himself utterly unable to penetrate the mental barrier surrounding him, as if a transparent shield enveloped his head. A flicker of surprise crossed the professor's eyes. Although he was well aware of the diverse capabilities of mutants, he had yet to encounter one with the ability to defend against mental intrusion. Furthermore, isn't it customary for a mutant to possess merely one power? How could Zheng wield both the ability to manipulate magnetic fields and the capacity to obstruct psychic probing? Nonetheless, that remained another secret. As a highly esteemed professor, he would not intrude upon another's abilities lightly. As if he had never delved into Zheng's memories, the professor instructed Jean to teach him. Zheng was engrossed in a lively conversation with Storm when a tall, exquisitely featured woman approached. Looking up, Zheng recognized her as Jean, one of the most formidable mutants, though she struggled to harness the power of the Phoenix within her. The Phoenix Force, one of the oldest powers in the universe, emerged at the dawn of creation, embodying chaos and immortality, eternal yet transient. She had effortlessly vanquished Apocalypse, the ancient being with thousands of mutant abilities, who had lived for millennia. One could say she was extraordinarily powerful. However, this mattered little to Zheng. He believed that with his perseverance and the system's gradual assistance, he could surpass Jean in strength. Zheng shared dinner with the professor, Jean, Cyclops, and others. Throughout the meal, they cast curious glances at the one who was referred to as a superhero outside, knowing that mutants had long been seen as pariahs. Zheng stood out among them, an anomaly in their midst. After finishing his meal, he took his leave, followed closely by Wolverine. Previously unable to inquire at the dinner table, Wolverine finally seized the opportunity to ask how Zheng knew of his amnesia, if they had met before, and whether he was aware of his past experiences. With a serious demeanor, Wolverine addressed Zheng. Gazing at this character he had admired in his previous life, Zheng resolved to share the truth. For Wolverine's fate had been tragically burdensome. In truth, you are a man who has lived for centuries, having fought in both world wars. Your real name is Logan, and your parents have long since passed. Zheng briefly recounted Wolverine's past before returning to his room, leaving Wolverine in a state of shock. Grappling with the realization that he once had a girlfriend who had perished, and that Sabretooth was his brother, Zheng settled in. Aware that the unfolding narrative would take place here, allowing him to trigger the system's options. The following day, as he awoke, he encountered Wolverine. Just as he intended to greet him, a message from the system materialized in his mind. Divine choice. Option 1. This is Mystique transformed into Wolverine. Invite her to join your ranks, informing her that Magneto has grown old and is of no use. Follow me, and I shall provide you with a life of luxury. Reward, Captain America's shield. Option 2. Pursue her, making her the girlfriend of your host, and with her, you shall have countless girlfriends. Regardless of whether she embodies the youthful allure of an 18-year-old girl, the mature charm of a sophisticated woman, or the graceful essence of a housewife, she possesses the remarkable ability to transform. Furthermore, she can ascend to the stature of a celebrity or even the First Lady of South Korea, allowing you to indulge in unparalleled enjoyment. The objective of her presence here is to oust the mischievous one, expose her, and ultimately gain control over her. In due time, she will execute her plans. The reward for this endeavor is the extraordinary ability to perceive the transformations of any individual. Chapter 27. Mystique. You surely do not wish for this matter to be known by others. Zheng cast a lingering glance at Wolverine, astonished to discover that she was indeed Mystique. He himself had failed to recognize her. It was remarkably lifelike. Even Wolverine's unshaven, disheveled beard was replicated with precision. Who could have discerned this? At that moment, she was still greeting him. Zheng pondered. The reward for the first option held little value for him. However, Mystique herself was rather advantageous. From the narrative in the film, she performed her role quite adeptly. Even after Magneto was captured, she sought every possible means to rescue him. The second option, while somewhat enticing, was best left unpursued. Moreover, the reward was rather trivial. The third option offered no benefit to him either. There was no necessity. He was not a do-gooder, so why assist mutants? As for the reward, what significance did it hold? Among all the mutants on Earth, only she possessed the ability to shapeshift. He could only contend with Mystique. Furthermore, if she were to become one of his subordinates, the reward would become entirely irrelevant. I choose option 1. Suddenly, a shield materialized in Zheng's hand, adorned with a pentagram and intricate red and white patterns. Mystique's eyes widened in astonishment, her pupils contracting. How did this shield come into existence? How did it suddenly appear in Zheng's grasp? Moreover, why did it seem so familiar? Was this not Captain America's shield? Was Zheng wielding a replica of Captain America's shield? Unperturbed by Mystique's thoughts, Zheng contemplated the ensuing plot. Mystique altered her form and entered the school with the intention of compelling the mischievous one to depart. Only with her exit could they proceed to abduct her, for she held value to them. Mystique was aligned with Magneto. They planned to utilize a device created by Magneto, a magnetic apparatus, to transform the leaders of various nations into mutants. However, the energy required for this device was vast. If Magneto were to operate it, it would drain his energy and life force. Moreover, this instrument can only be wielded by mutants endowed with magnetic powers. Thus, Magneto conceived a brilliant plan. He intended to transfer the entirety of his magnetic control abilities to the mischievous child, enabling her to activate the device. Of course, once she did so, it would lead to her demise. The child's unique power lies in her ability to absorb and replicate the superhuman abilities of others. Mystique, too, was eager to fulfill this task. She desired to establish equality between mutants and ordinary humans, viewing this as an avenue for her own aspirations. Although she was indifferent to the fate of mutants, she sought to persuade Mystique to join her ranks under this pretext. With sufficient strength and influence, she could instill fear in the military and government. Furthermore, after being injected with the mutant cure, Mystique lost her shape-shifting abilities and was subsequently cast aside by Magneto, who held little regard for her. After contemplating for a moment, Zheng approached Wolverine, greeting him with, "Hello, Raven." Mystique's true name is Raven. Wolverine was taken aback. How could he discern her identity? Was he endowed with psychic abilities akin to the Professor's? Only the professor could perceive her transformation at a glance, for he looked beyond appearances and into the mind. Wolverine asked, "Who are you?" Zheng replied, "My name is Zheng." It was time for him to complete his mission. Magneto had aged. Following him was futile. She should align herself with him instead. He promised her a life of luxury in the future. The task was nearly accomplished. He merely needed to utter these words. Whether Mystique would truly become his subordinate was not a part of the system's objectives, yet he did desire her as an ally. Mystique was capable of many remarkable feats. Raven was once again astonished. How audacious of Zheng! Among mutants, who would dare to declare Magneto old? It is well known that individuals like Magneto and the Professor grow stronger with age. Did he truly believe he could command her as his subordinate? She had lived for over 70 years, after all. However, she realized that her cover was blown, and prolonging the charade was futile. Wolverine then transformed, his skin shifting and rolling like scales from head to toe, ultimately morphing into a fully nude Mystique. Her entire body was adorned with blue skin, embellished with peculiar patterns. Her hair was a striking red, and her eyes were brown. She wore no clothing, as was her nature, although she possessed the ability to conjure garments. Zheng observed this transformation with a sense of wonder. Indeed, it was quite an impressive feat Mystique has endured for such a long time. Possessing formidable combat skills and physical prowess, she charged forward swiftly, intent on incapacitating Zheng to prevent him from revealing his true nature. Zheng offered a faint smile. Raising his right hand, 5 steel rebars extricated themselves from the wall, swiftly ensnaring her and binding her completely, causing her to crash to the ground. Mystique, her expression one of astonishment, looked up at Zheng. What was happening? Wasn't this ability characteristic of Magneto? How could he possess it too? Could it be that he is Magneto's son? Zheng's countenance darkened. He was weary of such insinuations. Did he resemble Magneto in any way? No. He had no connection to him whatsoever. Mystique regarded Zheng with skepticism, her gaze laced with doubt. Unlike Professor Xavier, she did not place her trust in him. Without hesitation, Zheng declared, "You are here seeking the little rascal, are you not? Planning to utilize that magnetic device to transform the leaders of various nations into mutants. Intending for the little rascal to take Magneto's place, I presume? You wouldn't want the heads of state to be privy to this matter, would you? Join me temporarily as my subordinate, or I shall report you and disclose your plans to the nation's leaders." Mystique could only express her shock, her pupils constricting sharply. How could he be aware of such a covert plan, and with such clarity? He understood her purpose for being there entirely. It was simply unbelievable. Did he possess a mutant ability that allowed him to foresee the future? He was clearly threatening her, yet his threat was effective. Once the heads of state learned of this, the fate of mutants would be sealed. They would be subjected to harsh repression and oversight. A consequence she absolutely wished to avoid. I accept your terms. Chapter 28. Is Zheng invincible? A single punch to shatter the earth. Zheng smiled slightly, knowing that Mystique would acquiesce. They had long sought to liberate mutants from oppression. They could not bear the ramifications of such a fate. He then released Mystique from her confinement, the 5 steel rebars slowly clattering to the ground. Zheng remarked, "In fact, I have another method to assist mutants in attaining equality with ordinary humans." Having taken Mystique as a subordinate, he naturally aimed to win her heart. Upon hearing this, Mystique's eyes sparkled with hope. This was her wish. What method? She inquired eagerly. Zheng responded, "As long as I grow strong enough, I shall surpass both Magneto and the Professor combined, powerful enough to obliterate the Earth with a single punch. At that point, no one will dare to oppress mutants." Mystique was taken aback by Zheng's audacious proclamation. Yet, observing his confident demeanor, she harbored an inexplicable feeling that Zheng might indeed reach such heights. If Zheng possessed such formidable strength, he could effortlessly surmount any challenge. Mystique remarked, "I shall remain by your side," eagerly awaiting the unfolding of events. Furthermore, she harbored suspicions that Zheng could be the progeny of Magneto, thus positioning herself to observe him closely, perhaps uncovering some evidence. Even if Zheng did not attain such power in the future, his current combat capabilities were undeniably impressive. He could be invited to join Magneto's ranks. Soon, Zheng escorted Mystique, who had transformed into another woman, to the dining area, which was already bustling with numerous attendees. The Professor, Wolverine, Cyclops, Storm, and Jean Grey had all arrived. It was midday, and Yang would not rise until the late afternoon. Everyone turned their attention to Mystique, curiosity piquing regarding her identity and her presence behind Zheng. Could she be his girlfriend? Only the Professor instantly recognized that this unfamiliar beauty was Mystique, an old friend he had not seen in decades. Yet, he pondered how she came to be behind Zheng, seemingly trailing him like a subordinate. With a warm smile, the Professor addressed Mystique. "It has been a long time, Raven." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere fell silent. Raven? She is Raven Mystique? Tensions surged among the group, their expressions turning wary as they instinctively took a step back, even forming a subtle encirclement around Mystique. After all, she was a subordinate of Magneto, and their relationship with him was fraught with enmity. Zheng raised his hand, saying, "Do not be alarmed, do not be alarmed. She is now under my command." Cyclops, Storm, Jean. The Professor glanced over. Zheng continued, "Mystique has turned over a new leaf. Everyone can rest easy. Let us eat." Mystique calmly seated herself, unfazed by their wariness. The professor also raised his hand, urging everyone to return to their seats. Though he cast a curious glance at Zheng, intrigued by how he had managed to bring Mystique under his wing. This was nothing short of extraordinary. It is well known that Mystique had been a loyal servant of Magneto for decades. The professor had long sought her return, to no avail. As Mystique had been by his side since childhood through her early 20s. Had Zheng been privy to the professor's thoughts, he might have remarked that it was merely a matter of coercion and persuasion. After they had finished their midday meal, the group dispersed, yet Zheng remained somewhat intrigued. Mystique has already arrived here, and little Rogue will not be departing anytime soon. What, then, will Magneto do? He cannot possibly abandon his plans. On the third day, Zheng heard a voice. It was the professor speaking. Long time no see, Magneto. He stepped briskly outside to an open area, where he beheld the professor seated in a wheelchair, gazing up at Magneto. Magneto was levitating in the sky, adorned with a metallic helmet, draped in a black coat, with a red cape billowing behind him in the breeze. He emanated an aura of audacity and dominance. His aged visage bore no trace of fatigue, only the confidence of one who commands the scene. Zheng scrutinized the cape behind Magneto, which had frequently appeared among the rewards in the system options. Was there anything different about it? Thankfully, he had refrained from making a selection. At that moment, others began to emerge as well. Cyclops, donning high-tech glasses, joined them. Along with the alluring Storm, her white hair framing a curvaceous figure, and Jean Grey, whose exquisite features exuded an air of sophistication. Then there was Beast. Entirely clad in blue, his robust form striking. Numerous mutant students were also peering from the windows, stealing glances at Magneto in the sky. From his lofty perch, Magneto surveyed the gathering below, feeling a sense of unease. He had dispatched Mystique here 2 days prior to compel Rogue to leave the mutant school. Yet, there had been no developments, and Mystique had not reported back to him. He began to suspect that she might have been captured by the professor. After much contemplation, he resolved to personally visit the school to rescue Mystique and abduct Rogue. Mystique remained a valuable asset to him. The upcoming summit, convened by nations around the globe, was imminent, and the world's leaders would be in attendance. If he did not take Rogue soon, he would miss his opportunity. Magneto descended to the ground and approached the professor, asserting with authority, "Professor, surrender Mystique and Rogue." Cyclops swiftly positioned himself behind the professor, while Jean, Storm, and Beast gathered, their expressions wary as they regarded Magneto. They were all prepared for battle, yet they understood the reality. They stood no chance against Magneto. Even with the professor's assistance, they would be unable to prevail. The professor could have easily defeated him under normal circumstances, but with that helmet shielding him from psychic control, the odds had drastically changed. Magneto could effortlessly eliminate the professor. The atmosphere became decidedly tense. As Magneto approached the professor, danger loomed, yet Cyclops and the others refrained from taking rash actions. Fully aware that their intervention could lead to their own downfall, flung away by Magneto with a mere gesture. The professor observed Magneto drawing near. Standing merely a couple of steps away, his aged visage adorned with a gentle smile, his bald head glistening softly under the sunlight as he spoke with unwavering assurance. "Mystique is not here, and I will not entrust her to you." Mystique found herself in a quandary, unable to outright refuse Magneto, given that he had been her leader for decades, yet unwilling to allow him to take her away, thus resorting to deceit. Magneto, recognizing their refusal to cooperate, was about to demonstrate his might when, unexpectedly, Mystique appeared in the backyard, instinctively positioning herself behind Zheng. Chapter 28. Magneto, do you dare to challenge me one-on-one? As Mystique surveyed her surroundings, realization dawned upon her, a flicker of astonishment in her gaze. She had not anticipated Magneto's personal arrival, especially since he had not graced the school with his presence for many years. However, she understood that his primary objective was to find Rogue, with her presence merely a secondary concern. Magneto adhered to the principle of survival of the fittest. He would unhesitatingly abandon any teammate deemed useless. Despite Mystique's change in appearance, Magneto recognized her instantly. After all, they had shared decades together. He casually beckoned, "Come here, Mystique." To his surprise, she had not been captured or controlled. Zheng turned to glance at Mystique, amusement glinting in his eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips. If Mystique chose to align with Magneto now, she would no longer be worthy of serving under him. The atmosphere fell silent, all eyes fixated on Mystique. She hesitated, casting a glance at Magneto before looking back at Zheng, a conflicted expression etched upon her face. Yet, she soon resolved to remain motionless, a silent declaration of her stance. Zheng was well aware of their plans. Should he disclose their intentions to the leaders at the summit, the mutants would face dire consequences. Many high-ranking officials in the government advocated for stringent surveillance and regulation of mutants. If their actions came to light, the repercussions would extend far beyond mere monitoring and control. Moreover, she was curious to see how Zheng would evolve into an invincible force capable of protecting mutants, despite her skepticism regarding its feasibility. However, it is highly likely that Zheng is the offspring of Magneto. My words here cannot be deemed as treachery, can they? Upon witnessing this scene, Magneto was utterly bewildered, his gaze transforming into one of clarity. What on earth is happening? Has Mystique betrayed him? How could such a thing be possible? This is preposterous. They have shared decades of companionship, nearly a lifetime together, from their 20s to their 70s. Magneto then turned his attention to Zheng, a clever individual who could certainly perceive the implications of Mystique's decision, which stemmed solely from the presence of this man before him. Moreover, Mystique instinctively positioned herself behind him. Has she truly become his subordinate? How is it that after merely 2 days of absence, his ally has turned against him? What, then, does their decades-long relationship signify? Zheng, on the other hand, was quite pleased with Mystique's choice, even if it was not born of loyalty to him. Nonetheless, it was satisfactory enough. The professor observed Mystique, then glanced at Zheng. Initially, upon seeing Mystique emerge, he feared the worst, that she was about to depart from him once more. To his surprise, she did not follow Magneto. While this caught him off guard, it nonetheless uplifted his spirits, prompting him to regard Zheng with newfound respect. He was also quite curious about how Zheng had managed this. At that moment, 2 of Magneto's subordinates emerged from the shadows, Sabretooth and Toad. Sabretooth was a towering figure with exceptionally long hair and beard, possessing claws that could extend from his 10 fingers, as well as the remarkable ability to heal rapidly from injuries. Toad, on the other hand, had an extraordinarily agile tongue that could extend 4 to 5 meters. Both powerful and resilient. These were the only 2 subordinates Magneto had brought along, for he believed that a larger entourage would hold no advantage over the professor, who could effortlessly control everyone present except for Magneto himself. Wolverine, upon spotting his half-brother Sabretooth, glared fiercely at Magneto, his face contorted with rage, emitting a primal growl. It was this individual who had sent his brother to confront him. Now he sought to take away the mischievous one, an act utterly unforgivable. The mischievous one shared a close bond with Wolverine. In a flash, Wolverine extended his 6 adamantium claws and charged towards Magneto. Yet, he was quicker to advance than to retreat. With a mere wave of his hand, Magneto sent Wolverine hurtling through the air like a cannonball, landing precisely at Zheng's location. Zheng offered a resigned smile, having initially intended to observe the unfolding conflict from a distance. He then raised his right hand. Wolverine appeared as if he were suspended in time, hovering before Zheng. He cast a grateful glance back at him, yet remained silent. This scene left everyone utterly astounded. Was this the power to manipulate the magnetic field? How was he akin to Magneto? The astonishment in Magneto's aged gaze was palpable as he fixated on Zheng. Just moments ago, he had distinctly sensed the force of the magnetic field. Zheng was not employing any other power to subdue Wolverine. It was indeed the magnetic field. How could this be possible? Magneto, perplexed, scrutinized Zheng, his lips moving as he inquired, "Are you?" Zheng swiftly raised his hand, interjecting, Hey. As soon as Magneto opened his mouth, he anticipated what was about to be uttered. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind, announcing, God-level choice activated. Option 1. Tell Magneto, I am your father. In truth, I have lived for over a century, and when I first beheld your birth, I was overwhelmed with excitement outside the delivery room. Reward, Magneto's cloak. Option 2. Magneto, surrender your brotherhood to me. I shall assist you in your conquest, while you may focus on your retirement. Reward, doubling of physical attributes. Option 3. Magneto, you are worthless. Dare you engage me in a one-on-one battle for 300 rounds? I shall demonstrate who truly commands the magnetic field. Reward, a 10% increase in magnetic control abilities. The third reward was indeed enticing, yet the notion of battling Magneto one-on-one seemed akin to courting death. Could the system be desperate to switch hosts? I shall not choose that option. The first choice was perilous indeed. To utter such words was tantamount to suicide. Even Professor X would be unable to save me under such circumstances. The second reward, however, was appealing. I already possessed the physical prowess characteristic of Captain America. With a doubling of that, would I not reach 10 times the human standard? Quite remarkable. Now, equipped with a shield and physical attributes surpassing those of Captain America, I would be akin to an enhanced version of him. Yet, I lacked his combat skills. Aside from a rudimentary fighting technique, I knew little else. I shall select option 2. Chapter 29. Zheng. I shall surpass Captain America. Stepping forward, Zheng addressed Magneto. I am not your child, and we share no connection. Furthermore, you have grown old. It is time for you to retire. Why not pass the brotherhood to me? You may focus on your retirement henceforth. What do you say? Following his declaration, Zheng discreetly utilized his magnetic power to control his phone and send a message to Iron Man. He should bring Banner over as soon as possible. A fierce battle awaits their assistance. To be candid, he currently stands no chance against Magneto and must seek external aid. Upon hearing Zheng's words, Magneto could not help but be incensed to the point of laughter. It had been quite some time since he had encountered such audacious remarks. Moreover, even disregarding the fact that Zheng was not his offspring, he would still not tolerate such insolence. Despite this, curiosity gnawed at him regarding Zheng's true nature. The professor gazed at Zheng in astonishment. He had not experienced such a reaction upon witnessing Mystique's return. Zheng, you are remarkably bold. To utter such words is beyond my imagination, he mused. The others were equally taken aback. Cyclops nearly removed his glasses to better observe Zheng's brazen demeanor, while Storm's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. After all, this was Magneto, and to confront him with such words required immense audacity. They were indeed at a disadvantage. Jean's enchanting gaze lingered on Zheng, her eyes filled with intrigue. This fellow was undeniably fascinating. At that moment, Zheng found himself the focus of everyone's attention. Standing at the heart of the storm, in the most resplendent spot of the arena. Behind him, Mystique's face morphed, reflecting the gravity of the situation. It must be noted that Magneto wielded the power of life and death within the Brotherhood. Are you truly so brazen? Zheng felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, far surpassing his previous strength. He sensed that he could effortlessly fell a bull. Indeed, this bravado was not without merit. Moreover, he was confident in his safety. He possessed the ability to manipulate electromagnetic fields, just as Magneto did. Although Magneto was undoubtedly stronger, Zheng had his advantages, namely the electromagnetic cannon. For the time being, Magneto could not subdue him. Once the Hulk arrived, there would be no cause for concern. The Hulk could easily overpower Magneto. With no metal on him, Magneto was impervious to harm, even from tons of steel. Once the Hulk got close, Magneto would be finished. Calmly, Magneto waved his hand, signaling Sabretooth to approach Zheng. He did not regard Zheng as a threat, for his primary concern was locating the mischievous child. His plan could not afford any missteps. As for Zheng, once he captured the child, he would ensure that Zheng was taken away. Such a mutant had no place among the professor's ranks. Whether Zheng agreed to accompany him was inconsequential. Could he resist if Magneto took action? Sabretooth sprinted towards Zheng, arms outstretched, his 10 claws gleaming with a menacing light. A mere brush from those claws would certainly result in a significant laceration. The saber-toothed tiger's visage was fearsome, its bared fangs glistening as they clashed together, exuding an aura of a ferocious beast. Zheng approached slowly, a confident smile gracing his face. At that moment, everyone believed he was destined to be defeated. He had already harnessed the power to control magnetic fields. Yet his physique remained that of an ordinary human, akin to Magneto. No mutant possesses two unrelated abilities. Wolverine stepped forward, eager to assist Zheng in confronting the saber-toothed tiger, but Zheng halted him, wishing to test his recently enhanced physical prowess. Though it had doubled, he felt a significant surge in strength. Zheng and the saber-toothed tiger charged towards one another. In a flash, Zheng vanished, moving at an astonishing speed. The saber-toothed tiger's eyes widened in disbelief. How could his velocity rival that of a being with a physique far superior to a mere human? Bang! In an instant of confrontation, Zheng bent low to evade the saber-toothed tiger's claws, delivering a powerful punch to its abdomen. The creature soared through the air like a cannonball, crashing into a building several meters away. Boom! Dust and debris filled the air, furniture obliterated in the chaos. Although his combat skills were lacking, the sheer might of his enhanced physique rendered technique irrelevant. Onlookers gaped at Zheng in astonishment. Wolverine approached, his eyes wide with disbelief. Is your strength truly that formidable? That's the saber-toothed tiger. The last time I faced him, I was knocked out. Though it had been a surprise attack, the saber-toothed tiger's power was supposed to be comparable to his own. If that were the case, could Zheng also send him flying with a single blow? Mystique regarded Zheng with a hint of surprise. Upon their first meeting, she had intended to subdue him, but now she realized that even without his magnetic control, she would stand no chance against him. Magneto observed Zheng, his interest piqued further. This individual continued to unveil layer upon layer of unexpected prowess. How had he acquired such formidable physical strength? Did he possess two mutant abilities? Meanwhile, Toad attempted to ambush Zheng, extending his thick tongue several meters. However, Zheng caught it effortlessly with one hand. His physical attributes had doubled, enhancing his sensory perception. With that, he grasped Toad's tongue with both hands and flung him skyward, transforming him into a shooting star, lost to the heavens. At this moment, it was evident that Magneto's two subordinates had both been bested by Zheng. However, there was not a trace of tension upon his face. Instead, he exuded an air of confidence, as if he commanded the entire scene. Magneto cast a glance at Zheng. If Zheng possessed the ability to control this magnetic field, then capturing him would allow the activation of the device he had created. Thus, it was prudent to apprehend Zheng first before seeking out the mischievous one, a double assurance. Magneto addressed Zheng. "Come with me, Zheng." Immediately, he raised his hand, and a multitude of metals soared into the air, obscuring the sky. Metal, being ubiquitous in modern cities, was easily summoned in abundance. Zheng's phone buzzed with Tony's voice. He and Banner had arrived. Zheng replied to Magneto, "Forget it. I have no desire to accompany you, you old ghoul." Magneto retorted, "That is not for you to decide." Chapter 30. Sheen. My kitty can do a backflip. Just as Magneto prepared to strike at Zheng, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. The silhouette slowly enlarged, its hue shifting before transforming into a colossal green giant. Like a meteorite, he plummeted towards Magneto with tremendous force. Magneto sensed the commotion above and waved his right hand, sending a barrage of metal soaring into the air, including furniture, steel plates, cars, and iron blocks. Yet, all were shattered by the descending green giant. With a resounding crash, a massive crater appeared on the ground, surrounded by countless fissures. Tony, donning his armored suit, flew before Zheng and exclaimed, "I hope I'm not too late." Zheng smiled faintly and replied, "Not at all. You're just in time. If I were here alone, facing the formidable Magneto, I would likely have to flee. Thankfully, I have allies to summon reinforcements. Establishing the Illuminati during my weaker moments proved advantageous. After all, reality does not grant you the luxury of leveling up like in a game." The green giant still bore a hint of Banner's consciousness, and naturally, Banner's intent was to assist Zheng. Were it not for Zheng, he would have likely retreated into the depths of the mountains once more, let alone reconcile with his beloved girlfriend. The green giant glared fiercely at Magneto and charged towards him. Magneto, taken aback by this sudden monstrosity, wondered who he was. Could he also be a mutant? Yet, he had never encountered him before. Regardless of his identity, anyone obstructing his path must perish. With a sweeping motion, Magneto commanded a torrent of metal to surge toward the green giant. Countless steel rods entwined around the giant like writhing serpents, binding him firmly. Just as Magneto exhaled a sigh of relief, with a thunderous roar, the Hulk bellowed his name. Hulk. Veins resembling serpents surged forth, and a tide of strength coursed through his body, transforming him into a primordial behemoth. He violently broke free from all restraints, sending shards of steel flying in all directions. Magneto, despite his formidable powers, found himself at a loss against the green giant. Even when he attempted to hurl a colossal steel bridge, thousands of meters long, at the Hulk, it would inflict no harm upon him. Only if he could achieve a velocity of 10 Mach with a steel pellet. Akin to what Zheng could do, might he be able to inflict some damage. However, that was beyond his capabilities. His powers merely allowed him to manipulate metal, altering its shape or moving it slowly. As Magneto gazed at the Hulk, a flicker of panic crossed his face. He realized he had no effective means to confront this colossal being. Yet, he noted the Hulk's inability to fly, and he thought that if he could ascend into the air, he might gain an advantage. Zheng observed Magneto's gradual ascent into the sky, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. "You wish to fly? How naive," he thought. With a decisive wave of his hand, all magnetic forces surged towards Magneto, disrupting his magnetic field and sending his form into disarray, as if he were about to plummet to the ground. Although Zheng's control over fashion couldn't rival Magneto's, he could certainly impede him, if only momentarily. Magneto, from a distance, cast a glance at Zheng, realizing he was the source of the disturbance. His brow furrowed, and a hint of anxiety crept into his gaze. One misstep against the Hulk could spell his doom. A funeral would be the only outcome, leaving his body irretrievable. The Hulk, with a powerful thrust of his legs, leaped into the air, soaring hundreds of meters and landing beside Magneto, a menacing grin adorning his face. He unleashed a ferocious punch, causing the very air to ripple as shockwaves radiated outward. Fear flickered in Magneto's eyes. He was now facing a life-threatening crisis. He raised his arms in a desperate attempt to defend himself. Metal debris floating around him swiftly converged, forming layers of defense akin to a wall forged entirely of metal. With a resounding crash, the Hulk's fist pierced through this barrier, his green hand mere inches from Magneto's head, prompting a cold sweat to break out upon the latter. Fortunately, the multiple layers of metallic defense had mitigated much of the punch's kinetic energy. At that moment, the Hulk found himself unsteady in midair, narrowly avoiding catastrophe. Subsequently, he let the metal from his arm plummet, creating a massive crater upon impact with the ground. The surrounding structures lay in ruins, the battlefield resembling a war-torn wasteland in the aftermath of the clash between the Hulk and Magneto. Magneto cast a wary glance at the Hulk on the ground, followed by a lingering gaze at Zheng, as if he wished to etch the latter's likeness into his memory. In a fit of rage, he took his leave. Zheng, observing Magneto's departure, refrained from hindering him, for even if he attempted to intervene, both he and the Hulk would find it arduous to vanquish him. Their earlier strike had merely caught Magneto off guard. At that moment, Toad emerged from the shadows beneath a dilapidated building, his eyes wide with astonishment as he witnessed the recent confrontation. The invincible Magneto he had revered had been bested. Could this possibly be a dream? Just then, a piece of steel flew towards Toad's feet, evidently an effort by Magneto to retrieve his subordinate. However, that notion was utterly fanciful. With a brief exertion of control over the metal, Zheng swiftly maneuvered himself around Toad, a sinister grin gracing his features as he clenched his right fist. Channeling all his strength, with a resounding thud, he delivered a blow that obliterated Toad's head, akin to a watermelon bursting. Blood splattered onto Zheng's face, creating an eerie juxtaposition with his flawless, chiseled features. He turned to cast a smiling glance at Mystique amidst the crowd. Mystique trembled slightly, a flicker of fear in her eyes, fully aware that Zheng was issuing a threat. Should she attempt to flee, her fate would mirror that of Toad. Now that Magneto had fled, she suppressed her desire to escape. Magneto, sensing Toad's demise, saw the iron slab beneath Toad remain motionless. As for Sabretooth, he dared not make any further moves, fearful of meeting a similar fate at Zheng's hands. Captivity was preferable to death. Mystique, having been abandoned the moment she stood still, was already discarded in Zheng's calculations. Slowly, Sabretooth emerged, kneeling in surrender before the formidable Hulk who had nearly felled Magneto. Wolverine regarded Sabretooth with a complex expression, for he was his brother. The alluring Jean approached, her gaze fixed on the colossal and fearsome Hulk. Astonishment evident as she addressed Zheng. "Is this your ally?" Zheng nodded with a smile. "Your teammate is truly formidable," Jean remarked. Zheng replied, "He's just average. Perhaps slightly better than myself." A radiant smile blossomed on Jean's face as she exclaimed, "You are quite amusing. Yet, you are indeed impressive. You both managed to drive Magneto away. We have always struggled against him." She continued, "By the way, are you free tonight? I have a cat in my room that can perform backflips." Chapter 31. No one can shield Magneto, I say. Zheng gazed at the enchanting and voluptuous Jean, about to express his availability, when, at that very moment, the professor approached in his wheelchair, positioning himself directly between Zheng and Jean. With a benevolent smile and a hint of astonishment in his eyes, the professor inquired, "Is your friend also a mutant?" Within the Hulk's mind, only two emotions resonated, fury and a semblance of reason. Zheng replied, "He is not a mutant. He has merely been struck by gamma radiation, resulting in his current state. Do you not have other matters to attend to? Perhaps you should check on the frightened children." The professor, undeterred by Zheng's words, focused his attention on the Hulk, who, upon confirming that all adversaries had been vanquished, let out a thunderous roar. Hulk. With a mighty leap, he ascended to a height of over 100 meters, landing far from the school. The Hulk bounded away, for he had yet to master the control over his transformation, only managing to influence the creature to depart from the vicinity. The professor regarded Zheng, truthfully overwhelmed by a multitude of questions yearning for answers. How did he possess such formidable physical prowess, control over magnetic fields, and the ability to shield against psychic perception? Was he a mutant? Were his powers innate or artificially bestowed? Before the professor could decide whether to inquire further, Cyclops, Storm, Beast, and a throng of children rushed towards Zheng, encircling him. Though the Hulk had played a pivotal role in their defense, his fearsome appearance rendered him an unlikely companion. After all, was it not Zheng who had summoned him? They expressed their gratitude towards Zheng, but more significantly, they perceived him as remarkable. In the face of peril, he had bravely confronted formidable foes to protect them. How could this not be deemed heroic? As for Zheng's decisive defeat of Toad, The children had not witnessed it, although Cyclops and the others had. They chose to remain silent. Big brother, you are so amazing. Can I become as strong as you in the future? You are so handsome. Could you teach me Chinese martial arts? Will you be my husband one day? Zheng looked down at a little girl, scarcely taller than his legs, who declared her intent to marry him, and could not help but roll his eyes. In truth, the professor's school was not solely populated by adolescents. It also welcomed children abandoned by their parents. Cyclops, observing Zheng's audacity in the face of direct mockery, felt a surge of admiration. As he stood mute before formidable enemies, paralyzed by fear, he pondered how one could possibly protect those they cherished. Storm, the beast, gazed at Zheng, encircled by children, a faint smile gracing his lips. Had it not been for Zheng today, they would have had to forfeit a student, an outcome they could never allow. Little Mischief emerged from the safety of the school, initially sequestered in a secure room, a veritable sanctuary. Once the danger had subsided, she ventured forth. Observing Zheng frolicking with the children in the open space, her eyes brimmed with profound gratitude. To her, he was the man who had stood resolutely against Magneto. How could she not be moved? Meanwhile, Sabretooth had been imprisoned by Wolverine. As a member of Magneto's faction, Sabretooth's incursion into the school left no room for leniency. Little Mischief found solace within the school's confines, free from the tumult of her previous life. In truth, Little Mischief possessed remarkable potential, having absorbed the abilities of Shadowcat, thereby altering the course of the future and enabling Wolverine to traverse back several decades. Zheng had merely gone to glimpse at the kittens in Jean's room, discovering indeed that there were kittens, adorably clad. Yet, how could a kitten wear such attire? Ridiculous. The night passed in silence, shrouded in uncertainty. Zheng resided in the school for a few days, solidifying his relationship with Jean before departing back to his grand villa. Wolverine, too, intended to temporarily reside at the school, joining the ranks of the X-Men. Days later, Zheng assumed the narrative of the X-Men had reached its conclusion, believing he could no longer trigger system tasks, especially with Little Mischief secured within the school. Hey, Fury, why are you calling me? Following the incident of the Hulk being violently subdued on the streets, Fury had provided his personal number to Zheng. Picking up the phone, he answered. Fury's voice sounded urgent, his tone hurried as he declared, Zheng, Magneto intends to transform all world leaders into mutants at the upcoming summit. We require your assistance. This realm, a confluence of mutants and Marvel, naturally fell under the watchful eye of S.H.I.E.L.D., who monitored certain mutants. They were well aware of the recent battle at the Professor's school, prompting them to investigate. Their inquiries unearthed Magneto's scheme. Delving deeper, they discovered that Magneto had not abandoned his plans. Zheng, feeling a twinge of doubt, inquired, "Isn't Little Mischief at the school? How could Magneto accomplish this?" Fury replied, Magneto intends to personally operate the device to transform everyone into mutants, sparing no sacrifice, not even his own life. Zheng was at a loss for words. Had the narrative of this world been rewritten? However, he still held a modicum of admiration for Magneto. To liberate his fellow mutants from oppression, he would sacrifice anything. This indeed epitomizes Magneto's character. He felt compelled to participate. Otherwise, how could he trigger the system's choices? Without activating these choices, how could he grow stronger and protect himself in this perilous world? Yet, he also needed to advocate for his own interests. Zheng remarked, "What does Magneto's intention to eliminate the leaders of various nations have to do with me? You should be apprehending Magneto. The device crafted by Magneto is inherently unstable. While it can transform an ordinary individual into a mutant, such genetic alteration is exceedingly perilous. Those who undergo this transformation will soon succumb to death due to genetic collapse. Furthermore, this summit, from which Huaxia is absent, is a significant conference for Western nations. As the king of spies, Fury had certainly devised a plan. I am aware that you have established an organization called the Illuminati. Henceforth, the Illuminati will serve as the official governmental organization, under your leadership, tasked with combating superhuman criminals. You may request police assistance." Zheng pondered for a moment. It seemed feasible, as he had merely spoken offhandedly. He was indeed supposed to be there. Zheng boasted, "No one can protect Magneto, mark my words." Chapter 32. Father above, please accept your child's salutation. The towering Statue of Liberty exuded an air of majesty and benevolence. Erected in 1886, this colossal statue symbolizes freedom and democracy in America. One hand clutches the tablet of law, while the other raises the torch, seemingly unchanged through the ages. The Summit of Nations convened in proximity to the Statue of Liberty, with Magneto's device perched upon her torch. It was nightfall, and the summit had commenced. In truth, the agents of SHIELD had not communicated this matter to government officials. Primarily, they were aware of the situation only after the summit had begun. Informing them now and urging a cancellation would be nearly impossible. Furthermore, SHIELD would face severe accountability. It was highly probable that Fury would lose his position as director. Zheng and his companions had arrived at the base of the Statue of Liberty. This gathering included not only mutants, but also Tony and others. Nearly everyone was present. Tony, Banner, Hawkeye, Storm, Jean, and Beast were all there. Jean cast a flirtatious glance at Zheng. However, this was not the moment for romance. As for Mystique, Zheng had opted not to bring her along, as he could not predict whose side she might take. Initially, he intended to bring the professor, who was in a wheelchair, for safety's sake, but he was dissuaded by the others. Thus, that plan was abandoned. Even in this grand spectacle, it is a fitting tribute to Magneto. Zheng, leading the way, declared, "Let's depart." The group entered the colossal Statue of Liberty, which, unexpectedly, housed a museum filled with historical artifacts and relics from centuries past. To their astonishment, Zheng and his companions ascended to the very pinnacle of the statue without encountering the slightest obstruction. Ultimately, they arrived at the torch of the Statue of Liberty, where Magneto stood ensconced within a formidable apparatus. This device exuded an aura of advanced technology, illuminated by a myriad of blue lights, with components incessantly revolving in its core. Upon their arrival, Magneto displayed no hint of surprise. His demeanor remained composed and grave, his dark cloak billowing dramatically in the wind. He had steeled himself for the ultimate sacrifice. For the oppressed brethren of mutants, he was prepared to risk everything. Should the leaders of nations transform into mutants, the persecution of their kind would cease. The peril of death ensuing from genetic alteration was a trivial concern to him. He believed some would undoubtedly survive. After all, countless mutants had perished under various forms of oppression. What did it matter if a few ordinary people met the same fate? The moment Magneto laid eyes on Banner, he gestured with his hand. A vast array of metal surged forth, and a colossal machine hurtled toward the still untransformed Banner. Boom! The apparatus, with Banner in tow, shattered the walls of the Statue of Liberty and plummeted from a height of over 100 meters. Magneto had meticulously gathered intel on the Hulk in the preceding days, deeming the untransformed Banner as negligible. Even if he were to ascend again, it would be futile. Zheng, do you believe mutants have a future? Will they forever endure oppression and discrimination? You too are a mutant. What lies ahead? Zheng fell into silence, acutely aware that, according to the annals of history, mutants were destined for a grim fate, a race marked for tragedy. This is bad. Magneto is stalling for time. The magnetic device has been activated. Tony observed the apparatus beneath Magneto's feet and immediately recognized it was in the process of starting up. In his estimation, the device was not particularly formidable. He could replicate it and even improve upon it. Tony's expression turned grave as he exclaimed, "We must stop him." Jean shouted urgently, "Quick, prevent him. If Magneto succeeds, we cannot fathom what the future may hold." Tony reacted with lightning speed, donning his Iron Man suit and charging forward. If he could reach the device and afford it a moment of his attention, he could halt its operation. Magneto merely cast a glance in his direction, showing no sign of concern. Tony was effortlessly hurled away, akin to a mere plaything manipulated at will by Magneto, soaring through the air. One moment he crashed against the eastern wall, and the next, he collided with the western wall. Ultimately, he was unceremoniously cast into a corner cluttered with tools. Limbs splayed in the air. A deafening crash ensued, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust, obscuring Tony beneath a heap of debris. Suddenly, a mutant emerged from the shadows, a subordinate of Magneto. In an instant, Cyclops' visor was ripped off, and panic overtook him as his head darted back and forth. His eyes emitted a formidable beam of crimson light, reminiscent of advanced futuristic laser cannons, obliterating everything in their path. Anything that came into contact was annihilated in an instant. Subsequently, Magneto deftly manipulated a piece of steel, sending Cyclops hurtling through the air, plummeting from a height of over 100 meters. Seizing the opportunity, Zheng controlled a piece of iron to cushion Cyclops' fall, preventing him from meeting a tragic demise, for he was, after all, a comrade. At that moment, Magneto took the chance to ensnare Storm and Beast, binding them with steel rods as thick as a thumb, rendering them immobile, like human-shaped Zhongzi. Zheng pulled Jean behind him, aware that the majority of Magneto's focus was directed towards him. Although the apparatus was activating, It would still require time to unleash a magnetic force capable of drastically altering genes. Around Zheng, an invisible duel transpired between him and Magneto. The magnetic field's in constant flux and chaos. If anyone were to toss a steel rod into this maelstrom, it would instantly contort into a spiral. Even as Magneto juggled the manipulation of the magnetic device and the confrontation with Zheng, he managed to keep Zheng pinned in place, unable to move. This time, Magneto was desperate, caring little for his own life. It seems that villains often choose to speak at critical moments. Magneto addressed Zheng, "Join the Brotherhood, my friend. After I am gone, as long as you dedicate yourself to advocating for the interests of mutants, you shall be the leader of the Brotherhood." His demeanor belied his inner turmoil, for he lacked certainty regarding this plan. Yet, this was his utmost effort for the sake of mutants, a reluctant necessity. He had grown old, but the mutant race would witness a surge of new life that required protection, ensuring they would not endure the same oppression he had faced. In Magneto's childhood, a Nazi officer, in a bid to force his powers to surface, murdered his parents before his very eyes. The suggestion of Zheng as the Brotherhood's leader stemmed from his formidable strength. Secondly, he possessed the same ability to manipulate magnetic fields as I do. Thirdly, the Brotherhood is an exceedingly loose organization. To firmly secure the position of leader, one must possess considerable prestige. It is essential for Zheng to tirelessly advocate for the interests of mutants. If he can champion their cause, it would be quite commendable for him to ascend to the role of leader. Conversely, if he fails to advocate effectively, he shall not be worthy of the leadership he holds today. At this moment, Zheng's mind resonated with the voice of the system. Ding. The ultimate choice is activated. Option 1. In the spirit of the contemporary Lu Bu, I am willing to honor you as my adoptive father. Please allow me to pay my respects. You may rest assured, the Brotherhood shall be entrusted to me. I will honor your memory annually. Reward, 10 to Constitution. Option 2. The Brotherhood is rather small. Let us consider this. You may allow the Brotherhood to join my Illuminati, and you will be my subordinate, receiving a salary. I shall ensure your promotion and a suitable partner for you next year. Reward, within a 10-meter radius, mutants will be unable to utilize their abilities. Option 3. Magneto, your approach is flawed. Instead, let us join forces to overthrow this wretched nation and establish a mutant-governed state. How about I become the president, and you serve as my chief secretary? Reward, 20 to management skills. Chapter 33, A Morsel for a Bowl to Wash. Zheng gazed at the first option, utterly bewildered. What on earth is this? An adoptive father? Does he possess the qualifications to be my father figure? What does he think, that he is Dongjua? First, that option is dismissed. The third option, to become president, is utterly absurd. Who desires such a burdensome role? Laboring tirelessly while having one's private life scrutinized is hardly appealing. Moreover, how could one succeed? Although I am powerful now, I lack the strength to challenge an entire nation alongside Magneto. The eventual fates of mutants reveal all too clearly how they have been nearly driven to extinction. The second option, however, is viable. I merely need to articulate it. There is no necessity for Magneto and the Brotherhood to truly join my Illuminati. Furthermore, the reward is remarkably advantageous. I would possess a method to counter the mutants in the future. I choose option 2. Zheng felt a surge of newfound strength within him, akin to an innate power. Behind him, Jean displayed a visage of deep concern, for it appeared that Magneto had seized control of the situation. The Hulk had been sent flying, and it was uncertain when he might return. Iron Man, Storm, and Cyclops had all been defeated. Zheng himself seemed on the verge of faltering. At that moment, he boldly addressed Magneto, stating, "Let us proceed this way. The Brotherhood is too small. Allow them to join my Illuminati, and you need not employ this apparatus any longer. From now on, you shall follow me as my subordinate. With every morsel I consume, there will be a bowl for you to wash. How about I arrange for you to wed a sister-in-law next year?" Magneto, slightly bewildered, thought, "Am I not the one inviting you? How has this turned into you recruiting me instead? And you wish to find me a wife as well? Quite generous of you. However, what organization is this Illuminati? I have never heard of it. Are there many members? Is it also a faction of mutants?" With a hint of perplexity, Magneto inquired, "How many individuals are there in your Illuminati?" Zheng replied, "We have been growing quite robustly. In just a few days, we have already gathered 3 members. Magneto retorted, "What is this air of confidence about you? Are you feeling proud? Just a few days, and only 3 members? You certainly possess the gift of gab." Wait. Suddenly, he sensed an inconsistency. Zheng had mentioned arranging for a sister-in-law, not a wife. What good would a sister-in-law do for me? Is this not simply serving your own interests? Magneto's face flushed crimson as he glared at Zheng, who was closely observed by Qin, who had been attentive to his words from the beginning. Magneto's sister-in-law, wasn't that her? Zheng intended to marry her. Qin's face turned beet red as she lowered her head, hiding behind Zheng, her fair forehead resting against his back. In that moment, Magneto realized that Zheng was merely toying with him. He had no intention of joining the Brotherhood. Just then, the roar of the Hulk echoed from below. Banner had transformed into the Hulk in midair and was now climbing up, akin to a gecko scaling the towering Statue of Liberty. Magneto understood he could wait no longer. If he delayed further, the Hulk would ascend, and there would be dire consequences. With all his might, Magneto aimed to temporarily subdue Zheng. In truth, his intention was never to harm any mutant. His life had been dedicated to ensuring a better existence for them. Zheng felt the magnetic force around him intensifying. He quickly assessed the distance between himself and Magneto, realizing it was just within 10 meters. In an instant, he activated his powers. The powerful magnetic field surrounding Zheng suddenly dissipated, yet his ability to control magnetic fields remained intact. Magneto's expression turned exceedingly grim, akin to someone who had tasted something foul. He abruptly realized that his powers had vanished, not weakened, but completely obliterated, leaving no trace whatsoever. How could this be? Magneto abruptly looked up at Zheng, observing his calm demeanor, and understood that he was the source of this predicament. Was it you? But how could this be possible? How could you possess the ability to nullify mutants? How could you embody multiple mutant powers? He was aware of a mutant who had the capability to erase others' powers. Yet, how could Zheng possibly possess such an ability? Let us contemplate this. Zheng not only wielded the power to control magnetic fields, but also possessed remarkable physical prowess. Now, he had yet another ability. It was utterly terrifying. Jean sensed the magnetic field dissipating around her. Her eyes filled with astonishment and curiosity as she gazed at Zheng. What an enigmatic individual he was, exuding an inexplicable aura that captivated her. Storm and Beast also heard Magneto's words. Their abilities had not been nullified by Zheng. After all, they were allies. At this moment, expressions of profound surprise adorned their faces. With such a power, could it be said that Zheng was the nemesis of all mutants? Fortunately, he was on their side. As for Magneto's unnamed subordinate, fear was etched across his face as he realized his powers had vanished. With a mere wave of his hand, Zheng bound him with iron, sending him plummeting from a height of over 100 meters. Whether he would survive was no concern of Zheng's. The enormous apparatus beneath Magneto had ground to a halt, its myriad of lights now dimmed. Devoid of Magneto's strength, the device was rendered useless. Zheng approached Magneto slowly, deftly manipulating some steel bars to bind him. Magneto never would have imagined that one day he would find himself ensnared by steel. Truly, fate plays its hand in curious ways. In this confrontation, it was undeniable that he had lost. A deep sense of defeat marred Magneto's features as he addressed Zheng, stating, "The conditions I mentioned earlier are still valid. You may wish to consider them carefully." Zheng contemplated for a moment, yet found little interest. There were only a handful of formidable individuals within the Brotherhood of Mutants, and their words would hold little sway. Moreover, the prospect of aiding mutants in their quest for rights and battling against ordinary humans seemed excessively cumbersome. Having endured a lifetime of relentless toil, he had no desire to replicate that in this existence. He resolved to live his life to the fullest. Zheng then approached Storm and Beast, and the steel that had encumbered them fell away effortlessly. He subsequently made his way to Iron Man's side. This fellow had remained unresponsive for quite some time. Zheng scanned him with the magnetic field and discovered that Magneto had used his powers to create several protruding spikes within the suit, piercing Tony's skin and rendering him immobile. Indeed, magnetic forces proved to be a significant restraint upon Iron Man. After Zheng repaired the suit, Tony stood up, gratitude radiating from his expression as he looked at Zheng. "Thank you, Zheng. I nearly met my demise." Casting a wary glance at Magneto, who had nearly brought about his demise, Zheng found the formidable figure reduced to that of an ordinary elder in his presence. This stark contrast soured his mood. The Hulk had also ascended, and the battle had reached its conclusion. Zheng led everyone back to the School for Mutants. In the corridor, as he escorted Magneto, flanked by the Sentinels, they fortuitously encountered Mystique. Meanwhile, Tony and Banner had already departed. Mystique was utterly astounded by the sight before her. Chapter 34, Mystique's Revelation? Approaching Zheng, she exclaimed in disbelief, "Is this truly Magneto? You captured him alive? How is this possible?" This was the renowned Magneto, a figure she had pledged her allegiance to for decades. No one understood his power better than she did. He could effortlessly lift thousands of tons of steel bridges spanning vast rivers. How could anyone, let alone the Hulk, managed to capture him. While Magneto may not have been able to best the Hulk in a confrontation, he certainly had the means to escape. In Mystique's mind, the best outcome of their endeavor had merely been thwarting Magneto's plans. Beside her, Storm excitedly recounted the events that had transpired, particularly highlighting Zheng's heroic exploits, portraying him as a veritable superhero. At that moment, Storm had transformed into an ardent admirer of Zheng. Just days prior, they had been ruthlessly attacked by Magneto at their very doorstep, yet here they stood, having apprehended him. Over the decades, the ongoing conflict between the Professor and Magneto had left them in a perpetual state of disadvantage. After all, while Magneto could engage in combat, the Professor's physical limitations rendered him unable to fight. Today marked the resolution of a long-standing threat, an exhilarating triumph for Mystique. Indeed, Cyclops and Beast shared in the excitement, although their reactions were less overt. What had begun as a routine operation had culminated in the capture of a formidable adversary. As Mystique absorbed Storm's words, the astonishment in her eyes deepened. Could Zheng truly possess such power? The ability to nullify an opponent's mutant abilities? Zheng, not wishing to linger in conversation with Mystique, took his leave. The group proceeded to the principal's office, though it was already past 2 in the morning. He had remained awake, awaiting news from the Sentinels. As they returned, they opted not to report to the Professor, knowing they would soon arrive at the school. Upon seeing his old friend Magneto, the Professor's usually amiable demeanor transformed into one of sheer astonishment. His eyes widened, and his mouth fell slightly agape. But it was Magneto who raised a hand in greeting first. I did not anticipate our meeting would come so swiftly, Charles. At this moment, Magneto maintained a rather composed demeanor, showing no signs of panic despite being apprehended. The Professor, astonished, inquired, "What is happening? Have you defeated Magneto?" Although he had dispatched the Sentinels to thwart Magneto's actions, he harbored little hope for success, given Magneto's formidable power. The Professor, unable to contain his curiosity, was eager to uncover the truth of the situation. Without Storm's consent, he intruded into her mind to examine her memories. Astonished, he exclaimed, "You were supposed to be defeated. But Zheng, have you awakened a new mutant ability? Have you vanquished Magneto?" Listening to the Professor's words, Zheng realized he had breached another's memories. Fortunately, he possessed a magical defense for his mind. Otherwise, being constantly exposed to others rifling through his memories would be most unpleasant. He recalled that he must also cast a protective spell over Jean, lest the Professor uncover the details of their nocturnal activities, which would surely place him at a disadvantage. This was absolutely unacceptable. Zheng promptly employed a skill to shield himself from the Professor's telepathic intrusion, stating, Hey, is it really acceptable to invade someone else's memories, Baldy?" At that moment, the Professor felt his abilities vanish entirely, and his astonishment intensified. This mutant power was indeed real. The experience of accessing another's memories felt murky at best, but through direct experience, he could ascertain its authenticity. Suddenly, he sensed an unsettling discomfort in his body, akin to having lost a pair of hands. Acknowledging his breach of etiquette, he apologized. "I am sorry. I assure you it will not happen again. However, who is this Baldy you mention? Is there such a person?" After entrusting Magneto to the Professor, Zheng departed. Keeping Magneto himself would serve no purpose, as it would require constant vigilance, which was an unbearable hassle. Zheng remarked, "Baldy, take heed. If I leave, Magneto's powers will be restored." The Professor nodded in agreement. Having surmised the nature of Zheng's abilities, Jean followed suit. Zheng attempted to temporarily nullify the Phoenix Force within Jean. However, he met with failure. It appeared that his newfound skill could only suppress mutant abilities. After sharing a meal with Jean, Zheng returned to his own residence. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he decided to rest for the day. However, upon arriving at his villa, he found Mystique unexpectedly in his room. Taken aback, Zheng remarked, "Mystique, why have you transformed into my girlfriend?" Having just bid farewell to Jean, he was now faced with Mystique, who, as his subordinate, was currently residing in his villa. The two individuals were not in the same room. Mystique, without any unnecessary banter, immediately reverted to her original form, transforming back into a blue creature. Her hair was a vibrant red, her eyes a striking yellow, and her skin was adorned with numerous scales and protruding flesh. She bore no resemblance to an ordinary human. Mystique declared, "I wish for you to employ your unique ability on me." In truth, she had always harbored feelings of insecurity. What woman does not cherish beauty? Although she possessed the power to assume various feminine forms, her true appearance was far from attractive. Since childhood, she had lived with the Professor, nurturing a fondness for him. Yet, due to her own grotesque nature, she had never dared to voice her affections. Eventually, she had aligned herself with Magneto. Now presented with such a fortuitous opportunity, she could not let it slip away. Mystique continued, "As long as you assist me, I shall be your most loyal subordinate." With Magneto captured, she felt liberated from the psychological burdens of serving him. Moreover, she was aware that Magneto had long since abandoned her. Aligning herself with Zheng was indeed a commendable choice. Mystique then expressed, "I wish to know my original appearance." While she could transform at will, she was unaware of what her non-mutant self truly looked like. Capable of endless transformations, she had lost sight of her own identity. Zheng regarded Mystique, initially believing her to resemble the often utilized portrayal from the films. He then resolved to grant her request, as it would reward him with a devoted ally. In truth, she was quite capable, having followed Magneto for so long without betrayal. In X-Men 2, even after Magneto's capture, she had rescued him. Zheng employed his ability on Mystique. Overcome with excitement, she fixated on what she might look like as an ordinary person, completely forgetting that she had never donned clothing throughout. Zheng, too, had overlooked this detail. Truly, he was certainly not a lecherous man. Chapter 35. Did Mystique become Zheng's maid? A maid for tasks, or a maid for leisure? In Zheng's chamber, he faced Mystique, utilizing his skills. Her form began to shed like a snake, with the blue scales cascading from her feet to her head. Her pristine body gradually emerged, the smoothness of her calves shimmering under the illumination. Slowly, her elongated thighs revealed themselves, legs of exquisite grace. Next came her hips, followed by her abdomen, chest, collarbone, and finally, her face. The original visage of Raven was unveiled. She gazed in astonishment at her body, overwhelmed with exhilaration. She had awaited this day for far too long. While others could effortlessly behold their own forms, she had been deprived of such a simple pleasure. She had often fantasized about her own appearance, and now, at last, she beheld it. Raven delicately placed her pristine hands before her, examining them intently, tears glistening in her eyes. Just as she was about to express her gratitude to Zheng, she suddenly remembered her state of undress upon catching his gaze. And she instinctively cried out, "Ah!" With her hands shielding her modesty, she hastily retreated to another room, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. A faint smile crept across Zheng's lips, not born out of any particular joy, but rather from the delight of witnessing Raven finally see her own visage. Indeed, it was a moment of wonder. "Rogue!" Raven exclaimed. A few days later, Zheng was enjoying a shopping date with Qin, trailed closely by a shadow, Raven, laden with numerous items. These were the very things that Zheng and Qin had purchased during their outing, along with remnants of food they had sampled but found unappetizing, all of which they had entrusted to Raven. She cast a resentful glance at the affectionate couple before her, feeling like a glaring third wheel. Qin leaned her exquisitely featured face against Zheng's chest and softly inquired, "Who is she? Why is she following us?" The true form of the shapeshifter had never been seen by anyone, not even by herself, let alone by others. Zheng shrugged and replied, "I don't know. Perhaps she is captivated by my dashing looks. She simply cannot be dissuaded. If you don't believe me, you can try." Qin regarded him skeptically, her eyes conveying her disbelief. Initially, she had intended for Zheng to carry all their belongings, but he casually handed them over to the woman behind him. At first, she had suspected that Raven was merely a hired maid, but the more she observed, the less that seemed to fit. Qin approached Raven and said, "You may give the items to Zheng now. You can leave." Raven shot a disdainful glance at Zheng, thinking that she had no desire to accompany him and Qin, yet she felt trapped. Zheng's ability only extended within a 10-meter radius, and if she were to depart, she would have to confront her own unsightly self. The thought filled her with dread. With a mischievous grin, she declared, "I won't leave. I am Zheng's maid. In every sense of the word. Allow me to be your light bulb." Zheng's eyes widened slightly. "Maid? When did this happen?" He looked at Qin, who had turned to him with a fierce expression. Quickly, Zheng raised his hands in surrender, exclaiming, "Don't listen to her nonsense. She is not my maid. Let me explain." Qin approached, pinching the flesh at his waist with her right hand, threateningly stating, "You better clarify this." Zheng found himself in a playful yet precarious exchange with Qin. A figure approached. "Zheng, what a coincidence. You're out shopping too?" Zheng looked up to see Tony, clad in his Iron Man suit. At that moment, a throng of fans trailed behind him as he navigated through the crowd. "Tony, why are you strutting around in public wearing the Iron Man suit?" Zheng queried. Tony lifted his helmet and replied, "Life is short. One must seize the moment. I've only recently come to this realization." He then glanced at Jean and Raven and added, "But you seem to have quite the fortune in beauty." Suddenly, Su Zheng understood. They had entered the narrative of Iron Man 2. Tony, afflicted by palladium poisoning, believed his days were numbered and had succumbed to reckless abandon. Upon hearing Tony's words, Zheng, channeling a hint of phoenix power, twisted towards Su Zheng's waist, turning it 90 degrees. Su Zheng truly felt the sting this time. The earlier discomfort had been feigned. Just as he was about to explain to Tony, the latter interjected, "I've developed an extraordinary feature in the Iron Man suit. Would you like to know?" Su Zheng instinctively retorted, "It's not that you can urinate in the suit, is it?" Tony's confident smile faltered, and he exclaimed in surprise, "How did you know?" Su Zheng's face darkened. "Indeed, that was the case. Only a true friend would understand me," Tony remarked. "By the way, when will you come over to my house? I want to gift you an Iron Man suit. You can choose anyone you desire." He was facing mortality, his mind preoccupied with concerns for Pepper and his company, as well as his gratitude towards Su Zheng for saving him. He had yet to repay that debt. Helping him confront General Ross to save the Hulk hardly counted. His life was still too valuable. Su Zheng, not one to be modest, acknowledged the offer. The flight speed of the Iron Man suit far surpassed his own magnetic levitation. Although it may not serve him in the future, it was an opportunity too good to pass up. "All right, I'll come to collect it," he responded. He then introduced Tony to Zheng. "This is my girlfriend, Zheng." Upon hearing Su Zheng's words, Zheng's demeanor brightened, her face glowing with a radiant smile, exuding charm. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I misunderstood earlier," Tony said warmly. He continued, "I'm off to participate in a racing event. Would you like to join me?" Without hesitation, Su Zheng agreed, sure. He was aware that during the race, Tony would encounter Ivan and be attacked. Since Tony was gifting him a suit worth hundreds of millions, he couldn't allow him to meet his demise. "I've saved Tony's life. Even the Grim Reaper cannot claim him," he vowed. Moreover, when one engages in the unfolding narrative, one can activate the system's options. Subsequently, the crowd gathered at the venue of the competition. It was a cacophony of voices, teeming with spectators. This was an amateur racing event, and Tony had yet to earn the distinction required for professional competitions. Su Zheng and his companions positioned themselves at the edge of the racing track, beneath the iron fencing. Tony removed his steel armor, transforming it into a compact briefcase, which he entrusted to Pepper, before making his way to the starting line as the race commenced. With numerous cars speeding forward, Su Zheng surveyed the throng and soon noticed Ivan. At that moment, Tony was also approaching in his race car. Ivan activated his rudimentary mechanical suit, which emanated intense heat, incinerating his clothing and revealing his tattooed, muscular physique. Disguised as a crew member, he had infiltrated the racetrack. In his hands, he wielded two electric whips, radiating a dazzling blue light, capable of unleashing millions of volts of electricity. With a crack, he lashed out, cleaving the leading race car in two. Fortunately, the strike was diagonal, and the driver was merely ejected from the vehicle, likely to suffer injuries, but not fatal ones. Perhaps facing lifelong disabilities. Tony, positioned in second place, was acutely aware that Su Zheng had come to witness his performance. He focused intently on the race, aware that he fell short in many aspects compared to Su Zheng. He was determined to impress Su Zheng with his prowess on the racetrack. Just as he was about to close the gap with the leader, he witnessed a bizarre figure wielding two electric whips, each 8 meters in length, severing the first-place car in half. He was momentarily stunned. However, his speed was now too great to allow for braking. Ivan, eyeing Tony's car, wore a sinister grin. He was finally poised to avenge his father, who had once been a major shareholder in Stark Industries, but was ousted by Tony's father, leading to his eventual impoverishment and demise. His father's dying wish had been to seek revenge on the Stark family, with Tony's father deceased. The quest for vengeance naturally fell upon Tony himself. Furthermore, the arc reactor embedded within Tony was a creation of his father, which had been appropriated by Tony's father. This power source now resided within Tony, while Ivan's crude armor was powered by an externally mounted reactor. Ivan fiercely hurled his 50-meter-long blade, or rather, an elongated electric whip, directly towards Tony's racing car. In that instant, Tony, consumed by despair, shut his eyes, resigned to the notion that he would meet his demise, even without the palladium poisoning taking his life. Upon witnessing this, Su Zheng was momentarily taken aback. This was not how the narrative unfolded. Wasn't Tony positioned 7th or 8th in the race? This was what allowed him to evade Ivan's assault. How had he suddenly ascended to second place? It seemed like a reckless gamble on Tony's part. At that moment, Su Zheng's mind echoed with the voice of the system. Ding! The Supreme Choice System is activated. Option 1, Curiosity. The plot has begun to alter. Let Tony perish here and observe the ensuing changes. Reward: a luxurious, futuristic high-tech coffin crafted from vibranium. impervious to all harm, preserving the corpse within for a millennium, complete with 6 screens to display the deceased's life in real time. Option 2. Gratitude in return. Save Tony's life, and in turn, he shall forge 100 Iron Man suits for you, not a single one less. Reward, a 10% increase in magnetic power. Option 3. Subterfuge. Ostensibly prevent Ivan from killing Tony, while secretly orchestrating his demise. Then, let Mystique assume Tony's form, seize Stark Industries, and become a renowned billionaire worldwide. Furthermore, enlist Ivan as your subordinate to continue technological development. Reward, Ivan's favor. Zheng thought, so you wish for Tony's demise, do you? A luxurious coffin, high-tech, indestructible. What use is that to me? Vibranium may hold value, yet I am not lacking in wealth. I could simply acquire it from that African nation abundant in resources. And who is this coffin intended for, me or Tony? As for the third option, you would have me kill Tony without offering a more enticing reward? Perhaps a gauntlet housing 6 Infinity Stones, or the might of Superman at his zenith. Alas, I would be forced into a moral quandary. What a pity. Only Ivan's favor is to be gained. What good is that to me? Wouldn't Tony's favor be far more valuable? The second option, however, holds promise. A 10% augmentation in magnetic power aligns perfectly with my purpose for entering this narrative. Currently, I possess 30% of Magneto's magnetic control abilities, enabling me to lift up to 200 tons. An additional 10% would bolster my strength from 200 to 300 tons. That would mean a total of 400 to 500 tons. Quite splendid indeed. It won't be long before I am capable of lifting the Golden Gate Bridge. Moreover, the capabilities of his electromagnetic cannon and the skill to manipulate small metallic objects have been significantly enhanced. Ultimately, he could persuade Tony to provide him with countless Iron Man suits. Why not seize such an opportunity? I choose option 2. This thought echoed in Zheng's mind, for he feared that if he spoke it aloud, he would not have time, and Tony would perish instantly. With unwavering determination, Zheng harnessed his magnetic force. In that fleeting moment, all surrounding metal ascended into the sky. Thousands of mobile phones soared upwards, while an array of tools and racing cars levitated above the racetrack. The spectacle was nothing short of miraculous. Zheng did not desire such chaos, yet Tony's dire situation left him no choice. If he did not exert himself fully, Tony would surely meet his demise. Who could fathom the reasons behind the drastic alterations in the narrative? Ivan's electric whip was suspended in midair, utterly motionless, as if time itself had come to a halt. Meanwhile, Tony's racing car remained stationary, its wheels emitting smoke, yet the entire vehicle was immobile. Ivan too was grounded on the racetrack. At this moment, Tony's face was a mere 7 or 8 centimeters away from Ivan's electric whip, teetering on the brink of death. As Tony beheld this scene, a profound fear lingered on his face, his heart racing at an astonishing rate of 200 beats per minute. He had just encountered a vision of his father. Observing the stillness surrounding him, along with the floating phones, cars, and tools, he realized that Zheng had intervened once more, saving his life anew. Alas, he had yet to repay the last act of salvation. Moreover, he had not even compensated for the rescue in the desert. Was he destined to be indebted to Zheng for a lifetime? Zheng gazed at the metallic objects suspended in the sky. He felt helpless. This was the result of his frantic exertion, causing such an extraordinary phenomenon. The surrounding metal had been influenced by his magnetic power. In truth, most of his strength was concentrated on Tony. The onlookers were utterly astonished by the spectacle. Was this a miracle? Were aliens attacking us? I always believed that extraterrestrials existed in this world. Zheng is here. I want to take a picture with him. Oh my goodness. My phone. I haven't cleared my browsing history. The crowd, already large for the racing event, became even more cacophonous as people shouted in disbelief. The atmosphere was chaotic. Thousands of individuals were in constant motion, speaking excitedly. Ivan's expression was grim as he stood on the racetrack. His armor was a rudimentary version, allowing him slight movement, yet no matter how he attempted to operate his suit, it refused to budge an inch. Even the reactor in his chest, which was on the verge of overload and emitting smoke, could not grant him any mobility. In that moment, he recalled the superhero, Zheng. It was he. Soon, someone spotted Zheng, who, amidst the gaze of countless onlookers, made his way onto the arena. Chapter 37. Tony, do you want me to create 100 iron suits? The grand racetrack was teeming with spectators, a cacophony of voices rising as heads bobbed like a swarm of ants. Those with claustrophobia would surely be overwhelmed. Zheng raised one hand, holding up a multitude of phones and metallic devices above him. There was no way he could let go. If he did, everything in the sky would come crashing down. Phones are not inexpensive, and he couldn't bear to let others incur such losses. More and more people turned their attention to Zheng. However, under the overwhelming reflection of phones and metal, no one dared to approach him for an autograph. Instead, they instinctively parted ways, creating a broad pathway in what had been a densely packed crowd of thousands. Even Qin and Reuven refrained from following, aware that this was Zheng's moment in the spotlight. Qin gazed at Zheng, feeling an overwhelming sense of admiration for his striking presence. His eyes exuded confidence and charisma, leaving onlookers entranced. His elegantly sculpted profile, illuminated by the sun, radiated an irresistible allure. Standing tall, effortlessly supporting the weight above him, he resembled an ancient deity lifting the sun, destined for an endless battlefield. In that moment, Qin believed Zheng to be the most handsome man in the world, and she felt a surge of gratitude for being his girlfriend. Under the watchful eyes of thousands, Zheng slowly approached Ivan, casually waving to dismantle the rudimentary armor that adorned him. The two electric whips, each measuring several meters in length, in Ivan's hands had ceased to glow. Ivan glanced at Zheng, a complex expression crossing his face, and said, "Zheng, my apologies, I didn't realize you were here. Next time, I'll ensure to eliminate Tony when you're not around." It was only natural for a superhero like Zheng to intervene. Ivan was aware of Zheng's abilities, particularly his capacity to manipulate magnetic fields. As a mechanical scientist, he knew he could never contend with Zheng, nor did he harbor any animosity towards him. Upon hearing Ivan's words, Zheng rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Just because I'm not around, does that give you the right to take lives? Get lost." Ivan, undeterred, continued to speak. While he wished to trigger a pivotal choice within the narrative, it did not mean he couldn't alter the course of events. Ivan still intended to ally with Hammer Industries to target Tony. Zheng then approached Tony, with Ivan following closely behind, his gaze filled with fury directed at Tony. If looks could kill, Tony would have perished countless times over. Even though Tony stood merely a meter away, capable of striking him at any moment, Ivan remained motionless. He was acutely aware that before Zheng, he had no chance whatsoever. The moment he attempted to act, he would undoubtedly be slain by Zheng. Tony gazed at the menacing and brutish Ivan, feeling a twinge of trepidation and anxiety. After all, this brute had nearly taken his life moments ago. How could he not be fearful? Though he found himself on the brink of death, he had no desire to perish. Turning to Zheng, Tony implored, "Please, free me." At that moment, he was secured in the driver's seat of the high-end race car, restrained by metal components of the sophisticated safety harness. A sly grin graced Zheng's lips as he replied, "Tony, how many times have I saved you now?" Tony's expression grew somewhat awkward. He had always prided himself on his independence after losing his parents at a young age. Yet, in the presence of Zheng, he felt a sense of discomfort. Reflecting on the desert incident, this encounter, and the halftime with Magneto, Tony remarked, "It seems like it's been 2.5 times, hasn't he it?" Zheng rolled his eyes, questioning the existence of a halftime. He then inquired, "So, how do you intend to repay me?" Tony was not one to forget a favor. "Speak your mind. What do you wish for? I could even offer you shares in Stark Industries. Should Zheng desire them, he would willingly surrender half of his shares to him, reserving the other half for Pepper. After all, if he were to die, what good would shares do him?" Zheng responded, "I have no need for that. Instead, how about you create 100 Iron Man suits for me? Quite simple, wouldn't you agree?" Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? 100 Iron Warriors? You might as well take my life. I currently possess only 8 suits. Where would I procure 100? Even if I were to craft them, time is not on my side, as I am quickly succumbing to palladium poisoning. Impossible. That is far too many. I simply cannot complete them all." Ivan, however, seized the opportunity, his eyes gleaming with ambition. He interjected, "As long as you, Zheng, do not interfere with Tony and me, I shall create 101 Iron Man suits for you. How does that sound?" Initially, he had intended to propose an even larger number, yet 100 felt excessive. He could only add 1. Tony was taken aback, swiftly turning to Ivan. "What? Someone dares to challenge me? Do you think this is an auction with bidding involved?" While Ivan was unaware of the reasons behind this tension, his intentions were undoubtedly aimed at Tony's demise. He did not wish to perish from palladium poisoning only to be killed by Ivan. The palladium virus would likely take a year to claim his life, while Ivan seemed intent on ending it by tomorrow. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that he could not neglect to repay Zheng's life-saving grace. Yet, 100 suits were indeed an insurmountable request. Tony proposed, "How about this? I will craft 50 suits. This truly is the utmost limit." Utilizing a production line, crafting 50 would be a Herculean task. Ivan could no longer remain seated. With Zheng present, how could he possibly eliminate Tony? No, the price must be raised. I shall create 130. Zheng, do not interfere. Crafting 130 might require years of relentless toil. Regardless, for the sake of vengeance, I am willing to endure anything. Tony shot Ivan a fierce glare once more, exclaiming, "Are you truly raising the price? Do you not see Zheng reaping the rewards?" Indeed. Zheng did not hinder their bidding war, as it served his interests. Why would he intervene? The iron armor would be beneficial to him, and if it were armed with an arsenal, it would effectively grant him numerous artillery positions. Moreover, in the later stages, Tony donned the iron armor to confront Thanos. Under the combined efforts of Doctor Strange, Spider-Man, and others, they nearly vanquished Thanos, even with several Infinity Stones at his disposal. How could one claim the iron armor lacked strength? Tony found himself compelled to elevate the price in the presence of a bidder. 100 it is. The time frame is extensive. One should not expect such a creation to materialize instantaneously, especially if unforeseen circumstances arise. If one were to face death, how could they possibly craft so many? Surely, Zheng would not venture into the depths of hell to have him forge iron armor. A mere handful of formidable suits would suffice. Indeed, I am Tony, my intellect remains unparalleled. Observing the mischievous smile at the corner of Tony's mouth, Zheng discerned his intentions. It was merely a ploy, banking on his impending demise. Alas, the higher the path, the greater the devil. Just wait. I shall revive you and employ you as my subordinate. At that moment, Ivan sought to raise the bid once more, but was halted by Zheng. A surge of magnetic energy enveloped the area, and a metal shard flew toward Ivan, sealing his mouth. In Zheng's eyes, the iron armor crafted by Ivan was inferior to Tony's. Furthermore, in later stages, Tony's armor would easily outclass Ivan's creations. Ivan, the mere pawn, had fulfilled his purpose. Zheng planned to confine him within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s prison, ensuring he would not have the opportunity for rescue. After Ivan was taken away by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, Zheng waved his hand, and a mobile phone descended from the sky, landing in each person's grasp. Whether the phones belonged to them was no concern of his. Zheng, with one hand draped around Tony's neck, declared, "Let us be off, Tony. Today I shall show you mercy once more. Henceforth, you shall be my subordinate. It is estimated that you will spend the latter half of your life crafting a suit of iron armor for me." Chapter 38. Director Fury's face turned a peculiar shade of both black and white. A change of expression? Upon hearing Zheng's words, 3 question marks appeared above Tony's head. Tony inquired, "You already know?" Zheng replied, "Isn't it merely palladium poisoning? Who doesn't know that?" A hint of shock crossed Tony's face. He had never disclosed this matter to anyone. Tony asked, "How did you find out?" Zheng let out a cold laugh, placing his right hand on Tony's chest and tearing forcefully. Tony's shirt was ripped to shreds, revealing his chest hair and the arc reactor embedded in his chest. Surrounding the arc reactor were ominous light purple lines, coursing through his veins. Zheng remarked, "It's so obvious. Who could possibly miss it?" After a moment of silence, Tony said, "Next time, you needn't tear my clothes in such a public setting." As he finished speaking, a multitude of flashbulbs erupted around them. Almost every member of the audience had taken out their phones to record the moment. Tomorrow's headlines would read, "Is this a decline of morality or a distortion of humanity? The secrets of Zheng and Iron Man that must be revealed. Same-sex love is the true love. Heterosexuality is merely for reproduction. Zheng and Tony have both come out. What are we still waiting for?" Subsequently, Zheng, accompanied by Qin and Raven, followed Tony to his seaside mansion. Tony made a phone call to Director Fury. He then informed Tony, "You simply need to replace one element to resolve the issues within your body." A hint of bitterness crossed Tony's face as he replied, "I have already tried. None of the known elements work. I am currently relying on chlorophyll to barely slow the spread of the toxins. However, I have at most a year to live." Zheng proposed, "What if a new element could be created?" Tony's face registered profound shock as he responded, "Are you serious? Such a feat is exceedingly difficult." At that moment, his eyes sparkled with the glimmer of hope for survival. Zheng's confidence implied that he possessed a certain talent in this area. Zheng assured him, "You will know soon enough." In the movie, Director Fury presented Tony with his father's relics. Within these relics, Tony discovered a new element and successfully created it, thereby resolving his palladium poisoning. Zheng merely expedited this process. If Tony were to perish, where would he find 100 iron suits? Qin and Raven eagerly munched on snacks nearby, thrilled at the unfolding drama. The renowned Iron Man was on the brink of death. This was indeed big news. Zheng's ability to solve a scientific problem that Tony could not was truly remarkable. Not long after, Director Fury arrived. clutching a black box, his expression darkened. Initially, he had planned to wait until Tony was truly at his wit's end with his palladium poisoning before offering him a glimmer of hope for survival. This would greatly enhance his rapport with Tony, potentially persuading Iron Man to join S.H.I.E.L.D. However, Zheng had preempted him, effectively turning Fury into an unwitting facilitator for another S gain. He could not refuse to present Tony's father's relics, for that would irreparably sour his relationship with Tony. Fury intended to interject, to assert his presence and remind Tony of his contributions. But Zheng strode over and snatched the box from Fury's hands, turning to Tony and declaring, "This is your father's legacy. Within it lies a new element that can resolve your predicament." A flicker of disbelief crossed Tony's face. His father's relic? How could it possibly be here at S.H.I.E.L.D.? Zheng elucidated, explaining that Tony's father had been one of the founders of the organization. Fury, observing the lively exchange between the two, felt a deeper shadow cast over his countenance. There was no opportunity for him to interject. Curiosity gnawed at him. How had Zheng come to know such clandestine information? After all, this was a matter that dated back nearly 3 decades. Only as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. could he glean such insights. Zheng was becoming increasingly enigmatic in Fury's eyes. He resolved to investigate Zheng's background thoroughly upon his return, despite having done so numerous times already. Their knowledge of Zheng was limited to surface-level details and recent events. They were utterly ignorant of his birth date, his parents, his previous whereabouts, or even whether he hailed from another world. It was as if he had emerged from the very stone itself. Fury experienced a twinge of astonishment, though it was tempered by his encounters with extraterrestrials. The possibility of Zheng being an alien was not beyond reason, for many extraterrestrials bore a striking resemblance to humans. He had even encountered cat-like beings of terrifying prowess. Soon, Tony discovered a model within the box, and with Zheng's guidance, he uncovered the structure of the hidden new element. Eager to create this new element, Tony seized a heavy hammer, ready to strike the wall. Bang, bang, bang. From the sidelines, Zheng shouted, 80, 80, 80. Tony's expression darkened. After so many strikes, the wall had yielded only a modest indentation. This task should have been entrusted to Zheng. However, Zheng was not idle, harnessing the power of magnetism. He extracted the rebar from within the wall and deftly manipulated it. In no time, a hole emerged. Feeling the pace was too slow, he deployed a small electromagnetic cannon, and with one shot, an entire section of the 4 walls crumbled. Within mere minutes, most of the rooms were successfully accessed. Tony remarked, "If you ever decide to abandon the superhero life, joining a demolition crew would undoubtedly yield substantial profits." With the assistance of Zheng and others, Tony swiftly crafted the new element. Following this, he conducted an experiment and discovered a significant reduction in the palladium within his body. The faint lavender lines on his chest had notably diminished. Tony's face radiated with exhilaration. He was finally free from the specter of death. He turned and enveloped Zheng in a bear hug, even lifting him off the ground. "Thank you so much, Zheng. You've saved my life once again." Fury, observing Tony's gratitude towards Zheng, felt a wave of irritation wash over his previously calm demeanor. Damn it, Tony should be thanking me for saving his life. Zheng, however, doused Tony's enthusiasm with a splash of cold reality, saying, "Don't forget about my 100 Iron Man suits." Tony's previously elated expression shifted to one of awkwardness and discomfort. Initially, he had thought that since he was facing death, crafting a mere 10 suits for Zheng would suffice. After all, he was on the brink of demise. Zheng's demands seemed unreasonable. However, now that he was no longer in peril, was he truly expected to create 100 suits? Hesitantly, Tony responded, "Could we perhaps reduce the number a bit? Each Iron Man suit costs several $100 million. Would 50 be acceptable?" Although even 50 posed a significant challenge for him. Meanwhile, Director Fury was nearly consumed by jealousy. "Zheng, why not give me some? I would be content with just 20. How could you possibly require 100? Heaven help us. With such a multitude of Iron Man suits, S.H.I.E.L.D. would possess dozens of Iron Men. This was not just an ordinary combat capability. It could potentially obliterate a small nation. Moreover, what a colossal fortune it represented. Hundreds of billions of dollars. Given the emergence of various superhuman abilities and mutants in society, S.H.I.E.L.D. was in dire need of such military power. Standing nearby, Jean and Raven were also taken aback. 100? Zheng, you truly are asking for a king's ransom. If these 100 Iron Man suits were to join the Brotherhood or the X-Men, my goodness. Wouldn't that render them invincible? Magneto was currently confined by the professor. They had all witnessed the formidable capabilities of the Iron Man suits. One suit could rival a high-tier mutant. Zheng insisted, no way. Not a single suit less than 100. And just to clarify, I don't want any assembly line models. I want the ones crafted by your own hands. Zheng never anticipated that he would one day refer to the Iron Man suits in such terms. Chapter 39. Tony addressed the Iron Man suit, exclaiming, Swallowtail, how could I possibly survive without you? Upon hearing Zheng's unwavering tone, Tony discerned there was no room for negotiation. He had initially contemplated providing Zheng with several assembly line Iron Man suits. Alas, that avenue had now been irrevocably closed. How foolish he felt for having ever agreed to Zheng's demands. He often wished he could traverse back in time and silence his past self. Now, he was truly destined to become Zheng's subordinate. In the forthcoming days, he would be tirelessly forging Iron Man suits. Resigned, Tony relented, very well. However, I shall require some time. Zheng replied, no rush. Take your time in crafting them, but remember to reserve the latest designs for me. Do not dare to use them yourself first. The corners of Tony's mouth twitched in frustration. You are quite merciless, Zheng. You demand that I innovate, spend my resources, and construct them, yet I must settle for the older models. Director Fury, observing from the sidelines, felt an almost overwhelming surge of envy. At that moment, he wished nothing more than to usurp Zheng's position. After all, this was 100 Iron Man suits, each one the latest model. Nevertheless, Fury's audacity knew no bounds. He stepped forward, adjusting his expression, and addressed Tony. This relic was also brought by me. I was the one who safeguarded it previously. I don't require many. Just 10 or 8 Iron Man suits will suffice. Tony felt a swell of indignation at this moment. Just then, Fury approached him. And Tony shot him a glare. Get lost. Fury's typically dark complexion tinged slightly red. Zheng surveyed the multitude of Iron Man suits within Tony's chamber and remarked, Tony, you previously mentioned I could come here to select an Iron Man suit, did you not? Tony replied, indeed, choose whichever you fancy. It is all permissible, Zheng declared. Then I shall take them all. Tony, taken aback, stammered, wait, what? All of them. What shall I wear? Zheng, not pausing for Tony's response, used magnetic fields to manipulate all the Iron Man suits, causing them to soar from their glass display cases. In total, there were 8 suits, including Models 2, 3, 4, and 5, along with various weaponry. Model 2 had just escaped from the desert and possessed the ability to freeze at high altitudes. Model 3 was the first version in red and silver. Model 4 was the one Tony had donned today, featuring a unique design that allowed for discreet relief. Model 5 was a compact version that could transform into a briefcase. The war machine in question was originally intended as a gift for Colonel Rhodes, yet it had not yet been delivered, only to be intercepted by Zheng. The others were a result of Tony's ingenuity, developed under Zheng's pressure, surpassing even the cinematic versions with formidable capabilities and exceptional firepower. The defining feature was their sheer might. A few of these were intended to develop a magnetic field shield, although all attempts had proven futile. As Tony gazed at the 8 Iron Man suits flying behind Zheng, his heart felt as though it were shattering. Zheng, please leave one for me. At that moment, Tony's tone resembled that of a jilted lover, as if a husband had strayed. It was as if a voice echoed in the air. Swallowtail, how could I survive without you? Zheng remarked, Tony, this is merely to motivate you, to inspire you to create the next generation of Iron Man suits. You now have boundless time to craft them. Though Tony understood the sentiment, the pain was undeniable. These were the fruits of his labor, his cherished creations. At that moment, he could only watch helplessly as Zheng took away his Iron Man suits and departed from the seaside villa. Jean and Raven followed Zheng, feeling that their visit had not been in vain. Zheng was indeed audacious, or rather, he possessed a keen business acumen. Having extracted every last resource from the renowned businessman Tony, it was clear that he was indeed remarkable, having savored a substantial victory. Jean mused, as Zheng's wife. Is it too much to ask for one? Although she possessed mutant abilities, she had yet to master flight. At this moment, Jean remained unaware that the power coursing through her was not merely mutant ability, but the Phoenix Force, which she could not yet fully harness. Director Fury was also eager to negotiate, confident in his ability to pay. Hundreds of millions of dollars were within his reach. However, before he could utter more than a few words, Tony bellowed, Get lost. Just go. Zheng returned to his grand villa with the Iron Man suits in tow. Naturally, Jean accompanied him. Ever since she learned that Raven was residing with him, she had insisted on cohabitation. Zheng, delighted, readily agreed. Who could refuse such a blessing? As night descended, Zheng and Zheng engaged in the age-old human endeavor of procreation. In the adjacent room, Raven rolled her eyes at the commotion, thinking, these two never tire. How many times has it been already? Goodness, Zheng is insatiable. She could even hear Zheng's pleas for mercy. It was worth noting that Zheng's physical constitution was notably robust, her mutant abilities having enhanced her resilience. In Zheng's chamber, Zheng revealed her smooth shoulders. Leaning against his chest, her delicate fingers tracing circles. Zheng, I want an Iron Man suit too, is that alright? Listening to the charming voice of Zheng, Zheng felt a delightful shiver course through him. One could only remark on the formidable power of a sultry woman's coquetry. However, he now found himself in sage mode. Behave, if you cannot handle this, allow me to take charge. Zheng shot him a beautiful eye roll before diving beneath the covers. This man, utterly oblivious online. Does no one understand? A few days later, Reuven was at a loss for words. These two had not emerged from the room since their entry. Such vitality they possessed. After a spell, Zheng relished the sweetness of romance. One day, Tony called him. Zheng initiated the conversation. Tony, have you swiftly crafted the new Iron Man suit to present to me? A cacophony of explosions erupted from the other end of the line. Boom, boom, boom. Tony exclaimed. Zheng, come quickly. I have hundreds of iron soldiers attacking me at home. I can barely endure it. Zheng was filled with confusion. What is happening? Wasn't Ivan imprisoned in S.H.I.E.L.D.S dungeon? How could there be so many iron suits assaulting Tony? Wait, I should have anticipated this. Fury, that man, did not acquire the iron suits from Tony. He would undoubtedly not relent. Thus, he must have released Ivan to forge iron suits for S.H.I.E.L.D. But things went awry, and Ivan seized control of all the iron suits. Now, he sought vengeance against Tony. Originally, Ivan had been rescued from the police station by Hammer. Now, even in the more secure confines of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s prison, he had somehow been released. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in Zheng's mind. Ding. Ultimate choice activated. Option 1. A trivial matter of rescuing Tony does not merit the host's personal intervention. Let Zheng go alone. Let others witness the unparalleled strength of the king's woman. Reward. A collection of high-quality intimate garments, including black stockings, nurse outfits, secretary attire, flight attendant uniforms, schoolgirl outfits, maid costumes, garter belts, shapewear, bodysuits, and seductive dresses, among others. Option 2. Fury, the bald man, a blundering fool, has been served the opportunity on a silver platter yet still manages to directly fly to Tony's villa and deliver a decisive blow to Director Fury. Seize the moment while S.H.I.E.L.D. is leaderless and ascend to the position of director, establishing a foundational power for myself. This will be the first step in unifying the world. Reward. A new suit worthy of an emperor. Option 3. I shall personally engage. Tony has yet to craft 100 handcrafted iron suits for me. How could I perish now? Even the devil himself could not take Tony's life, I declare. Reward. Melee combat prowess elevated to the pinnacle on Earth. Mastering countless techniques of kicks and punches, excluding cold weapons. Chapter 40. Fury. My money. I have incurred a loss of 100 billion. Zheng gazed at the three options swirling in his mind, feeling somewhat bewildered. The first option presented an array of seductive attire, black stockings, nurse uniforms, secretarial outfits, flight attendant ensembles, schoolgirl costumes, maid outfits, garter belts, shapewear, bodysuits, and provocative skirts. I dismissed it without a second glance. I am a paragon of virtue. Swallowing hard, I moved on to the second option. Let us not discuss your choices just yet. Dear system, is this Emperor's new clothes a genuine proposition? Am I merely adorned in an illusion, or do I possess the actual garment? Regardless, the rewards do not seem to correspond to the efforts expended. I shall not choose this. The third option, however, appeared promising. Tony has yet to provide me with 100 Iron Man suits. I cannot afford to perish just yet. Moreover, my close combat skills have always been a weakness. It's not that I lack martial prowess. I simply excel at fending off kindergartners. With my enhanced physical attributes, I must not neglect my fighting techniques. After all, in the Marvel Universe, Thanos used a military combination of punches to incapacitate the Hulk. Combat skills hold significant value in this realm. I choose option 3. In an instant, Zheng felt an influx of combat knowledge flood his mind, and an instinctive response to battle surged within him. At that moment, he felt like a martial arts master. Just then, Raven noticed Zheng staring blankly at his phone, assuming he had received some shocking news, perhaps an alien invasion, the destruction of the White House, or a cataclysmic battle between humans and mutants. with mutants slaughtering millions. The world was on the brink of annihilation as a meteor larger than the one that struck 6,000 years ago was on its way. Raven placed a hand on Zheng's shoulder. Instinctively, Zheng unleashed the combat skills he had just acquired. He gripped Raven's hand with one hand, pivoted to face her, and threw her to the ground. Thud! He then crouched down, pressing a knee against her chest, twisting her wrist with one hand, while his right fist surged toward her face. Yet, at the final moment, he halted. Seeing Raven's bewildered expression, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. He sheepishly retracted his fist. Having just absorbed a wealth of combat techniques, he had instinctively launched an attack. Raven lay on the ground, gazing up at Zheng, her eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. Has Zheng's combat prowess truly reached such heights? She had not been unresponsive. After all, she had lived nearly a century, mastering her fighting skills to perfection. Being Magneto's subordinate often required her to navigate turbulent situations. The instances of combat are countless. My own martial prowess could easily overpower 3 Navy SEALs. Yet, at this moment, I found myself effortlessly subdued by Zheng, who exerted minimal force. Had he applied more strength, my hand would have surely fractured. Zheng picked up the phone that had fallen to the ground. On the other end, Tony shouted, "Zheng, where are you? If you don't come soon, I might truly perish, and there will be no one left to forge your Iron Man suits." The cacophony of explosions reverberated incessantly. I was acutely aware that Tony, as a protagonist in the Marvel Universe, would not meet his demise so easily. Suddenly, a mischievous thought crossed my mind. "Tony, how about you craft an additional 20 Iron Man suits for me?" There was a moment of silence on the line. Tony replied, "Then just let me die." Ultimately, I rushed over. After all, I could not genuinely allow Tony to perish. I had already chosen the third option. Upon arriving at Tony's lavish seaside mansion, I was momentarily taken aback by the scene before me. His opulent abode, valued in the millions, was on the verge of being reduced to ruins, resembling a war-torn landscape. The 3-story structure had now collapsed to a single level, with large, dark craters dotting the ground, each measuring 4 to 5 meters in diameter. Fortunately, Tony was the sole occupant. Otherwise, the casualties would have been catastrophic. I had not anticipated that Tony's mansion, which had avoided destruction in the plot of Iron Man 3, would instead be devastated ahead of schedule due to my influence, and perhaps even more severely. In addition to Tony, there were Director Fury, Hawkeye, Black Widow, and numerous soldiers present. On Ivan's side, there were 300 Iron Man suits. Had Fury and his team not intervened, Tony might have already met his end. After all, he could not possibly contend against 300 foes. Yet, Director Fury was indeed formidable, managing to have Ivan produce 300 Iron Man suits in such a short span. Although they were of the assembly line variety, their significance was undeniable. One might wonder if my request for 100 suits from Tony prompted Fury to demand 300. As it turns out, Fury genuinely entertained such thoughts, albeit at his own expense this time. Aside from Tony, Fury, Hawkeye, and Black Widow, the majority of the S.H.I.E.L.D. soldiers Fury brought along had nearly perished. Even the armed helicopters had lost 5 units, and 1 Quinjet had been obliterated. Fury, clutching a handgun, took refuge behind a collapsed wall, his gaze filled with anguish as he surveyed the devastation. This was all a financial loss. A Quinjet costs over $1 billion each. Moreover, one cannot overlook the substantial investment devoted to the creation of 300 suits of armor. This time, the losses are indeed catastrophic. Tomorrow, I shall face a military tribunal, having squandered such a vast sum with no accomplishments to show for it, and even inciting a civil war. Accountability is inevitable. Yet, let us see if I can survive until tomorrow. The site remains besieged by the formidable iron suits under Ivan's control, looming ominously in great numbers. Hundreds of silver armors, wielding an array of weaponry, soar through the air like celestial warriors, exuding an intense sense of oppression and the ominous aura of impending death. A palpable despair weighs upon the hearts of all present. Hawkeye, raising his hand, shot down one of the iron suits, only to discover that his quiver was empty when he sought another arrow. His exceptional combat training prevented any sign of despair from crossing his features. Nevertheless, he remarked to Black Widow beside him, "To perish alongside you here is not such a bad fate." Natasha glanced at him, her eyes reflecting a mix of sorrow and hopelessness. While Hawkeye was equipped with explosive arrows to combat the armored suits, she was armed only with a handgun, which could do little more than scratch the surface of the iron armor. Even if she were to pick up an automatic rifle, it would inflict no significant damage on the suits. Meanwhile, Tony evaded the relentless pursuit of dozens of armored suits, shouting within his armor, "Zheng! Zheng! Why haven't you arrived yet? The pressure and life-threatening crisis he faced were immense. Ivan's sole purpose was to eliminate him. Most of the force was directed at Tony, while the elimination of Fury and others was merely incidental. It was a testament to his fortuitous survival thus far. I'm here. Zheng replied. Chapter 41. Tony, in gratitude for your salvation, I shall marry you. Tony had just called Zheng once again. At this moment, Zheng soared through the skies, observing the unfolding chaos below. Upon hearing Zheng's words, Tony's previously despairing expression transformed into one of joy and relief. The arrival of Zheng assured him of stability. He had even contemplated drafting a new will, having previously torn up the old one. Now, however, it was Ivan who would need to consider a will. Not only was Tony aware of Zheng's arrival, but Director Fury also noticed a subtle smile gracing his lips, his demeanor less grim than before. One might say it still bore a shadow of darkness, yet he felt reassured. With Zheng present, all would be well. Hawkeye exhaled heavily, his taut muscles relaxing as he returned his empty bow to his back. Natasha felt a wave of relief wash over her, gazing at Zheng, backlit by the sun, and found him undeniably captivating. His features, physique, and aura rendered him nothing short of her ideal. At this moment, Zheng's gaze exuded a wild and unrestrained confidence, embodying a commanding presence akin to that of a superhero bent on saving the world. Ivan, of course, had also noticed Zheng in the heavens above. At this juncture, he was encased in a suit of armor that was larger than usual, towering at a height of 3 meters. This formidable suit was adorned with an arsenal of weaponry, including Hellfire missiles, a massive Gatling gun, and electric whips charged with over 1,000,000 volts. He possessed every conceivable weapon capable of inflicting severe damage. However, upon catching sight of Zheng, he refrained from launching an attack. His expression was remarkably grim. He then commanded all the unmanned suits of armor to cease their pursuit of Tony. Release all the missiles, he ordered. Following the battle involving Tony and others, there remained over 200 suits of armor, all hovering in midair. Their mechanical exteriors opened, revealing countless ominous cannon barrels. In an instant, a barrage of missiles was launched, their fiery tails illuminating the sky with brilliant hues. The majority targeted Tony, while a smaller fraction veered towards Fury and his companions. The sky was darkened by a multitude of missiles, obscuring Tony's entire field of vision. Zheng mimicked Thanos and snapped his fingers. With a resounding clap, all the missiles, along with the suits of armor, became motionless, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The missile closest to Tony was merely a meter away, its rear still engulfed in roaring flames, propelled by an immense thrust capable of breaching the sound barrier. Yet, before Tony, it could not advance a single centimeter. At that moment, Zheng wielded a magnetic force reminiscent of a young Magneto confronting a fleet of naval warships. Under Zheng's control, all the projectiles pivoted 90 degrees, soaring straight into the sky. The air was soon filled with the deafening sounds of countless explosions, as terrifying flames recklessly consumed everything in their vicinity. The soaring temperatures creating ripples in the surrounding space. The explosion's radius extended a full kilometer, with shockwaves radiating outwards for 7 to 8 kilometers. Tony and his allies looked up at the cataclysmic explosion, feeling as though the world itself was ending. Ivan, observing that Tony had escaped unscathed, sensed the uncontrollable suits of armor and felt a surge of blood rush to his head. His expression twisted in rage, veins bulging on his forehead. Zheng's plan had ultimately failed. Tony and the others felt as though they had just returned from the brink of death, cold sweat pouring from their brows, their bodies shivering involuntarily. They had narrowly escaped death, and an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Zheng washed over them. Zheng cast a glance at the towering 3-meter suit of armor standing out among the rest, instantly recognizing that its occupant must be Ivan. He slowly clenched his right fist. The towering suit of iron armor began to distort, the friction of the metal producing an excruciatingly jarring sound. Soon, it transformed into a mass of scrap metal, shrunk by 70%. A copious amount of crimson blood oozed from the crevices. Ivan was undeniably dead. Zheng contemplated for a moment, deciding that it would be prudent to eliminate any potential for further chaos. However, he realized that this was the real world, and Tony and the others could easily meet their demise if not careful. Had he arrived a few minutes later, Tony would have certainly perished. It was unfathomable how Tony could have escaped death. With Ivan's control over the iron suits severed, they stood motionless. With a wave of his hand, all the suits soared behind him, landing gracefully on the ground. Although these 200 suits were mass-produced and lacked strength, they could be entrusted to Tony for enhancement. enabling him to swiftly create his own 100 suits. These iron suits would crumble into mere scrap metal upon being struck by a standard shell, offering minimal improvement to his prowess. Tony's creations, however, were of superior quality. After all, in the Marvel Universe, a single suit could obliterate an entire universe. Tony quickly flew to Su Zheng's side, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you so much. Otherwise, I would have." He hesitated to finish his sentence, fully aware that Su Zheng had saved his life. The thought of requesting another 100 suits from him was daunting. It felt like a death sentence. "I am immensely grateful. Su Zheng, you have saved us all. Truly, a superhero in every sense. You are remarkably impressive." Tony aimed to flatter Su Zheng, hoping to divert attention from the debt of gratitude he owed. Unfortunately, he was unable to repay it. Su Zheng, however, was not easily swayed. Completing the system's task was one thing, but he desired a return for his efforts. "Ahem, I have saved your life, Tony," he stated. Tony's expression shifted to one of awkwardness. "Oh no," he thought, "I haven't escaped this after all." Su Zheng continued, "How do you intend to repay my life-saving grace?" Tony, surrendering, spread his arms and shamelessly replied, "Isn't it said in the East that one repays a life-saving favor with oneself? Then you should marry me. Besides, I no longer have any additional suits. You've exhausted my resources." Seeing Tony in such a state, Su Zheng understood he had indeed depleted all his reserves. However, 100 suits were more than sufficient. Yet, he was not one to be easily satisfied. "Let me consider this further. What else might Tony possess that I could desire? One cannot simply take another's intellect, can they? In that case, it may take some time to devise a solution." Su Zheng remarked, "Then you shall owe me." A flicker of excitement crossed Tony's face as he nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well. As long as I am not compelled to craft any more Iron Man suits, I am amenable to anything." If Su Zheng were to request money, it would indeed be a cause for amusement, as money is exceedingly easy to acquire. Director Fury approached, his gaze envious as he eyed the over 200 Iron Man suits behind Su Zheng. "Su Zheng, I cannot express my gratitude enough for saving us. We shall handle the cleanup here. You may return. The rewards from SHIELD will soon be deposited into your account, ensuring your satisfaction." In Chapter 42, Natasha's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The notion of seducing Su Zheng was not entirely out of the question. Observing Director Fury's demeanor, Su Zheng discerned his thoughts. He merely wished to reclaim the Iron Man suits. What a fanciful notion. These were hard-won spoils. Su Zheng regarded Fury with an unflappable expression. Yet his gaze was laden with pressure. The array of Iron Man suits behind him simultaneously turned to face Fury, uniformly raising their Gatling guns in a menacing display. Countless dark gun barrels glinted with metallic sheen under the sunlight. Fury was now drenched in cold sweat, his forehead beaded with tiny droplets, each one trickling down his temples. In this moment of panic, he realized that although the suits had expended their ammunition, they still possessed bullets. Such a multitude of Iron Man suits could obliterate him in an instant, reducing him to mere shells and remnants of flesh. Fury hastily raised both hands in surrender. Tony, being exceptionally astute, grasped the implication of Fury's earlier statement and cast him a glare laced with disdain. Were it not for this incompetent fool, Ivan would not have had access to such resources to fabricate these numerous Iron Man suits. How could he possibly have found himself in such a perilous predicament? All of this was to be blamed on Fury. Had Tony not become a superhero, grappling with moral considerations and the greater good, he would have already dispatched this man as an enemy without hesitation. It was merely a matter of covering it up as an accident, and today was fortunate. Pepper was not present in his villa. Had she perished in this battle, he could scarcely fathom the depths to which he would descend. Natasha and Hawkeye, witnessing the unfolding scene, urged, "Stay calm, stay calm. Su Zheng, he is a government official, the director of SHIELD." Having been a spy for so long, Natasha was certain she perceived a glimmer of murderous intent in Su Zheng's eyes, which explained her urgency. Su, indeed, harbored a desire to eliminate Director Fury, as the man was notoriously troublesome. He found himself quite curious about how the narrative would unfold following such an act. However, upon reflection, he decided against it. Without any systematic rewards, he was disinclined to engage in such a laborious and thankless endeavor. Meanwhile, Natasha and Hawkeye were vociferously arguing. Hawkeye, keenly aware of Su's formidable power to manipulate magnetic fields, understood that in close combat, Su was merely an ordinary individual. He could not allow Su to kill the director in that moment. In an instant, he surged forward, his foot striking the ground as he deftly retrieved his high-tech bow and arrow from his back, aiming to temporarily restrain Su. Of course, He had no intention of causing harm. He merely sought to gain a momentary advantage. This maneuver was executed in less than a second, leaving Natasha no time to intervene. She had no desire to oppose Sue, yet at that moment, another thought crossed her mind. If Sue were subdued, it would alleviate the tension. They could communicate later, and she could always sacrifice her charms if necessary. A hint of derision played at Tony's lips. He had witnessed Sue's extraordinary physique firsthand. Director Fury also sighed inwardly. Well aware of Sue's formidable attributes, Sue tilted his head back slightly, effortlessly evading Hawkeye's incoming arrow. In a surprising turn, he extended his leg, tripping Hawkeye and causing him to stumble and fall ungracefully to the ground. Sue's movements were so casual, so graceful, akin to an adult toying with a child. Hawkeye quickly regained his footing, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes, yet he refused to believe that Sue could best him in close combat. After all, he was the elite among elites, a soldier among soldiers. Even the Navy SEALs paled in comparison to his prowess. The earlier incident must have been sheer coincidence. Hawkeye crouched low, sweeping his leg in an attempt to kick Sue's calf. Sue merely stepped back with a nonchalant air, as if narrowly escaping disaster. Then, Hawkeye lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches, kicks, and elbows, employing every fighting technique at his disposal. Yet, Sue evaded each strike with apparent ease, his demeanor relaxed and untroubled. This spectacle left both Tony and Fury utterly astonished. They were aware of Sue's exceptional physique, but how could he possess such remarkable combat skills? Had he withstood one of Hawkeye's heavy punches and retaliated with a forceful blow, they would have been unsurprised. Yet, this was clearly a case of an elderly man playfully toying with a child. Sue did not reveal his terrifying physicality. Rather, he relied solely on skill to evade Hawkeye's advances. Even he did not throw a single punch. It resembled a choreographed martial arts performance between two individuals on stage. They came perilously close to striking each other, yet never quite made contact. Zheng intended to gauge his own combat skills, which is why he refrained from attacking Hawkeye. However, testing his limits solely against Hawkeye proved insufficient. He required Natasha's involvement as well. Immediately, he utilized his magnetic powers to control over 200 suits of steel, each wielding a Gatling gun, not aimed at Hawkeye, but rather at Natasha. In an instant, Natasha raised her hands in surrender, daring not to make any other movements. Yet, she silently rolled her eyes, thinking, why bully a defenseless woman when I haven't even laid a finger on you? Observing this, Hawkeye too ceased his actions, raising his hands above his head. He could not simply stand by and watch Natasha come to harm, and it was evident that Zheng was merely toying with him. Unable to match him at a distance, and being toyed with in close combat, he resigned to his fate, prepared for whatever might come. Zheng commanded, Natasha, you and Hawkeye attack together. Natasha innocently pointed to herself with her delicate, fair fingers. Me? A spark of excitement ignited within her. Her physique was considerably superior to that of an ordinary person. Having lived for over 70 years, her combat skills were already at their zenith. Moreover, she had been infused with the super soldier serum. The mere prospect of landing a blow on Zheng filled her with joy. Thus, the pinnacle warriors among human soldiers joined forces to launch an assault on Zheng, both armed with weapons. Hawkeye picked up a long knife from the ground, while Natasha brandished her preferred dagger for assassination. Together, they attacked Zheng. However, after 5 minutes, they had not managed to graze even the hem of his clothing. Zheng felt entirely at ease. Indeed, this combat skill was remarkably powerful. Even if he were an ordinary individual, he could effortlessly take on both of them, let alone with the physique of Captain America. Meanwhile, Natasha and Hawkeye were already panting heavily, their eyes wide with shock as they gazed at Zheng, whose lips curled into a slight smile. Chapter 43. Tony, stop. Captain America is going to be defeated. Natasha and Hawkeye looked at Zheng, astonished. Could it be that Zheng was this formidable? Was he cheating? Was he even human? The combat skills they took pride in seemed utterly insignificant before Zheng. With their knowledge and battle experience, they could clearly discern that his fighting techniques were sublime, surpassing their own by several tiers. How could someone in their 20s possess such extraordinary prowess in close-quarters combat? To comprehend the nature of such activities, one must recognize that it transcends mere training. It is an understanding forged in the crucible of life and death struggles. Training alone bears little significance. At the very least, they could effortlessly defeat untested special forces operatives with just one hand. Was Zheng engaged in combat from a tender age? Natasha felt as though her years had been spent in vain. Director Fury was equally astonished, his eyes widening in disbelief. In the dossier he had compiled on Zheng, there was no indication of his prowess in hand-to-hand combat. Tony, speaking through his helmet to J.A.R., inquired. Has the analysis of Su Zheng's recent battle been completed? Sir, the analysis is comprehensive and complete, JARVIS replied. Tony continued. What are my chances of defeating him in combat? 912, JARVIS responded. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Tony's mouth, and his hands began to itch with anticipation. Although the book had saved him on multiple occasions, the relentless hours spent crafting his Iron Man suit had been exhaustive. After all, it was through this tireless endeavor that he had acquired the suit he now wore. During this period, he had not merely constructed one suit, but three, though two had been destroyed by Ivan. Yet, he still had 91 suits left to forge. He was already bracing himself for the arduous years ahead. Even plans to start a family with Pepper would have to be postponed. The thought of delivering a thorough beating to Su Zheng was undeniably appealing. Turning to Su Zheng, Tony remarked, "You truly are formidable. Those two have reached their limits in testing you. Why not let me have a go? My JARVIS is no slouch. He can analyze various combat techniques that may prove advantageous against you." Taking this opportunity, Hawkeye and Natasha withdrew, recognizing that further engagement would only lead to their own despondency. Upon hearing Tony's words, their expressions brightened. In the preceding battle, Su Zheng undoubtedly leveraged the advantages of his physique, exhibiting superior reflexes. However, under Tony's Iron Man armor, his physicality would be rendered moot, perhaps even inferior. After all, Tony's suit defied human standards in terms of strength and defense. Moreover, with JARVIS, the artificial intelligence capable of analyzing and scanning combat techniques, Su Zheng was destined for defeat. As Su Zheng regarded Tony, he realized that neither could accurately gauge his capabilities. Iron Man, in cinematic portrayals, had engaged in close-quarters combat with Captain America, nearly achieving victory. One could not deny JARVIS's prowess. Nevertheless, he still fell short in comparison to Su Zheng. The latter was not limited to a single form of close combat. He possessed mastery over an array of unarmed techniques. From Wing Chun, Taekwondo, Muay Thai, Kyokushin Karate, Sanda, boxing, Gracie Jiu-Jitsu, and Japanese Judo, to the rich traditions of thousands of years of Chinese martial arts, including sumo, his repertoire was vast and formidable. He is remarkably adept. Su Zheng stood firm like a straight pine tree, one hand resting behind him, unleashing unparalleled martial arts towards Tony. Come here. He beckoned. His index finger raised and slightly bent, while the remaining four fingers were folded. Natasha and Hawkeye exchanged glances, their lips twitching. The onlookers instinctively retreated to the sidelines, allowing Su Zheng and Tony to occupy the central space. Over 200 Iron Warriors, under Su Zheng's command, vacated their positions, encircling the two combatants. Natasha and Hawkeye raised their hands in unison, cheering for Tony. Go, Tony! Defeat him! Their previous encounter with Su Zheng had been quite futile, as they had failed to land a single punch, instead being toyed with and struck multiple times, albeit in a rather humiliating manner, merely a flick of Su Zheng's finger on their foreheads. Even Director Fury found himself softly rallying behind Tony. Observing this, Su Zheng thought it imperative to join in the encouragement. The 200 mech surrounding them also raised their hands, mimicking the gestures of cheer. Though they could not vocalize their support, the commotion and fervor they generated overshadowed Natasha and her companions. Natasha rolled her eyes in exasperation. Damn it. Not only can we not compete in skill, but even our cheers are eclipsed. Tony and Su Zheng faced each other resolutely. Jarvis's voice resonated within the helmet. Mr. Su Zheng has just employed techniques from Muay Thai and boxing. I have fully analyzed them and acquired combat strategies to counter Mr. Su Zheng. Tony replied. Then the movements of this iron suit are entirely yours to command. Understood, sir. I shall secure victory in this contest, Jarvis affirmed. Tony intended to allow Jarvis full control of the iron suit. They were not merely a robot and a human. In an instant, they collided. This time, Su Zheng did not underestimate his opponent, attacking decisively. Although his physical prowess could not dent the armor, he succeeded in forcing it to stagger backward. In the initial 15 seconds, they found themselves evenly matched. Su Zheng quickly discerned that Jarvis had analyzed his current techniques, prompting him to switch styles. Seizing the moment, Su Zheng executed a feint, drawing Jarvis's attention before he hurled the iron suit to the ground. Bang, 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 bang. The faceplate of the iron suit swung open, and Su Zheng pinned it down, delivering a barrage of punches to Tony's face. Although Su Zheng's fist struck metal, eliciting only a slight discomfort, it was inconsequential. He merely sought to test his combat skills and deliver a thorough thrashing to Tony. Tony's Iron Man suit was not without its flaws. During the recent skirmish, several parts had sustained damage. Zheng occasionally struck these vulnerable areas, eliciting anguished cries from Tony's armor. 10 minutes later, Tony exclaimed, "Jarvis, are you even functioning? I'm on the verge of being pummeled into a grotesque mess." Jarvis responded, analyzing. Processing power is currently at 90, 100, 110, 120. At that moment, Jarvis was nearing overload, both within the suit and in his core system located in Tony's basement, as temperatures continued to rise. Mr. Zheng is employing Wing Chun, Taekwondo, Muay Thai, Kyokushin Karate, Sanda, boxing, and a myriad of other combat techniques. Analysis failure, analysis failure. Within Tony's helmet, 3 projections displayed a torrent of data, occasionally stuttering. Upon witnessing this, Tony resigned himself, raised his hands, and declared loudly, "I concede. You've won, Zheng." A sly grin crept across Zheng's face as he ignored Tony's surrender and continued to unleash another 10 minutes of relentless assault. Seizing the opportunity, he utilized magnetism to remove Tony's helmet, rendering him truly battered. Director Fury, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Recently, he had discovered Captain America's whereabouts in Antarctica and had intended to recruit him. However, he now found himself hesitating, as it seemed futile to retrieve someone who paled in comparison to Zheng's prowess. Chapter 44. Captain America, your lover has run off with someone else, married, and has a granddaughter. Zheng helped the battered Tony to his feet, stating, "These 200 Iron Man suits are temporarily entrusted to you. They should serve as materials to expedite your production of 100 suits." Tony shot him a glare, miffed by the intensity of the beating he had just endured. Yet, upon hearing Zheng's words, a hint of a smile appeared on his lips. Just as he began to show his delight, he inadvertently pulled at his wounds, exclaiming, "Ouch. This is fantastic. With so many Iron Man suits, my fabrication speed will increase significantly." Any anger from being bested dissipated instantly, despite the fact that Zheng had cheated by magnetically removing his helmet. Zheng continued, "My Iron Man suits do not require manual operation. Please assist me in creating an artificial intelligence, an AI that belongs to me, which will command these suits in battle. We must fully utilize the interior space of these suits to accommodate more weaponry. This means that the interiors of the suits are solid, allowing for greater storage capacity." Listening to Zheng, Tony pondered for a moment and realized that the plan had considerable merit, although devoid of a driver. There is no doubt that the firepower of the iron armor has significantly intensified. He pondered whether he should also craft a few such suits for himself. Moreover, if numerous weapons could be stationed on satellites, they could be launched to the ground during combat. That would indeed be splendid. With a swift motion, Zheng ascended into the sky and departed. He was adorned with metal that allowed him to fly, achieving a commendable speed. Director Fury, witnessing the multitude of iron armors positioned at Tony's location, felt a surge of excitement. He contemplated acquiring some of those suits, which had been funded by his own resources. However, as soon as Fury articulated his request, he was met with Tony's scathing rebuke. "Get lost, you black egg. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be facing this unjust calamity, let alone consider giving you an iron armor." Sometime later, Zheng learned that Captain America had been unearthed by agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. He felt compelled to witness this legendary figure, renowned for single-handedly confronting Thanos and his overwhelming armies. In the original world, Captain America boasted a considerable fan base, although not among his admirers. Zheng saw no reason to refrain from observing a celebrity. Most importantly, Captain America's appearance in the Marvel Universe was pivotal to the narrative, and he could potentially trigger system options. Zheng flew to the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., where Captain America was located. Iron Man had also arrived, albeit looking fatigued, with pronounced dark circles under his eyes. Zheng remarked, "Staying up late every night is not a good habit. One must understand the importance of balancing work and rest." Tony silently rolled his eyes at Zheng. Who else could be the cause of his exhaustion if not Zheng? Had it not been for his demand for 100 iron armors, he would have been enjoying a much more comfortable time, with a girlfriend and no concerns for his safety. He had come to this location after hearing that S.H.I.E.L.D. had excavated Captain America from the ice. He was weary and sought an opportunity to rest, as Captain America was a prominent figure in America. He too was curious to see him, primarily due to Fury's incessant phone calls, which compelled him to personally refuse Fury's request for an iron armor, asserting that it was simply impossible, even if it originally belonged to him. Upon seeing Iron Man, Director Fury's eyes sparkled with hope, eager to forge a connection with Tony in hopes of reclaiming some iron armors. However, he was soon met with Tony's cold dismissal, deepening Fury's scowl. Fury led Zheng and Tony to the threshold of Captain America's chamber. Having been frozen for 70 years, Captain America was now out of touch with contemporary society. Thus, we have crafted a ward befitting the era of its occupant, intending for him to gradually acclimatize to his surroundings. Zheng was aware of this narrative arc. In the film, Captain America, upon viewing a televised match, realizes that he has been imprisoned. Seizing the moment, he shatters a window and escapes barefoot onto the street, where he beholds the towering edifices of New York. At that instant, a voice resonated within Zheng's mind. Ding. Supreme choice activated. Option 1. A figure like Captain America ought not to be kept in the dark. Forcefully enter the ward and inform him that he has slumbered for 70 years, missing his rendezvous with the goddess for the same duration. She has since married, and her granddaughter has grown into adulthood. With some effort, you might even have a chance to court her granddaughter. By the way, she is nearing the end of her days and is currently in the ward. Hurry to bid her a final farewell. Reward, the artificial intelligence Red Queen. Option 2. Engage him in a true man's contest, asserting that you could battle him all day. Reward, 10 points to physical constitution. Option 3. Seize Captain America's shield and never return it, anticipating future developments. Reward, 1 Captain America shield. Zheng mused. The first option is rather harsh. Is it so easy to bully Captain America? I like it. The reward is also exceedingly appealing. The Red Queen is a top-tier artificial intelligence from Resident Evil, possessing even a semblance of human emotion. Impressive indeed. In that case, I shall not require Tony's assistance in creating an artificial intelligence, for I harbor some reservations about those crafted by others. My own would be far preferable. Moreover, Tony currently cannot develop an artificial intelligence superior to the Red Queen. Even Jarvis pales in comparison. As for the second option, the action speaks for itself. Yet the reward holds little value. An increase of 10 points to physical constitution is akin to the physique of an average individual, which offers minimal enhancement for Zheng at this stage, nowhere near the prowess of the Red Queen. The third option would yield 2 Captain America shields, which would serve little purpose for him. The shield holds significance only for Captain America. I choose the first option. The core of the Red Queen is already within the system's space. I can retrieve it later. For now, I shall proceed to fulfill the tasks at hand. Fury addressed Zheng and the others, stating, for the time being, let us refrain from disturbing Captain America. Allow him some tranquility to rest. Once he has come to terms with reality, we shall notify you. Tony initially intended to depart immediately, yet Zheng had other thoughts. He stepped forward, approaching the grand entrance. It appeared to be a brown and white, vintage door, but in truth, it was an iron door, merely adorned with a coat of paint. Zheng did not wave, yet the tightly shut door opened automatically. With a calm demeanor, he stepped inside. Director Fury, upon witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback. Did you not heed a single word I just uttered? He then sighed in resignation and followed suit. Since resistance was futile, one might as well embrace the situation. Tony shrugged and entered as well. Inside the room, Captain America took a few steps back, preparing to sprint. He intended to charge at the window, shattering it to escape, having realized he was imprisoned. However, upon seeing so many individuals entering, he felt utterly bewildered. My attempt to flee has yet to even commence, and it has already failed. Chapter 45. Rewarding Artificial Intelligence, Red Queen. At the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., in Captain America's makeshift infirmary, Director Fury observed Captain America's actions and understood that he had uncovered the secret of their location and was contemplating an escape. Given this perspective, perhaps storming in was not entirely unwarranted. Originally, he had aspired to establish the Avengers, seeking to recruit Iron Man and the Hulk, yet he had met with failure. Should Captain America manage to escape, Fury knew not where he might weep in despair. With a gentle smile, Zheng approached, extending his hand to Stephen Rogers. It is an honor to finally meet you, Captain America. Stephen, noting the youthfulness and warmth of this man, felt a sense of camaraderie. It seemed he had not fallen into the hands of Hydra nor the Nazis. Perhaps he was still within the confines of America. Captain America had been engaged in a battle with Hydra aboard a plane when he collided with an iceberg during the era of the World War. Thus, he had initially believed himself to be in enemy captivity. Zheng inquired, "How does your body feel? Are you adjusting well?" Steve replied, "Thank you for rescuing me. I am adapting quite well, and my health is nearly restored. But where exactly am I?" He found the man before him amiable, with an approachable demeanor that suggested he was indeed a good person. Fury, standing nearby, felt a surge of frustration. Hey, it was I who rescued Captain America. Zheng, why are you stealing my thunder? You aren't planning to whisk him away, are you? Just as Fury was about to interject, Zheng addressed Captain America. Greetings. I am Zheng. Steven responded in kind. Zheng then shifted the conversation, stating, Steve, you have been in cryogenic slumber for over 70 years. Before Captain America could fully comprehend this revelation, Zheng continued, your beloved Peggy Carter is nearing the end of her days. Indeed, regarding your rendezvous, you were tardy by a staggering 70 years. Peggy Carter is now wed, and she has a granddaughter who is of your age. Perhaps you might consider courting her granddaughter instead. Furthermore, your brother Bucky is not deceased. He has been serving Hydra, committing numerous atrocities. Captain America was overwhelmed by this barrage of revelations, his mind swirling in confusion as he instinctively took a step back, clearly shaken. Even a heart as resolute as Captain America's faltered in this moment. What? 70 years have elapsed? My beloved is gone. I have been delayed for so long. She has a granddaughter? Bucky has joined Hydra? You would have me pursue a romance with Peggy Carter's granddaughter? You must be a devil. You are certainly no hero. You are a wolf in sheep's clothing. Your heart is undoubtedly dark. Could you not have divulged such matters with a touch more delicacy? Brother, at least be a bit more tactful. Fury slowly withdrew his outstretched hand. Zheng, you truly lack compassion. While your intentions may be to help him confront reality, your approach is excessively harsh. And how did Bucky end up with Hydra? I was unaware of this. Wasn't Hydra supposed to be eradicated? Tony regarded Zheng with a wary expression. He was often criticized for his sharp tongue, yet compared to Zheng, he resembled a lotus in bloom. Zheng had already received the system notification in his mind, confirming the completion of his task. As for his final remark, it was a parting gift to Captain America. The latter was momentarily at a loss for words as Zheng departed. He still needed to check on his Red Queen. As he left, he took Tony along. For the Red Queen required a substantial server to house all its data. He needed the latest computer to serve as its vessel, and Tony's home contained top-tier technology. Tony had initially hoped to engage in conversation with the illustrious Captain America, but upon witnessing the profound impact of the revelations on him, he decided against it, allowing him a moment to process. Meanwhile, Fury harbored some skepticism about Zheng's earlier claims regarding Bucky and Hydra, but did not dwell on it, assuming it was merely a fabrication to unsettle Captain America. Seizing the opportunity, Director Fury sought to ease Captain America's distress by explaining, Steve, do not be upset. There is good news. In truth, your brother Bucky is deceased. He did not join Hydra. Zheng was deceiving you. Captain America looked at the bald black man in astonishment. It would have been better had you remained silent. My brother Bucky is dead. How is that good news? As Sue stood at the door, he couldn't help but smile at the remark, recognizing Director Fury's sharp wit. Tony and Sue soon arrived at Tony's villa. Tony was preoccupied with the imminent task of creating new Iron Man suits, overwhelmed by the demands of numerous clients. He needed to work expeditiously. Tony remarked, I have crafted 5 Iron Man suits during this period, each equipped with an assortment of formidable weapons, solid and ready for deployment. You may take them now. Sue responded. That means I owe you 86 Iron Man suits now. Nodding in agreement, Sue noted that Tony's pace had greatly accelerated compared to the films. Had Tony heard this, he would undoubtedly retort, isn't this all you're doing? Who desires to toil day and night? Tony continued, each suit is integrated with Jarvis's subsystems, operable by artificial intelligence. By the way, could you ask Banner to assist me? It's quite exhausting to manage this alone. Sue nodded. Since Banner had been rescued and became a member of the Illuminati, he ought to contribute rather than indulge in romantic escapades daily. At that moment, Sue redirected Tony's thoughts towards the research lab. A look of bewilderment crossed Tony's face. What did Sue want with him? After countless hours of crafting Iron Man suits, Tony had amassed considerable knowledge and inspiration, eager to experiment further. Admittedly, while he felt fatigued, his skills had advanced rapidly. Sue inquired, do you have a top-tier computer here? I need one. Tony replied, indeed. Jarvis's core operates within a high-performance computer. What do you need it for? Sue explained, I've developed an artificial intelligence and wish to install it. He couldn't very well disclose that it was a system reward. Claiming it was found would be implausible. Thus, he decided to assert that it was his own creation, allowing him to bask in a bit of glory. Tony's incredulity was palpable, his tone rising in disbelief. You? How is that possible? Don't tell me you've learned a smidgen about computer repair and now believe you can develop artificial intelligence. Are you jesting? The code you've created is likely limited to simple arithmetic. Chapter 46. Tony, Sue, how is it that your IQ surpasses mine? Gazing at the astonished Tony, Sue replied, a trial will reveal the truth. He then retrieved a rather common large disk from the system's space. Tony observed Sue's ability to conjure objects from thin air, his eyes wide with astonishment. "What is happening? How did you suddenly acquire that?" he asked. Sue couldn't reveal that it was extracted from a spatial system. It was merely a form of storage magic. "From now on, you shall know." Tony, with an expression of sheer astonishment, exclaimed, "Is there truly magic in this world?" Zheng replied, "Of course, I will show you in due time." Subsequently, Tony led Zheng to the basement of his villa, where the essence of Jarvis and a sophisticated computer were housed. This location was not originally Tony's coastal villa. The one reduced to ruins was still under construction, a project that would take considerable time to complete, despite Tony's financial investment. Consequently, he decided to install Jarvis in this more luxurious villa, albeit one lacking the ocean view of its predecessor. For Tony, possessing numerous villas was hardly a concern. Tony utilized his retinal recognition to unlock the advanced iron door of the basement and descended below. At the center of the space stood an imposing computer adorned with countless blinking blue lights. The voice of Jarvis resonated throughout the room. "Good afternoon, Mr. Stark, Mr. Zheng. How may I assist you today?" Zheng stated, "I would like to borrow your home." Jarvis responded with confusion. After a brief introduction from Tony about the computer, Zheng realized that it was indeed the pinnacle of technology, one that even Jarvis could not fully utilize. He directly removed the core of Jarvis and inserted the Red Queen's disk. Tony stood by, anticipating a spectacle. How could Zheng possibly possess artificial intelligence with merely his knowledge? Tony estimated it would take a century to develop such a thing. As Zheng inserted the disk, the entire computer commenced an intense calculation, radiant red lights illuminating the room. It was evident that the computer was connected to the internet, with the Red Queen feverishly gathering information from the outside world, eager to comprehend this realm. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Tony's eyes. It was indeed operational. Soon, Zheng ascended to the first floor of the villa and called out, "Red Queen." Before him appeared the holographic figure of a young girl, who slightly bowed and addressed him, "Master, I am here." Naturally, Tony's villa was equipped with advanced holographic technology, which he frequently employed, yet it was not available to the outside world. As Tony emerged from the basement and beheld the lifelike projection of the girl, his eyes widened in disbelief. "How is this possible? You have truly developed artificial intelligence?" He knew that even Jarvis could not project his own image. It was still a step beyond his current capabilities. Yet how could this be? According to Tony's own calculations, even he would require another 7 to 8 years to create a complete artificial intelligence. For others, it would take a century at the very least. This implied that Zheng's knowledge surpassed his own. Zheng spoke lightly, "Do not be surprised. It is not merely about having hands." Tony shot him an incredulous glare, for this was a phrase he often used with other scientists. He never anticipated that Zheng would retort in such a manner. Turning to the AI known as Red Queen, Zheng inquired, "Do you have a grasp of this world?" Red Queen replied, "I have come to understand it well." With her capabilities, infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D. was a trivial matter, and she had acquired a wealth of information. After exchanging thoughts with Red Queen, Zheng realized her prowess was formidable, akin to that of a genuine human. Tony observed this scene, utterly astonished. This was truly artificial intelligence, and of an extraordinary caliber at that. The AI named Red Queen surely surpassed Jarvis by numerous degrees. Zheng was becoming increasingly enigmatic in Tony's mind. He must indeed be a remarkable scientist, for how else could such an AI come into existence? It could not be that he toiled for an unknown entity only to be rewarded with this marvel. With his eyes gleaming, Tony asked Zheng, "How does one create injectable disease-fighting nanobots? How can collective intelligence be realized? What is the method to fabricate sentient robots? Does this world possess diffraction limits?" He posed a barrage of scientific inquiries that currently eluded him. To Tony, Zheng appeared to be an exceptionally gifted scientist, surely with unique insights that could inspire him greatly. Listening to these questions, Zheng felt overwhelmed. He was merely pretending. How could he possibly know the answers? He sighed. I inadvertently consumed an extra cup of coffee today and feel a bit drowsy. I shall take my leave." Tony responded. What does drinking coffee have to do with feeling tired? Utilizing magnetic fields, Zheng levitated a large computer from beneath the ground. Only in Tony's spacious basement could such an act be feasible. Moreover, Zheng also retrieved the advanced 3D projection machine along with the 5 Iron Man suits. Balancing these items, he took flight, waving goodbye. Until next time, Tony. Tony stood amidst his now empty home, feeling bewildered. Why did it seem as though his house had been robbed every time Zheng visited? And with Jarvis's home taken as well, where would he install it? Suddenly, A gust of wind swept through, and Tony's mind began to clear. He realized he had been played. Zheng's earlier befuddled demeanor was certainly a facade. He was not a scientist at all. Furthermore, Tony had researched Zheng's background, which never indicated a high IQ. He had lied. However, that artificial intelligence is indeed real. How did it come to be? This AI is truly remarkable, at least beyond my current capabilities. It is unacceptable to be surpassed by Zheng in the realm of science. I too must develop advanced artificial intelligence. Jarvis, incorporate the development of AI into my plans. Jarvis. Tony did not hear Jarvis's response and called out a few more times. Suddenly, it struck him that Jarvis's core was still in his possession, having been dismantled. This won't do. It seems I must order another top-tier computer. A few weeks later. Good morning, boss. It's time to rise. A small red figure projected itself at the head of his bed. It was Red Queen. Zheng rubbed his eyes and sat up, asking, "Is it morning already?" Red Queen replied, "No, it's already noon." Zheng then gave her an approving glance, quite emotionally intelligent. For him, it was morning. Beside him, Qin Mei observed the adorably petite projection with a hint of surprise in her eyes. She had been living with this AI for some time now, yet it still managed to astonish her. After all, it was artificial intelligence. In her daily life, it had been immensely helpful, offering guidance on cooking, maintaining her physique, and finding the most comfortable postures, among other things. Red Queen stated, "Boss, there is something you might need to pay attention to." Zheng had already asked her to alter her form of address. Calling him master felt too formal. "What is it?" he inquired. Red Queen replied, "A hammer and a person have fallen from the sky." Chapter 47, Odin. Zheng had arrived in New Mexico. Red Queen mentioned that a hammer had landed here. Likely the plot of Thor's first film. Naturally, he had to take a look. He also needed to trigger the system's divine-level options. Zheng wore an earpiece that allowed him to hear Red Queen's voice. Under her guidance, he quickly reached the location of the hammer. Given her ability to infiltrate major military satellites, directing him was a trivial task. A makeshift camp had already been established by SHIELD at the site, with the hammer positioned at the center. Captain America was also present, as Red Queen had informed him. He recalled that in the movie, Captain America did not appear here. Perhaps this was a result of the butterfly effect he had inadvertently caused. Just as Zheng was about to approach, he suddenly spotted someone on the street. Thor, or rather, the mortal Thor. At that moment, he was walking alongside a woman, who was likely the future female Thor. The female Thor proved to be quite formidable, managing to lift the shattered Mjolnir. At that moment, a voice echoed in Zheng's mind. Ding. The God-level choice system has been activated. Option 1. Escort Thor and his girlfriend away from here to the far side of Earth, promising them a substantial sum, allowing them to live as ordinary humans and enjoy life, thereby foiling Odin's plans. Reward, $100 million. Option 2. Have Captain America lift Mjolnir and inform Thor that he is no longer the god of thunder. His father has forsaken him. Reward, Captain America's shield. Option 3. Odin is surely observing this scene, creating a middle finger out of a large amount of metal, inscribing Odin's name upon it. What of the gods? I shall never believe in them in this lifetime. Reward, the ability to transmute matter. Zheng gazed at the three options, momentarily bewildered. The system was indeed performing reliably. Truth be told, he was quite tempted to explore the first option, intrigued by the potential developments that could follow. However, the reward paled in comparison to the third option. The ability to transmute matter was an exceptionally powerful skill, capable of transforming anything into anything else. In the film featuring the Eternals, this ability had once turned a massive truck into countless flower petals. It had even transformed colossal members of the Celestial Group into stone, albeit when enhanced. This meant that with such a skill, he could convert sand into gold and vibranium. That was truly astonishing. He would no longer have to worry about finances. Moreover, vibranium was an extraordinarily resilient metal, ranking among the finest in the universe. It also possessed the ability to absorb kinetic energy. Captain America's shield was crafted from vibranium. Initially, he had contemplated a trip to Wakanda to procure some vibranium, but it now appeared unnecessary. He could freely transmute vibranium at will, implying that he would possess more vibranium than what resided within Wakanda. As for the second option, the thought of obtaining Captain America's shield seemed redundant. With the power to transmute matter, he could effortlessly create countless shields. This ability was originally possessed by a woman from the Eternals, though he couldn't quite recall her name. The third option, while slightly mocking Odin, held little consequence. He remained in a feigned slumber. He wouldn't overtly strike his own face by waking up immediately. Furthermore, he still needed to test Thor and Loki. How could he conduct his trials if he awakened? As for whether he was truly pretending, that remained Su Zheng's speculation. After all, he was Odin, the All-Father of the gods, who, in principle, should only grow stronger with age. Nonetheless, Su Zheng was unconcerned about any trouble Odin might seek to bring upon him after testing Thor. This territory belongs to the Ancient One. He shall not come lightly. The Ancient One is no trivial adversary. Before long, Odin will meet his demise. According to Su Zheng's conjecture, the Ancient One, possessing the Infinity Stones, is on par with Odin, a pinnacle cosmic entity. It is rather amusing how the Ancient One met an inexplicable end. I choose 3. Su Zheng sensed the emergence of his newfound abilities. He could now effortlessly transform various materials at will. However, he could only alter substances he had touched before, and the transformation was limited to a volume of 20 cubic meters at a time. This process consumed physical stamina, though not excessively. Having made this choice, Su Zheng decided against visiting the S.H.I.E.L.D. base camp for the time being and instead soared directly to the desolate lands. This area could be classified as a semi-desert, barren and devoid of life, with yellow earth stretching as far as the eye could see, and no inhabitants nearby. The availability of metal was rather scarce. Should he insist on utilizing the metal from the residents, even within a kilometer radius, it would all converge, including metal from buildings. He was reluctant to disrupt the lives of the local populace. Thus, Su Zheng pressed his hand against the ground, activating his transformation ability. First, he converted the yellow earth into gold. Gleaming brilliantly under the sun, it radiated a dazzling golden light. Su Zheng's eyes sparkled. This ability was indeed convenient. He could now be considered the invisible world's wealthiest individual. Thrilled, he then transformed 10 cubic meters of gold into iron. He continued to produce iron, expending some stamina. Subsequently, he summoned various tools and scrap metal from the nearby residents, which began to soar towards him. A vast quantity of metal from several kilometers around took to the skies. Obscuring the sun, the inhabitants of the S.H.I.E.L.D. camp emerged and immediately spotted Su Zheng in the sky. Tony remarked, "What is Su Zheng up to?" Indeed, Tony had also arrived, having been informed by Fury, though Su Zheng had not been notified. He still harbored resentment over Su Zheng's acquisition of a significant amount of his steel armor. During this time, Captain America had also become acquainted with Su Zheng. His mindset had improved considerably, although he still felt somewhat out of place in contemporary society. He had visited Peggy Carter in her hospital bed and subsequently attended her funeral. Regarding Bucky, although Director Fury claimed that Bucky was deceased, Captain America had an instinctive belief in Su Zheng's words, keeping this matter close to his heart. Captain America pondered, has Su Zheng encountered an enemy? Such a grand display. Although Su Zheng had previously struck him, the truth in Su Zheng's statements resonated with him. Moreover, having heard of Su Zheng's heroic deeds in saving civilians and combating foes, he found himself harboring a measure of fondness for Su Zheng. Tony instructed Jarvis to meticulously inspect the surroundings, stating, "Nothing unusual here. There are no anomalies within a 10-mile radius." The golden-haired Thor exuded an undeniable charm. His features sharply defined, with a prominent jawline and a square face. His physique was remarkably robust, muscles rippling beneath his skin, and his biceps attested to his extraordinary strength. Should he remove his shirt, one would behold the prominent 8-pack abs. However, he emanated an aura of a brawny warrior, as if he were either engaged in battle or en route to one. Thor turned to Jane and inquired, "Is this your planet's deity?" Jane rolled her eyes and replied, "We have no gods on this planet. He is a superhero. By the way, we are currently bestowing titles upon him." Tony, with a hint of astonishment in his gaze, remarked, "Are the mortals in your Midgard so formidable?" Jane had already grown accustomed to the peculiar language of this man she had only recently met, having just rescued him from a psychiatric facility. His behavior was so bizarre that the locals had called the authorities, leading to his hospitalization. At that moment, Su had completed his masterpiece, laying out a metallic design on the ground that resembled a hand giving the middle finger, as if it were a painted image on the surface. This gesture had 5 fingers, 4 of which were curled up, stretching over 100 meters long and 50 to 60 meters wide. Moreover, the name Odin was inscribed beside it. Thor was instantly taken aback by this spectacle. Chapter 48. Tony, if you can find a god, I'll eat excrement. Thor, I am right here. Thor gazed at the overtly insulting gesture, momentarily bewildered. Were the mortals of Midgard so audacious? My father Odin is the ruler of the gods, the king of the 9 realms, reigning for 5 millennia without anyone daring to treat him thus. Yet, he understood that the mortals here had no concept of deities. They were oblivious to the existence of gods. Perhaps the figure soaring in the sky remained unaware as well, likely engaging in jest. If that were the case, it was indeed amusing to think that his father had been mocked by a mere mortal. For reasons unknown, he felt a twinge of delight. If only his father were not in slumber. Otherwise, the expression on his face would surely be priceless. Asgard, known as the realm of the gods, was resplendent, with each structure seemingly crafted from gold. Towering edifices adorned the landscape, resembling the Gothic architecture of the Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris. The streets were orderly and bustling with life. At the center stood a magnificent edifice, soaring over 300 meters high, the royal palace. Odin typically resides in this place. At this moment, within the innermost chamber of the palace, there lies an uncovered golden coffin. Seated within it is an elderly man with a white beard, his expression exuding an aura of authority that compels one to avert their gaze. His hair, also white and rather long, merges seamlessly with his beard. An eye patch adorns his left eye, marking him as a one-eyed figure. At this moment, he wears a golden crown adorned with antlers and is clad in exquisite full-body armor. He is none other than Odin. To the outside world of Asgard, he appears to be in a state of unconsciousness, lying within the confines of his coffin. However, he is now seated upright, and should the people of Asgard or Loki catch sight of him, they would undoubtedly be astounded. Loki had the audacity to seize the throne only because he believed Odin to be in a state of coma. Had Odin not been incapacitated, he would not have dared to act with such impudence. It is precisely due to Odin's unconsciousness that the narrative of Thor's saga unfolded, leading to Loki's ascension to the throne and his subsequent dispatching of the destroyer to slay his elder brother, Thor. Odin's gaze remained fixed upon the polished golden floor. Yet his sight had long penetrated the 9 realms, observing the gesture crafted by the mortal, Zheng, on Earth. A scholar of vast knowledge, having lived for nearly 10 millennia, how could he be unaware of the meaning behind such a gesture? At this moment, the veins on Odin's forehead subtly throbbed, and a hint of fury flickered within his authoritative eyes. The audacity of this mortal is astounding. Though this individual possesses unique abilities, to Odin, he is merely a slightly formidable human. How dare he mock him? If not for his current state of inconvenience, he would certainly teach this mortal a lesson. Odin cast a deep glance at Zheng before feigning a return to slumber. He had committed Zheng to memory. It would not be long before he sought to trouble him. To signify his stance, he wielded some of his magical prowess upon Earth. In New Mexico, USA, the sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, enveloping an area of 10 miles. These clouds, as dark as ink, instilled a sense of impending storm, as if the heavens themselves were poised to unleash their fury. Thunder rumbled through the air, a cacophony echoing across the landscape, while flashes of lightning intermittently illuminated the gloom. Tony, observing this scene, voiced his confusion. Wasn't today supposed to be sunny? Why has the weather changed so suddenly? Now a mere mortal. Thor was unaware that the ominous clouds above were manifestations of divine power. Yet, he could sense that this unexpected tempest was indeed out of the ordinary. Zheng, gazing at the spectacle above him, quickly deduced that this was the work of Odin. Indeed, the venerable old man had not perished. He is testing and honing Thor. He feigned unconsciousness, aware that Odin had set his sights on him. However, it mattered not. That old fellow was nearing his end. One could say he was on the brink of death. It would only be a matter of years. Moreover, this thunder would not be his demise, at worst. He could conjure a thick metallic shield using his power to manipulate magnetic fields. He did not believe that this lightning could strike him. Before long, the dark clouds gradually dispersed, and not a single bolt of lightning fell. Zheng's face slowly glided to the side of Tony and the others. Far away in Asgard, Loki did not witness this scene on Earth, yet he felt a divine power emanating from Odin's chamber. The sensation was too vague for him to ascertain. At that moment, Loki found himself in the grandest hall of the palace, reminiscent of the ancient emperors summoning their ministers. Crowned and wielding a golden scepter, Loki sat upon the highest throne. Below him were over 40 Asgardians. Seizing the opportunity, Loki declared himself the new king of Asgard. He had his reasons. After all, the crown prince had been banished to Earth, and the old king lay in a state of unconsciousness. With only 2 princes remaining, all but 4 warriors knelt before Loki, bowing their heads in acknowledgement of his claim to the throne. These 4 warriors, Thor's companions through countless battles, refused to recognize Loki as sovereignty and departed on the spot. Intent on seeking Thor in the realm of Midgard, Loki watched their departing figures, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. On Earth, Zheng arrived beside Tony and the others. With curiosity etched across his face, Tony inquired, "What are you doing? Constructing such a colossal middle finger out of metal?" Su Zheng replied, "Did you not see? Does it not bear a name?" Tony responded, "Odin? Isn't he a figure from mythology? He is not real. Why provoke him? Those religious folks will come after you." Su Zheng asserted, "Odin is not merely a myth, he truly exists." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, and an immediate silence enveloped the gathering. Director Fury exclaimed, "You must be joking, Su Zheng. How could there possibly be gods in this world? We know aliens exist, but I have never encountered any deities." Su Zheng cast a glance at Director Fury. In the films, he was absent, with Coulson taking his place. It seemed that under his influence, the entire world had stirred a butterfly effect. Su Zheng stated, "Indeed, there are gods in this world. They are simply a bit weaker than one might expect." Tony, a staunch scientist and devout atheist, wore an expression of disbelief. "How could it be? If you could find a deity for me to behold, I would willingly consume this iron suit I wear." Su Zheng glanced at Tony's arrogant demeanor, then turned to see Thor and Jane on the street, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 49. I am Qin Shi Huang. Grant me 500 yuan, and I shall make you a general. Su Zheng approached Jane, pulling Thor aside and saying, "I need to borrow your boyfriend for a moment." Jane, taken aback, instinctively nodded, her cheeks flushing. After all, Thor was not even her boyfriend. With a slightly bewildered Thor in tow, Su Zheng approached Tony and declared, "He is the deity, the god of thunder." Tony, with a hint of disbelief, retorted, "When did you start consuming iron suits?" The onlookers, including Thor, Director Fury, Tony, Captain America, and Coulson, gazed at Thor and Su Zheng with confusion. Tony pointed at Thor, admonishing, "You can't just pick anyone and declare them a god. Did you just wander in from the street?" Captain America and the others regarded Su Zheng with skepticism, having just witnessed him casually pull someone off the street and claim him as a god. Who would believe such a tale? Only Thor looked at Su Zheng with gratitude. Having been in the courtyard for quite some time, he had struggled to convince others of his divine nature, met only with incredulous stares. Unexpectedly, someone finally believed him. To affirm his identity, Thor earnestly addressed Tony and the others. "Indeed, I am the god of thunder, the prince of Asgard. If you assist me in returning to my realm, I shall bestow upon you great riches." Su Zheng couldn't help but think the situation resembled a plea from Qin Shi Huang, trapped and requesting a mere 500 yuan to grant you the title of prime minister. Observing Thor's impeccable expression, gestures, and demeanor, Tony remarked, "You certainly immerse yourself in character quickly. You've adapted seamlessly, I must say." Captain America and the others exchanged exasperated glances at Su Zheng and Thor. Wholly unconvinced by the unfolding drama, Director Fury interjected, "The jesting is over. We must attend to serious matters. Su Zheng, since you are here, let us investigate that mysterious hammer." Upon hearing the word hammer, Thor's eyes sparkled with excitement. Initially, he feared his beloved Mjolnir had been taken by his father, only to discover it had also fallen into the courtyard. He was determined to reclaim it. Perhaps doing so would restore his divine powers. With that, Director Fury led Captain America and the others deeper into the S.H.I.E.L.D. encampment, where Thor's hammer awaited. Thor strode ahead with purpose, as if this place were his own home, displaying no semblance of decorum. Director Fury looked at the audacious Thor, slightly bewildered by his lack of courtesy. "Are you really this unrefined? This is indeed a government camp." He was just about to expel Thor when Su Zheng, at that moment, had not forgotten his purpose. He needed to touch Captain America's shield, for it would allow him to later transmute vibranium. Vibranium, a remarkable metal, can absorb immense kinetic energy, rendering it virtually indestructible. Without hesitation, Su Zheng wrapped an arm around Captain America's shoulders, leaning against him while surreptitiously feeling the shield. He addressed Director Fury, saying, "It's quite all right. Let him in. Having one more person isn't a problem." In the narrative, Thor burst in, single-handedly defeating numerous S.H.I.E.L.D. agents before reaching the mighty Mjolnir. Director Fury glanced at Su Zheng, tacitly permitting Thor's entry. Given Su Zheng's formidable power, granting him this favor was a trivial matter. Captain America, observing Su Zheng's unexpected camaraderie, felt a bit bewildered, yet a smile crept upon his lips, for he was inherently a benevolent superhero. Since Su Zheng had taken the initiative to befriend him, it was rather pleasing. He decided to let bygones be bygones regarding past grievances. Moreover, he still wanted to inquire about Bucky's fate. Was he truly dead or not? Taking advantage of the moment, Su Zheng explored the vibranium, and before long, he discerned its internal structure. This was the innate ability of matter transmutation, allowing for rapid analysis of touched objects. He could now convert soil into vibranium. Remarkable. His powers had significantly amplified. With his ability to control magnetic fields combined with the capacity to transform vast amounts of metal at will, he had indeed grown stronger. Although vibranium can absorb substantial kinetic energy, it can also become extraordinarily sharp. During a confrontation between Black Panther and Captain America, the former had used his vibranium claws to leave distinct marks on Captain America's shield. The ability to leave traces on vibranium speaks volumes of its sharpness. However, for a long time, the world had only seen vibranium as Captain America's shield, and since he primarily utilized it for defense, the metal's sharpness had often been overlooked. Soon, the group ventured deeper into the camp, arriving beside Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor, within a radius of 100 meters. The ground had collapsed to a depth of at least 1 meter. Only the earth beneath Mjolnir remained undisturbed, indicating that within this vicinity, the only solid ground was beneath the hammer, standing tall amidst the chaos. Anyone could discern the extraordinary nature of this hammer. The crowd formed a circle, intently observing. Mjolnir was adorned with intricate patterns, exuding an aura of antiquity and mystery. In truth, the hammer's weight was equivalent to that of an entire planet. Director Fury remarked, "We have tested it with 3 vehicles, and none could budge this hammer." Tony, intrigued, picked up a handheld device and attached it to his steel arm, though he had not fully donned his suit. Approaching the hammer of Thor, he declared, "It must be your vehicle's insufficient horsepower. My steel arm possesses flight capabilities. Lifting something of several tons is a trifling matter. Watch me lift it with one hand." Sue, observing nearby with a smile, suggested, "Let us make a wager. If you fail to lift it, you must assist me in crafting 10 Iron Man suits." Upon hearing this, Tony's expression darkened. True to his character, he would typically accept the bet. Yet, having suffered too many losses at Sue's hands, he had learned caution. Even with confidence in his abilities, he dared not gamble. "I refuse," Tony proclaimed. Sue merely smiled, having spoken in jest. Tony then attempted to lift the hammer, but, as anticipated, it did not budge an inch. Undeterred, he donned both arms with his iron suit and tried again, yet still faced failure. The spectators were filled with astonishment. How could such a heavy hammer remain immobile? With the combined strength of his 2 arms, which surely exceeded 30 tons, he could not lift it. Unlike the others, Tony felt a wave of relief. Casting a grateful glance at Sue, fortunate was he for not having accepted the bet, otherwise he would have faced exhaustion. 10 iron suits were no trivial matter, and he currently possessed only the one he wore. Due to the crowd, Thor had been pushed to the back. Upon witnessing Tony's failure, he maneuvered through the throng and confidently stated, "This is Thor's hammer. Only the god of thunder can lift it." Sue contemplated the unfolding events, recalling that Thor too would ultimately fail, collapsing to his knees in anguish, crying out, "No, Father." Suddenly, an idea struck Sue. He positioned himself opposite Thor, clearing the surrounding crowd, and awaited the dramatic turn of events. Chapter 50, Slay Thor, Gain Loki's Friendship. In New Mexico, the skies darkened abruptly, thunder rumbled, and torrential rain began to pour. However, this was not the handiwork of Odin, but rather a natural occurrence. One could only conclude that Jarvis's weather forecasts were woefully inaccurate. In the makeshift camp of Shield, the area above Thor's hammer was exposed. The rain cascaded down upon Thor's head, enhancing his imposing presence rather than rendering him disheveled. Water streamed down his face, tracing the line of his jaw before pooling at his feet. Observing this, Tony's gaze wavered slightly. This fellow certainly exuded confidence. As Tony and Director Fury exchanged a glance, their eyes reflected hesitation and skepticism. Could he truly be the god of thunder? With unwavering confidence, Tony grasped the handle of the enchanted hammer, only to find his expression shift as he realized he could not lift it. He exerted all his strength with both hands, yet the outcome remained unchanged. In that moment, Thor was reminded of his father Odin's abandonment, the withdrawal of his divine powers, and the grave mistake he had made. Doomed to live as a mortal for the rest of his days, never to return. The more Thor pondered, the heavier his heart grew, and he sank to his knees, gazing skyward as if attempting to pierce the vastness to glimpse the realm of Asgard. Overwhelmed, Tony shouted in despair, "No, Father." Though the others were unaware of the cause of his anguish, they recognized the profound sorrow emanating from the towering figure. Silence enveloped the space as they collectively absorbed Thor's palpable desperation. Tony rolled his eyes in exasperation, cursing himself for nearly believing in the possibility of Thor being the true deity of thunder, almost questioning the very essence of science. Director Fury sighed, equally perplexed at his own gullibility. In the quietude, everyone could sense Thor's desolation, as if he had suffered a monumental blow. However, at that moment, Su Zheng gently patted Thor's head, offering a paternal smile. Fear not. Father is here. You shall never be alone. Tony, witnessing this, felt his lips twitch in disbelief. Did he not see the sorrow etched on everyone else's faces? Act like a human, he thought. But then again, Su Zheng had never quite embodied humanity. His terrifying ability to manipulate the magnetic field seemed far beyond mortal comprehension, and his quest for 100 Iron Man suits only reinforced this notion. Captain America recognized Su Zheng's peculiar sense of humor, realizing that this was simply how he operated, willing to barter 10 Iron Man suits for the title of grandson. Thor, bewildered, pondered what this mortal was suggesting. How could he aspire to be his father when he was centuries younger? Yet, this light-hearted banter dissipated the somber atmosphere. Thor regained his composure, stood up, and prepared to leave, contemplating his uncertain future, with Jane waiting outside for him. Su Zheng, eyeing the mighty hammer, reached out to grasp it. The onlookers assumed he intended to attempt a lift as well. However, Su Zheng merely rested his hand upon the hammer, activating his material transformation ability, only to meet the anticipated failure. He could not replicate it. He speculated that the presence of magic within it, or perhaps its superior craftsmanship, was the reason for his inability. He was not only incapable of deciphering it, but also unable to transmute the weapon into something else. It seemed that his ability for material transformation had its limitations. Subsequently, everyone departed from the location, just as Tony intended to leave. A vibrant rainbow bridge suddenly manifested in the sky, resembling a grand, colorful cylindrical halo. With a thunderous crash, it descended upon the yellow earth. This spectacle captured the attention of all present, leaving them in utter astonishment. A flicker of light illuminated Thor's otherwise somber gaze. It was the Rainbow Bridge of Asgard, capable of transporting one anywhere in mere seconds. The radiant column gradually faded, revealing a simple symbol on the ground. 4 figures emerged from within, swiftly approaching Thor as they recognized him. These 4 were Thor's comrades, elite warriors of Asgard, the very deities he had spoken of. However, they were merely individuals with physical prowess slightly superior to that of ordinary humans on Earth. Tony and the others stood in bewilderment, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. What on earth is this? Su Zheng seized the moment to assert, I told you he is a god. Tony's expression was one of incredulity. The scene was undeniably peculiar, especially with the appearance of a rainbow bridge. Thor, with a gleeful demeanor, strode purposefully towards the 4, embracing them warmly. Director Fury turned to Su Zheng, inquiring, Are they truly gods? Su Zheng nodded affirmatively, stating, They are the gods of Asgard. We must evacuate the surrounding populace. A great battle is imminent. Director Fury, with a hint of astonishment, responded, You mean, a battle of gods? Su Zheng affirmed, anticipating the arrival of the destroyer under Loki's control, which would soon descend upon Earth. The potential scale of destruction was immense, and the presence of civilians could lead to catastrophic casualties. Director Fury, with a grave expression, nodded in agreement, grateful for his own presence at this moment. Originally, this mission had been assigned to Coulson. Fury promptly instructed Coulson to disperse the surrounding crowd. He then asked Su Zheng, What do you mean by a great battle? Su Zheng replied, You'll find out soon enough. Before long, Coulson, brandishing his credentials, succeeded in clearing the area of onlookers. Suddenly, a colossal figure plummeted from the sky, this being towered over 3 meters, nearly 4. Its entire form resembling that of iron plates, devoid of facial features, with its visage entirely composed of metal. The destroyer was a premier magical war machine of humanoid design. Without further ado, the destroyer engaged in combat with Thor and the others, the scene erupting into a fierce clash. The destroyer unfurled all the iron plates of its face, revealing a gaping maw, from which surged a torrent of blazing flames. Boom, boom, boom. A colossal and resplendent beam of light erupted from the visage of the destroyer, obliterating everything in its immediate vicinity, including various edifices and even a gas station. This unleashed a series of thunderous explosions, with the gas station's fiery detonation soaring skyward, while violent shockwaves radiated outward. Director Fury comprehended the meaning behind Su Zheng's mention of the impending battle and instinctively exhaled in relief. Thankfully, he had heeded Su Zheng's advice to promptly evacuate the populace. Otherwise, the casualties would have been substantial. However, his relief quickly morphed into indignation. What audacity! What deity dared to wreak havoc in his domain with such impunity? Su Zheng realized that the narrative was unfolding in alignment with his recollections. At that moment, a voice resonated within his mind. Ding! The supreme selection has been activated. Option 1. The destroyer's attacking beam appears formidable. I wonder if Captain America's shield can withstand it. Throw Captain America into the fray to ascertain whether the beam or the shield prevails. Reward: Captain America's costume, complete with a star, unlaundered, and infused with his essence. Option 2. Employ metal to restrain Thor, compelling the destroyer to unleash several beams upon him, ensuring Thor is caught off guard and faces true demise. Should Loki ascend as the ruler of Asgard and master of the 9 realms, you shall earn Loki's allegiance, allowing him to seal the earth for you. Reward: a crown forged of gold. Option 3. This destroyer brazenly invades Earth and wreaks havoc upon its towns. As a champion of Earth, it is imperative to teach him a lesson. Summon a colossal metal cone from behind the destroyer to deliver a formidable strike. Reward: enhanced physical prowess akin to Captain America's. Chapter 51. Violating Captain America? Zheng surveyed the 3 rather unconventional options before him. The first option intrigued him. After all, it would enable him to transmute materials and produce an abundance of Captain America's shields. He was curious to discover the true extent of the shield's defensive capabilities and whether it could withstand such potent magical assaults. However, upon reviewing the reward, he dismissed the notion. Who desires Captain America's costume, especially one reeking of sweat? It would be more fitting to bestow this reward upon Coulson, a steadfast admirer of Captain America. As for the second reward, becoming the ruler of Earth was fraught with uncertainty. Would Loki even grant him dominion over the planet? The prospect of reigning over Earth held little allure. The world was perilously chaotic, with numerous decisive battles transpiring across the cosmos. It was a convoluted endeavor. Becoming the sovereign of Earth would demand a considerable investment of energy and protection. After all, if one treats their possessions as paramount, they must not allow others to tarnish them. Furthermore, the depths of Earth's waters are unfathomable, teeming with apocalyptic threats: Magneto, the Professor, and the Ancient One, alongside an array of cosmic infinity stones, with Thanos looming on the horizon. Given the current capabilities, mastery over such forces appears elusive. Even a king merely holds a title, devoid of true power. Moreover, it remains uncertain whether Loki genuinely harbors intentions to slay Thor. He might even incur Thor's disdain. Should that occur, he may choose not to seal Earth away for his own purposes. Although I might possess the strength to contend with Loki, I am reluctant to engage in endeavors that yield no reward. The third option presents itself as rather appealing. Inflicting a millennium's worth of punishment upon the destroyer, while perhaps not as noble and illustrious as what I might achieve, still serves as an acceptable reward. Haha, here I come, destroyer. Your posterior appears quite plump. This reward is also commendable. According to the system's nature, my capacity to manipulate magnetic fields will inevitably rise, potentially surpassing Magneto to reach levels of 120, 140, or even 200. At that point, I could wield dominion over the universe's magnetic field. My perennial weakness has been my physical form. Currently, I possess the physical prowess and reflexes akin to Captain America. If I were to double that, my deficiencies would be considerably mitigated. Some claim that Captain America's physical attributes represent the pinnacle of human capability, while others argue they are 3, 5, or even 6 times greater than the average person. In my estimation, it should be fourfold. Cunning as I am, thus, I would then embody 8 times that of an ordinary individual, which is indeed formidable on Earth. At the very least, I could effortlessly outmatch Wolverine in combat. As for my current abilities, beyond that, I also possess 40 control over magnetic forces, ranging from 400 to 500 tons. My prowess in close combat is unrivaled among Earthlings, rendering the abilities of mutants within a 10-meter radius ineffective. I can precisely manipulate small metallic objects, deploy electromagnetic cannons, and maintain a mental defense array to thwart psychic intrusions, along with matter transmutation. Quite impressive indeed. I am already formidable enough, becoming the strongest in the universe, capable of vanquishing Thanos with 6 Infinity Stones, is merely a matter of time. I choose option 3. Zheng could distinctly sense his physical capabilities had surged dramatically. His muscles felt as robust as steel. He was imbued with an overwhelming sense of strength, as if he could fell a bull. Of course, not the mythical kind. Zheng glanced at his muscles, observing a slight increase since the last time. Albeit not markedly so. The density had merely intensified. His 8-pack abs remained unchanged. Zheng cast a sidelong glance at Captain America nearby, feeling a twinge of eagerness. Possessing superior physical prowess and formidable hand-to-hand combat skills, as well as the ability to effortlessly conjure countless vibranium shields, Zheng found himself feeling decidedly more formidable than Captain America. Indeed, he couldn't help but commend his own capabilities. It was undeniably true that his present stature was the result of 99 personal effort and a mere 1 assistance from the system. As for a contest against Captain America, he decided to defer that notion for another occasion. For now, his focus must remain on defeating the destroyer and fulfilling the system's task. Curiosity piqued within him. What might transpire if he were to select a system option, accept the reward, yet fail to complete the task? The current reward seemed quite advantageous. He resolved to experiment with this quandary when he might receive a more commonplace reward in the future. As Zheng pondered these thoughts, Captain America and Tony Stark dashed toward the destroyer, which had already subdued 4 elite warriors of Asgard, rendering the scene overwhelmingly one-sided. Ironclad, Tony shouted, positioning his hands flat as 2 powerful palm cannons emitted brilliant violet beams, striking the destroyer squarely in the head. The impact caused the destroyer to slightly tilt its cranium backward before it turned its featureless visage toward Tony, regarding him with a chilling gaze. A shiver ran down Tony's spine, prompting him to evade hastily. Just then, a thick beam of radiant red light shot toward the spot where Iron Man had just stood. Boom! A terrifying shockwave radiated outward, carving a gaping chasm approximately 10 meters wide and 5 meters deep into the ground. Observing the spectacle, a bead of cold sweat appeared on Tony's brow. Had he been caught in that blast, the consequences would have been dire. Even Iron Man's armor would stand little chance against such relentless force. Captain America, exhibiting remarkable valor, charged forward with his shield raised, leaping to strike the destroyer's knee. Yet, the destroyer remained unscathed, its surface unmarred. In response, it delivered a casual kick. Fortunately, Captain America reacted swiftly, raising his shield to protect his chest. Nevertheless, the sheer force sent him hurtling several meters back, crashing into a nearby building. Following this, Tony, Captain America, and the 4 Asgardian warriors launched a series of attacks against the destroyer, but they were met with overwhelming resistance, forced to retreat in disarray. Just as Zheng prepared to join the fray, a beam of light struck Thor, sending him flying. Under normal circumstances, a mortal would surely meet their end from such an assault. However, Thor was no ordinary being. The Asgardian warriors rushed in a panic to Thor's side. Meanwhile, the pressure on Captain America and Tony intensified under the relentless assault of the destroyer. Director Fury dashed over, urgency etched on his face, and addressed Zheng. Zheng, we are counting on you now. Destroy that iron lump. Zheng exclaimed. Leave it to me. His figure soared into the sky like an eagle taking flight. In midair, Zheng first employed his power to manipulate the magnetic field against the destroyer. The destroyer's form faltered momentarily, coming to a halt, but soon it began to move again. At this moment, Zheng understood. Although the destroyer's body was composed entirely of metal, it was predominantly infused with magical energy. After all, on the surface, he appeared to be merely a nearly 4-meter-tall automaton. Without the influence of magic, how could such a metallic figure move with such formidable power? It could be said that the majority of the destroyer's strength stemmed from sorcery. While Zheng could exert some influence over the destroyer, he could not fully control its actions. With this realization, he decided to test the ability of material transmutation he had recently acquired. As for the newfound extraordinary physical attributes, he hesitated to use them. He had no desire to meet an untimely demise. Chapter 52. Tony, Zheng can actually earn more than me. $1 billion per second. Zheng ascended into the air, temporarily restraining the destroyer with his magnetic powers. Seizing the moment, Tony activated all the weapons at his disposal, directing a concentrated barrage at the destroyer. Explosions echoed as an onslaught of shells and lasers battered against the destroyer, enveloping the area in thick clouds of smoke that obscured the unfolding scene. Far away in Asgard, Loki, observing through the destroyer, was taken aback by the events. Who was this mortal that could control the destroyer? What manner of power was this? As for whether the barrage would inflict harm upon the destroyer, he harbored no concerns. On Earth, Zheng was aware that the assault would not damage the destroyer. He then maneuvered to the rear of the destroyer, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. Utilizing his magnetic powers, he fashioned a slender cone over 2 meters in length. The tip of the cone glimmered ominously, leaving no doubt about its sharpness. This was initially crafted from ordinary metal. Zheng then placed his hands upon it, activating his transmutation ability to transform the cone into one forged from vibranium. Now, the cone was truly indomitable, for if it were made of iron, it would surely be incapable of piercing the destroyer, a weapon of the highest caliber. As the smoke dissipated within a 10-meter radius, the destroyer became visible, unharmed. Upon witnessing this, Tony wore an expression of astonishment and swiftly retreated to the side of Director Fury. The battle had escalated beyond his ability to intervene. Seizing the opportunity, Zheng directed the cone rapidly towards the destroyer's rear, the sound of slicing air resonating all around. Far away in Asgard, Loki, naturally, witnessed this scene through the destroyer, which he was immersively controlling. Given the nature of the destroyer, he could perceive everything within a 360-degree radius, rendering any attack utterly unavoidable. Moreover, he could sense the damage inflicted upon the destroyer. Although it was merely a fraction of perception, it enhanced his combat abilities. A smirk of derision graced Loki's lips. A weapon forged of iron could never breach the defenses of such a formidable Asgardian artifact. He harbored no intention of defense. However, he would soon come to regret this oversight. Before the eyes of the onlookers, the cone penetrated the destroyer unimpeded, embedding itself deeply, a third of its length disappearing within. Silence enveloped the scene. Tony, Fury, Captain America, and the others felt a sudden tightening in their posteriors, a peculiar sensation washing over them. Loki's face transformed from pale to crimson, then to a deep violet, his expressions a vivid tapestry of emotions. Even the 4 elite warriors beside Thor could not suppress a twitch at the corners of their mouths. Zheng observed this spectacle and calmly uttered, "1,000 years of pain." This moment marked the completion of his system task. Loki, controlling the destroyer, withdrew the cone, revealing a gaping hole on its rear. Despite the destroyer being a formidable weapon of Asgard, it lacked any auto-repair functionality. The head of the destroyer rotated a full 180 degrees to face Zheng. Although the destroyer bore no facial features, Zheng could sense the palpable anger emanating from it. Abandoning Thor as its target, the destroyer charged swiftly towards Zheng, intent on tearing him asunder. Zheng ascended rapidly, surveying the destroyer from above. He then commanded a great quantity of metal to swiftly adhere to it. A terrifying crimson beam erupted from the destroyer's visage, obliterating vast amounts of metal. Yet, the sheer volume of metal was overwhelming, soon enveloping the 4-meter-tall destroyer like a rice dumpling. Zheng swiftly approached the colossal bundle, touching it with one hand to activate his matter transformation ability, converting all the metal into vibranium. As for the destroyer, it could feel that it was incapable of undergoing this transformation. Perhaps this skill could be upgraded in the future. He then casually stood beside the massive bundle. The destroyer within could scarcely move. The hardness of vibranium was no mere boast. Back in Asgard, Loki was in a state of furious despair, casting aside his crown in frustration. He realized he could exert no control over the destroyer whatsoever. It was utterly inconceivable that a mere mortal from Midgard could achieve such a feat that is no ordinary metal. How could it possibly contain the destroyer? Even the terrifying beams of light emanating from the destroyer's visage had no effect on that layer of metal. In fact, due to the proximity, the destroyer itself sustained injury. Tony gradually floated to Zheng's side. He had just witnessed this iron cocoon glow a fiery red in its upper half, only to fall silent moments later. It was evident that the iron-clad figure within was not subdued, but rather struggling, albeit ineffectually. Tony swiftly touched the metal encasing the destroyer. He had seen with his own eyes how, upon being brushed by Zheng, it transformed into a silvery hue. Yet, he was perplexed as to what had transpired. Peering closely, his pupils dilated in shock as he exclaimed, "This is vibranium. But how could this be? It is well known that vibranium sells for $10,000 per gram on the market, exponentially more valuable than gold." Now, merely by Zheng's gentle touch, over 10 cubic meters of vibranium had manifested. This was utterly beyond belief. In that moment, had he not just created hundreds of millions of dollars? This was certainly swifter than any means of earning money he knew. With a bewildered gaze, Tony turned to Zheng and inquired, "How did you accomplish this?" He had distinctly observed ordinary metal encasing the iron figure. How could it suddenly transform into vibranium? Even he possessed only a little over 200 grams of vibranium, not out of reluctance to spend, but due to its scarcity. It is a commodity that is more valuable than it is available. Zheng nonchalantly waved his hand and replied, "Isn't it enough to have hands?" Tony's lips twitched. This was a phrase he had often directed at other scientists. Zheng was becoming increasingly enigmatic in his eyes. However, he soon dismissed such thoughts. As long as Zheng remained his friend, that sufficed. Moreover, there was a silver lining. Whenever Tony required vibranium, he could simply procure it from Zheng. Given his ample resources, Director Fury and Captain America approached briskly. Both immediately recognized the metal. As an organization dedicated to safeguarding the world, SHIELD certainly possessed vibranium, perhaps even more than Tony's reserves. Captain America's shield was made of this very metal, and having held it daily, he instantly recognized the substance before him as vibranium. Glancing from his shield to the 10 cubic meters of vibranium laid out, he felt a pang of inadequacy. How could his modest shield compare? Zheng had effortlessly conjured forth such a vast quantity. It was simply unreasonable. Howard Stark had claimed this metal to be exceedingly rare throughout the world. Director Fury gazed at the metallic object, his mouth agape in sheer astonishment. At that moment, the sky darkened ominously, and the god of thunder, Thor, lay on the ground, surrounded by crackling bolts of lightning. A flicker of thunder flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly soared into the sky, performing an animated transformation reminiscent of epic tales. With a resounding voice, Thor declared, "Prepare to meet your demise, Destroyer." Chapter 53, Assassination of the President of the United States. In the air, Thor summoned his mighty hammer, which swiftly flew into his grasp. Suddenly, resplendent golden armor materialized around him, with breastplate, shoulder guards, and greaves appearing in succession. A dazzling crimson cape unfurled behind the god of thunder. The skies for 10 miles were shrouded in darkness, with tornadoes swirling around him, fierce winds whipping through the air, and dust obscuring the sun. Thor stood at the eye of the storm, feeling his divine power return, even stronger than before. He was determined to obliterate the destroyer, who had nearly claimed his life. As Thor scanned the skies for any trace of the destroyer, he found nothing but a massive iron block. He swiftly flew to the side of Zheng and the others, inquiring, "Where's the destroyer?" Zheng gestured with his chin, replying, "Inside that iron block." Iron Man's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded Thor. He was indeed a god. The reality of it was staggering. Zheng's claims were true. There truly existed deities in this world, and Thor was none other than the legendary god of thunder from myth. Would Odin appear next? Director Fury and Captain America were equally dumbfounded, exclaiming, "This guy is truly a god." Thor stared at the iron mass, a hint of confusion in his eyes. The destroyer is contained within? Who imprisoned him, and why does he not emerge? Zheng glanced at Tony, initially wishing him to explain, for it was far more gratifying for others to reveal such truths. However, seeing Tony's bewildered expression, Zheng understood his thoughts and decided to speak up himself. Thor was equally astonished. This mortal possessed such formidable strength that he could vanquish the destroyer from their realm. Clearly, one must no longer underestimate the beings of Midgard. Behind Thor, 4 elite warriors from Asgard approached, having overheard their conversation, their expressions filled with astonishment. After all, the destroyer had just overpowered the 4 of them mere moments ago, and now a mortal had captured him alive. This shattered their centuries-old worldview. The 4 elite warriors cast a profound gaze upon Zheng. He is a warrior deserving of respect. At that moment, Zheng addressed Tony. "When will you consume that iron suit of yours?" Upon hearing this, Tony's lips twitched in irritation. Who would have thought that Zheng would casually pull someone off the street, only to discover he was truly a divine being? Goodness, he was even the god of thunder. Furthermore, I merely made a passing remark. Why must you take it so seriously, Zheng? Tony looked up at the azure sky and remarked, "What a splendid blue today." Thor, observing the overcast sky he had created, curiously inquired, "Where is the blue?" Tony shot a disdainful glance at the towering figure beside him. Zheng, witnessing Tony's antics, chose not to dwell on it. After all, he could not genuinely expect Tony to consume the iron suit. Otherwise, who would forge it for him? Tony glanced over, dismissing Zheng's concerns, and sighed in relief. If Zheng were to persist on that point, escaping would become quite the challenge. Director Fury observed the exchange, initially believing a confrontation between Zheng and Tony was imminent. Alas, it seemed a fine spectacle was lost. His eyes then gleamed with excitement as he beheld the vibranium before him. Several tons of it lay at his disposal. If he could transport it to S-H-I-E-L-D, he would strike a monumental fortune. Moreover, Zheng's ability to conjure vast quantities of vibranium at will rendered him a veritable treasure trove of human potential. It was imperative to cultivate a good rapport with him. Thor addressed Zheng, stating, "We must return the destroyer. It is property of the realm of gods." Zheng nodded in agreement. The destroyer held no utility for him. Odin's watchful gaze lingered in the heavens, and Zheng currently lacked the means to confront him directly. However, he was resolute in not relinquishing the vibranium. Communicating his thoughts to Thor, Zheng placed his hand upon the vibranium, and in an instant, over 10 cubic meters of it transformed into a flowing stream. As the destroyer broke free, its headpiece opened, revealing a tumultuous blaze within, poised to attack. Yet, Thor swiftly dispatched it with a single strike. A plan Zheng had previously shared with him. Fragments of metal scattered in every direction. Thor and Forest Guardian warriors collected the remnants. Tony and the others were once again awestruck by Zheng's extraordinary display, unable to suppress their astonishment. Truly, this was beyond comprehension, defying all scientific rationale. After summoning the Bifrost, Thor and his companions departed. A radiant beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping Thor and his party, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished. Tony and the others marveled at the spectacle, their eyes wide with wonder. Today had indeed broadened their horizons. Not only had they encountered gods, but they had also fought alongside them. While they may proclaim themselves as deities, they are not as formidable as they claim. The foes they cannot conquer have already been vanquished by Zheng. Observing Thor and his companions, Zheng noted the absence of the system's voice in his mind, prompting him to forego accompanying them to Asgard. Furthermore, having offended Odin, it was even more inconvenient for him to go. However, he recalled that Thor eventually returned to Asgard, only to discover Loki's sinister plan to use the Rainbow Bridge to annihilate the entire realm of Vanaheim. Thor intervened, leading to Loki's fall into the cosmos, where he subsequently encountered Thanos. Following that, Loki wielded the Mind Stone to invade Earth. Whether the unfolding narrative would alter remained uncertain, yet he was indifferent to such changes. Director Fury persistently pursued Zheng, expressing his desire to procure vibranium. Zheng, I am willing to offer you $1,000 for a gram of vibranium. What a bargain, he exclaimed, noting that this was significantly pricier than gold. Zheng merely rolled his eyes, fully aware that in the black market, vibranium fetched $10,000 per gram. He chose to disregard Fury's incessant chatter. Nevertheless, Fury clung to him like a stubborn adhesive plaster, only to be forcibly repelled by Zheng, finally granting him some peace. After all, he couldn't fathom what within S-H-I-E-L-D might pique his interest. The Infinity Stones were certainly off the table, and as for money, thanks to his matter conversion ability, he had no need for it. Soon, Tony approached, also seeking to acquire some vibranium, but he was much more generous, offering to pay the market price. Zheng, however, did not ask for payment and instead provided him with a substantial quantity of vibranium, instructing him to use it in crafting his Iron Man suit. Additionally, he bestowed upon Tony a portion as compensation. Subsequently, everyone returned to their respective abodes. Zheng arrived at his villa, intending to enjoy a private moment with Jean. Yet, the following morning, he was greeted by a shocking headline. A mutant had assassinated the President of the United States. Chapter 54. The vibranium-crafted Iron Man suit that day. Early in the morning, Raven had prepared breakfast. Utilizing his matter conversion ability, Zheng conjured a lavish bouquet of roses, presenting them to Jean before him. Initially still somewhat drowsy, Jean's eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing the vibrant blooms, her face alight with joy as she gazed at Zheng and exclaimed, "Thank you." Zheng. Raven, standing nearby, silently rolled her eyes, finding couples insufferable, especially those who flaunted their affection in front of her. Zheng smiled and inquired, "Jean, how is your training going?" Jean was an exceptionally powerful mutant, possessing the Phoenix Force within her. The complete power of the Phoenix encompasses a myriad of abilities, including telepathy, the creation of life, the reorganization of molecular structures, the conjuring of voids, and the mastery of causality. It possesses the potential to obliterate, distort, modify, and even restart reality at will. One could only describe it as extraordinarily formidable. If one were to draw a comparison, it would surpass even an Infinity Stone in strength. However, it must be noted that Jean is currently unable to wield the full extent of the Phoenix's power. Theoretically, she stands as the most powerful among all mutants, even surpassing the progenitor of mutants. In the cinematic portrayal, she even vanquished Apocalypse. As Jean gazed upon the dashing Zheng, her boyfriend, a radiant smile graced her face as she remarked, "I am already much stronger than before, though I cannot ascertain the exact magnitude of my power." She felt an overwhelming sense of fortune in having encountered Zheng. He nodded in acknowledgement. Jean understood that her training with the Phoenix's power could not be neglected. At that moment, a news broadcast captured their attention. The President of the United States had been the target of an assassination attempt by a mutant. Although the attempt had failed, the television displayed the image of the assailant, a being entirely clad in blue, endowed with the ability to teleport. Suddenly, Zheng recalled the narrative. This was reminiscent of a plot from X-Men 2. At this very moment, Magneto was imprisoned and unable to instigate chaos. The professor, a staunch pacifist, would never engage in such actions. This attack was orchestrated entirely by Colonel Stryker, who had manipulated Nightcrawler to assault the president. In reality, he could have commanded Nightcrawler to eliminate the president directly, but he refrained, merely seeking to incite animosity towards mutants. Subsequently, Colonel Stryker could exploit this animosity to gain presidential authorization for his actions against the professor's school, culminating in the abduction of the professor himself. He intended to use his son to control the professor, compelling him to eradicate all mutants. It can be said that in the film, he nearly succeeded. Notably, his son is also a mutant, an exceptionally powerful one. Tragically, during the awakening of his mutant abilities, he inadvertently caused the death of his wife, leading to Stryker's profound hatred for mutants and his desire to extinguish their kind. He even resorted to extreme measures to control his son, rendering him paralyzed and nearly catatonic, leaving him only capable of obeying commands. Upon witnessing the news, Jean's expression shifted to one of deep concern. She understood all too well the dire state of mutants following this incident. The plight of mutants was already precarious. Previously, a senator had proposed measures to subdue and monitor all mutants, though Magneto and the professor had thwarted those efforts. Zheng looked at Jean and said, "I will accompany you to investigate. By doing so, we can better trigger the system's tasks and alleviate your anxiety. What could be more beneficial?" Upon hearing these words, Jean swiftly rose and embraced Zheng, her face adorned with a radiant smile. Since becoming involved with Zheng, she had stepped away from the ranks of the war police, yet her heart remained heavy with concern for the mutant community. She was acutely aware of the grave injustices faced by those who belonged to this marginalized group. Beside her, Raven shared in the worry, fully cognizant of the repercussions this situation could have on mutants. Zheng first instructed Jean and Raven to seek out the professor for further information. As he had matters to attend to at home, he made his way to his workshop, where he utilized his ability to transmute materials, transforming the surface metals of several steel armors into vibranium. This enhancement rendered the armors nearly invulnerable. Few could withstand an assault from vibranium. Consequently, their adversaries would find themselves on the defensive against the steel armors. However, he was currently unable to convert all components of the steel armors into vibranium, as he lacked the design schematics. It was not feasible to whimsically transform a mound of earth into a steel armor. Yet, should he grasp the complete blueprints of the armor, he could create them from the soil at any moment. At present, he did not possess the energy for such an undertaking and deemed it overly complicated given his limited scientific knowledge. Moreover, there existed a metal even more formidable than vibranium, Uru metal, which was later utilized by Thor in the Stormbreaker axe. Odin's eternal spear and Thanos' double-edged sword were also crafted from this exceptional metal. In Avengers Endgame, Thanos shattered Captain America's shield with his sword. Unfortunately, this metal was exceedingly rare, seemingly non-existent on Earth. He resolved to keep an eye out for it. Should he be able to transmute this metal at will, it would be a remarkable advantage. Uru metal was scarce throughout the universe, and his material transmutation abilities required further enhancement. Otherwise, he would struggle to analyze it. Next, Zheng instructed the Red Queen to take control of the steel armors at his residence, ensuring they would heed his command and could be summoned whenever he required assistance. With that, Zheng departed for the professor's school. However, the atmosphere at the school was eerily quiet. Students were nowhere to be found. The place felt desolate, akin to an abandoned house. Hastening through the hallways, Zheng soon found Jean and Raven waiting anxiously. With a worried expression, Jean turned to Zheng and exclaimed, "All the students have vanished, even the teachers." Observing her distress, Zheng reassured her, "Do not worry, I will help bring them back." At that moment, he began to formulate some hypotheses. Addressing the air, he commanded, "Red Queen, infiltrate the surveillance systems here and ascertain what has transpired." The voice of Red Queen echoed in Zheng's earpiece. An invasion had already occurred. Upon investigation, it was revealed that last night, Colonel Stryker led military personnel to launch a surprise attack here, abducting the majority of students. Zheng inquired, "What about the professor?" Red Queen responded, "Searching. Still searching, still searching." Zheng pondered. It seemed the professor was not on campus at that time. Otherwise, Red Queen would not have been searching for such an extended duration. In Chapter 55, Enhanced Wolverine, Zheng attempted to comfort Jean. For her, this place was home, where she had resided for a considerable time. Moreover, she was a teacher to the students here, often tending to them with great care. How could she not be worried? Among them were not only young adults, but also children barely in the first grade. 5 minutes later, Red Queen's voice returned to Zheng's earpiece. The professor was kidnapped while visiting Magneto in prison. He was rendered unconscious by a fog, and Cyclops was struck down by a mutant. They were currently at Colonel Stryker's secret base, located within a dam. I have obtained the precise location. Zheng couldn't help but commend Red Queen in his heart. Her prowess was undeniable, as the information online was nearly transparent to her. She had swiftly identified the enemy's stronghold. However, Zheng also recalled that in the film's narrative, Magneto was later rescued by Raven. He speculated whether Raven's allegiance to his side would still permit Magneto's escape. After all, in the storyline, the remaining X-Men, who had evaded capture by Colonel Stryker's forces, ventured into the secret base to rescue the captured mutants. Ultimately, it was together with Magneto that they managed to save the Professor and others. Now, without Magneto, could they still effect a rescue? Never mind. They would know once they arrived. Zheng conveyed the news to Jean, alleviating her fears somewhat. Nearby, Raven exhaled in relief, though she stood opposed to the Professor. Their relationship was one of both conflict and camaraderie. Otherwise, they would not have fought alongside each other for so many years without a single core member falling. Jean quickly urged Zheng, "Let us hurry and rescue Storm, the Professor, and the students." Zheng nodded, replying, "All right, I'll take you." In the school's garage, he located 2 motorcycles. He took one for Jean, while Raven rode the other. The 2 motorcycles sped along the highway, although Zheng did not place his hands on the handlebars. Nevertheless, his speed exceeded 100 miles per hour. Passers-by in cars gaped in astonishment, their faces painted with disbelief. Even police vehicles pursued them. Alas, Zheng's motorcycle skills were not particularly adept, if it were solely reliant on one's own hands. Reaching such speeds would undoubtedly be perilous. However, when controlled by a magnetic field, the dynamics shift entirely. It allows for precise directional control. Even in the event of an imminent collision, the system can execute an emergency stop instantaneously, halting the vehicle's momentum. On winding mountain paths, it can even elevate the motorcycle to soar over obstacles. Amidst this exhilarating journey, Zheng and his companions arrived at a dam, which served as Colonel Stryker's clandestine base. Upon closer inspection, Zheng noted that the scenery bore a striking resemblance to that depicted in films. He then commanded, "Red, activate all the iron armors and have them converge here." With the presence of the iron armors and Red, there was little need for personal intervention. Shortly thereafter, 15 iron armors soared through the sky, each crafted from vibranium, rendering them virtually indestructible. At the dam's entrance, a figure materialized. No, rather, a mutant with blue skin. He appeared visibly anxious and flustered, standing at the threshold in a state of confusion. Instantly, Jean and Raven prepared for combat, their expressions laden with vigilance. Zheng recognized this mutant at once. Nightcrawler, a being capable of teleportation. In the animated realm, he was Mystique's son, yet in this primary universe, he was a pawn of Colonel Stryker, having assassinated the president. His teleportation ability was remarkably effective, allowing him to traverse any location within his line of sight. Even areas beyond his vision were accessible, albeit with the risk of merging into solid objects. At that moment, Nightcrawler was less than 10 meters away from Zheng. While Zheng and his companions scrutinized him, Nightcrawler was equally observant. Being still youthful, he exhibited a timid disposition. Upon spotting Zheng and the others, he instinctively sought to escape through space. However, as he attempted to teleport, he discovered that his powers had dissipated, plunging him into a state of panic. Furthermore, his blue skin gradually faded, and his elongated tail shrank away, transforming him into an ordinary human. The realization left him astounded. To thwart his escape, Zheng had deliberately employed a technique to nullify the powers of mutants. Nightcrawler, bewildered, gazed at his hands and then hurried to the water's edge. He was astonished by his appearance. Having lived his entire life in a peculiar form, abandoned by his parents at birth, he had never attended school and had resorted to thievery for sustenance. Growing up subjected to discrimination and ridicule had fostered his timid and meek nature. Yet now, witnessing his normal visage, he found himself in a state of daze. If only I could remain this way forever. Mystique gazed at Nightcrawler, feeling a profound resonance within her heart. In the entire world, there were but a handful who shared similar experiences. At this moment, a voice echoed in Zheng's mind. Ding! The supreme choice has been activated. Option 1. The professor is imprisoned within a dam, and Colonel Stryker intends to use him to eliminate all mutants. However, as a mutant yourself, how could you possibly agree? Enter the facility. Let Jason Stryker's illusionist control the professor and annihilate all ordinary humans. Reward: a complete spacecraft. Option 2. This secret laboratory contains liquid adamantium, the same metal present within Wolverine's body. Undergo a human modification experiment to acquire a skeletal surface of this metal. Just like Wolverine. Reward: 10 tons of gold. Option 3. The exquisite and stunning Storm is trapped within. Host: embark on a heroic rescue. Reward: a branch of magnetism. Control over gravity. Zheng pondered the first option. Host, do you intend to exterminate ordinary humans? Are you truly that ruthless? Though he had gained some mutant abilities, he still considered himself part of the ordinary human realm. To slay all humanity, this was even more merciless than Thanos. Thanos merely sought to eliminate half of humanity. And a complete spacecraft? Do you wish for me to journey to another planet and coexist with extraterrestrials? No way. The second option left him bewildered. While Wolverine was indeed formidable, it was his extraordinary healing ability that allowed him to survive such experiments. Should he attempt this, it would undoubtedly lead to his demise. System, are you seeking a new host? The third reward, however, held promise. The ability to manipulate gravity. The potential to impose several times, even tenfold, gravity upon an adversary would grant a significant advantage in battle, especially in moments of surprise. Gravity could catch the enemy off guard. This option was reasonable. After all, he had come to rescue them. He was not solely there to save Storm. I choose 3. Chapter 56. The Phoenix Force for Massage. Zheng could feel a distinct transformation within his body. He casually employed the gravity skill on Nightcrawler, nullifying the gravity that bound him. By counteracting the forces of magnetism and gravitational pull, Nightcrawler suddenly floated upwards, rendered utterly helpless, his face a portrait of panic. His limbs flailed about as though he were adrift in the cosmos. Both Jean and Raven watched this spectacle, unable to suppress their astonishment. They all witnessed Zheng raising his hand, recognizing it as his signature move. Having followed Magneto for decades, Raven was acutely aware of his abilities. She knew he lacked such power. It was unexpected to see Zheng, the new generation, emerging stronger with each wave. She never anticipated that after being with a master of magnetic fields, she would now follow another who wielded similar control. Was this fate? Unbeknownst to her, the Magneto in films did not possess such powers, though the comic version did. After experimenting with Nightcrawler, Zheng shifted his gaze to Raven, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Raven, my dear maid, could you assist me in testing my abilities? Before Raven could respond, Jean approached without hesitation and forcefully twisted Zheng's waist, rotating him a full 90 degrees. With an expression that suggested she might devour him, Jean exclaimed, "You have a maid?" A hint of embarrassment colored Zheng's face as he replied, No. Then he added, "Ouch, darling." Jean's face flushed slightly, her expression tinged with shyness, yet her heart swelled with joy. He called her darling, a term he had never used before. Was he contemplating proposing to her? Instinctively, she relaxed her grip. Zheng sighed in relief. Jean was aware of his physical resilience, and she always employed a touch of phoenix power to grip the soft flesh of his waist. This tactic ensured she inflicted no harm while still delivering pain. It was indeed a terrifying waste of such cosmic power, capable of annihilating and creating, being used merely to twist his flesh. Raven rolled her eyes at Zheng. Although she performed maid duties, preparing breakfast, doing laundry, cooking, and cleaning, she was, after all, one of his subordinates. Did he truly believe that without transforming, she had become merely a maid? What is it? Raven inquired. I can now manipulate gravity, Zheng replied, and I would like you to experience it firsthand. Please convey your sensations to me. We are already at the dam's entrance. A few minutes delay in rescuing the mutants won't hinder our mission. Raven nodded, having suspected that Zheng was indeed utilizing gravity manipulation. However, she was eager to comprehend the extent of this newfound ability. Zheng lifted the suppression of her mutant powers. In her ordinary state, she was unable to assess it. Suddenly, Raven transformed into a completely blue human, but she swiftly reverted to her original appearance. Now that she understood her form, she could effortlessly return to her true self. Raven assumed a combat stance, declaring her readiness. Her physical prowess was approximately double that of an average individual. Zheng was the first to envelop Raven's form in a gravitational field twice that of normal. Yet, she remained steadfast, her posture unchanged, though she felt as though she were burdened by an immense weight of 90 pounds. Despite her outward appearance remaining unaltered, engaging an adversary under such circumstances would be disastrous. Her speed and agility would significantly diminish, along with the force of her strikes. Should she encounter an opponent of equal strength, a mere few exchanges could lead to her downfall. This ability was indeed formidable. Zheng observed Raven, his expression devoid of emotion, mistakenly believing he had not exerted sufficient force. In an instant, he escalated the gravity to 5 times its normal intensity. Raven stumbled and fell to the ground, as if she were a piece of iron irresistibly drawn to a colossal magnet, her limbs and face pressed firmly against the earth. In that moment, she felt as if she were being crushed beneath a weight of 500 pounds, her bones teetering on the brink of fracture. Not even a finger could she move, and she perceived her breath quickening, her heart nearly ceasing to beat. Gravity operates in such a manner. It is not only the muscles of the limbs that bear the increased weight, but also the heart and blood vessels must contend with the same burden. While one might endure the strain in their limbs, the internal organs may falter under such duress. Zheng hastily nullified his ability. Qin, her face etched with concern, rushed to Raven's side and assisted her to her feet. Raven shot Zheng a fierce glare, annoyed that he had exerted such force without regard for her capacity to withstand it. Zheng scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment coloring his features. Nonetheless, he had gleaned some understanding of his own abilities. If 5 times the gravity yielded such an effect, it was already impressive. Moreover, this was far from his full potential. He surmised he could generate up to 25 times the gravitational force. Turning to Raven, Zheng proclaimed, "I shall increase your salary, 300,000 a month." To him, money had become mere paper, easily obtained in any quantity. Raven's expression brightened instantly, her previous grievances vanishing entirely. Qin, feeling a twinge of jealousy, noted that she herself received no salary, despite being responsible for Zheng's nocturnal endeavors. Why was she not compensated? With a slight furrow in her elegantly shaped brow and a hint of playful petulance in her tone, she asked, "What about me, Zheng?" Zheng involuntarily shivered. This was a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. He quickly replied, "You shall receive 500,000 a month." Qin's exquisite features suddenly blossomed into a radiant smile, akin to flowers unfurling in the morning light, brimming with charm. "Thank you, my dear husband. You are the best." Although she possessed a modest savings of merely $10,000, the prospect of earning 500,000 a month was utterly exhilarating, propelling her into a realm of delight. She had now surpassed 98% of the American populace. Meanwhile, Nightcrawler remained suspended in the air, his levitation still unbroken by Zheng. With a hint of trepidation, Nightcrawler inquired, "Mr. Zheng, might I humbly request to be lowered?" With a casual wave of his hand, Zheng allowed Nightcrawler to gently descend. Subsequently, he retracted his powers, and Nightcrawler gradually transformed back into his blue mutant form, a long tail sprouting from behind. Witnessing this, Nightcrawler felt a pang of disappointment and sorrow. He was still the same creature he had always been. At that moment, Zheng sensed something in the southeast direction, his gaze seemingly penetrating layers of matter as if searching for something. "Come forth, Wolverine." Chapter 57. Zheng, Fireman, allow me to gift you a suit of iron armor. From a lush expanse of trees and grass emerged a man, Wolverine. His brow was perpetually furrowed, as if harboring a flicker of anger at all times. His eyes bore a sharpness, a wild ferocity and vigilance, yet deep within them lay traces of sorrow and confusion. He possessed a tall, robust physique, his muscles more imposing than those of fitness enthusiasts, with perfectly sculpted abs concealed beneath his attire. Upon glancing at Zheng, Wolverine quickly comprehended why he had been detected so swiftly. He wielded the power to control magnetic fields with remarkable restraint. Following Wolverine, a few others appeared: Iceman, Rogue, and Fireman. Iceman could emit frigid air, capable of freezing the very atmosphere, and in the comics, even the entire universe. Rogue had the ability to replicate others' powers. Fireman could intensify flames, but could not conjure fire from nothing. He required a lighter to unleash his abilities. Qin approached and inquired, "What brings you here?" Iceman explained that they, along with Wolverine, had discovered intruders at the school during the night and had fought off the enemies for a time before fleeing with a portion of the students. They had since ensured the students' safety while conducting extensive investigations, uncovering Colonel Stryker's secret base in the process. Thus,
they had come to rescue the professor and several abducted mutant students. Zheng paid little heed to their presence. His powers had yet to be fully tested.
He surveyed the small grove and the mountainous terrain before exerting his abilities to the fullest. Instantly, the earth trembled, and massive boulders cascaded from above, crashing thunderously to the ground. A multitude of trees swayed precariously, their verdant leaves cascading to the ground, rendering the entire grove seemingly barren in an instant. Before long, a mighty tree came crashing down, creating a scene reminiscent of an earthquake. The spectacle left all present in utter astonishment. Wolverine's typically stern visage now bore a slightly agape mouth, his eyes reflecting profound surprise. Has Zheng truly grown this formidable? Both Jean and Raven gazed in shock at the unfolding scene, while the Human Torch and others stood in bewilderment. Is Zheng's power truly this immense? Zheng contemplated his current abilities, which indeed surpassed those of the past. When faced with a formidable adversary, striking unexpectedly before an attack would surely disrupt their control. At that moment, Even Thor would find himself vulnerable. After testing his strength, the Human Torch inadvertently caught sight of the several Iron Man suits overhead, his eyes brimming with evident envy. These were Iron Man suits, after all, rumored to cost over $100 million each. Their immense power and firepower made them the embodiment of every man's fantasy. Were these suits owned by Zheng? Iceman and the impish rogue shared in the envy. The Human Torch approached Zheng, inquiring, "Are all these Iron Man suits yours?" Zheng, having recognized him from previous visits to the school, where he assisted the professor in defeating Magneto, nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it?" Without hesitation, the Human Torch nodded vigorously. "Do you want one?" Zheng asked, witnessing the spark of excitement in the Torch's eyes as he nodded fervently, akin to a pile driver. Could it be that he intended to gift one to him? How delightful that would be. Zheng replied, "Then hurry and go to sleep. You might find one in your dreams." The Human Torch stood there, utterly bewildered. This man's character was truly insufferable. Frustration welled within him, and he longed to confront Zheng, yet he felt powerless to do so. He could only endure. Zheng lingered patiently, curious to see if Magneto would appear, recalling how he had emerged in the film to join forces with the X-Men against Colonel Stryker. The others glanced at Zheng, their hearts racing with urgency as they yearned to rush in and rescue their comrades. However, as Zheng remained still, they instinctively held their ground, for he had subtly assumed the role of their leader. With both the professor and Magneto absent, and Jean being his girlfriend, it felt only natural to recognize him as their captain after their recent victory. 10 minutes passed, and Zheng confirmed his suspicion. He had altered the course of events. It seemed Magneto would not be making an appearance. He had once believed that the forces of this world were so strong that no matter how the storyline was altered, it would ultimately revert to its original path. As Wolverine and others exhibited signs of impatience, Zheng finally declared, "Let us proceed. We must rescue the hostages." He boldly stepped forward. Above, a dozen armored suits swiftly descended before him. With a resounding boom, multiple beams of crimson laser fire struck the imposing steel door, shattering it effortlessly. With the armored suits clearing the way, Zheng traversed the corridor with the ease of someone meandering through their own backyard, his demeanor tranquil. Jean, Wolverine, and the others followed closely behind. A cacophony erupted within the dam, red lights flickering ominously all around. Colonel Stryker, aware of the intruders, dispatched a multitude of soldiers to eliminate the foes. The dam's interior was a labyrinth of passages, echoing with the sound of hurried footsteps that Zheng and his companions could all discern. Instinctively, Wolverine unsheathed his 3 adamantium claws, his back arching slightly as a fierce expression overtook his features, emitting a low growl as he readied himself for combat. Iceman, Firestar, Jean, and Raven also prepared for a confrontation, their expressions tinged with tension. However, their intervention was unnecessary. Prior to Zheng and his companions' arrival, Red had already commandeered the network and surveillance systems within. She was acutely aware of every enemy presence. 15 armored suits, under her command, navigated to 3 intersections. The sounds of explosions and gunfire erupted in succession. How could Iron Man be here? I need fire support. Fire support. Why are there so many Iron Men? These metal monstrosities cannot be breached. Minutes later, silence enveloped the expansive corridor. Zheng advanced with an unhurried grace. Wolverine and the others exchanged glances before following suit. As they passed the intersection, they encountered over 20 lifeless bodies. These soldiers, despite being fully armed, lay dead, having perished within mere minutes. A hint of astonishment flickered in Iceman's eyes. Even he, faced with such modern soldiers, would have fled. After all, his body was made of flesh and blood. He could hardly fathom their swift demise. Firestar gazed at the armored suits with a burning admiration. They were incredibly impressive, and his desire to possess one grew stronger. Jean and Raven felt an unexpected ease, having anticipated a fierce battle. The journey continued in the same vein, with the 15 armored suits leading the way. Zheng at the center, accompanied by Jean and the others, with no need for them or the mutants to intervene. 15 ironclad suits effortlessly cleared the battlefield, leaving no trace of the enemy before they even approached the forefront. Regardless of whether the adversaries made a sound, the Red Queen was fully aware. Swiftly claiming their lives with ease, the team advanced leisurely, as if on an outing. Wolverine retracted his claws, while the Human Torch even took out a camera to capture a selfie with the iron suits, promptly sharing it online. Eventually, Zheng and his companions arrived at a formidable iron gate. In Zheng's earpiece, the voice of the Red Queen resonated, indicating that the boss, the professor, and Storm were situated beyond, accompanied by a multitude of soldiers lying in wait with heavy weaponry prepared for action. A subtle smile graced Su Zheng's lips as he declared, "Let us proceed with an all-out assault." Chapter 58, Vibranium versus Adamantium. The Red Queen commanded the 15 iron suits to unleash a barrage of missiles at the gate. The thunderous explosions obliterated the steel door, enveloping the area in smoke and obscuring visibility. Inside lay an expansive chamber filled with numerous soldiers, each wielding Gatling guns. Although Colonel Stryker could not discern the figures through the haze, he sensed the enemy's presence and bellowed, "Open fire." The 15 iron suits formed 3 lines, shielding Su Zheng and his companions from the onslaught. The air was filled with the cacophony of gunfire until the soldiers exhausted their ammunition, at which point silence fell. As the smoke cleared, the iron suits emerged unscathed, not a single scratch marring their surfaces. Remarkably, Su Zheng and his companions bore no injuries, as all bullets and harm had been absorbed by the iron suits. Stryker's expression was one of disbelief as he exclaimed, "How is this possible? How can the iron suits possess such resilience? Even the most advanced technology cannot defy the laws of physics. They are merely made of metal. Even a tank would be reduced to scrap under such firepower." The remaining soldiers mirrored his shock, their eyes betraying a flicker of fear. However, with their ammunition expended, it was now the Red Queen's turn to act. The eyes of the iron suits ignited with crimson light as they charged toward the soldiers, resulting in a one-sided massacre. Recognizing the dire situation, Stryker fled. Among the 15 iron suits, 3 were solid steel, boasting enhanced firepower and wielding blades forged from vibranium by Su Zheng. These 3 suits engaged the soldiers in brutal hand-to-hand combat, creating a scene of utter carnage. Once the Red Queen had dispatched the soldiers, she led Su Zheng and his companions onward. One can only remark on the considerable size of the dam. At a corner, 2 figures emerged before the crowd. One was Storm, and the other was Cyclops. At that moment, they had fallen under the control of the Master of Illusions. Mistaking Su Zheng and his companions for foes, the Master of Illusions was none other than Colonel Stryker's son, possessing formidable mental abilities, capable of even controlling the Professor. Upon glancing at the duo, Red Queen initially mistook them for allies and called for a ceasefire. Su Zheng, however, commanded, "Open fire." Although Red Queen was uncertain of the rationale, she did not hesitate to comply. Cyclops was the first to remove his glasses, unleashing a torrent of light beams upon the armored warriors. Instantly, several iron soldiers were sent flying down the tunnel, yet they bore no visible injuries. Storm, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed her powers. A fierce gale erupted, as if a hole had been torn in an aircraft, lifting all debris into the air. A multitude of metallic objects were hurled towards Su Zheng and his team. Yet, with a mere wave of his hand, Su Zheng rendered everything motionless. 15 iron soldiers charged forward, and Su Zheng instructed, "Do not kill them, capture them alive." As several armored warriors drew Cyclops' fire, one stealthily maneuvered behind him. With a decisive strike, the warrior incapacitated Cyclops. Storm met a similar fate. Her close combat abilities were no match for the armored soldiers, who swiftly overpowered her. Wolverine and the others were taken aback. Cyclops and Storm were their primary combatants, and it was astonishing how quickly Su Zheng had subdued them, without even lifting a finger. Su Zheng lingered for a moment, observing the fallen Storm. Indeed, she possessed striking beauty, as the system had indicated, albeit with a slight tan. Having accomplished the system's task, he chose not to depart just yet, leaving Human Torch and Kid Omega to attend to Storm and Cyclops, while he led Wolverine and the others onward. They had yet to locate the Professor, Stryker, and several abducted mutants. In truth, the dam was equipped with surveillance cameras, inadvertently aiding Red Queen. She swiftly located Colonel Stryker, who was attempting to flee. As they pursued him, they encountered him at a corner. Beside Colonel Stryker stood a striking woman clad in a tight black leather suit. Upon spotting Su Zheng and his companions, she immediately prepared for battle, extending 10 razor-sharp claws that measured several inches in length. Su Zheng realized she was a product of Colonel Stryker's second-generation adamantium soldiers. She is also a mutant endowed with the ability to heal, and her body contains adamantium. The first-generation warrior is none other than Wolverine, marking the prelude to his tale. Upon seeing Su Zheng, Strick immediately turned and fled. This enchanting woman is known as Deathstrike. She charged towards Su Zheng and his companions, intending to buy time for Colonel Strick's escape. 3 armored warriors approached, each wielding a sword. The 4 engaged in close combat. With unwavering confidence, Deathstrike slashed forward, her claws forged from vibranium. Any metal could be severed by her lethal talons. However, in the next moment, her confidence waned. Deathstrike's elongated claws merely left 5 slender scratches on the armored suit. Under the control of Red Queen, the 3 armored suits coordinated flawlessly, employing various combat techniques. One armored warrior swiftly severed Deathstrike's 5 claws with its sword, leaving her utterly astonished. How could this be? Her claws, crafted from adamantium, should only be cleaved by adamantium itself. Deathstrike abruptly lifted her gaze to the 3 armored suits, having previously sensed something amiss. Her claws could inflict minimal damage upon them. Could it be that these armored suits were also made of adamantium? This seemed impossible. In truth, vibranium is quite similar to adamantium. Adamantium is composed of vibranium and certain alloys. Overall, adamantium is sharper, while vibranium excels at absorbing kinetic energy. Wolverine stood by in astonishment, never anticipating that Zheng would so extravagantly fashion armored suits from adamantium. In such a scenario, he would be unable to contend with these armored warriors. They, too, wielded weapons crafted from adamantium. Should his head be severed, he would meet the same fate. During the skirmish, Jean and Raven had already pursued Colonel Strick. As for Deathstrike, outnumbered 3-1, she was swiftly subdued, her claws rendered useless. However, Zheng chose not to slay her, recognizing that she was merely a pawn of the Illusion Master. Shortly thereafter, Jean and Raven returned, escorting the handcuffed Colonel Strick. The colonel loudly declared to Zheng, "I am a military officer, and you lack the authority to judge me. You must take me to the police station. Only a judge can determine my guilt, and I demand to see my lawyer." Chapter 59, The Power to Annihilate Worlds. Listening to Colonel Strick's words, Zheng contemplated the possibility that if he were sent to court, he might very well evade justice. The American government still harbors a considerable number of individuals who harbor disdain for mutants. Even if they have committed reprehensible acts, it is highly likely that they will remain unscathed. Zheng directly disregarded Strick's words and softly instructed the Red Queen to eliminate him. A figure clad in iron armor wielded a blade forged from vibranium, and with a swift motion, the head fell. A torrent of blood gushed forth, shocking most of the onlookers who had not anticipated Zheng's resolute decisiveness. For the war police, adherence to the law was paramount. Had Strick been in their custody, they would merely have imprisoned him and handed him over to the authorities. However, they did not foresee Zheng's unwavering resolve. Yet, it was of no consequence now, for the man lay dead. Wolverine, on the other hand, seemed unfazed, as the lives he had taken could form an enhanced battalion. The group pressed onward and soon located the other mutants imprisoned in the dungeon. Just as they were on their way to the professor's chamber, suddenly, with the exception of Zheng and Jean, everyone else collapsed to the ground, their faces contorted in agony. The mischievous one clutched his head, writhing on the floor, screaming in despair. Even Wolverine bore a similar expression, kneeling with a fierce grimace, emitting beast-like roars. Iceman and the other mutant students appeared to be enduring torture, their cries echoing throughout the chamber. Meanwhile, far away in a special prison, Magneto also fell to the ground, his face etched with pain. However, he quickly realized the gravity of the situation and gritted his teeth, uttering, "Professor." Across the globe, mutants were similarly incapacitated, lying on the ground and wailing. Acutely aware of their mortality, Jean approached the mischievous one, her face filled with concern, asking, "What is happening to you all?" Zheng replied, "This is the professor's ability." In that instant, he comprehended the scene before him. The professor was likely under the control of the Illusion Master, utilizing a brainwave amplification device with the intent to annihilate all mutants. As for himself and Jean, they were unaffected because he had previously cast a mental defense spell in their minds. He was uncertain whether he was a mutant, as his powers were bestowed by the system, and he did not know if he possessed mutant genes or whether he would suffer in the absence of that spell. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Jean anxiously inquired, "Why would the professor do such a thing?" Zheng replied, "He is currently under someone else's control." Suddenly, Jean had a realization and asked, "Then why are you and I unharmed?" As he approached Wolverine, Zheng explained, "Because I had previously cast a mental defense spell in both of our minds." Jean's face bore a hint of astonishment. Magic? Could such a phenomenon truly exist in this world? While Jean was momentarily entranced, Zheng waved his hand at Wolverine. The latter stood up in a daze, devoid of any expression of anguish. Zheng's defensive spell was indeed capable of being cast upon others. Subsequently, he enveloped the heads of everyone present in a layer of magical protection. Moments ago, they had been engulfed in suffering, largely oblivious to their surroundings. It was only through Qin's explanation that they began to comprehend the situation, gazing at Zheng with astonishment. Magic! Goodness! Even a few children, no older than 7 or 8, gathered around Zheng, exclaiming, "Big brother, cast it again. Once more, please." Su Zheng gently shook his head, for he possessed only this singular type of magic. However, he contemplated seeking out Ancient One for further instruction, particularly in the art of teleportation, an exceedingly convenient spell. Yet, he was uncertain of his own magical aptitude. Finally, Su Zheng, accompanied by Iceman, Wolverine, the Mischievous One, and Qin, arrived outside the professor's chamber. The other mutants had already been instructed to leave. Before Su Zheng stood an imposing steel door, over 30 centimeters thick, securely locked. Even Wolverine would require considerable effort to breach it. With a resounding crash, the door buckled inward, contorting under the force, before being cast aside by Su Zheng. Inside, indeed, was the professor, alongside a young man seated in a wheelchair. This young man was gaunt, clad in a hospital gown, with his head tilted to one side. His expression vacant, resembling a state of dementia. He was Colonel Stryker's son, the Illusion Master, once a student of the professor. However, the nature of Stryker's actions had rendered him in this unfortunate condition. The room was a vast circular chamber, spanning 400 to 500 square meters, with a straight corridor linking the entrance, suspended in the center. This chamber functioned as a colossal device for amplifying brainwaves. The professor's institution possessed an even more advanced version. This implied that the professor had the capacity to annihilate all mutants at will. Moreover, he could simultaneously eradicate all ordinary humans. Such power was indeed terrifying. It was no wonder that the American government approached mutants with caution. How could they feel secure in the presence of such formidable abilities? Even the Illusion Master, aware of Su Zheng and his companion's forceful entry, displayed no reaction, akin to a lifeless body, obeying only Colonel Stryker's commands. Su Zheng raised his hand, striking a piece of steel against the Illusion Master's head, interrupting his spellcasting. The blow was perfectly timed, leaving him dazed yet unharmed. The professor awakened, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings, his mind a haze of fragmented memories of being incapacitated. He was utterly oblivious to the current situation until the Iceman elucidated it for him. Upon grasping the gravity of the circumstances, the professor gasped, his countenance filled with trepidation. He could scarcely fathom the cataclysmic consequences had he annihilated all his compatriots, leaving him as the sole mutant in a world devoid of his kind. Gazing at Su Zheng, his eyes conveyed profound gratitude as he remarked, "Thank you, Su Zheng. The X-Men shall forever remain your allies. Should any matters arise, do not hesitate to express them." Su Zheng nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing that while his visit had initially been motivated by the system's rewards, the bond of friendship with the X-Men was indeed a valuable gain. Subsequently, the group departed. Su Zheng summoned the Illusion Master and Death Girl to the Professor's Academy, where he also elucidated the incident involving the assault on the American president. Thus, the crisis concerning mutants reached a temporary resolution. Meanwhile, Jean sensed her own inadequacy during the recent conflict and resolved to enhance her powers. She no longer wished to remain merely a decorative presence beside Su Zheng. Chapter 60. Su Zheng. Am I living off others? In a vast expanse of American prairie, the landscape lay remarkably open, with a few cattle and sheep grazing in the distance. Su Zheng and Jean stood facing each other. After Jean articulated her desire to augment her abilities, Su Zheng brought her to this secluded spot. "Come now," he urged. "Use half of your strength." Although Jean was unlikely to best him, the prospect of an accidental surge of power leading to her own demise amused him. A serious expression adorned Jean's delicate features, as she recognized her inferiority to Su Zheng and understood the need for earnestness in their encounter. Su Zheng, whose powers were intrinsically linked to metal, had brought along some metal which now floated above his head, massive iron blocks weighing several tons suspended in midair. A faintly red energy shockwave surged towards him from Jean's vicinity. With a single wave of his hand, a thick iron door, 50 centimeters in depth, materialized before him. With a resounding boom, the door's surface suffered extensive damage yet remained unyieldingly intact, showing no signs of having been penetrated. Su Zheng exhaled in relief. Thankfully, Jean's abilities were not yet overwhelmingly potent. The magnetic field he wielded was still far from reaching even a fraction of its full potential. "Unleash your full power and attack me with abandon," he encouraged Jean. At that moment, Jean recalled her fellow mutants, the near-fatal experiences they had endured, and pondered what she would do if someone sought to harm Su Zheng. Would she merely stand by, as she had the previous day? No, absolutely not. In Qin's gaze, a hint of crimson light flickered, her entire being radiating a tumultuous, soft red energy, the aura shifting with an intensity that was palpable. Zheng, observing this scene, felt an ominous foreboding stir within him. The shockwave of the Phoenix's power surged forth like a relentless tide, its reach expanding to more than tenfold the previous extent. Swiftly, Zheng summoned all the metal above him to coalesce before him, forming a formidable wall of steel, 3 meters thick. Yet, the moment the Phoenix's might collided with the metal, it was disintegrated. The 3-meter-thick iron vanished at a visibly alarming rate. Zheng swallowed hard, recognizing that this assault was leagues apart from the previous one. Qin, are you intent on slaying your husband? His form darted skyward like a bolt of lightning. In the next instant, the Phoenix's energy arrived at his former position, leaving behind a gaping chasm, 7 or 8 meters deep and several meters wide, an utterly terrifying sight. And eerily silent, unlike before. Gazing at the tattered remnants of the steel wall, Zheng realized he could no longer hold back. Qin, prepare to defend. At that moment, Qin, filled with a mix of astonishment and dread, beheld the destruction she had wrought. Was this truly her attack? So potent. Yet, concern quickly crept in. Would Zheng be unharmed? Looking up, she found him soaring high above. Upon hearing Zheng's voice, Qin rapidly conjured a pale red protective membrane around herself. Before Zheng floated 10 coins, each touched and transformed into adamantium. Having encountered Wolverine and Deathstrike the previous day, he had already analyzed adamantium, granting him the ability to fabricate an endless supply at will. The air was filled with the thunderous sound of 10 coins traveling at 10 times the speed of sound, their passage creating a cacophony of sonic booms. Without even engaging an enemy, the clamor erupted. Of course, Zheng did not aim at Qin but rather at the ground beside her. Moreover, he exerted only half his strength. The electromagnetic cannon did not require a hand to launch. It was merely a stylistic choice he had previously made to use his finger. The 10 coins, composed of adamantium, collided with the translucent barrier within 0.005 seconds. It was a silent clash. The Phoenix's power could decompose all matter, yet Qin had not yet unleashed her full potential. Should she do so, it was conceivable that she could dismantle the very earth itself. Adamantium was renowned throughout the cosmos, and Qin would not be able to decompose it immediately. It was not until half a minute had passed that the kinetic energy within the coins dissipated, revealing the first signs of disintegration. 5 minutes later, all the metal was rendered into nothingness by Qin. Upon witnessing this, Zheng couldn't help but express his astonishment. The power of the Phoenix was indeed formidable. His girlfriend held great potential for the future. He pondered whether he should become a kept man, but decided against it, as he preferred to be in the dominant position. Qin, on the other hand, bore a look of despondency, realizing that it took her such a long time to withstand even a casual blow from Zheng. The disparity between their strengths was significant, and she was reluctant to let Zheng's prowess distance them further. Moreover, this was merely 10 coins. What if Zheng transformed all the metal above him into thousands of coins? How could she possibly withstand that? Zheng descended, chuckling and patting his backside, inquiring, "What's wrong? You look a bit down." A hint of crimson graced Qin's fair cheeks, even in broad daylight. "I feel you're incredibly strong," she exclaimed. Zheng replied. "In what way?" "In every aspect," she retorted. Clearing his throat, Zheng earnestly stated, "Let us discuss matters of strength. Your ability, known as the Phoenix power, requires diligent training. The future is promising. Who knows? I may need you to protect me one day." Qin raised her small fist and affirmed, "All right." They then engaged in practical exercises for a while before departing. Zheng carried Qin back to their villa, where they enjoyed a period of blissful life together. During this time, Tony sent Zheng 10 vibranium-made Iron Man suits. He had also been training to control his magnetic powers, enhancing his abilities somewhat. Qin's strength was growing rapidly, and if Zheng did not take her seriously, she might indeed surpass him. One day, Tony descended in his Iron Man suit. Landing on Zheng's balcony, Zheng greeted him. "What brings you here? Are you delivering more Iron Man suits?" Tony's lips twitched. This had truly been a dark period for him. He had never worked so hard throughout his life, even relying on Harvard. He had only exerted himself for a few weeks. Tony remarked, "Given your current strength, the Iron Man suit holds little significance for you. There's no rush." Zheng acknowledged that the suit's enhancement was limited, replying, "No hurry, take your time." With a sigh of relief, Tony revealed his purpose for the visit. "You've been quite active lately, right? Are you interested in joining me in Sokovia? There are many in need of assistance there." Recently, Zheng had taken Qin on numerous missions to combat crime, greatly enhancing his reputation. After some thought, he nodded. Training with Qin would be beneficial, thus he agreed. Donned a suit of steel armor, and the trio swiftly arrived in Sokovia. Chapter 61. Wanda called out, "Zheng, father?" Sokovia is a nation perpetually embroiled in conflict, somewhat more prosperous than Syria. The three of them reached a street above, where a parade was underway, a demonstration against tyranny, predominantly featuring the youth. In no time, the crowd swelled to a massive throng. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted within the masses, resulting in numerous casualties. Tony quickly soared towards the chaos, prepared to save those in peril. Ever since he publicly declared himself Iron Man, he had frequently traversed the globe to combat crime. For him, today was merely another ordinary day. Zheng turned to Qin and urged, "You should join in." She was now capable of independent action, especially clad in the steel armor that Zheng had commissioned Tony to create, entirely forged from vibranium. As for the other suits, they were solid and could not be worn. Qin nodded and communicated through her helmet. "Red, mark the enemies." Red responded, "Acknowledged." "There are 3 armed terrorists 500 meters to the left front." Qin darted forward. Zheng ascended into the sky, closing his eyes to sense his surroundings, searching for metallic objects resembling firearms. His detection range was vast, extending up to 4 kilometers. Within this radius, he could manipulate all metallic items. Before long, thousands of firearms soared into the air, a testament to the high density of weaponry in this war-torn land. The terrorists battling Tony and Qin gaped in astonishment as their weapons detached from their grips and levitated skyward. The young demonstrators also looked up in awe at this miraculous sight, as if witnessing a divine phenomenon. Zheng merged all the firearms into a singular entity, gradually forming a 5-meter-tall Statue of Liberty that stood firmly on the ground. Though he was a powerful being unconcerned by the turmoil, the reality of war remained terrifying for the ordinary civilians. Gently, Zheng descended to the earth. The surrounding crowd surged towards him, recognizing him as the recently popular superhero. An abundance of people encircled Zheng, akin to a fan meeting, creating an animated atmosphere filled with chatter. As he engaged with the enthusiastic throng, he spotted a familiar figure amidst the crowd, Wanda. It should be noted that this was the youthful Wanda, destined to become a formidable character who would single-handedly vanquish all superheroes from an alternate universe. Indeed, the superhero group she had defeated was the Illuminati, the very organization that he was now in the process of establishing. Zheng squeezed through the crowd until he reached Wanda's side, temporarily unable to spot Quicksilver. According to the film, they were supposed to appear in Avengers: Age of Ultron. Yet, the first Avengers film had not even begun. At that moment, a voice echoed in Zheng's mind. Ding. Supreme choice activated. Option 1. Orphan Wanda. Adopt her, and she will become a child bride. Furthermore, the future Wanda possesses formidable power, easily overpowering Doctor Strange. Reward: 1 Quicksilver. Option 2. Every man has one interest: hearing a girl call him daddy. Wanda, as the future Scarlet Witch, is a being capable of single-handedly battling superheroes of an entire planet. Seize the opportunity while she is still young, take advantage of her, and have Wanda call you daddy. Reward: increase in magnetic control by 10. Option 3. Wanda will be heartbroken due to Vision's death. The host should keep Wanda close, instilling in her the dangers of artificial intelligence and robots, fundamentally severing her connection with Vision to shield her from future pain. Moreover, how could a robot ever be worthy of Wanda? Reward: $10 million. Zheng gazed at the 3 options, feeling somewhat bewildered. The first choice, adopting a child bride? This system certainly had a flair for the dramatic. Although the future Wanda is indeed powerful, she cannot simply be treated as a child bride. Furthermore, if I were to have Wanda, wouldn't Quicksilver come along as well? There's no need for your reward. After all, Quicksilver and Wanda are twins, even if they don't quite resemble each other. The second option's reward is somewhat tempting, but it feels a bit mischievous. Having her call me daddy is one thing, but Wanda? The final option seems to show some disdain for Vision, which I can understand, yet the reward is not appealing. Who is still interested in money? It holds no value for me. I have never cared for it. I choose the second option. Before him stood Wanda, though merely 14. She already bore the semblance of her future self, strikingly beautiful. However, her face was smeared with dirt, giving her a somewhat disheveled appearance, and her complexion appeared pale, indicative of malnutrition. This place sometimes experiences famine. Moreover, Wanda and Quicksilver are orphans, and as minors, their lives must be far from satisfactory. At that moment, she held a pen and a notebook, cautiously extending them towards Zheng. Honestly, she had never expected her idol to approach her so directly. Although there are numerous stars today, in times like these, superheroes possess greater allure. Zheng addressed Wanda. Are you attending school? Wanda's eyes dimmed slightly as she replied. No. When her parents were alive, everything was fine, But since they were tragically killed by a missile from Stark Industries, she has been left with nothing. Now, even having a meal has become a challenge. Zheng remarked, "Would you like my autograph? I'll ask you a question. If you answer correctly, I'll gladly sign it for you." Wanda nodded earnestly, her delicate features tensed with concentration as she replied, "All right." Zheng continued, "I have 10 knives, and 2 have fallen. How many do I have left?" Without hesitation, Wanda responded, 8, Dad. Zheng pressed, "How many?" Wanda reiterated, 8. Laughter erupted among the crowd as they quickly grasped the situation. Overwhelmed by anxiety, Wanda found herself momentarily speechless. In Zheng's mind, he received the notification that the task was accomplished. With a smile, he took up a pen and paper, signed his name, and handed it to Wanda. He gently ruffled her hair, saying, "You're so good." Before long, Tony and Jean arrived, having dealt with the adversaries, merely a group of terrorists. As there were far too many in such a place, Zheng turned to Wanda and said, "Would you like to come to America? I will provide you with some funds so you can live well." Since Wanda was destined to be captured by Hydra and become a weapon, it would be better to bring her close, where she could become a formidable ally. Wanda's powers should not be underestimated. Quicksilver was already quite strong, yet in comparison to Wanda, he seemed insignificant. Chapter 62. Tony, my money is useful too. Tony flew over, giving Zheng a knowing look that only a man would understand. He was ready to support a college student. Jean, however, did not think much of it, believing that Zheng was merely helping a poor child, and besides, the child was quite adorable. Wanda's eyes sparkled with joy. She felt as though she were living in a dream. Not only had she met her idol, but he was also offering her a substantial sum of money. After a moment's hesitation, she added, "I have a twin brother." Before Zheng could respond, Tony approached. How could he miss an opportunity to assist children caught in war? He certainly had more than enough money to spare. He opened his facial armor, approached Wanda with a smile, and said, "Bring your brother along to America. You need not worry about finances. I will fully sponsor your education and living expenses." After saying this, he attempted to pat Wanda's head like Zheng had. But she swiftly dodged away, her eyes revealing a deep-seated aversion. It was important to remember that her parents had been killed by a missile from Stark Industries. How could she possibly accept Tony's assistance? Given that Tony was a frequent headline in the news, Wanda certainly recognized him. Tony watched as Wanda slipped from his grasp and ran to stand behind Zheng. This scene filled him with a profound sense of defeat. What is happening? Why is it acceptable for Zheng to touch her while I cannot? My wealth should suffice. This was his first experience of failure with a female, albeit one so young. Wanda turned to Tony and said, "No need. I have my brother Zheng to help me." Asking Tony for assistance would be akin to inviting her own demise. Tony felt increasingly bewildered. He had yet to do anything. Yet this little girl seemed to harbor such disdain for him. Zheng, observing the situation, understood all too well the reason behind it. He gently patted Wanda's head in a gesture of comfort and said, "Invite your brother to come to America. You need not worry about money anymore." Meanwhile, Jean, standing nearby, was overwhelmed with maternal affection. She approached Wanda and said, "From now on, will you stay with your sister?" Wanda glanced at Zheng, who nodded in affirmation, and then replied, "All right, sister. You are so beautiful." Those gathered around witnessed this exchange with knowing smiles. It is indeed a noble act for a superhero to assist a pair of orphaned children. As for the countless others rendered orphaned by the ravages of war, Zheng was but one man and could not extend his help to all. Assisting two was already commendable. The 4 of them departed amidst the well wishes of the crowd. Following Wanda's guidance, Zheng soon found her brother Quicksilver, who was currently engaged in thievery. He stealthily trailed a middle-aged man, intent on pilfering the wallet from the man's back pocket. However, he appeared inexperienced, his face a mask of trepidation as he cautiously shadowed the older man. After several failed attempts, he realized he could not exert too much force, for detection would surely result in a beating. Ultimately, he watched in dismay as the coveted wallet slipped further from his grasp. With a wave of his hand, Zheng made the middle-aged man's wallet soar from his pocket and gently land in Quicksilver's hands. The wallet, heavy with metal, was a simple matter for him to manipulate. Quicksilver stared in astonishment at the wallet, as if he had encountered a ghost. In a panic, he tossed the wallet away and fled, convinced that a specter was at play. Witnessing this, Wanda felt a twinge of embarrassment in Zheng's embrace, followed by a wave of concern. Surely, this incident would not deter Zheng from adopting them. Once they landed, Zheng swiftly approached Quicksilver and, without hesitation, delivered a sharp slap to his head. "Did I not tell you? Do not steal." Quicksilver, upon sighting his sister, felt a surge of anxiety and remarked, "But in a few days, we shall have no food." Although they were already in their teenage years, This place offered no opportunities for them to earn a living. Not every locale is as accommodating as Huaxia. Iron Man approached the pair of twins and remarked, "Stealing is not commendable." Quicksilver instantly recognized this nemesis of his father, and with indignation, retorted, "Leave." Tony Stark. Tony was taken aback, bewildered by the animosity directed at him from the twins, as if he had personally caused their parents' demise. Despite this, a flicker of satisfaction arose within him. "Hey, speaking to an adult like that is quite inappropriate. Didn't your parents teach you how to address your elders?" Upon hearing these words, Quicksilver's fury escalated. His face flushed as he shouted at Tony, "My parents were killed by missiles from your Stark Industries. How dare you say that? I would gladly end your life." At this, Tony fell silent, acutely aware that his previous company had sold weapons to terrorists, nearly resulting in his own demise. He was at a loss for words. Suddenly, Zheng approached briskly, alleviating the tension somewhat, and reiterated to Quicksilver what had just transpired. A glimmer of hope sparked in Quicksilver's eyes. He had grown weary of the gnawing hunger. To his astonishment, a benevolent individual was willing to assist them. How could they not feel elated, especially since it was the renowned superhero, Zheng? Without hesitation, Quicksilver agreed, casting a disdainful glance at Tony. Perplexed by how such a noble superhero could associate with a villain like him, the group departed in silence, and Tony quickly adjusted his mindset, reminding himself that he had changed and no longer sold weapons. At that moment, Zheng received a call from Fury, his tone laced with urgency. "Zheng, we urgently require the assistance of the Light Brigade. Loki has stolen the Tesseract, injuring numerous agents, and his whereabouts are currently unknown." Zheng recognized this as a scenario from the Avengers narrative, realizing he too must participate in order to trigger system tasks. "I shall be there immediately," he replied, promptly informing Tony and the others. Wanda, nestled in Zheng's embrace, gazed at him with admiration and inquired, "Brother, are you off to save the world?" Zheng smiled and affirmed, "Indeed." He then brought Wanda and Quicksilver to his home, temporarily providing them shelter. Soon, they found themselves aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier. The aircraft carrier is extraordinarily large, capable of navigating both the sea and soaring through the skies. However, devoid of a protective shield, it becomes a mere target in the air, nearly obliterated by Hawkeye's arrow in the storyline. Zheng contemplated, having just augmented his magnetic force by 10%, yet to put it to the test. This seemed like a perfect opportunity for experimentation. Chapter 63. Allow me to pass. Come to me, spaceborne aircraft carrier. The boundless sky stretched overhead, with pristine white clouds seemingly frozen in stillness. The dimensions of the spaceborne aircraft carrier measured in kilometers, its 4 colossal propellers spinning furiously. At that moment, it resembled a prehistoric dragon soaring through the heavens. Tony, clad in his iron suit, stood beside Zheng. Having arrived here under the guidance of Director Fury, even he could not help but marvel at the capabilities of S.H.I.E.L.D. Constructing such a massive spaceborne aircraft carrier is no small feat. They must have invested immense effort, and the high-tech innovations within are surely countless, albeit inferior to his iron suit. Sheen, standing nearby, gazed at the scene with eyes wide in astonishment. The voice of Director Fury resonated through the phone, urging them to approach and land on the deck. His tone exuded unwavering confidence. Were it not for the critical nature of the item Loki had stolen, he would not have deployed such a formidable weapon. Zheng raised his right hand and stated, "Why don't you come over instead?" A colossal magnetic field coalesced around the spaceborne aircraft carrier, commanding its entirety. The carrier pivoted swiftly by 90 degrees and approached them with remarkable speed, ultimately hovering steadily before Zheng and the others. Director Fury, already positioned at the edge of the deck, stood merely inches away from Zheng's bald head. Were he not a man, Zheng could have allowed him an even closer proximity. Zheng sensed a significant enhancement in his magnetic strength, nearly doubled. Previously, he had exerted 40% control over the magnetic field, now elevated to 50%, while 40% enabled him to lift 500 tons. The increase to 50% signified a radical transformation, capable of managing approximately 2,000 tons. However, it was solely the aircraft carrier's inherent kinetic energy that made this feasible. Otherwise, Zheng would have struggled to exert control over such a massive vessel, which undoubtedly weighed tens of thousands of tons. Director Fury was well aware of this fact. Yet he remained astounded by Zheng's display of power. "Your ability to manipulate the magnetic field has grown remarkably." Tony, equally bewildered, exclaimed. Controlling an aircraft carrier is quite an exaggeration. Nevertheless, he soon realized that Zheng had employed a clever tactic. Nonetheless, This achievement was still profoundly impressive. Initially, he had intended to create a colossal mech capable of battling the Hulk, envisioning a future where he could engage in an arm wrestling contest with Zheng. Despite being made of iron, however, the kinetic energy involved is no trifling matter. It possesses the force of several hundred tons in mere moments. Reflecting upon this, I realized the futility of my intentions. To engage in an arm wrestling contest with Zheng, one would require at least a towering mech, standing 20 to 30 meters high. Qin gazed at Zheng with astonishment, acutely aware of the disparity between them. It dawned on her that during their previous sparring sessions, Zheng had been holding back. In truth, he had not possessed such formidable strength before. He had indeed been earnest. It appears that I must redouble my efforts. My phoenix power increases with each training session, or else despair will surely consume me. Taking a step forward, Zheng found himself upon the deck of the aerial battleship, smiling as he greeted Fury. Hello. Fury's expression darkened slightly, clearly annoyed by the casualness of Zheng's greeting. What are you trying to assert here? He thought. Showcasing the aerial battleship was partially intended to display the might of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet, in this instance, it was he who had been outshone. As the group entered the interior of the aerial battleship, they found it already bustling with activity. The Hulk, Hawkeye, Black Widow, and Captain America were all present, along with Zheng, Qin, and Tony. It turned out that most of the Avengers from the storyline were gathered here. However, upon Zheng's arrival, the assembly divided into two factions, Zheng's team and Captain America's team. Behind Zheng stood Qin, Tony, and the Hulk, while Fury, Hawkeye, and Black Widow stood behind Captain America. The hierarchy was unmistakable. Under Zheng's influence, the Hulk and Tony had not joined the Avengers, as the concept of an Avengers team had yet to materialize. Fury had harbored this plan in his mind for quite some time, but had refrained from voicing it, knowing that without Zheng and the others, proposing such an idea would be absurd. Zheng mused that if another superhero ensemble film were to be made, it should be titled the Illuminati rather than the Avengers. Upon witnessing this division, Fury let out a soft sigh. Alas, we cannot compete with them. We must endeavor to discover more superheroes. Hawkeye and the others wore expressions of discontent, feeling undermined in their own territory. Fury decided to be forthright, stating, Loki has seized the Tesseract and vanished for a time, but he has now reappeared at Stark Industries. Tony was taken aback. It seemed Loki had quite the taste, knowing that his building was the finest. Our mission is to apprehend him and extract information regarding the whereabouts of the Tesseract. The task was straightforward and unequivocal. Zheng contemplated the narrative, realizing that Loki had deliberately exposed his location. He would likely allow himself to be captured by Tony and the others, inciting an internal conflict among them to buy time for opening a wormhole with the Tesseract. To open a wormhole, one requires more than just the cosmic cube. Other elements are also essential. Loki, having controlled several individuals with the Mind Stone, orchestrated their actions. It is worth noting that the Mind Stone in his possession was bestowed upon him by Thanos. Thanos, despite his vast ambitions, exhibited a remarkable audacity by allowing one of the Infinity Stones to seep into Earth. His reluctance to confront the situation personally stemmed from the presence of both Ancient One and Odin, who remained alive. Soon, a celestial aircraft carrier appeared above New York, noteworthy for its stealth capabilities, rendering it undetectable. Zheng, Tony, and Qin descended from the vessel, while Banner summoned the Hulk forthwith. Captain America and his allies arrived on the ground via a flying craft. They soon caught sight of Loki, whose arrogance was palpable as he stood atop a prominent staircase in a bustling street, specifically at the entrance of Stark Tower. Clad in golden divine armor and wielding a scepter adorned with the Mind Stone, he conjured multiple illusions of himself, compelling the civilians before him to kneel. Except for one elderly man, all others succumbed to the demand. Zheng, without unnecessary delay, waved his hand, causing a plethora of metal to rapidly converge around Loki. Upon sensing the imminent threat, Loki's expression shifted dramatically as he summoned all his divine power in a futile attempt to repel the encroaching metal. Yet, his efforts bore no fruit. Mere moments later, Loki found himself encapsulated within a colossal metallic cocoon, 3 meters tall and over 2 meters wide. Despite exerting all his might to escape, he was rendered utterly immobile, unable even to twitch a finger. Though he proclaimed himself a god, his physical prowess was only marginally superior to that of an average earthling, and he was now ensnared not only by metal, but also by the overwhelming force of a magnetic field exceeding hundreds of tons. With a mere flick of his finger, Zheng levitated the cocoon before him and cast a glance at Director Fury on the deck of the aircraft carrier, stating, "Thus, Loki is here. Fury's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. Was this confrontation truly over? Had it transpired in less than a minute? What was the purpose of gathering such a multitude of individuals if this was merely a game? Chapter 64. The power to manipulate tens of thousands of tons of metal through magnetic forces. The Hulk was equally bewildered. Where was the enemy? Was there no adversary remaining? Captain America, Black Widow, and Hawkeye shared a similar confusion, having prepared for an epic battle only to find the encounter concluded before it even began. Were they merely there to bolster the numbers? Hadn't Fury indicated that the enemy would be exceedingly formidable? Tony cast a glance at Zheng, realizing that with him present, he wouldn't have the opportunity to act. At that moment, Zheng looked down at the ground where hundreds of individuals knelt in submission. Only one elderly man, undeterred by Loki's threat, stood up. In the film, Loki had intended to kill him, but Captain America had intervened to save his life. Zheng recalled hearing someone refer to this man as the elderly counterpart of Captain America following the events of Avengers Endgame. It was said that Captain America had traversed time and aged naturally. Slowly descending, Zheng observed the elderly figure before him and summoned Captain America's shield, guiding it to soar through the air. Upon closer inspection, he noted a striking resemblance. At that moment, a notification rang out. Beep. Supreme choice activated. Option 1. Verify whether this elderly man is the aged Captain America by delivering a penetrating stab to his chest. Examine the man's chest for any wounds. Reward: an airborne aircraft carrier akin to that of S.H.I.E.L.D. Option 2. Release Loki for a true man's duel. Upon defeating him, stand on his chest and declare, "What a pathetic god." Reward: a 10 increase in magnetic control. Option 3. Currently, there are 2 Infinity Stones nearby, possessing immense power. Seize these stones and hurl the aircraft carrier toward the ground like a meteor, declaring war on the world and initiating the first step towards domination. Reward: Odin's crown. Zheng mused that this time the rewards were decent, unlike the previous offerings of Captain America's costume and the Hulk's shorts. However, he dismissed the first option, as the aircraft carrier held no value for him. If he desired one, he could simply seize it from S.H.I.E.L.D., which possessed 3. The second option was appealing. After all, the difference between the 40s and 50s was fourfold. Just imagine the disparity between the 50s and 60s. The thought excited him. As for the third option, he scoffed at the notion of Odin's crown. What material was it made of? He could replicate thousands of them with a mere touch. Moreover, the individual Infinity Stones, when wielded alone, were not particularly potent. Their effectiveness largely depended on the wielder. For instance, Loki used the Mind Stone to hypnotize Hawkeye, yet it only lasted a day, and he was easily awakened by Black Widow. What a waste. Loki was adept at illusions, and even he could only achieve that level of control. For Zheng, their utility was even less. He recalled Doctor Strange, who, despite possessing a Time Stone, was captured by Ebony Maw, only to be saved by Iron Man. What good were these stones? True strength lay in one's own power. Unless one could gather all 6 Infinity Stones and wield the Infinity Gauntlet, it would be futile. I choose option 2, Zheng declared, casting a lingering gaze at the elderly version of Captain America before averting his eyes and waving his hand. The steel on Loki's surface swiftly began to peel away. The onlookers were momentarily bewildered, questioning what was happening. What are you doing? How could you release the enemy? Captain America, with a hint of urgency on his face, realized that such a malevolent foe must not be allowed to escape. He hurried towards Loki, intent on regaining control over him. Loki, initially filled with anger, found himself in a predicament. While he desired to be captured, he did not expect it to happen so swiftly. At least allow me to put up a fight. Do I not deserve some dignity as a god? As he landed, he spotted a figure clad in tight attire rushing towards him. Loki conjured 2 illusions to strike at Captain America, while the captain dealt with the phantoms. Loki's true form delivered a powerful blow to his head with the Mind Scepter. With a resounding thud, Captain America was unable to maintain his grip on his shield, sent flying several meters before crashing heavily against the wall. Black Widow had intended to rush in, but abruptly halted midway. Her close combat abilities and physical prowess paled in comparison to Captain America's, and she pondered whether it would be prudent to engage. Perhaps it was better to let Zheng handle it. Unexpectedly, Zheng managed to capture Loki effortlessly, not due to Loki's weakness, but owing to Zheng's formidable strength. Through his earpiece, he heard Fury's voice. "What are you doing? Why did you let him go?" Zheng replied earnestly. "He is a god. One must show him respect. I intend to engage him in a true contest of manhood, allowing him to experience the fervor of Earthlings." Fury's face contorted in disbelief. Respect? I find that hard to believe coming from you. As for respect, how about you extend some to me? Perhaps a few iron armors and several tons of vibranium would suffice? And fervor? Does he even deserve it? After dispatching Captain America, Loki regarded Zheng with a serious expression. He had genuinely been defeated, not merely let off the hook, and he sensed that his release was still pending. Following Zheng's earlier declaration of respect for gods, Loki's lips curled into a smirk. This mortal possesses some self-awareness. He understands the need to respect a god. Quite commendable. If he is willing to serve under me, I may grant him a position when I conquer the earth. With a proud posture, Loki raised his head and manifested his antlered crown, gazing down at Zheng from a 45-degree angle. Mortal, I offer you a precious opportunity to submit to me. Zheng, taken aback by this proclamation, questioned his own ears. Nevertheless, he resolved to complete his mission. Loki, let us engage in a true contest of manhood. One-on-one. Loki regarded Zheng with a glimmer of apprehension in his eyes. If Zheng were to unleash that previous technique, he might not be able to respond in time. Loki contemplated and remarked, you must refrain from employing that power again. If you agree, should I lose, I will willingly accompany you and divulge the entirety of our plan. For he was not alone in this endeavor. He had allies. Upon hearing this, Director Fury's eyes lit up with intrigue. However, could Zheng truly contend against him? After all, he was facing a deity. He pondered the risks and was about to advise Zheng to decline, when he heard Zheng's resolute response. I agree. He was not merely endowed with the ability to manipulate metal. He possessed the power to govern gravity as well. He could sense his gravitational control had amplified from over 20 times to now exceeding 200 times. Even the Hulk would struggle to break free unless in a state of extreme rage. In a normal condition, he would be rendered immobile, merely standing on the ground. Chapter 65. Director Fury's continuous shock. Upon hearing Zheng's words, Loki's face bore a confident smile, his demeanor transforming into one of arrogance. He reclaimed the dignity of his divine nature. With a flick of his mind control scepter, hundreds of identical Lokis materialized around him. Zheng pressed down with one hand, and the gravity within a 10-meter radius intensified 30-fold. All the Lokis were forced to kneel, as if submitting to Zheng. The original Loki's face contorted in rage, feeling the sudden surge of immense gravity upon him, rendering his body immobile as if it were a mountain. Gradually, he could no longer sustain the illusion, and one by one, the phantoms dissipated, leaving only his true self. Zheng approached Loki slowly, gazing down upon him. Loki summoned all his strength, veins bulging on his forehead, finally lifting his head to meet Zheng's eyes. Their gazes locked, one calm, the other filled with shame. Loki thought to himself, how utterly unforgivable it was for a god to kneel before a mere mortal. Zheng recalled the moment the Hulk had battered Loki. A mischievous smile playing on his lips as he seized Loki's leg and instantaneously nullified the gravity. With a forceful throw, he sent Loki crashing to the ground. Boom. The concrete floor shattered, creating a massive crater. Thud, thud, thud. Zheng relentlessly pummeled him. His physical prowess now surpassed that of Captain America by twofold, complemented by his gravity manipulation. There was no question of his capability to subdue Loki. The latter found himself utterly bewildered, his expression vacuous as he lay in the crater, staring blankly at the ceiling, as if he had just been overpowered, lying in bed, utterly defeated. Zheng also received a notification from the system indicating the completion of the task. Standing upon Loki's chest, he declared, what a pathetic god. Loki, upon hearing these words, was immediately consumed by rage, feeling once again insulted. He yearned to rise and engage Zheng in yet another fierce battle. However, with a casual gesture, Zheng bound Loki with iron blocks, rendering him immobile. Director Fury arrived at the ground via helicopter, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at Zheng. Was that ability of yours the manipulation of gravity? He inquired. Zheng nodded, recognizing that such matters could not be concealed. Fury inhaled sharply. Could gravity truly be harnessed by a mere mortal? Even Magneto did not possess such power. Zheng turned his attention to the cloaked aircraft carrier hovering above. While it remained invisible to others, to him it appeared as a blazing edifice against the night sky. Previously, he could only make slight adjustments to the carrier, but now, with his enhanced abilities coupled with the skill of gravity manipulation, he could effortlessly manipulate the colossal vessel. The interplay of gravitational force and magnetic field control was far more complex than a simple sum of their parts. He had also discerned that his current magnetic field strength of 60 could lift an astounding weight of 10,000 tons, truly terrifying. With a wave of his hand directed at the aircraft carrier, a multitude of red lights began to flash within as the crew rushed about in a frenzy. "Commander, the aircraft carrier has malfunctioned," they reported. "It is about to plummet. What is happening? We are unsure. The propulsion system appears intact, yet we are uncontrollably descending." Panic spread among the personnel, their faces etched with urgency and fear. As the cloaking mechanism of the aircraft carrier failed, it began its precipitous descent, akin to a meteor hurtling through the atmosphere. The turbulent winds radiated outward, causing chaos on the streets as people fled in terror. Even Black Widow and her allies watched in horror at the unfolding scene. Captain America voiced his alarm, questioning Director Fury, "What is going on? Why is the aircraft carrier falling?" Fury remained silent, his gaze fixed on Zheng. Having witnessed Zheng's earlier manipulation of the aircraft carrier's trajectory, he quickly deduced that this was yet another of Zheng's ploys. However, he pondered, what could possibly be happening now with his aircraft carrier? Did Zheng truly believe that this cutting-edge weapon, stretching over 1,000 meters, was merely a toy? Well, perhaps in the face of the magnetic field, it truly was a toy. Nevertheless, Fury could not allow Zheng to act with impunity. He sought to intervene, but it was already too late. The aircraft carrier was descending, now only a mere dozen meters from the ground. In this final moment, the aircraft carrier swiftly decelerated, gently resting upon the outstretched hand of Zheng. The stark contrast between the colossal vessel and the diminutive figure of Zheng was striking, akin to an ant lifting a house. The immense aircraft carrier descending upon the modern city of New York evoked an entirely different sense of awe. Zheng could sense the carrier struggling in his grasp, attempting to free itself, yet to no avail. He merely exerted tenfold gravity upon the vessel. The aircraft carrier had already spiraled out of control, plummeting rapidly. Coupled with his ability to manipulate the magnetic field of several tons of metal, the carrier became a compliant plaything in his hands, regardless of its weight. His gravitational powers were not solely for exerting pressure. They also possessed the capacity to negate gravity. However, this act was primarily a means for him to gauge the extent of his formidable strength. Captain America gazed at the scene, his mouth agape in disbelief, as if it could accommodate 2 eggs. His astonishment was palpable. Was this truly something a mere human could achieve? It seemed utterly preposterous. Black Widow and Hawkeye were left in utter bewilderment, as such an occurrence was beyond comprehension for 2 ordinary individuals. Fortunately, Zheng was on their side, otherwise, they would have been at a loss for how to respond. Director Fury's eyes reflected a deep surprise. This was an entirely different feat from merely redirecting the carrier in midair. After a moment of contemplation, he pressed the earpiece and commanded, "What is the situation? Activate the maximum kinetic energy immediately and launch the carrier." A voice responded promptly, "Yes, sir." The 4 enormous propellers of the carrier began to spin furiously, unleashing a violent gust that swept through the crowd, lifting the skirts of the women present. Moreover, some lighter girls were gradually lifted into the air. Zheng sensed the kinetic energy within the propellers. He was unable to halt them instantaneously, as the energy produced far exceeded 10 tons. Otherwise, the aircraft carrier would not ascend. However, causing destruction was an entirely different matter. This high-tech marvel would be rendered inoperable with even the slightest damage. Yet, Zheng had no intention of doing so. Instead, he added an additional 5-fold gravity to the carrier. The vessel, which was moments away from ascending, suddenly came to a halt, returning to his hand under Zheng's control. He was capable of exerting over 200 times the force of gravity. At present, he had only employed 1% of that power. Witnessing this, Director Fury was once again left in a state of shock. Chapter 66. Under Gravity. Does Thor become a kitten? Fury pondered. Has Zheng's strength become this terrifying? However, he quickly realized that this was not solely reliant on magnetism, but also on gravity. However, even so, it is quite terrifying. His solitary strength could rival the military might of a small nation. With the combination of gravitational and magnetic forces, who could possibly withstand such power? Tony swiftly flew to Zheng's side, lifted his visor, and gazed at him in astonishment, exclaiming, "Goodness! You are now invincible, aren't you? You can even lift an aircraft carrier. Who would dare to oppose you?" Zheng contemplated, recalling figures such as Ancient One, Odin, Thanos, Jean, Wanda, the Devourer, and Captain Marvel. Moreover, there were members of the Celestial Assembly. This world indeed harbored such beings. The Celestial Assembly is a race that gives birth to a child of celestial origin from the destruction of a planet. The size of a celestial can surpass that of the Earth. Zheng reflected on the immense responsibilities that lay ahead of him. Furthermore, he acknowledged a personal shortcoming. His physical prowess was still lacking. Although his physical capabilities were now twice that of Captain America, it paled in comparison to others. Not to mention the Hulk. But even Thanos had demonstrated his devastating skills against the Hulk. Rather than aspiring to surpass anyone, he at least aimed to match Thanos' strength. Zheng lowered the airborne aircraft carrier to the ground, allowing everyone to board with ease. He had granted Loki a modicum of breathing space, ensuring his face was unencumbered by iron. Under the escort of Captain America and Black Widow, Loki approached the aircraft carrier, his eyes fixated on Zheng. This mortal was astonishingly powerful, utterly remarkable, and had shattered his preconceived notions. He could effortlessly lift such a colossal battleship. What immense energy did he possess? Captain America and Black Widow observed Zheng with keen interest. The Hulk, however, merely let out a roar directed at Zheng, still remembering how this individual had once injured him, before promptly running away. Zheng paid little mind to it. Soon enough, the Hulk would revert back to Bruce Banner. The group boarded the aircraft carrier, which ascended into the sky shortly thereafter. Director Fury eagerly commenced his interrogation of Loki, who had promised to divulge the entire plan upon defeat. Additionally, Fury had not detected the Tesseract on Loki's person. Confined within a transparent glass cell, Loki remarked, "This cell must be intended for that green giant, right?" Zheng, Tony, Captain America, and others stood outside the cell. Upon hearing this, Director Fury, though exposed, remained unperturbed. Tony shot Loki a disapproving glance. After all, the Hulk was now their ally. Had Fury truly prepared a cage for the Hulk? Zheng recognized that Loki was attempting to sow discord among the superheroes, a tactic he had successfully employed in the films. Director Fury spoke loudly to Loki, urging him to cease his frivolous banter and reveal their plans. At that moment, a sudden thunderclap echoed through the sky. Boom! Loki cast a wary glance upward. Captain America quipped, "Is a god afraid of lightning?" To which Loki replied, "It is not the lightning I fear, but rather an insufferable individual who is on their way." In an instant, Thor, the god of thunder, charged in like a bolt of lightning, shattering the massive iron gates of 3 airborne carriers in his path. With a powerful swing of his enchanted hammer, he forcefully struck the glass prison, shattering it to pieces. Thor seized Loki from within and soared into the sky. The entire encounter, from Thor's arrival to his departure, lasted no more than a minute. Everyone present, aside from Zheng, was momentarily bewildered. Who could have anticipated the sudden arrival of a god from the heavens? Zheng understood that Loki had seized this opportunity to escape, ultimately activating the cosmic cube atop Stark Industries. However, now that he was embroiled in the narrative, he would not permit Loki to flee. Allowing him to escape under his watch would be a disgrace. Even if it meant disrupting the subsequent plot, it mattered little to him. The divine selection system could often be triggered regardless, and even if he altered the storyline, it would still activate. Zheng was the first to soar into the air. It was then that Tony realized what was happening and hastily donned his Iron Man suit, becoming the second to pursue Thor. The others, however, were left helpless. Unable to fly, they could only wait for the aircraft. Thor moved with remarkable speed, yet Zheng was not far behind. He aimed carefully at the god of thunder, eager to test his full strength. Consequently, he unleashed the maximum gravitational force he could muster. Instantly, the very fabric of space began to warp. Thor, who had been flying smoothly, suddenly plummeted like a missile, crashing downwards. Boom! A tremendous and terrifying sound resonated. The ground within a 20-meter radius sank 10 meters due to the overwhelming gravity. Upon impact, both Thor and Loki collided with the hard earth, the force of the impact driving them deep into the soil. They sank 7 or 8 meters before finally coming to a halt. In the depths of the pit, Thor felt as though his body had suddenly gained several hundred times its weight, rendering him nearly immobile. He felt as if he were bearing the weight of a mountain. As he looked up, he realized that his own hammer was pressing down upon him, explaining the difficulty he had in catching his breath. Loki, unburdened by the hammer, nonetheless felt his own breaths quicken. The 200-fold gravity was taxing for Thor, yet it did not pose a life-threatening danger. For Loki, however, the gravity was a different story. He felt as though he were on the verge of being crushed by his own body, his heart straining under the immense pressure. Thor gradually rose to his feet, trembling slightly, yet resolutely grasping his hammer. His formidable physique was of considerable mass, estimated to weigh around a ton. Thus, even under 200 times the gravitational force, he could still heft a weight of 200 tons. With determination, Thor slowly carried Loki on his back as he ascended from the deep pit. Upon reaching the surface, he knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. The immense gravity required every ounce of his strength, and Loki, under such pressure, was no featherweight. Loki had tumbled off Thor's back and lay motionless on the ground, unable to even lift a finger. Sue was already waiting for them on the ground, approaching Thor and Loki with a measured pace, undeterred by the oppressive gravity. Observing their struggle, he gauged the potency of his gravity manipulation ability. In combat, employing this skill against foes would diminish their strength by 90%, while he remained entirely unaffected. The disparity between their capabilities was striking. Sue addressed Thor, stating, "Loki cannot be permitted to leave with you." This action indirectly saves thousands of lives in New York. Chapter 67. The Arrival of Ebony Maw and Thanos' Army. Beads of sweat dotted Thor's forehead as he lifted his gaze, asserting loudly, "He is my brother and a god. He must be returned to Asgard." Sue countered, "Such a notion is fanciful. Loki has committed crimes on Earth and must face justice here." At that moment, Tony and Natasha flew in, astonished to see Thor kneeling before Sue. Despite not being the deities of legend, Thor was undeniably powerful, yet he found himself defenseless in Sue's presence. With a wave of his hand, Loki was propelled before Tony, who produced a pair of handcuffs from seemingly nowhere and secured them around Loki's wrists. Once freed from the gravitational constraints, Loki exhaled deeply, gasping for air. His face slick with sweat. He felt utterly drained, on the brink of collapse. Sue had no intention of confronting Thor further. After all, he was a vital asset against Thanos. The three departed, soaring into the sky. Thor, witnessing this unfold, was consumed by rage, yet he lacked the strength to pursue them. In such an environment, he could scarcely manage a few steps. Returning to the aerial carrier, Director Fury observed the trio and inquired, "How is it that you've returned so swiftly? Captain America went after you. Have you brought Loki back?" "What of Thor?" Zheng remarked, "Of course. I dealt with him." Fry exclaimed in astonishment, "You killed him?" "But he is the prince of the divine realm." Zheng replied, "No, I merely compelled him to kneel." Fry, recalling Zheng's extraordinary abilities, could only express sympathy towards Thor. In truth, Thor possessed considerable strength. Few could withstand him in combat, aside from the Hulk. Yet, who could have foreseen that he would encounter Zheng? Zheng was no ordinary individual. Before long, Captain America and the others returned, their gazes drawn to the sight of Thor half kneeling on the ground. Upon their return, they could not help but cast several curious glances at Zheng. Confused, Zheng inquired, "What is it? Is there something on my face?" Black Widow retorted, "You are simply a freak." The terror of Zheng's prowess was undeniable. He had vanquished the god of thunder, the warrior of Asgard, in mere minutes. Hawkeye and Captain America nodded in agreement. Zheng rolled his eyes, thinking, "Who is truly the freak? My current strength is merely the result of my own hard work." Soon after, Dr. Banner returned, and the group resumed their interrogation of Loki. In the context of the film's Avengers Civil War, influenced by Zheng, the conflict had not even begun, it had already dissipated. Zheng found himself somewhat puzzled as he glanced at Hawkeye. In the narrative, Loki had controlled Hawkeye as his subordinate, yet that was not the case now. He should have lacked minions, after all. In the story, he had arrived on Earth alone. Loki sat shackled in an iron chair, his hands and feet restrained. He did not resist, but instead revealed his plan. "I originally intended to personally open a spatial portal connected to the depths of the universe using the Tesseract atop that skyscraper. This would allow an interstellar fleet to traverse the portal and invade Earth." Tony, taken aback, responded, "An interstellar fleet? Invading Earth?" He had not anticipated the grandiosity of Loki's scheme. He had merely thought someone had stolen the Tesseract. Tony pressed on, "How many troops are we talking about?" Loki replied, "Hundreds of thousands, sufficient to invade the entire planet. This is the army of Thanos, the conqueror of the cosmos. He has successfully seized over 1,000 planets." He added, "By the way, there is a particular rule he enforces upon the planets he conquers." Tony urged, "What rule?" Loki smirked and said, "To eliminate half of the population on the planet. However, rest assured, if he conquers this planet, it will become my territory. I can ensure that you will be among the surviving half. Thanos has already promised me that once he conquers it, this planet will belong to me." Upon hearing this, everyone, save for Zheng, was left in shock. The ruler of the cosmos. Hundreds of thousands of extraterrestrial troops. The extermination of half the human population. This news was indeed staggering. Fortunately, this issue seems to have been resolved. Loki is now confined here, unable to open the portal. The crisis has been averted, largely thanks to Zheng. They all turned their gazes towards Zheng, their eyes reflecting a hint of gratitude. Only Fury and Zheng maintained serious expressions. Stepping forward, Fury addressed Loki, inquiring, "What did you mean when you said you intended to personally open the portal?" With a smile, Loki replied, "It means precisely what it suggests." Zheng pressed further, "Do you have accomplices?" Loki nodded. Zheng deduced that since he had not exerted control over Hawkeye, it was likely he had not manipulated anyone else on Earth. Otherwise, there would have been no need to seek distant assistance. Hawkeye is indeed a formidable warrior on Earth. As for the Asgardians, they were out of the question. Loki had already escaped Asgard and had even previously rebelled. Thus, the only possibility remained the minions of Thanos. Loki had not only taken the Mind Stone from Thanos, but had also brought away several of his subordinates. Thanos' minions are the Black Order, Corvusclave, Proxima Midnight, Ebony Maw, Cull Obsidian, and Supergiant. The ones that left a lasting impression on him were Cull Obsidian and Ebony Maw, the very individuals who invaded Earth in Avengers, Infinity War, and captured Doctor Strange. One is a hulking brute, and the other a formidable telekinetic. Zheng remarked, "Is it Cull Obsidian and Ebony Maw? Or has the entire Black Order arrived?" Loki cast an astonished glance at Zheng, surprised by his profound knowledge of cosmic affairs, even recognizing the names of Thanos as subordinates. Loki confirmed, "It is indeed Cull Obsidian and Ebony Maw who have come, the others are absent." At that moment, a resounding boom echoed. A dazzling light suddenly erupted far away at Stark Industries, soaring skyward with remarkable girth, resembling a colossal pillar that bridged the heavens and the earth, connecting to the void. Zheng and the others hastily made their way to the deck of the airborne aircraft carrier, witnessing this spectacle. Under the influence of the light beam, a massive spatial tunnel manifested in the sky. The tunnel shimmered in pale violet hues, surrounded by rippling waves, and was of immense size, at least 1,000 meters wide. Countless green extraterrestrial beings emerged, riding on small flying vessels, emerging from within. They unleashed chaos upon sight. Chapter 68. Engaging in singular combat with Magneto against all extraterrestrial vessels. A colossal spatial tunnel appeared in the skies over New York. Countless aliens surged forth from within, clad in tight-fitting green battle armor, perched upon diminutive flying devices, brandishing laser weaponry, and indiscriminately firing upon the crowd. Each laser blast detonated with the force of a cannon, effortlessly obliterating a small car. Boom, boom, boom. Countless lasers erupted into the air. The streets were engulfed in an unending series of explosions, resulting in significant casualties. The scene resembled a bombardment from a multitude of bombers. However, Zheng soon realized that this was unlike anything depicted in films. From the spatial rifts in the sky emerged wave after wave of biological warships, each roughly half the size of a space carrier, yet vastly outnumbering them. Thanos' biological vessels, resembling colossal worms, soared amidst the towering skyscrapers. Their mechanical bodies, clad in black, displayed an array of uneven parts, creating a rugged exterior. These enormous troop carriers unleashed hordes of extraterrestrial soldiers into the surroundings. The alien forces descended upon the edifices, launching indiscriminate massacres upon the throngs below. The continuous roar of explosions reverberated through the air. Panic-stricken, the crowd fled, faces etched with fear and shock. Just moments ago, they were leading ordinary lives, only to have an alien detonate the car they had financed for 7 years, while their 30-year mortgage was now engulfed in flames. Their spouses urged them to escape, but where could they flee? It was rush hour, teeming with people, and even under normal circumstances, movement was a challenge. Now, especially in New York, where the aliens needed no precision, a mere stone throw could claim 3 lives. Amidst this chaos, a young girl clad in a red dress, no older than 7 or 8, cried out, her face smeared with dust as she clutched her stuffed toy. A man sprinted towards her, scooping up the frightened girl, his gaze darting around in terror. He silently prayed for the arrival of superheroes, fearing that if they did not come soon, they would all perish. On the space carrier, all eyes were fixed on this breathtaking spectacle, astonished beyond measure. At that moment, Thor arrived, his gravity-defying abilities soon dissipating. Wielding his mighty hammer, he radiated an overwhelming surge of electricity, declaring to the crowd, "Loki is my brother. You shall not take him." The onlookers glared at him, their eyes filled with animosity. Had it not been for Loki, would there be such an invasion of extraterrestrials wreaking havoc on Earth and causing such devastation? Sensing the tense atmosphere, Thor glanced at the destruction unfolding in New York, and his demeanor softened. The surrounding thunder ceased, and standing resolutely on the carrier's deck, he stated, "In truth, he is adopted, we share no blood relation. This matter does not concern me. He must bear the consequences of his actions." Loki, overhearing this, silently rolled his eyes. The crowd then shifted their gaze towards the fierce battle in New York. Director Fury proclaimed with urgency, "We must mobilize." Before he could finish his sentence, Tony had already soared into the sky, vanishing like a streak of light. Dr. Banner, without hesitation, nodded at Su Zheng and instantaneously transformed, leaping from the airborne aircraft carrier. Bounding through the mountains, he advanced rapidly towards New York. With remarkable speed, the Hulk could leap over 100 meters with ease. Su Zheng also wasted no time, flying swiftly towards New York, closely followed by Jean in her armored suit. Thor cast a glance at Loki, swung his hammer, and ascended into the sky. As for Captain America and the others, they could only board a helicopter. Witnessing this scene, Director Fury felt a sense of inadequacy regarding his team. They merely wished to travel like ordinary individuals by air, while the members of the Illuminati flew directly into action. Arriving above New York, Su Zheng addressed Jean. "Go and eliminate the aliens." Jean nodded, gesturing with her hands as a faint crimson energy enveloped the surroundings. The 20 alien beings flying before her were swiftly crushed, plummeting to the ground. Thanks to Su Zheng's rigorous training, Jean's powers had amplified significantly. Su Zheng held back from intervening for the moment, as he had spotted two of Thanos' minions atop the Stark Tower, Black Dwarf and Ebony Maw. They stood on the building's rooftop beside a device radiating a towering beam of light, at the center of which lay the Tesseract. Though Black Dwarf's name contained dwarf, he was far from small, towering over 3 meters with bulging muscles, his arms thicker than Su Zheng's legs. His physique resembled that of a stone giant. Ebony Maw, on the other hand, had a humanoid form, albeit with gray skin and an exceptionally large mouth, dressed in elegant alien attire that exuded a gentlemanly aura, his movements reminiscent of nobility. Before long, Thor, Tony, Captain America, Hawkeye, Black Widow, and the Hulk also arrived on the battlefield. The conflict erupted instantaneously, chaos reigning supreme. The sound of explosions echoed relentlessly, reverberating outward like a world war. Just as Su Zheng was about to make his move, a voice from the system resonated in his mind. Ding! Supreme Selection activated. Option 1. Lift the renowned Brooklyn Bridge and smash it into the alien spacecraft. Reward: a new Brooklyn Bridge. Automatically installed. Option 2. The space tunnel in the sky is merely 1,000 meters wide. Utilize magnetic forces to control metal. Create an immense sewer cover to block the space tunnel. Reward: doubling of physical attributes. Now, let us soar to the prison of Magneto and liberate him. As we venture together into the cosmic tunnel, let us obliterate the colossal warship, measuring several kilometers, adrift in the vastness of space. After all, it is merely composed of metal. What is there to fear? Reward: an Iron Man suit. Su Zheng pondered briefly. The first option was utterly pointless. What use would he have for the Brooklyn Bridge? The second option, however, held some merit. Although blocking the space tunnel with iron blocks would ultimately be futile, it would not hinder him from claiming his reward. On the other side of the space tunnel lay countless alien forces, and a mere massive iron block would soon be perforated by them, especially with a gigantic extraterrestrial warship looming nearby. Indeed, his continual weakness resided in his physical form. He possessed merely double the physical prowess of Captain America. In comparison to some formidable beings, he still fell short. In the future, he ought to select options related to physical enhancement within the system. The third option offered a reward of little value, as he already possessed over a dozen iron suits, not to mention the 80 suits still owed to him by Tony. I choose option 2. Chapter 69, The Savior's Great Manhole Cover. Su Zheng cast a glance at Black Dwarf and Ebony Maw before departing. Captain America and his team were engaged in battle with the aliens below. He spoke into the intercom. "This is untenable. The enemy is overwhelming. The casualties among civilians are catastrophic." The superheroes were equipped with earpieces, allowing them to communicate on the same channel. Tony inquired, "What shall we do? We have no idea how to close that space portal." Waves of alien foes continued to surge through the passage each minute. Black Widow suggested, "Have we bombed the space tunnel?" Tony replied, "We tried long ago. The tunnel remains unaffected." Seizing the opportunity, Su Zheng declared, "Leave it to me. You all evacuate the civilians." Everyone turned to witness Su Zheng, who had now arrived before the immense space tunnel. Alien creatures and massive biological warships continued to pour forth in overwhelming numbers, casting a shadow over the sky. The alien army resembled a dark, steel canopy, exuding an oppressive aura. Su Zheng stood alone against the extraterrestrial forces, his figure dwarfed in comparison. At that moment, all the superheroes gazed upon him, while numerous civilians watched from the ground. With a grand gesture, Su Zheng unleashed boundless gravity within a radius of 1,000 meters. All the alien beings and biological warships plummeted like dumplings, crashing heavily to the earth. It was as if an alien deluge had descended. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of massive biological warships fell to the ground, resulting in a tumultuous explosion that shattered every glass window in the surrounding buildings. As for the countless extraterrestrial beings, they were all reduced to mere pulp. The sky suddenly cleared, with fluffy white clouds dancing at the horizon, and the azure expanse appeared as tranquil as ever. Of course, the aliens and battleships did not cause any fatalities. Zheng had skillfully maneuvered the falling metal to avoid the throngs of people. Standing atop Stark Tower, Black Dwarf and Ebony Maw gazed in astonishment at this spectacle, their eyes widening in disbelief. Were the mortals of this earth truly so formidable? It seemed utterly implausible. Could such power really be within human reach? No wonder Thanos had warned them to tread carefully around Earth. No wonder he insisted that they accompany him. This individual possessed a terrifying prowess. Captain America looked on in shock at the unfolding scene. Boom! A biological battleship crashed right before him, the explosion sending shockwaves that nearly swept him off his feet. The aftershocks of this battle threatened to shatter him. Jean Grey gazed at Zheng in the sky, her eyes sparkling like stars. This was her man. So powerful. One against countless alien forces, and he emerged victorious. Iron Man silently rolled his eyes at Zheng, bemused by his flair for the dramatic. However, if he possessed such strength, he could certainly outshine even more. Black Widow and Hawkeye were momentarily stunned, utterly incredulous at the display before them. This was verging on the divine. Yet, mere seconds later, a multitude of extraterrestrial beings and biological battleships emerged from the colossal spatial tunnel. The superheroes' expressions shifted. The relentless tide of enemies was overwhelming. If the spatial passage was not sealed, Earth would surely face annihilation. Zheng's abilities, too, required physical exertion. How could one individual truly withstand such a vast army? On the Sky Carrier, Director Fury brandished a hefty iron rod, aiming it at the face of the imprisoned Loki. With a forceful swing, he struck. Bang! Loki's head spun slightly from the impact. Fury demanded, "How do we close the spatial passage?" Striking as he spoke, he inquired loudly, "Speak up." Bang! Bang! "I didn't expect your bones to be so resilient," he grumbled. Bang! 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 Fury continued to pummel Loki's head back and forth. Loki was utterly bewildered. "If you want me to talk, at least give me a moment. I barely have time to respond." Zheng surveyed the spatial passage before him and, with a grand gesture, summoned a torrent of metal from across New York City. Soon, the sky was obscured, a deluge of metal swirling above. The ground was cast into shadow. Even the sun was eclipsed. Captain America, with a hint of curiosity in his gaze, asked, "Zheng, what are you planning to do?" Black Widow, standing beside him, replied, "I have no idea." Under the command of Zheng, all metallic elements above New York swiftly transformed into a colossal manhole cover, boasting a radius exceeding 700 meters and a thickness of 3 meters. With a subtle upward gesture of his right hand, as if lifting an immense weight, he proclaimed, "Rise." The enormous manhole cover instantaneously sealed the spatial tunnel in the sky, rendering it impossible for any extraterrestrial beings to emerge. Captain America was momentarily dumbfounded, marveling at such ingenuity. Unable to close the spatial tunnel, he opted to block it instead. What a truly remarkable idea. Soon, he grasped the reality. This maneuver was intended by Zheng to buy them time for evacuating the civilians. After all, no matter how thick this gigantic manhole cover was, it could not withstand the onslaught of countless alien forces, particularly with their cosmic warships looming nearby. The others, apart from Captain America, remained in a state of astonishment. Such a vast manhole cover was indeed a rarity, akin to a dam meant to stave off a deluge descending from the heavens. Only when the sky itself is torn apart would such a cover be necessary. Stark, with a look of sheer disbelief, exclaimed, "This is absurd. Zheng continues to shatter my perceptions." At that moment, Captain America's voice resonated through the earpiece, urging, "This is the time Zheng has granted us. Evacuate the civilians swiftly." Tony and the rest quickly came to their senses and hastily commenced the evacuation. Should this manhole cover be breached, the casualties would be catastrophic. Not only were they in action, but Director Fury of the airborne carrier had also dispatched numerous agents to assist with the ground evacuation. Meanwhile, the throngs in the streets cast grateful glances towards Zheng in the sky before sprinting away. Zheng's silhouette was indelibly etched in their minds. That singular hand raised as if to uphold the entire sky. The streets surged with a torrent of people, a spectacle more magnificent than a migration of ants. Countless heads bobbed in unison, reminiscent of a horde of zombies on the attack. Ebony Maw atop Stark Tower gazed at Zheng with wide eyes, his expression somewhat dazed. It can be done this way, he thought, having believed they were on the verge of victory. Beside him, Black Dwarf appeared utterly rigid, astonished at Zheng's display. Despite having been bested by that Earthling's singular strike, he had never entertained the notion of defeat. After all, strength alone was of little consequence. Dominance was dictated by numbers. Yet now, uncertainty clouded his belief in their victory. Chapter 70. Miscellaneous Revisions. Countless glimmering swords. Moments later, a series of thunderous explosions erupted from the far side of the massive manhole cover. The entire manhole cover began to tremble, as if ripples were manifesting in the surrounding space. The Black Dwarf and Ebony Maw exchanged a knowing glance, both comprehending the implications of the moment. The Earthling named Zheng could no longer be permitted to thwart their plans. His continuous obstruction of the passageway posed a significant dilemma. Should they devise a means to close the passage, it would prove problematic, especially since the Mind Scepter resided not in their possession but in the hands of Loki. The Mind Scepter held the power to seal this spatial tunnel. Ebony Maw surged towards Zheng with determination, while Black Dwarf leaped across the rooftops of numerous skyscrapers. Swiftly advancing towards him, Zheng soon noticed these two peculiar extraterrestrials and waved amicably in their direction. They were rather impressive, diligently serving under Thanos with formidable abilities. How he wished they were his own subordinates. Unlike superheroes, they adhered to commands without question. Black Dwarf arrived before Zheng, wasting no time in idle chatter. Launching an immediate assault, brandishing an extraordinarily large axe, he thundered forward, shaking the very foundations of the buildings beneath him. As he approached the edge, he executed a tremendous leap, tracing a perfect parabola, and swung his axe down towards Zheng with ferocity. With a subtle smile, Zheng raised his left hand, exerting gravity over 200 times greater upon Black Dwarf. He plummeted like a meteor from a height of over 500 meters. A colossal crash resonated as dust billowed skyward. Zheng remained indifferent to whether he lived or died. Witnessing this, Ebony Maw couldn't help but twitch his mouth, pondering the foolishness of the brute who had been so swiftly defeated. Maintaining his composure, he graciously waved at Zheng, even bowing slightly in a gesture of respect towards a cosmic powerhouse. Despite their adversarial relationship, Zheng found Ebony Maw quite intriguing. Perhaps he would spare his life. In response, Ebony Maw lightly waved his hand, summoning countless floating rocks from the surroundings. The quantity was unlike anything seen in cinematic portrayals. Recognizing Zheng as an unparalleled force, he prepared to unleash his strongest move. The rocks gradually transformed into pointed projectiles, while a deluge of earth cascaded from above. The stones diminished in size, amplifying their potency. Upon witnessing this transformation, Zheng was suddenly reminded of a character from an anime. Behind him, countless metallic objects began to levitate, as metal was ubiquitous in the heart of New York City. All the metals gradually morphed into sharp blades, obscuring the sky. In truth, he had not exerted much power in controlling the massive manhole cover above. Due to his mastery over gravity, he eradicated the gravitational forces within a radius of 1,000 meters and then gently nudged the large manhole cover, effectively sealing the spatial tunnel. Beneath Zheng, a multitude of individuals and objects floated, all within the realm of gravity he had dispelled. Zheng exchanged a glance with Wumuho, their eyes colliding in the air. Zheng declared, "Mixed cultivator." In the next instant, countless conical formations of earth and flying swords sped towards one another with incredible velocity, resulting in a thunderous clash. Even though the opposing weapons were composed of soil, their collision sparked a myriad of fiery flashes. Wumuho was, in truth, taking a gamble, wagering that his opponent had exhausted his strength. After all, he was still hoisting a massive iron block over 1,000 meters wide. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. Countless swords, sharp as razors, sliced through the cone as if it were mere clay, hurtling towards Wumuho. Upon witnessing this, Wumuho was struck with astonishment. He had not anticipated that Zheng still possessed such vigor. It was truly terrifying. Yet, he did not flee, standing resolutely in place, even adjusting his attire as he faced the multitude of sharp blades, confronting death with composure. Zheng commanded the myriad iron swords, which instantaneously halted before Wumuho, suspended in the air, sparing his life. The iron swords morphed into colossal chains, ultimately ensnaring Wumuho like a zongzi, floating behind Zheng. Many onlookers had witnessed the earlier battle, including Qin, who gazed at Zheng with admiration. Tony also took note, pondering the depths of Zheng's power. Was there anyone on Earth capable of matching him? He had just vanquished alien foes and felt that the Earth was too confined a stage. It was time to venture into the cosmos. As for Fury and the others, they were utterly astonished. This scene had not escaped the notice of global leaders, who felt their apprehension towards Zheng reach its zenith. This mutant was exceedingly formidable, posing a severe threat to their dominion. By now, the evacuation of those in the heart of New York was nearly complete. Meanwhile, the enormous manhole cover in the sky was on the verge of collapse. Boom, boom, boom. The 1,000-meter-wide cover shattered, creating numerous gaping holes, and a torrent of aliens surged forth. Mere moments later, the cover lay in tatters. With aliens and biological warships flooding the sky, Zheng received a notification from the system that the mission had been accomplished. With that, he decided to depart. Having fought for so long and feeling fatigued, after all, he was not a caretaker. He descended to the ground and observed the black dwarf star. Noting that it had not perished but was merely gravely wounded, Zheng waved his hand, binding him with a block of iron. With a mere touch, he transformed the iron into vibranium. At this point, even the black dwarf could not escape, left only to emit powerless howls. As for Ebony Maw, he was of no concern. His frail constitution was no match for Zheng's strength. Zheng arrived aboard the sky carrier, which was now hovering near New York. Most of the fighter jets had already been deployed, leaving only 2 behind. Zheng surmised that these 2 were likely the ones equipped with nuclear weapons. In the film, one was destroyed by Director Fury, while the other, laden with nuclear armaments, soared towards New York, ultimately being intercepted by Iron Man and sent through a spatial tunnel. However, with his presence, the sky carrier would not be taking off again, nor would the aircraft. Bringing 2 captives onto the deck, Zheng found Loki bound nearby. The once mighty god was now in a pitiable state, mercilessly beaten by Director Fury wielding an iron rod. This indignity enraged Loki. After all, he was a god. Being struck by Zheng was one thing, but being subjected to such treatment by a mere human was intolerable. Yet, he was powerless to resist. For he was shackled in chains forged from vibranium, crafted specifically by S.H.I.E.L.D. It was uncertain for whom these chains were made, but if they were intended for him, it would indeed be a source of amusement, for no metal could restrain him. Loki's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the captured Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf, having been too preoccupied with his own suffering to witness Zheng's display of prowess. Now, witnessing the formidable minions of Thanos being apprehended was indeed astonishing. Ebony Maw regarded the bound Loki with an expression of embarrassment. He had long known of Loki's capture and had always thought him unworthy of being a god, easily subdued by humans. Now, finding himself in a similar predicament, he felt the sting of awkwardness. Observing Director Fury before him, Zheng remarked, "Little dwarf, fetch me a chair and some refreshments. I intend to sit here and enjoy the view." Chapter 71. Chilled ice red tea, superior to red wine. Director Fury pointed to himself, looking incredulously at Zheng, his face betraying a sense of disbelief. The expression seemed to ask, "Are you giving me orders?" Zheng nodded affirmatively, responding, "Am I not a great hero capable of commanding you?" Fury's expression darkened slightly. Indeed, he had just performed heroically, saving the people of New York. But wasn't Zheng a superhero as well? Shouldn't he be selfless? Fury unceremoniously kicked Loki to the ground and pulled the chair from beneath him to place it before Zheng. Loki, with a look of exasperation, observed the 2 men. "I am, after all, a god. Could you not extend me a modicum of respect? Wait for it. Once I have claimed dominion over the earth, you shall toil for 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, exhausting you to the brink. In the realm of the divine, individuals enjoy a schedule of 1 day on, 2 days off. Moreover, numerous souls remain idle, sustained by the benevolence of the divine realm." Director Fury waved his hand, and his subordinates promptly presented aged red wine, elegant goblets, and a petite table. 3 agents swiftly arranged the table, adorning it with a white cloth. One agent even balanced a towel on his wrist, pouring wine for Zheng at the side. Zheng glanced over and said, take it away, bring me a bottle of iced red tea. It must be slightly chilled." Fury's expression darkened a shade, yet shortly thereafter, an agent delivered a large bottle of iced red tea, emanating a gentle chill, with beads of condensation adorning its surface. Zheng nodded in approval. This was the true essence of iced red tea. Who would have thought the aircraft carrier contained such treasures? He swirled the iced red tea in his goblet and savored a delightful sip. Though he had tasted exquisite red wines before, Tony's home was replete with them. He found this iced red tea to be far more enjoyable. Above New York, alien beings swarmed densely. Having been momentarily obstructed by Zheng, a multitude of extraterrestrial entities had amassed on the other side of the spatial tunnel. Now, with the passage abruptly opened, they surged forth. However, the streets of New York were nearly deserted. Even those floating due to the gravitational anomaly had retreated. The superheroes commenced their display of prowess. The Hulk swung his massive fists, halting an alien battleship in its tracks with a single blow. Thor hurled his enchanted hammer, charging into the alien vessel. Amidst a cacophony of explosions and blinding flashes, Tony, emulating Thor, dashed into the alien ship as well, but staggered as he exited from the rear. His energy reserves nearly depleted. Nonetheless, he had successfully neutralized that one alien battleship. Captain America, Hawkeye, and the others could only contend with the lesser foes. Meanwhile, Zheng had obtained control over the Iron Man suits from Zheng. A dozen suits soared from the distance, and at Zheng's command, a barrage of missiles erupted from their frames. The sound of explosions resonated continuously, their firepower rivaling that of an entire battalion. Furthermore, buoyed by their vibranium armor, they engaged the enemy at close quarters. With mere centimeters separating them from the aliens, they fired directly at them. When the extraterrestrials retaliated with their menacing weaponry, the Iron Man suits did not flinch, meeting the onslaught head-on. Some suits even penetrated the interior of the alien battleship, wreaking havoc within. Alas, the enemy's defenses proved utterly inadequate. Zheng merely uttered a single phrase. In reality, these formidable suits of armor were entirely commanded by the artificial intelligence known as Red Queen. They unleashed the full potential of the Iron Man suits, even coordinating seamlessly to obliterate a multitude of extraterrestrial foes. Most of Zheng's Iron Man suits were crafted by Tony Stark and were designed for autonomous operation, indicating that they were solid within. Their arsenal of weapons and ammunition far surpassed that of Tony's own suit. In an instant, the Iron Man suits basked in glory, becoming the most dazzling sight on the battlefield, capturing the attention of countless onlookers. Leaning against the wall, Tony gazed at the suits displaying their prowess in the sky, internally lamenting, "This is all mine. It has been snatched away by that unscrupulous Zheng. Had it not been for him, I would be the one showing off here today. These Iron Man suits are practically pinning the aliens to the ground. How magnificent!" Yet this realization solidified his resolve to construct a similar fleet of Iron Man suits in the future. However, he still owed Zheng over 70 suits. If he were to create his own, it would undoubtedly be seized by Zheng, the brigand, at the first opportunity. Even if he toiled day and night to build them, it would merely serve as a wedding garment for Zheng. Conversely, should he choose not to labor relentlessly, the dream of his Iron Man fleet would remain ever elusive. Curse that detestable Zheng. Meanwhile, Zheng sipped his iced red tea and suddenly sneezed. Who is thinking of me? He then turned his attention to his girlfriend, Zheng. Her strength had also grown considerably. She hovered gracefully in the air, surrounded by a soft crimson energy that radiated over an expansive radius of 500 meters. Zheng directed her hands downward toward a colossal biological warship, summoning the resounding power of the Phoenix to envelop its exterior. A sharp, piercing sound erupted as the warship, suspended over 1,000 meters high, twisted grotesquely, resembling a piece of iron being twisted into a helix. Then, with a thunderous crash, the massive vessel plummeted to the ground, green blood seeping from its interior, where the alien creatures lay utterly lifeless. This spectacle drew the gaze of many onlookers. It was common knowledge that the likes of Thor and the Hulk possessed immense power, but they were astonished to discover that a seemingly inconspicuous woman by Zheng's side wielded such formidable strength. Captain America looked on, his eyes reflecting a hint of surprise as he observed Zheng soaring through the sky. Were all of Zheng's companions extraordinary? Was his girlfriend truly so powerful? Black Widow wore an expression of shock and envy. How she longed for such strength herself. Hadn't Zheng once been merely a mutant capable of defeating 5 or 6 ordinary individuals? How had she transformed into such a formidable force? Was there a hidden benefit to being Zheng's girlfriend? Should she consider trying her luck as well? Director Fury cast a shocked glance at Zheng and exclaimed, "How can Jean Grey be so powerful? If she were this formidable, what need would there be for Magneto? She is certainly on Professor X's side." Zheng replied, "She has always been this impressive." Fury thought to himself, "I believe you as much as I believe in ghosts. This must surely be your doing." Meanwhile, in Zheng's villa, far from the battlefield, Wanda was fixated on the scenes unfolding on television. The fierce battle in the heart of New York was being broadcast live by intrepid American journalists, allowing audiences around the globe to witness the conflict. Wanda's eyes sparkled with determination, and she silently vowed to become a powerful individual in the future to assist her big brother Zheng. Chapter 72. The Curved Nuclear Bomb. On board the aerial battleship, Director Fury anxiously addressed Zheng. "Do you have any idea how to close this spatial portal? This situation is unsustainable." The number of aliens and bioships appearing over New York was escalating alarmingly. The portal had reached saturation, with hordes of extraterrestrials continuously emerging. The frequency of bioships was increasing. Previously, for every 500 aliens, there would be a towering bioship over 1,000 meters tall. Now, the ratio had shifted to one bioship for every 10 aliens. They were appearing in droves, as if they were free of cost. Despite the impressive feats of Zheng, the Hulk, and Thor, who could each fell a bioship with a single punch, the reality was that the rest had little recourse against these colossal entities. Their defensive capabilities were exceptionally high, and their offensive power was formidable, capable of unleashing blinding beams of massive lasers. Moreover, the most troubling aspect was that, apart from the aerial battleship, no assistance was forthcoming from the American military. It was outrageous that foreign forces were not intervening, but even the American troops were absent. Loki, with his finely chiseled features, regarded Zheng with a gaze laced with concern. Considering the current circumstances, victory seemed assured for them. Even if the superheroes were formidable, their numbers were far too few to contend with Thanos' cosmic army. However, if the spatial portal were to be closed, the dynamics would shift dramatically. Thanos' forces were not to be regarded as mere aliens. They were, in essence, biomechanical weapons. Once the portal was closed and the cosmic ships could no longer receive signals, all these bioweapons would become as useless as scrap metal. The cosmic ships referenced here were not the bioships, but rather the main battleships, stretching over several kilometers in the depths of space. Ebony Maw wore a tense expression as he observed Zheng, while Black Dwarf, who had previously glared at Zheng with hostility, now bore a changed countenance. Deep down, he hoped. You do not know, you do not know, you do not know. Yet, disappointment awaited them all. Zheng remarked, of course. As long as we point Loki's scepter at the device atop Stark Tower, it will suffice. Fury's face radiated with profound delight. He had initially resigned himself to despair, for how could he possibly be aware of such extraterrestrial matters? Yet, to his astonishment, Zheng truly possessed the knowledge. With his foresight, Zheng felt an even stronger conviction within himself. As for Loki and his companions, they were utterly disheartened. Zheng knows this. Is he some sort of parasitic worm residing in our minds? None of us have uttered a word about it. Director Fury, communicating through his earpiece, relayed this exceptionally crucial intelligence to the superheroes. He then cast a look at Zheng, his eyes tinged with a hint of resentment. Such an important matter. Why did you not disclose it sooner? Zheng replied, you did not ask. Fury countered, if I do not inquire, you won't speak? Zheng retorted, if you do not ask, why should I tell? Upon hearing Fury's words, the superheroes in New York were momentarily taken aback. Despite their vigorous efforts, they were utterly exhausted. Tony's energy reserves were nearly depleted, Thor's divine power was waning, Hawkeye had exhausted his quiver, and Black Widow had long since run out of ammunition. Only Captain America could still assert, I can fight all day. Moreover, the Hulk seemed unaffected by fatigue, reveling in the unrestrained destruction, which exhilarated his persona. Although Jean was somewhat weary, she had yet to tap into even 1% of her Phoenix powers. The group began to concentrate their firepower on Stark Tower, nearly bringing down this iconic American landmark. The scepter had been aboard the airborne aircraft carrier and had been hidden by Director Fury after Loki's defeat at the hands of Zheng. Now, he had dispatched soldiers to deliver the scepter to Stark Tower. Upon acquiring it, the faces of the assembled heroes lit up with smiles. This battle was finally approaching its conclusion. However, at that moment, a nuclear missile suddenly soared through the sky. It tore through the heavens, piercing the white clouds, propelled by the intense malevolence of politicians. Racing towards its target, Fury's expression shifted dramatically, and even Loki, Ebony Maw, and Black Dwarf wore equally grim visages. Under the catastrophic explosion of a nuclear missile, they too would meet their end. Such weapons were universally invented by civilizations that reached a certain threshold of advancement, and they were well aware of this. Director Fury exclaimed, what is happening? How could I be unaware of the missile launch? I am among the upper echelons of America, one of the few standing at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Such matters, by all reasonable standards, should have warranted his notification. In this scenario, only one possibility arises. The higher echelons of the American government have deliberately concealed the truth from him, intending to sacrifice him. Given the proximity of the aerospace carrier to New York, they too are doomed. The American government appears poised to eradicate all superheroes and extraterrestrials, including Zheng. It is likely that, in the aftermath, they would posthumously bestow titles upon them, heralding them as American heroes, akin to Captain America. It is truly unfortunate that Captain America may face death twice. Tony and the others soon became aware of this situation, their fury palpable. They were on the brink of resolving the alien invasion when their allies delivered a treacherous blow. How could one not be astonished? with a fierce glint in his eye. Tony began to reminisce. His childhood, the tragic loss of his parents, his meeting with Pepper, and ultimately, his befriending of the troublesome Zheng. This vibrant life left him yearning for more. Nevertheless, he recognized that he must act like a true superhero. Tony summoned the last remnants of power within his iron suit and soared into the sky, intending to carry the nuclear warhead into the spatial tunnel. However, just as he was about to make contact with the warhead, it unexpectedly veered to the side, soaring past him. Tony was left bewildered, inhaling the exhaust fumes of the missile. I was prepared for sacrifice, and yet you chose to depart? Zheng maneuvered the nuclear warhead, executing a 180-degree turn to return in the original direction. To his surprise, the American government did not launch the nuclear missile from the aerospace carrier, but rather from an unknown source. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Before him, all metals were compliant. Whatever commands he issued, the metals obeyed. Even in stillness, the metals would move at his behest. Chapter 73, The Nuclear Explosion. On the aerospace carrier, Director Fury cast a glance at Zheng. He was fully aware of the nuclear missile's trajectory. At this moment, his expression remained composed, his tone undisturbed as he addressed Zheng. This is unacceptable. We must prioritize the greater good. Remain calm. Let us afford them another opportunity. Despite Fury's words, his demeanor and tone conveyed no intention to dissuade Zheng. A single glance from Zheng revealed Fury's sentiments. It appeared that Fury too was incensed, as the government had included him in their list of sacrifices. Zheng silently nodded in acknowledgement. Fury continued, Zheng, you cannot proceed in this manner. There are good individuals within the American government. Do not condemn them all. Many individuals within the White House are indeed innocent. One must remain composed. Zheng felt somewhat bewildered. When did I ever contemplate launching a nuclear missile at the White House? Although he understood that such an order was sanctioned by them, it was still an inconceivable act. Such an action would undoubtedly signify the commencement of hostilities, potentially igniting a global conflict. If one were to annihilate all the senior officials of a government single-handedly, other nations would surely not permit such an occurrence to transpire again. In reality, the government officials of the United States had already intercepted the conversations of Director Fury and his associates. This aerospace carrier was teeming with listening devices and radios. Furthermore, they possessed the highest level of authority. As soon as Director Fury uttered those words, an atmosphere of palpable tension enveloped the White House. Some ladies began to perspire profusely, their legs trembling. Was Zheng truly considering launching a nuclear missile at the White House? If so, it would spell doom for them all. Within the confines of the White House, particularly in the president's chambers, the atmosphere was thick with silence. No one dared to utter a word. A grave ambience permeated the surroundings, while a sense of despair quietly took root within their hearts. Upon glancing at Director Fury's expression, Zheng surmised that he was attempting to intimidate those within the White House. How dare they launch a nuclear missile without informing him? They evidently did not regard him, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., with the respect he deserved. It was time to teach them a lesson, to make them aware of his significance and elevate his own authority and status. A slight smile graced Zheng's lips as he remarked, Indeed, I believe you are correct. The individuals in the White House dare to conspire against us. This is utterly unforgivable. Initially, I considered merely targeting that military base with a nuclear strike. However, upon further reflection, that would not suffice. The true puppeteers are not present there. Thank you, Director Fury, for your reminder. Director Fury's countenance darkened. Are you serious, Zheng? I merely intended for you to instill a bit of fear into the American government. Please, do not act upon this. If the U.S. government ceases to exist, what would become of me as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Furthermore, according to your words, I would be the one seeking to eliminate all government officials. How could I possibly navigate this circle afterward? As the king of spies, he was acutely aware that the upper echelons of the U.S. government were currently eavesdropping on them. Within the White House, the senior officials exchanged glances, each contemplating, is Fury attempting to usurp power? He seeks to use Zheng to eliminate us all and ascend to a higher position. This revelation ignited a flicker of indignation towards Fury among them. In contrast, they harbored less animosity towards Zheng, who merely differed in stance. Fury was the true traitor. Zheng bestowed a faint smile upon Director Fury and subsequently summoned the nuclear missile to soar into the sky. It was merely a slight shift in direction. Director Fury's face turned pale. That was the direction of the White House. Could it be that Zheng truly intended to eliminate all government officials and proclaim himself as king? Heaven forbid. Did I inadvertently push Zheng towards this path? Was it possible that he had no such intentions initially, and my words awakened the latent ambition within him? No, I do not wish to ignite a world war. Yet, if Su Zheng were to proceed with this plan, should I align myself with him and bask in the glory of his rise? Or oppose him in defense of our nation? If I were to choose the latter, death would likely be imminent. Regardless, I must find a way to stop him. Su Zheng remained calm. At this moment, his expression was genuinely anxious, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The fate of the entire world hung in the balance at this very moment. Even with his usual composure, he felt a surge of urgency, his heart racing to 180 beats per minute. Su Zheng merely smiled at him without uttering a word. Loki and the others began to find amusement in the situation. Could it be that the Earth was on the brink of civil war? If that were the case, might they be able to entice Su Zheng to their side? That would be ideal. They could easily grant him a planet, or even two. After all, there were plenty available in Thanos' domain. The nuclear missile tore through the clouds, tracing a graceful arc across the azure sky. The fiery tail left no doubt as to its speed, and the uranium-235 it carried could effortlessly obliterate a 10-mile radius. In the blink of an eye, the missile reached the skies above the White House. Everyone held their breath at this sight, although the reporters failed to capture the moment. Just as the missile was about to strike the White House, it swiftly veered off course, heading in another direction. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, and a mushroom cloud ascended into the sky, visible even to those 100 miles away. The White House instantly felt the shockwave, shattering glass in an instant. Those inside were thrown to the ground simultaneously. This breathtaking scene was, indeed, caught on camera by the reporters. The entire aircraft carrier began to tremble, akin to a small boat tossed about in a tempestuous sea, swaying precariously close to capsizing. Director Fury steadied himself against the unmoving Su Zheng, gazing in the direction of the missile. He breathed a sigh of relief. It was not aimed at the White House, thank goodness. However, he soon recalled that a significant military base of the nation was located there. It seemed the missile had been launched from that very site. Those within the radius of the explosion had undoubtedly met their demise. He found himself at a loss on how to confront Su Zheng. Should he label him as cold-hearted, or as someone who seeks vengeance for wrongs done? Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the explosion has transpired, an event that no one can alter. Both the superheroes atop Stark Tower and the evacuated citizens of New York bore witness to this heart-stirring spectacle. Su Yang observed it all with an inscrutable expression, aware that those who wish to take his life must be prepared to face the repercussions. Tony and the others, unable to attend to the situation on that side, swiftly sealed the spatial tunnel. The colossal beam of light gradually faded, and with it, the tunnel closed. Chapter 74. Su placed his palm upon Director Fury's bald head. In New York, countless extraterrestrials, as if severed from their strings, plummeted. Even the massive biowarship crashed violently to the earth. The sound of explosions reverberated incessantly, a thunderous roar ascending to the heavens. The ground trembled as if a dragon was stirring beneath. The superheroes collectively exhaled in relief. The battle was finally over. However, soon after, they flocked to the aerial aircraft carrier, inquiring about the events that had just unfolded. Su replied nonchalantly, "Nothing much, just that the U.S. government launched a nuclear bomb. They intended to annihilate all the extraterrestrials and superheroes. I simply returned the bomb." The crowd was left in shock. The U.S. government sought to take advantage of the situation to eliminate them? They had been fighting for their lives, only to be ambushed by their own government? Had the bomb fallen upon them, they would have perished as well. Fortunately, Su had thwarted the attack. Otherwise, things could have taken a dire turn. All except Thor cast grateful glances at Su, for he had saved their lives. Thor was still oblivious to the nature of the bomb. Black Widow explained it to him. And in an instant, Thor was filled with rage, raising Mjolnir to confront the government officials. Thankfully, Black Widow intervened. Otherwise, the government would have faced a significant upheaval. As Thor was unconcerned with the larger implications. He was a god, and the chaos on Earth held no bearing for him. Iron Man approached Su, his expression one of gratitude. "Thank you, Su. I was truly resolved to sacrifice myself to save New York." Su had prevented him from doing so, and he was uncertain if he would have survived otherwise. Su waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was a minor matter, encouraging Tony to focus on perfecting his Iron Man suit instead. Tony's expression darkened slightly, yet he refrained from elaborating, merely nodding in acknowledgement. He then turned a furious gaze toward Director Fury, demanding loudly, "What is the meaning of this? Director Fury, are you attempting to take advantage of the situation to eliminate us?" All the superheroes scrutinized Fury, their eyes filled with intense anger. Fury felt utterly innocent. Although he was also a high-ranking government official, he too had nearly lost his life. However, in this situation, he can no longer shift the blame onto the government. Otherwise, the people's trust will truly dissipate, rendering the team difficult to lead. Fury articulated a lengthy discourse, which ultimately alleviated the collective anger. He asserted his commitment to pursue the matter to its conclusion and promised to provide a reasonable explanation. Consequently, the crowd turned their attention towards the true instigators of the incident, Loki and his associates. Loki, in a friendly manner, greeted the onlookers. "Hello." The god of thunder attempted to escort Loki away, but was halted by Zheng. The thunder god cast a wary glance at Zheng. Having witnessed his formidable display of power, one hand lifting a massive manhole cover while the other incapacitated an extraterrestrial warrior. Given the circumstances of this operation, he found himself at a loss and could only remark to Loki, "I shall visit you often in the future." Loki merely rolled his eyes in response, assuming that even if he caused destruction on Earth, he would still be taken to Asgard. However, who could have anticipated the emergence of someone as formidable as Zheng on Earth? Even the Thunder God had to concede. Director Fury, feigning a calm demeanor, approached Black Widow, intending to seize the Mind Stone. Yet, Zheng intervened. Although the Mind Stone held little significance for him, he could not allow his spoils to be appropriated by another. Placing a hand on Fury's bald head, he inquired, "What are you attempting to do?" Fury's expression darkened immediately. "What are you doing, Zheng? Remove your hand from my head." Fury stated with utmost seriousness, "The Mind Stone is far too perilous. It should be entrusted to S.H.I.E.L.D. Zheng chuckled. "Entrusting it to you would be even more perilous." Fury found himself at a loss for words. The cosmic cube had indeed been the source of much turmoil. Had they not studied it, the crisis in New York would never have arisen. Zheng took possession of the Mind Stone, and although Black Widow initially resisted relinquishing it, a firm tug from him nearly caused her to stumble. She shot him a sharp glare, thinking him devoid of any sense of chivalry. Zheng then beckoned, and the cosmic cube from Tony's grasp, dragged by a metal shard, soared before him. Now he possessed 2 Infinity Stones. Fury, upon witnessing this, grew increasingly anxious. The cosmic cube was originally their possession. While he might forego the Mind Stone, he could not allow the cosmic cube to slip away. "Zheng, that cosmic cube belongs to S.H.I.E.L.D. You must return it to me," Fury insisted. Zheng retorted, "Once it is in my hands, it is mine." Fury, perplexed, asked, "Do you even hear the words you are uttering?" He continued, "Stop fooling around. This is S.H.I.E.L.D.'s property." Zheng replied, "Consider the chaos this item has wrought while in your possession. It would be wiser to entrust it to me." In the aftermath of the first Avengers film, both items returned to the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D., now destined to belong to them. With the Mind Stone in their possession, Wanda and Quicksilver were finally able to unleash their extraordinary powers. Director Fury attempted to assert his authority, yet Zheng paid him no heed. As for Captain America and his allies, they remained silent. After all, Zheng had just saved their lives from the government's lethal intent. Were it not for their military discipline, they might have spoken in support of Zheng. Casually, Zheng toyed with the 2 Infinity Stones, while Black Dwarf and Ebony Maw gazed at them with fervent eyes. These were the very objects that their master, Thanos, had coveted. Casting a glance at Black Dwarf and Ebony Maw, Zheng decided to confine them, placing them within Stark Tower, encased in a vibranium prison from which escape seemed improbable. Turning to Jean, he declared, "Let us depart." With a swift gesture, Loki, Black Dwarf, and Ebony Maw were enveloped in metal and soared skyward. Tony called out from behind, "Wait for me." With 2 extraterrestrial beings and 2 formidable artifacts in hand, his scientific curiosity was piqued. Fury, watching Zheng's retreating figure, was beside himself with frustration. After all, these were S.H.I.E.L.D.'s possessions flying away before his very eyes. He realized they had suffered a significant loss. Meanwhile, Thor had simply swung his hammer and taken flight, while the Hulk meandered on the ground, needing to vent his fury before reverting to Bruce Banner. Arriving at Tony's seaside mansion, Zheng had 3 cages meticulously crafted for Loki and his companions. 2 of them featured walls of tempered glass, while one was entirely constructed of vibranium. Loki and Ebony Maw were confined in the glass-walled cells, while Black Dwarf found himself imprisoned in the vibranium enclosure, albeit with a small circular opening to ensure he did not suffocate. Given Black Dwarf's immense physical strength, a glass wall could potentially be shattered, allowing for escape. Conversely, Loki and Ebony Maw, despite any enhancement, would find it impossible to break free. Zheng informed Tony of Ebony Maw's powers, advising him to remain vigilant. Tony, unfazed, seized an oversized electric prod and rendered him unconscious, instructing Jarvis to administer occasional shocks for good measure. He remained in a state of unconsciousness. After all, the ebony throat possessed telekinetic abilities. It could not stir the waters before Zheng, but within the confines of its own abode, the rules might differ. The presence of a slumbering extraterrestrial provided a sense of security. Upon witnessing this, Loki could not suppress a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth. Fortunately, his own abilities did not involve telekinesis. Otherwise, he would have faced considerable torment. As for why Zheng did not confine them within his home, he simply lacked the time to attend to 3 captives, considering they required daily sustenance. Upon hearing the commotion, Pepper Potts entered the room and was taken aback upon seeing the 3 aliens. Zheng, wielding the Mind Scepter, felt a twinge of curiosity. Was the Mind Gem truly so limited in its capabilities, merely allowing for the temporary control of a single individual? Tony, come here for a moment. Let us conduct an experiment, he proposed. A hint of confusion graced Tony's face as he inquired, "What kind of scientific experiment do you intend to perform? Speak, and I shall assist you." With a mischievous grin, Zheng replied, "Just stand there and remain still." Tony found Zheng's demeanor somewhat peculiar, sensing ulterior motives, and was about to make his escape when Zheng pointed the Mind Scepter at his head. In the film, Loki was unable to control Tony, having inadvertently activated the arc reactor on his chest. However, targeting Tony's physical form allowed for control over him. Tony's eyes instantly glazed over. "Perform a pole dance," commanded Zheng. Without hesitation, Tony began to dance, shedding his clothing as he did so, striking poses against a nearby pillar. Pepper gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief, her expression a mixture of concern and a flicker of curiosity and delight. She felt an urgent need to intervene, yet she had never witnessed such a spectacle from Tony before. Perhaps waiting a moment longer to halt Zheng's antics would suffice. As Tony grew bolder, he removed his shirt, intent on disrobing further, leaving only his undergarments. Jarvis continuously urged him to cease. Mr. Stark, this is inappropriate. Please desist." Zheng interjected. "Jarvis, record this segment." He then delivered a swift punch to Tony's head. Thud! A prominent red bump instantly appeared on Tony's forehead, awakening him from his trance. Confusion evident on his face. Zheng sighed softly. It seemed the Mind Scepter indeed had limited utility. A mere blow had disrupted the control, rendering it almost useless. Perhaps the Mind Gem possessed some unique properties, though he remained unaware of them, as the film had not elucidated this matter. After a moment's consideration, Zheng decided it was best to rely on his own formidable strength as the foundation of his power. Tony glanced at his reflection. To his astonishment, his clothes had vanished, leaving his body suspended from a steel pipe. "Ah, my head aches terribly. Did I inadvertently bump it just now?" With a perplexed expression, he turned to Zheng and inquired, "What transpired moments ago?" Zheng responded, "Jarvis, please show Tony the footage from earlier." He then took flight with Qin. As he soared into the air, a furious roar echoed from the villa. "Tony, Zheng!" Upon returning home, Zheng was greeted at the door by Wanda and Quicksilver, their eyes brimming with admiration for the one who had saved the world. Excitedly, Wanda rushed over in her slippers, exclaiming, "Big brother, you were amazing." Quicksilver, his eyes sparkling with excitement, echoed, "Yes, indeed." Zheng replied, "It's nothing much. I've purchased the house next door. You both shall reside there from now on. I will provide you with a monthly allowance." Wanda interjected, "Big brother, that's unnecessary. We can work and support ourselves." Zheng picked up a stone, which he effortlessly transformed into gold, handing it to Wanda. "Do not worry. Money is of little consequence to me." Wanda, taken aback, asked, "Is this magic?" Zheng merely smiled in response, choosing silence. After leading them into a room, he turned to Wanda and Quicksilver with a serious demeanor. "Have you both witnessed the superpowers of those heroes?" They nodded, their eyes glued to the live broadcast. Filled with envy, who wouldn't he desire such abilities? With powers, perhaps their parents would not have perished, and they would not have to endure hunger. Zheng proposed, "I possess a method to grant you superpowers, though it carries some risk. Would you care to attempt it?" He was merely providing a precautionary warning, uncertain of the outcome. After a moment of contemplation, Wanda exchanged glances with Quicksilver. Wanda was the first to declare, "Yes." Quicksilver chimed in, "I want to as well." Nodding, Zheng produced the Mind Scepter and gently tapped each of their heads. He deliberately restrained his mental abilities, merely transferring a small portion of the Infinity Stone's energy. He was unsure of the success of his endeavor. In an instant, Quicksilver collapsed, his eyes rolling back and his body convulsing. Zheng quickly assessed him, feeling his pulse, which raced to 180. Wanda appeared unaffected, simply closing her eyes and standing still. Zheng pondered whether he should rush Quicksilver to the hospital. Around Wanda, a soft crimson energy began to manifest, causing the surrounding furniture to levitate. Even Raven found herself suspended in midair, her expression one of shock as she gazed at Wanda. Zheng pondered that it seemed the Mind Stone had activated the Phoenix Force within Wanda. Chapter 76. Quicksilver. I've awakened my superpowers, yet I still have to attend school? In Zheng's Grand Villa, Wanda had awakened her superpowers. In truth, her abilities were not bestowed by the Mind Stone. Rather, it merely catalyzed the chaos magic residing within her. This was mentioned in the film. Initially, 2 missiles from Stark Industries crashed into their home, one of which claimed the lives of their parents, while the other was a dud. However, it was not truly a dud. It had merely been altered by Wanda's powers, reshaping reality itself. Wanda's powers were indeed chaos magic, and in the comics, her abilities included altering reality, transmuting matter, modifying causality, conjuring objects from thin air, distorting space and time, creating duplicates, generating dimensions, and altering the laws of physics, among others. Nonetheless, this was reality, and her powers were somewhat diminished. At the very least, resurrecting Vision, who possessed the Infinity Stones, was beyond her reach. However, she could traverse parallel worlds and single-handedly triumph over all superheroes on Earth from another dimension. She could even best Doctor Strange in a confrontation. In the Marvel Universe, she ranks among the most formidable female characters, alongside Jean and Captain Marvel, though she may fall slightly short compared to the Ancient One. Zheng contemplated whether, since Wanda wielded magic, he should send her to the Ancient One for further training. This could enhance her already impressive abilities. After Wanda successfully awakened her chaos magic, there was also a stir with Quicksilver. His body began to tremble increasingly, leaving behind afterimages as if he were vibrating at incredible speeds. Moments later, he settled into stillness, and both individuals opened their eyes simultaneously. Quicksilver's face brimmed with excitement as he realized the nature of his newfound superpower, super speed, and unparalleled velocity. He dashed around Zheng's villa, swirling and creating gusts of wind that sent pens and paper soaring into the air. All Zheng and others could perceive were fleeting afterimages and silvery streaks. When Quicksilver reached Zheng, he bounced around exuberantly, exclaiming, "I have superpowers too. I'm going to be a superhero. This is amazing, hooray." Zheng couldn't help but smile knowingly at his exuberance. In the film, Quicksilver joined Hydra. Yet it was evident he was not a villain. He had risked his life to save a mother and daughter, ultimately succumbing to multiple gunshots. At this moment, they were merely children, untouched by the malevolent machinations of organizations like Hydra. Naturally, they harbored aspirations of becoming superheroes. Little did Zheng know that Quicksilver had been influenced by him. Zheng had rescued them from the ravages of war, providing them with shelter and sustenance. As a superhero himself, having recently saved the Earth, Zheng was a figure of inspiration. Quicksilver turned to him and said, "Big brother, I want to become a great hero who saves the world, just like you." Zheng nodded, affectionately ruffling his hair as he replied, "That's wonderful. I wholeheartedly support you." After all, they were children, and it was best to let them dream for now, postponing the lessons about the darker aspects of life. With Zheng's encouragement, Quicksilver's excitement soared, and he began to bounce joyfully in place. Wanda, however, promptly delivered a playful smack to the back of his head, admonishing him to be quiet. Quicksilver looked at his sister with a pout, feeling wronged. He was the elder brother, after all. Wanda then addressed Zheng, saying, "I think I've awakened a superpower, perhaps telekinesis." With that, she raised her hand, and the large sofa in front of her began to levitate gracefully, enveloped in a faint red energy. Quicksilver scoffed, "Huff, it's not as impressive as mine." Wanda shot him a fierce glare. Zheng reassured her, "Wanda, your ability is incredibly powerful. You should cultivate it further." Wanda nodded in agreement. Jean observed the 2 children with astonishment. They were remarkably gifted, rare even among mutants. The mental scepter, it seemed, was indeed potent, capable of bestowing superpowers with a mere touch. Yet, Wanda's abilities bore a striking resemblance to her own. Raven was equally astonished. Had Zheng's team already amassed such a collection of superpowered individuals? The potential of these children was evident. They would soon surpass even Magneto's Brotherhood. Impatiently, Quicksilver turned to Zheng and exclaimed, "Big brother, when can we go punish evil and save others?" Zheng flashed an impish grin and replied, "You have a while to wait. Do you know what your most important task is right now?" Quicksilver, puzzled, ventured, "Training our powers?" Zheng shook his head, stating firmly, "School. You're far too young to skip school. You should be in junior high." Quicksilver's face fell at the mention of school. School? I haven't been in school for years. Ever since our parents were killed, we've struggled just to eat. How could we possibly attend school? Besides, there were hardly any schools where we lived. Quicksilver cautiously suggested, can't we skip it? Zheng responded earnestly, no. Under Zheng's guidance, Wanda and Quicksilver soon found themselves enrolled in school, where they were meant to be in the third year of junior high according to their ages. However, they had not studied for a long time, so they were placed in the second year of junior high. Although some lessons would be missed, they had to endure it. After all, they could not be sent to the 6th grade. On Sunday, during their holiday, Zheng took them out for some fun, and they arrived in Kathmandu, the capital of Nepal. This was the very place where Dr. Strange encountered the Ancient One. He wished to learn a bit of magic himself, and, at the same time, encourage Wanda to do the same. In this world, magic was no trivial matter. The Ancient One had become one of the most formidable beings in the universe through her mastery of it. What Zheng yearned to learn most was the time portal, a means to open a gateway at any moment, traversing space to arrive at any destination of his desire. He wondered if he possessed any innate magical talent. After searching for quite some time, Zheng was unable to locate the magical sanctuary. Quicksilver, on the other hand, was thoroughly enjoying himself, darting about with excitement, observing everything around him. It had been ages since he had strolled through the streets or spent time with family like an ordinary child. He was undoubtedly the most exhilarated among them, having already come to regard Zheng as family. Although he felt some resentment towards the idea of studying, Wanda was equally delighted, closely following Zheng's side. This kind of life was something she had only ever experienced in her dreams. Occasionally, she would steal glances at Zheng's profile, her eyes reflecting a hint of dependence. In a moment of frustration, Zheng shouted into the crowd, Ancient One. The Ancient One had actually been observing them from the shadows and had already glimpsed Zheng's future through the time stone. However, she saw nothing significant. He seemed as if he were not of this universe. After hearing Zheng's loud call, she had no choice but to reveal herself, as her intention was to guide them into the realm of magic. Chapter 77. Marrying the Ancient One, a 300-year gift of elixir. In an instant, a circle shimmering with sparks appeared before Zheng and his companions. A distinguished, bald woman emerged from within, clad in yellow ancient garb. Her countenance somewhat gaunt, yet radiating an aura of tranquility and peace. She was the Ancient One, having lived for centuries, perhaps even millennia. After providing an address, she vanished once again. Zheng gazed with fervent eyes at the retreating figure of the Ancient One. This spatial magic was precisely what he desired. Whether for escape, defense, or travel, it was exceedingly useful. Jean, Wanda, Quicksilver, and Raven all stared in astonishment at the spectacle they had just witnessed. It was utterly incredible. Was this truly the magic of legend? How astonishing. Initially, they had doubted Zheng's claims about coming here to seek out magic. But now they were witnessing the truth. Zheng led everyone to the location the Ancient One had mentioned. Upon pushing open the grand door in the alley, a refreshing vista unfolded, reminiscent of a peach blossom grove. Numerous sorcerers were practicing their magic in the square, their movements synchronized and precise as they simultaneously cast spatial spells. Among them stood one individual lacking a right wrist, a remarkable sight. As we entered, the sorcerers' gazes turned towards us, curiosity evident in their eyes. It was rare for someone to be granted entry on the specific instruction of the Ancient One. Guided by one of the sorcerers, Sue arrived at the Ancient One's chamber, while the others were escorted to different rooms for respite. The moment Sue laid eyes on the Ancient One, a voice resonated in his mind. God-level selection system activated. Option 1. Gently pat the Ancient One's bald head and discern the difference from Director Fury's. Reward. The Ancient One's intimate garments, the very ones she currently wears. Option 2. Pursue the Ancient One, declaring, I have come here for you. Become my second girlfriend. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older brings wealth. At 30, she offers kingdoms. At 300, she bestows elixirs. The Ancient One is merely a few centuries older than the host. Having her as an ally would render you invincible. Reward, an exceptionally lavish wedding. Grand enough to draw attendees from the 9 realms. Even Dormammu might join the festivities. Option 3. Challenge the Ancient One, asserting, your magic is lacking. I could master it in an instant. Reward, level 10 portal. As Sue contemplated these options, the Ancient One seated herself on the ground before a small table adorned with tea. At that moment, she furrowed her brow and inquired, are you pondering something nefarious? Though framed as a question, her tone suggested certainty. Surprised, Sue gazed at the Ancient One, astonished by her prowess. He quickly steadied his mind. Amitba, the first option, though tempting, was fraught with peril. Should I suddenly acquire such items, would I be able to exit this room unscathed? I pondered whether the Ancient One was indeed a spinster. Even if she were not, losing such possessions would spell disaster for me. Most importantly, what use would those items serve? I am no deviant. System, you are? The second option was equally daunting, akin to boarding a swift train bound for hell. What audacious words. Ancient One, would you be my second girlfriend? My heavens, such thoughts were beyond my wildest dreams. If the system seeks my demise, it could simply state so without the need for such convoluted subtleties. The banquet, however, proved to be quite intriguing. Did the Master of Dimensions, Dormammu, come to join the festivities? The third option, quite good. In comparison to the previous two, it should not be overly favorable. Moreover, this is a level 10 portal. Not bad, not bad. At level 10, the system indicates it has reached its maximum capacity. Thus, the suspended ring can be rendered unnecessary. It is likely that throughout the realm of mages, apart from the Ancient One, everyone else would merely possess a level 4 or 5 in the art of portals, all requiring the suspended ring. Furthermore, in the future, apart from Doctor Strange, no one else has attained such a level. I choose option 3, Zheng contemplated internally. As time passed, the Ancient One, seated across from Zheng, furrowed her brow increasingly. Although she was unaware of Zheng's thoughts and could not glimpse his future, she sensed something troubling was on his mind, as if he were encroaching upon her domain. Zheng sat cross-legged opposite the Ancient One, with a small table positioned between them. He had witnessed the sudden appearance of this table and the tea set, appearing in the blink of an eye without any forewarning. And the tea was still steaming, as if freshly brewed. Magic was indeed quite remarkable. Zheng first inquired about a matter of personal concern. Ancient One, might I ask if I possess the talent for magic? Perhaps you could pass on the title of Supreme Mage to me. Look at my impressive musculature. I could become a melee mage, mastering both magic and martial prowess. As he spoke, he showcased his biceps and abdominal muscles. The Ancient One did not find it peculiar that Zheng was aware of her name. In the past, he had demonstrated numerous times his ability to foresee future events. This was not her first observation of him, and when changes in the future arose, she had already taken note of Zheng. His identity was already a matter of speculation for her. He was a being from beyond the universe, one of many who traversed from other realms. Sipping her tea calmly, the Ancient One replied, "No, you lack magical aptitude. Even the least gifted among us here surpasses you by a considerable margin." Zheng responded, He had anticipated this concern before arriving, but he had not expected it to be true. It was absurd. As a traveler from another realm, should he not possess extraordinary gifts and master the portal in a single day? He recalled a novel that depicted such a scenario. Just as Zheng contemplated making another attempt at persuasion, his phone rang. It was a call from Tony. "Hey, Zheng. Come quickly to collect your 100 Iron Man suits." The tone was laced with palpable frustration, as Tony had been tirelessly crafting them, having lost count of the sleepless nights he had endured. Finally, it has been completed, and it is all crafted from vibranium. A hint of astonishment flickered in Zheng's eyes. Such swift progress. Although some time has passed since the battle in New York, it is still impressive. All right, I will head over shortly. Tony gazed at the neatly arranged 80-plus Iron Man suits, a pang of sorrow gripping his heart. Each of these armors was meticulously crafted by him, and he had yet to don them himself before they were to be gifted to others. Sigh. Alas, who could blame him? After all, Zheng has saved his life on numerous occasions. In a buoyant mood, Zheng added, "How have you been lately, Tony? My brilliant scientist?" However, as Tony recalled recent events, his spirits dampened further. "Happy has been attacked, and I seek vengeance. I have disclosed my home's location to everyone." He awaited their inevitable descent into his trap. Chapter 78. Gu Yi was astonished. "Is your time so short? Can you manage?" Upon hearing Tony's words, Zheng pondered how audacious Tony was, seemingly unafraid of an assault on his grand villa. Indeed, an attack had occurred, and even Pepper Potts had narrowly escaped death. He remembered that the adversary this time was a scientist named Killian, who was exceptionally formidable, having developed a lethal virus known as the Extremis virus. This virus could rapidly heal its host's injuries while emitting intense heat capable of melting iron. However, the virus had varying levels of potency. Killian's own strain was particularly powerful, allowing for limb regeneration and survival even at the epicenter of a violent explosion. Others, however, lacked such resilience. Their healing capabilities were significantly diminished, and the heat they emitted fell short of Killian's. This ability to heal was precisely what Zheng currently lacked. Although his physical strength had reached 4 times that of Captain America, his healing rate was only slightly superior to that of an ordinary person. This was unacceptable. He needed to excel in both melee and ranged combat. Moreover, he discovered that the system's rewards correlated with recent events. If he participated in the unfolding narrative this time, he might acquire the ability to heal swiftly. Addressing the phone, Zheng remarked, "Wait a moment, I am on my way. By the way, someone will be attacking your house soon. Be cautious." With that, he ended the call. On the other end, Tony stared at his phone, pondering. Someone dares to assault my home. How audacious. Are they courting death? Let them come. I have 100 vibranium-crafted Iron Man suits at my disposal. I am afraid myself. Do they dare approach? Zheng turned to Gu-yi and said, "I apologize, I just received a call." Gu-yi nodded, fully aware of whom Zheng had been conversing with and the conversation's content. However, he had long ceased to involve himself in the disputes of ordinary mortals. Zheng turned to Master Gu-yi and proposed, "Let us engage in a wager." A glimmer of curiosity danced in Gu-yi's eyes, not from a penchant for gambling, but from an intrigue regarding a future unknown to her. Ever since acquiring the Infinity Stones, she had seldom encountered uncertainties, whether concerning the past or the future. Although reality would invariably select a singular outcome, she had long since utilized the Time Stone to explore all potential scenarios. Even the most peculiar phenomena were familiar to her. They lacked novelty, devoid of surprise. Yet, Zheng was different. His future eluded her sight. "Speak," Gu-yi urged. Zheng replied, "You once claimed I lacked the aptitude for magic, did you not? Teach me the art of the portal, and if I master it within an hour, you shall take Wanda as your apprentice. What say you?" A hint of intrigue graced Gu-yi's face. "An hour? Even the future Doctor Strange cannot achieve that," she added. "As for teaching Wanda, I would gladly consent to that, wager or no wager." Feigning confusion, Zheng inquired, "Who is the future Doctor Strange?" Gu-yi took a sip of her tea and cast a knowing glance at Zheng. Realizing she was aware of his apparent foresight, he decided to drop the act. "Very well." With a mere wave of her hand, the tea set and table before them vanished, and the room expanded exponentially. Gu-yi demonstrated the portal technique before Zheng, her movements precise, as she elucidated the intricacies of the portal, repeating the demonstration twice. As Zheng prepared to practice, Gu-yi tossed him a hovering ring, saying, "You will need this to open the portal." Zheng pretended to struggle initially, failing 3 times. Each attempt more vigorous than the last, with sparks flying larger with each failure. After glancing at the time, which had now ticked past 5 minutes, he felt ready. With a flourish, he conjured a portal that faced a snow-capped mountain, standing boldly before Gu-yi. Her expression remained unchanged, yet her eyes betrayed a profound astonishment. This was impossible. She was certain Zheng had never encountered the portal before. How could this be? Moreover, a mental protection magic circle appeared in his mind, which was equally perplexing. What could this mean? Nevertheless, she dismissed her concerns, reassuring herself that with Zheng present, Earth's future appeared significantly brighter. Although Gu-yi could not discern Zheng's future, she could foresee the destinies of Earth and others. In her visions, the probability of Earth's destruction had substantially diminished. The probability of safety is no longer a mere 1 in a billion. Once calm, Gu-yi spoke serenely, "You have won." A hint of a smile graced Zheng's face, unaware that Wanda, untrained as she was, could triumph over a magical prodigy from a parallel universe. One could only imagine how formidable she would become under Gu-yi's tutelage. In the future, Doctor Strange would surely find himself outmatched. After all, even without Gu-yi's instruction, Wanda had bested Doctor Strange. Zheng summoned Wanda and informed her that the person before them, Gu-yi, would be her future mentor. Wanda gazed at Zheng with a look of concern, fearing a separation from him. Seizing the moment, Gu-yi suggested, "You shall attend lessons during the day, and I will escort you home at night." Wanda's face was etched with confusion. Home at night? But this is Nepal, quite distant from New York. Once Zheng had resolved matters there, he intended to depart. After bidding farewell to Qin and the others, he left, instructing them to enjoy themselves before returning. Deliberately, he ventured into a secluded alley. With a fierce gaze, he opened a portal connected to Tony's residence and stepped through. Unbeknownst to him, Gu-yi had been observing Zheng's every move through the Time Stone. Witnessing his effortless opening of the portal, her eyes widened in astonishment. His proficiency was nearly on par with her own. Her swiftness was aided by other magical elements. But Zheng had evidently mastered the art of portal creation to an extraordinary degree. It was nothing short of remarkable. Was he a prodigy in the realm of magic? Should I consider appointing another as the Sorcerer Supreme? Wanda watched Gu-yi, her future mentor, displaying such astonishment over her simple act of pouring tea. Finding her demeanor somewhat unstable, had no one ever served her tea before? Upon arriving at Tony's seaside mansion, Zheng encountered Tony, who turned just in time to witness the spectacle. Su Zheng recalled the lyrics of a song, eyes wide open like copper bells, shooting forth shrewdness like bolts of lightning. Tony, his face a canvas of shock, exclaimed, "What is happening? How did you emerge from that flickering ring of fire? Were you invaded by aliens? Hey, you extraterrestrial!" returned Su Zheng, who can only control iron, to me. Su Zheng's expression darkened slightly. "Tony, this is magic. What is going on in your home? Why are there hostages?" In Tony's living room, 3 men were bound. Tony explained, "This group initially arrived in an armed helicopter to bomb my house. But I managed to capture them with my Iron Man suits. One cannot fathom the exquisite expressions on their faces when encircled by hundreds of armored suits. I truly lament not having captured their reactions." Chapter 79. Tony, am I a fool? Su Zheng contemplated that it seemed Tony had dispatched the invading terrorists. Indeed, this was starkly different from the film. He then glanced at the multitude of armored suits before him and quickly deduced that Tony had employed his fleet of suits to alter the original circumstances. In the movie, Tony's seaside mansion had been obliterated, and Pepper had barely escaped with her life. Su Zheng addressed Tony, "You are mistaken. These are my armored suits. You may have utilized them just now, and I shall overlook it this time. However, do remember to notify me in the future." Upon hearing this, Tony's expression twisted in indignation. These suits were the result of his painstaking efforts and sleepless nights. The time, energy, and financial resources he had devoted to them were substantial. Yet they were now regarded as someone else's? Su Zheng observed Tony, who was visibly aggrieved, but chose to ignore him for the moment. In the room, apart from Su Zheng and Tony, there were also Pepper and a striking woman. Su Zheng recalled that this Caucasian beauty was a cohort of Killian, who had subsequently deceived and abducted Pepper. However, he could not remember her name. At this moment, their eyes were filled with astonishment as they gazed at Su Zheng. They had just witnessed him emerge from a circle. How could such a miraculous event not astonish them? Pepper pointed to the spot where the circle had been and asked, "Su Zheng, what just transpired? How did you suddenly emerge from there? Is this some sort of magic?" Tony, having been momentarily incensed by Su Zheng, had forgotten to inquire about this matter until now. He then exclaimed, "What is going on? Is there truly magic at play?" Su Zheng shrugged and replied, "You've already witnessed an alien invasion. What is so surprising about magic?" Tony pressed on, "But how did you achieve this? Did you expend an immense amount of energy to tear through space? Or did you sacrifice a portion of your lifespan to accomplish it?" Su Zheng rolled his eyes at his absurd notions. He then narrowed his gaze, and a circle emanating a fiery glow materialized before him, connecting to a snow-capped mountain. A fierce gust of wind and snow billowed forth from the portal, scattering white flakes across the floor. The temperature in the room plummeted, causing Pepper and the others to shiver involuntarily. The portal could only open to places he had previously visited, and this mountain was a site he had explored with Qin before. Tony, undeterred, approached, brushed his fingers against the snow on the ground, and gazed at the scenery within. Only then did he come to believe the veracity of Su Zheng's words. His face was alight with astonishment as he exclaimed, "This is utterly unscientific." The mere widening of Su Zheng's eyes had shattered the very fabric of space, connecting them to such a distant realm. It was as if his entire worldview was on the verge of collapse, and the foundations of physics themselves threatened to crumble. Moreover, Su Zheng had employed no form of energy, which was entirely at odds with the law of conservation of energy. Little did Su Zheng know the tumultuous thoughts swirling in Tony's mind. Otherwise, he would have had to argue that the Iron Man suit itself defied scientific principles. Such a slender piece of metal withstood seismic forces remarkably well. The Hulk's tremendous weight, several hundred tons, struck the suit, and yet Tony emerged unscathed. As Tony observed Su Zheng, a thought crossed his mind. If Su Zheng was capable of wielding magic, then surely he could learn it as well. After all, he was far more intelligent than Su Zheng. If he mastered it, he could conjure a portal in front of an audience, making a dazzling entrance in his Iron Man suit. The spectacle would be nothing short of spectacular. He could appear at will before others, catching them completely off guard. The thrill of it all exhilarated him. His face beamed with excitement, and his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he looked at Su Zheng, declaring, "I want to learn. You must teach me, Su Zheng." Su Zheng replied, "This is indeed something one can learn, and it's quite simple. I mastered it in just 5 minutes." Ancient One had not cautioned him against imparting magic to others. He was indifferent to such concerns. In truth, Ancient One had intended to convey this warning. But after being astounded by Su Zheng, she had forgotten. Initially, her aim was to cultivate a benevolent bond with Su Zheng, allowing him to study in the realm of magic for a month. Yet, Su Zheng had grasped it within a mere 5 minutes. Tony mused, "Is it really that easy? I am a renowned scientist. If Su Zheng took 5 minutes, surely I could accomplish it in one." Soon, Zheng approached Tony and quietly elucidated the principles of the portal. 5 minutes later, amidst the envious gazes of Pepper and the blonde beauty, Zheng came to a halt. They understood their relationship with Zheng precluded them from receiving such teachings. Thanks to his extraordinary memory, Tony had retained every word Zheng had spoken. It indeed seemed manageable, chiefly requiring an understanding of the essence of magic. Following this, Zheng tossed the levitating ring that Ancient One had given him to Tony. With his portal already at level 10, he had no need for it. Tony donned the ring and immediately began to experiment. On his first attempt, a small spark appeared before him, only to vanish after a few seconds. Half an hour later, the spark persisted for a few more seconds. An hour passed. The spark flickered slightly more intensely. Tony, consumed by anger, felt his face redden as he struggled with the magic. He looked at Zheng and exclaimed, "Zheng, are you deceiving me? How could this possibly be learned in just 5 minutes? I've spent 2 hours on it and haven't even seen a shadow of success. Surely, I cannot be inferior to you, right? Absolutely not. I am Iron Man." Tony then accused Zheng. "You've been secretly practicing for a long time. Haven't you? At least a month, I presume? You only claimed 5 minutes to show off in front of me, didn't you?" Zheng shrugged. It was indeed a perplexing matter to clarify. Regardless of how he explained, Tony would always suspect him of deceit. At that moment, a fiery portal appeared beside Zheng, albeit rather small in size. Wanda excitedly dashed out and approached Zheng, exclaiming, big brother, I finally learned it. How wonderful. Now I can go home by myself." To her, the place where Zheng was located felt like home. Zheng was one of her closest individuals. And the instant she mastered the skill, she teleported to his side. A trace of astonishment flickered in Zheng's eyes. He never anticipated Wanda would learn the portal so swiftly. His own rapid learning was merely a boon from the system. Curiously, he inquired, "How long did it take you?" Wanda replied, "Not as quickly as you, big brother. I took over 20 minutes to learn. Am I a bit slow?" Chapter 80. Zheng, am I little Magneto? Upon hearing this, Tony was utterly flabbergasted. What on earth? You, a 14-year-old girl, learned it in 20 minutes? I've spent several hours with no progress whatsoever. How can this be? Am I truly a magical simpleton? Tony's demeanor collapsed, his expression darkening. Zheng, noticing the shift, suppressed a smirk. This was indeed amusing. He gently patted Wanda's head and said, "It's all right. You're already quite impressive. Learning it in over 20 minutes is remarkable, unlike some individuals who, after hours, have yet to even conjure a portal." Upon hearing this, Tony's face darkened further. "Why do I feel like you're subtly mocking me? You are definitely insinuating something." Wanda giggled and replied, "Big brother, you're just joking, right? How could anyone be that foolish?" Tony's expression grew even graver. "Damn it, you two are in cahoots, aren't you? This is an attempt to mess with my psyche." The exclamation slipped from Tony's lips, a mix of frustration and disbelief at the baffling magic before him. He turned away, intent on abandoning this sorrowful place. In his distracted state, overwhelmed by his own melancholy, he failed to watch where he was going and collided painfully with his workbench, falling in a most undignified manner. It was then that Wanda noticed Tony's presence. The sight of her father's nemesis darkened her mood, yet witnessing his clumsy tumble instantly uplifted her spirits, her melodic laughter resonating through the air. "Ha ha ha, big brother. Did you see that?" He fell flat on his face. "How hilarious." Tony's expression soured upon hearing her words. "Damn it, who is Daler? I am Iron Man." He was aware of the tragic circumstances surrounding Wanda and Quicksilver, having been informed by Zheng. The siblings had endured 3 days in their home, facing the imminent threat of Stark missiles, with the remains of their parents lying nearby. They were merely 10 years old at the time. Reflecting on this, Tony could only endure Wanda's taunts in silence, retreating to another room in frustration. Damn it, all of this is Zheng's fault. Upon encountering Zheng, Wanda's spirits soared as she recalled Tony's misfortune, prompting her to open a portal and return to the side of Ancient One. Zheng observed Wanda's departure, contemplating the necessity of mending the strained relations between Wanda, Quicksilver, and Tony. If this continued, once Wanda and her brother gained power, they might very well seek revenge against Tony. Regardless of who ultimately prevailed, it would not bode well for him. Both Pepper and Maya witnessed the spectacle unfold, sharing a knowing smile at Tony's predicament. It was a rare occasion for him to be outwitted. More astonishing was the revelation that this young girl had also mastered the art of portal creation, suggesting that this magic was indeed real and not exclusive to Zheng. Maya resolved to report this significant discovery to Killian. After Wanda departed, Tony stepped out, though his expression remained unsettled. He attempted to present a calm facade to those around him, but it was clear that he was anything but tranquil. Zheng, refusing to let him off the hook, chimed in on, "Isn't this the renowned scientist, Iron Man? Can't even outdo a little girl, can you? Right, Daler?" With a flush of embarrassment, Tony glared at Zheng and retorted, "Zheng, get lost." "Ah, oh dear, you've been triggered," Zheng teased, and Tony shot him a furious look. After a few moments of playful banter, the atmosphere remained charged with tension. Zheng ceased his commotion, casting a glance at Maya, and inquired, "Who might this be?" The Caucasian beauty, possessing a considerable emotional intelligence, approached him directly and announced, "Greetings, superhero, little Magneto. I am Maya, Tony's ex-girlfriend." Pepper Potts, observing Tony, harbored a flicker of menace in her gaze. "Ex-girlfriend? Your former flame has come seeking you?" Tony looked at Pepper with feigned innocence, waving his hand dismissively. He had completely forgotten Maya. Zheng's demeanor darkened as he queried, "Who bestowed upon me this moniker? Little Magneto? I am not diminutive." Maya's gaze lowered slightly, a mischievous smile gracing her lips as she replied, "Oh, is that so?" Pepper interjected, "The online community has dubbed you that. There are several other names too. Magneto Jr., King Kong, the Marvelous Graduate, Iron Warrior, Alien Slayer, the Butcher, Magnetic Lee, Summer Soldier, and so forth." Zheng, taken aback, pondered the absurdity of such titles. Was it so difficult to choose something more commendable? Perhaps invincible or super-duper handsome would suffice. Alas, the current generation of internet users seems to have fallen into decline. Tony, chuckling heartily while resting a hand on Zheng's shoulder, exclaimed, "Ha, little Magneto. Are you a relative of Magneto, or perhaps his illegitimate offspring? This nickname pales in comparison to my Iron Man." In response, Zheng delivered Tony a swift blow, earning him a panda eye. Bang! Tony cried out, "My eye! You lack honor," launching a surprise attack. "How about a fair duel instead?" Zheng shot him a menacing look, the threat unspoken yet palpable. After a moment of contemplation, Tony realized that even without resorting to underhanded tactics, he would likely be outmatched, even in his armored suit. Thus, he raised his hands in surrender, even brandishing a white flag. After glancing at him, Zheng approached the terrorists, who immediately began to shout in panic, "I surrender! I surrender! We were sent by Mandarin. Whatever you wish to know, I shall divulge." Tony, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Sent by Mandarin? That monstrous leader! I shall eliminate him." Were it not for the abundance of Iron Man suits he had crafted for Zheng, his home would indeed be at risk of annihilation. Moreover, Pepper's safety was also jeopardized. Such thoughts incited his fury. Zheng wore a knowing smile, for having watched Iron Man 3, he understood the underlying secrets. He had no intention of concealing them. Hearing the terrorist's words, Maya felt a wave of relief wash over her. Although the attack on Tony had been thwarted, thankfully, their identities remained undisclosed. They had merely shifted the blame onto Mandarin. The character of Master Man is but a facade, merely an actor they have engaged. This recent attack may have faltered, yet there will be subsequent opportunities to seize. After all, Tony is not perpetually surrounded by a multitude of armored suits. These suits are, in truth, under the purview of Zheng. Presently, they harbor no intentions towards him. With a smile, Zheng addressed Maya, "What is your perspective on this matter?" Chapter 81, Deadpool. Where's my little Deadpool? Maya's delicate frame trembled, her eyes betraying a hint of anxiety, quickly subdued. Could it be that Zheng had uncovered something? That seemed implausible. They had concealed their secrets so adeptly over the years. This was merely their initial endeavor. Maya asserted, "This Master Man is utterly despicable. He should be apprehended and executed post-haste." Zheng replied, "Is that so? Does this not bear the hallmark of Killian?" Maya's expression shifted to one of shock. How could he possibly know about Killian? He was privy to the fact that this operation was orchestrated by him. The assault on Iron Man was merely Killian's first step. He had a far grander scheme in mind, one even she was unaware of. Feigning composure, Maya queried, "What are you talking about? Who is Killian?" Both Pepper and Tony noted the disquiet in Maya's demeanor. Tony turned to Zheng, asking, "Is there more to this?" The most astounded were the three individuals bound on the ground, who were not truly terrorists but former American soldiers, later recruited by Killian. Zheng remarked, "Indeed. They are merely underlings dispatched by Killian. That Master Man is simply an actor." Pepper exclaimed, "That cannot be. I saw Killian just yesterday." Fear flickered in Maya's eyes as she stiffened. He seemed to know everything. Did he also uncover her identity? If Tony were to learn that she was allied with the one who sought to kill him, would she not be in grave danger? Zheng stated, "The puppet master is he. He intends to exact vengeance upon Tony." Tony, bewildered, responded, "Vengeance against me? Did his parents, like Wanda's, Perish in an explosion caused by Stark Industries missiles? Zheng rolled his eyes, exasperated by Tony's memory, and remarked, "You initially agreed to meet him on the rooftop, promising to arrive in 5 minutes. Yet you spent the entire night with this Lady Maya and never showed up, leaving him to endure the cold wind alone for hours. And you still have the audacity to complain. If I were in his position, I might very well harbor thoughts of retribution against you." Tony wore an expression of bewilderment, taking a considerable amount of time to recall a certain matter that seemed vaguely familiar, yet the details of the face eluded him. He had engaged in such affairs far too often in the past. Pepper cast a fierce glare at Tony, although she was now his girlfriend. The revelations of his romantic escapades left her feeling irked. Maya had resigned herself to her fate. Such a concealed past. Even Tony had forgotten it. Surprisingly, Sue knew about it. Tony pointed at Maya and questioned, what was her intention in visiting me during the attack? Sue replied, of course, to ascertain whether you were alive. And if the opportunity arose, to deceive Pepper. Then she could take Pepper to their base, bind her, and use her to threaten you. By the time Sue had finished speaking, Maya had collapsed onto the ground, her face a mask of terror. Sue seemed to know everything. Before him, she felt utterly exposed. A flicker of menace glinted in Tony's eyes as he gazed at Maya. Pepper was his Achilles heel. Anyone who dared to touch her would face dire consequences. Pepper, equally astonished, looked at Maya, realizing that Tony's ex-girlfriend intended to kidnap her. How melodramatic. After Sue had spoken, he intended to leave, having already divulged enough. Remaining would serve little purpose. As he departed, he took with him 83 sets of Iron Man suits, all under the control of Red Queen, eliminating the need for his manual operation. In the presence of numerous Iron Man suits, Red Queen's control surpassed Sue's capabilities by far. She could precisely maneuver each suit, executing various intricate movements, especially during combat, thus achieving a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. After placing the suits in his villa, Sue wandered the streets, having been too busy in his previous life to enjoy such simple pleasures. Now, endowed with formidable strength, he sought to make amends. While sipping a beverage from a popular CAF, a figure clad in a tight suit approached him. "Magneto, could I trouble you for an autograph?" Sue's expression darkened. That nickname was rather unflattering, and he resolved to change it eventually. Looking up, he recognized Deadpool, accompanied by a woman who, without a doubt, was his girlfriend, Vanessa. He recalled that their lifestyle was notably unconventional. Deadpool, irreverent by nature, was notorious for his vulgarity, often inviting inappropriate actions, while Vanessa's profession was equally unique, trading her body for sustenance. Sue inquired, "Where shall I sign? On your backside?" Deadpool was clad in a predominantly red suit with white accents, 2 swords sheathed on his back. With a coy demeanor, she rested her hands upon her chin and shyly remarked, "If you like, Deadpool, that is acceptable." Zheng was well aware of this character's irreverence. Indeed, he was the only one capable of breaking the fourth wall. "Let us find another location." Deadpool gestured toward his groin and said, "How about here? This is my most prized possession. My little Deadpool. I typically do not allow others to touch it, but today I am making an exception just for you." Zheng, with an expression of exasperation, thought, "Isn't your girlfriend right behind you? Is this truly necessary?" However, he also considered that the system generally rewards relevant items based on the characters within the story. If he were to engage more with Deadpool, it was highly probable that he could be rewarded with the ability for rapid regeneration. Deadpool's regenerative powers were remarkable. Even if he lost his head, he could swiftly restore himself. Even if obliterated by an explosion, he could rapidly recover. This ability far surpassed that of Wolverine. Zheng, with a swift motion, kicked Deadpool's groin, transforming his prized possession into a puddle of water. With a playful grin, Zheng asked, "Do you possess that thing?" Deadpool immediately felt a chill and looked down. "What? Where has my little Deadpool gone? This is my lifeline with my girlfriend. Without it, what meaning would life hold? Would he be condemned to solitude?" Vanessa, Deadpool's girlfriend, approached and inquired, "Why are you wetting your pants?" Deadpool was at a loss for words, still in a state of confusion. Sensing something amiss, Vanessa reached out to investigate. "Where has my treasure gone?" Chapter 82, The Golden Staff and the Golden Pen. Onlookers in the street paused, captivated by the spectacle, some even raising their phones to capture the moment. Zheng felt a twinge of embarrassment, while the two continued their examination, unfazed. Vanessa searched thoroughly, finally realizing that her treasure was indeed missing, and she glared at Zheng in fury. Zheng waved his hand, summoning the 2 swords from Deadpool's back into his grasp. One sword was infused with vibranium, and the other with adamantium, both fine weapons on Earth. "Consider these 2 swords as compensation," Zheng stated. Under his ability to transform matter, The swords morphed into golden blades, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Deadpool, disregarding his own plight, gazed in awe at the two golden swords being offered. How much could these be worth? How many mercenary jobs would I need to undertake to afford them? Deadpool remarked, all right, I forgive you. Is there anything else you desire? I could offer you my rear as well. While it may not compare to my little Deadpool, I could trade it for a golden blade. However, Vanessa interjected, no way. Without my precious, what use is any additional wealth? Absolutely not. Hurry and return my treasure. Do they expect me to live in solitude at such a young age? They still plan to have a child. Besides, I've already resigned from my previous job. Zheng simply gazed intently at Deadpool, and before long, Deadpool's lower half began to regenerate. Indeed, his remarkable healing ability could restore limbs. Upon witnessing this, Vanessa ceased her grievances. She had been overly anxious and nearly forgot her boyfriend's extraordinary powers. Deadpool pondered as he looked at the two blades before him, realizing, wait a moment. The materials I used to forge these blades include vibranium, which is worth $10,000 per gram in the market. Gold is merely several $100s per gram. Am I losing out or gaining? As Deadpool calculated the weight of the blades, Zheng contemplated that he could hire Deadpool to eliminate Killian. However, Killian was no easy target. He would not be easily dispatched by Deadpool. This arrangement could allow for interaction between the three of them, thus increasing the likelihood of triggering the system's options. Zheng proposed, Deadpool, I have a task for you. Would you be interested? The reward is quite generous. Deadpool's finger counting paused momentarily as he replied, fear not, boss. As long as the price is right, there is no one I cannot take down. I could even secure the head of Tony Stark for you. Zheng indeed entertained the thought of having Deadpool eliminate Tony, but reconsidered, as Tony was a friend. One must never betray a brother in times of peace. Zheng continued, you are to eliminate a man named Killian. After speaking, he picked up a stone from the ground, transformed it into gold, and handed it to Deadpool. Deadpool watched this astonishing spectacle, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Is this magic? How exhilarating it would be to possess such power. I could have a grand golden sculpture and perhaps gift my girlfriend a golden pen. How dazzling it would be at night. Vanessa, standing beside him, was equally astonished. If she had such abilities, there would be no need to sell anything. Deadpool declared, rest assured, boss. While I may not know Killian, a little research will suffice. With that, Zheng departed, leaving Deadpool brimming with excitement. This was a substantial opportunity. As for his two blades, they have been reforged by Zheng using vibranium, rendering them sharper and more resilient than ever before. Previously, his weapons had merely contained a trace of vibranium, the majority being composed of ordinary metal. The substantial amount of gold was merely a down payment. Upon the successful completion of the task, further riches awaited. Vanessa was equally exhilarated, knowing that once her boyfriend accomplished this mission, he would be relieved from work for an extended period, allowing him to focus on starting a family at home. During this time, Killian felt his luck had soured. His attempt to ambush Tony had failed, his partner Maya had vanished, and recently, a maniac clad in a tight suit had been relentlessly pursuing him. While the relentless pursuer was indeed bothersome, what irked him further was the incessant chatter that accompanied the chase. Once again, he encountered this insufferable lunatic. At that moment, Deadpool stood before Killian, dual blades in hand. The two faced each other in the street, neither uttering a word. This was not their first encounter. Previously, they had exchanged gunfire. Killian's arm blazed with flames, resembling molten lava. They clashed at high speed, both intent on resolving the conflict through close combat. Confident in their physical prowess. With a resounding clash, their figures intertwined and exchanged positions. Killian's forearm fell to the ground, a smirk playing on his lips as he confidently turned to face Deadpool. His strike had severed Deadpool's right arm with the intense flames emanating from his own. Surely, the other was now writhing in agony on the ground. Although his forearm had been lost, Killian possessed a remarkable regenerative ability, and mere seconds later, it had grown back. However, upon glancing at Deadpool, he was momentarily stunned. How was Deadpool still standing there, seemingly unaffected? Deadpool addressed Killian, oh, you have a healing factor too? 10 minutes later, Killian surveyed the ground littered with over 20 severed arms and a dozen thighs, his expression one of disbelief. Among them were both his and Deadpool's. Who was the despicable fiend who had sent such a character to hunt him down? 3 days later, in the evening, Zheng watched the news report about the kidnapping of the American president. He realized that Killian was behind it. Killian had struck a deal with the vice president, aiming to elevate him to power. As for why he had not killed the president, it was to lure Tony into the fray. For Killian, exacting revenge on Tony took precedence. At that moment, Zheng's phone rang. It was Deadpool calling. He wondered how the battle between him and Killian was faring. and whether they could piece together a complete version of themselves from the dismembered parts they had exchanged. Hey, what is up with Deadpool? Boss, that Killian is after me. How about we split the bounty in half if you come to my aid? He is currently at the factory. By the way, the president is here too, just suspended in midair. It's quite the predicament, considering he has faced Killian numerous times. He believes that if he doesn't secure Zheng's bounty, he could easily become a millionaire just by selling organs. Chapter 83. Is the American president mine? Zheng spoke into the phone, saying, I am on my way. Deadpool replied, I'll send you the location. Zheng responded, no need. Deadpool pondered, how would the boss know where he was if he didn't send the location? He then asked, when will you arrive? Zheng replied, soon. Deadpool exclaimed, soon? That is impossible. It's at least a 5-hour journey from where the boss lives. Was he nearby all along? Zheng then made a circular gesture with his hand before stepping outside. Deadpool watched in astonishment as a glowing circle appeared beside him. Is this magic? Suddenly, Zheng emerged from the circle. Deadpool rushed over, excitement evident on his face, asking, Boss, what kind of magic is this? It's incredible. Zheng interjected, enough with the nonsense. Whereas the president? Deadpool sensed an added layer of mystery around his boss, but knew this wasn't the time for such musings. Completing the mission was paramount. He pointed in a direction, stating, it's over there. Following his gaze, Zheng spotted a figure suspended hundreds of meters in the air. With his enhanced physique, his senses had sharpened considerably. This location was vast, filled with numerous shipping containers, and it was nighttime, with no one around. On a high platform at the control station, hundreds of individuals could be seen, presumably Killian's subordinates, likely infected with the desperation virus. Before long, Tony arrived, descending from the sky in his Iron Man suit. In Zheng's mind, the familiar sound of the system echoed. God-level choices activated. Option 1. Like in the movies. Summon all the Iron Man suits and have them self-destruct, creating a spectacular fireworks display worth billions. Reward, $100 million. Option 2. Inject Tony with the desperation virus, ensuring he can never wear the Iron Man suit again. Those infected with the virus emit extreme heat when angered, sufficient to incinerate special alloys. Reward, 2 vials of the desperation virus. Option 3. Let the American president fall to his death here, triggering a world war. Reward, Wolverine's regeneration ability. Sue was inwardly questioning the system about the despair virus, wondering if it had been modified by the system to ensure a 100% success rate. It was well known that the mortality rate of the original virus was quite high. Otherwise, such technology would not have been discarded in films. There were indeed many soldiers in America missing limbs. The system replied, no, it is the original despair virus. Sue pondered, if I directly inject Tony with this, he won't die, will he? Furthermore, the system provided 2 vials, suggesting that it intended for Sue to inject himself as well. Although his physique was extraordinarily resilient, there remained a possibility of death, which was perilous. He thought, no, that first option is utterly useless. Tony only has 1 suit of armor left. The rest are in my possession. If they explode, it would be my own loss. Damn, my suits are forged from vibranium. Each one is worth over $100 billion. Blowing up 100 would only yield 100 billion back. Are you mocking me? Moreover, money held no significance for him. The third option, to be candid, intrigued him. Wolverine's regenerative abilities were renowned. Bullets would strike him, only for him to heal within 2 seconds. Such speed was undeniably remarkable. While he could not regenerate his head like Deadpool, his healing prowess was still formidable. As a mage reliant on ranged attacks, losing his head to an enemy would render him impotent. Even possessing Deadpool's regenerative capabilities would not save him then. With Deadpool nearby, frequent interaction might eventually trigger a reward from the system, granting him similar regenerative abilities. As for the third option, he had devised an excellent plan. Although he had accidentally killed the president, he could have Raven transform into a new one. Raven's transformations retained fragments of the original's memories. Coupled with his support, becoming a more powerful president with greater authority was certainly feasible. The system only mentioned killing the president, predicting a world war as a consequence. He merely needed to execute the initial action to ensure success. To be absolutely certain, Sue inquired again with the system and received a reassuring affirmation. I choose option 3. Sue felt a refreshing sensation enveloping him, akin to soaking in a hot spring during the sweltering summer. It was delightful. Iron Man had already engaged in a fierce battle with Killian's men, and the clash was intense. Deadpool, witnessing this fervent scene, felt compelled to join the fray. Sue turned to Deadpool and requested, may I borrow your sword for a moment? Deadpool, bewildered by Sue's Magneto-like demeanor, wondered what this individual wanted with his weapon, but nonetheless handed it over. Zheng, eager to test his newfound abilities, acted without hesitation. He seized the vibranium blade and plunged it into his abdomen. A portion of the bloodied blade emerged from his back, shocking Deadpool. Was the boss attempting suicide? Did he share a penchant for self-harm? Were they kindred spirits? Zheng unleashed a torrent of curses at the air, exclaiming in agony. Deadpool, wiping the saliva from his face, was momentarily bewildered. Why was the boss suddenly hurling insults? Did he intend to withhold payment? That simply could not be allowed. In truth, Zheng was not cursing Deadpool, but rather the excruciating pain he was experiencing. He had merely wished to test Wolverine's regenerative prowess, unaware of the torment that awaited him. The pain was unbearable, penetrating to the very marrow of his bones. He had never sustained such a grievous injury in his 2 lifetimes. The first time it happened was by his own hand. Damn it, the pain was overwhelming. No wonder Wolverine always wore a frown and bore an expression of fury. It was rumored that even extending his adamantium claws brought him suffering. Zheng grimaced, veins bulging, and slowly withdrew the blade. In a mere 2 seconds, the bleeding ceased. And upon inspection, he found the wound had already healed. Remarkable, indeed. This ability was potent, albeit painful. He glanced at Deadpool, who was brandishing a knife and gesturing towards himself. Deadpool was a tough character. He endured far greater injuries in battle than Wolverine, yet managed to banter effortlessly while fighting. Impressive. His will to withstand pain was indeed formidable. Although Deadpool could rapidly mend his body, the sensation of pain remained unabated. After all, without pain, the thrill would also dissipate. Zheng patted Deadpool's shoulder and declared, "I shall grant you a raise. Your bounty will no longer be halved, but doubled." Chapter 84. Tony was beaten like a dog. Deadpool's eyes widened in confusion. Wait, wasn't he supposed to be denied payment? Why the sudden increase? Zheng truly was a commendable boss. Deadpool resolved not to stab him again. With a cheeky grin, Deadpool remarked, "Boss, you're the best. I could almost give you my precious backside." Zheng waved his hand dismissively. "No need for that. Such a treasured asset should be reserved for your wife." After realizing he had retained his pay, Deadpool finally noticed the lack of blood flowing from Zheng's wound and instinctively touched his chiseled abdomen. "Boss, you're so solid." Zheng's face darkened. What kind of remark was that? Unbeknownst to many, one might wonder what we have been up to. Wade Wilson, with a face full of astonishment, exclaimed, "How is it that your wound has healed so rapidly? Have you too undergone human experimentation?" Wade's remarkable regenerative abilities stemmed from a coercive series of experiments conducted on him. However, this is merely a narrative within the film. In the comics, the storyline diverges. Nonetheless, this universe adheres to such a premise, as Zheng had previously inquired. With a scowl, Zheng forcefully pried Wade's restless hands away. "Damn it. This guy is getting a little too familiar," he thought, exasperated. "No, I have just recently acquired this ability," he replied. Wade, with a face full of skepticism, retorted, "Just acquired? Are you pulling my leg?" Zheng chose not to elaborate. It seemed that in this world, honesty was met with disbelief. Alas, where has trust among people gone? Zheng declared, "Enough of this nonsense. Do you still want the money? Hurry up." Tony was on the verge of being beaten to a pulp. At that moment, Tony was indeed being savagely assaulted, surrounded by a dozen individuals. He was subjected to a barrage of fists and kicks. It was a tragic sight. Stripped of the numerous Iron Man suits he possessed in the films and faced with a multitude of retired soldiers injected with the despair virus, he could only endure the beating. The soldiers, with their bodies engulfed in molten lava, radiated temperatures exceeding thousands of degrees and exhibited an immense increase in strength. Yet, Tony was relatively unharmed. His suit, crafted from vibranium, rendered him impervious to damage, although the humiliation was palpable. Multiple legs relentlessly struck his head, while his lower regions received particular attention, leaving a multitude of footprints across his body. The area of his underwear had become quite discolored. In an instant, Deadpool leaped, positioning himself behind one of the soldiers, his dual blades glinting menacingly as they carved through the air with perfect arcs. Thud, thud, 2 heads tumbled to the ground. Yet no blood gushed from their severed necks. The soldiers turned to face the figure clad in spandex, their eyes ablaze with fury. They recognized him as the one who had been attacking their leader recently. To dare confront them in such numbers was a clear invitation to death. For soldiers coordinated an assault from various directions, igniting a fierce battle. Zheng, unfazed by their efforts, knew that both Wade and Tony were not easily vanquished. He harbored intentions to eliminate the true president, yet he required the chaos to remain unseen. Addressing his earpiece, Zheng commanded, "Red, bring my treasures over." His treasures were Of course, the Iron Man suits. He also instructed to notify Zheng and Raven to join them. Before long, the tranquil night sky was illuminated by the arrival of hundreds of Iron Man suits, lined up in perfect formation, resembling a battalion of soldiers ready for action. The surface of each iron battle suit gleamed with a chilling radiance, countless components intricately assembled together, resembling a flawless masterpiece imbued with a futuristic, sci-fi essence. A scarlet glow erupted in their eyes, akin to a horde of wolves emerging from the shadows. 2 iron suits descended from the heavens beside Zheng, their visors lifting to reveal their identities, Qian and Raven. From his elevated vantage point, Killian observed the multitude of iron suits with a grim expression. What was happening? Hadn't Tony dispatched all these suits? Why were they returning? It was no wonder Zheng had also arrived. This was troubling. Zheng was not to be underestimated. Should he flee? Killian glanced at Tony on the ground. No, it was impossible. Tony had nearly been killed by him. He could not abandon him now. His vendetta remained unfulfilled. However, the president could not be allowed to live any longer. If he lingered, Zheng would rescue the president, thwarting his grand scheme. Killian ordered his subordinates. Kill the president. Suspended in midair, the president suddenly plummeted from hundreds of meters above in a free fall. Terror painted his face as he screamed, "Ah!" Zheng raised his right hand toward the president. Gravity ceased. The president floated in the air. He was destined to die, yet not in such a public spectacle. Relieved to be alive, a sense of joy washed over his face, but he quickly realized it was Zheng who had saved him. Zheng, the pinnacle mutant on Earth, possessed abilities he had witnessed repeatedly. He could manipulate gravity, control metal, and exhibited formidable close combat skills, alongside advanced artificial intelligence far surpassing current technology. This posed an immense threat to the nation. Previously, when contemplating the launch of nuclear weapons against New York, they had intended to eliminate Zheng. He had been one of the proponents of that nuclear strike. Regrettably, Zheng had not only survived, but had now become a peril to the nation. He was America's greatest internal threat. Zheng kept the president suspended in midair and turned to Raven, saying, "I require your assistance." A hint of confusion crossed Raven's face as she pointed to herself, inquiring me, "What help can I provide?" My combat abilities are merely slightly superior to those of an average person. During the recent battle in New York, I was of no use whatsoever. It seems I am merely a maid in your presence. Zheng replied, "I will kill the president. You seize the opportunity to assume his guise and command the entirety of America." Raven was taken aback. Command the entirety of America? Is it truly that exhilarating? Would mutants no longer face oppression? Perhaps not. However, it is undoubtedly a vast improvement over the current circumstances. How delightful. For someone who once had the power to transform the entire upper echelons of the United Nations into mutants, this aligns perfectly with her desires. As for Raven's loyalty to Zheng, after spending so much time together, she has long since become a reflection of him. Even if she contemplated betrayal, it would merely be a trivial matter. Raven's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Great! Wonderful!" In Chapter 85, The False President, upon receiving this news, Qian displayed a hint of shock. Such a grand scheme? Yet, her lips soon curved into a smile. She wholeheartedly supported anything Zheng wished to undertake. Moreover, her discontent with the government's oppression of mutants in the United States had been brewing for some time. This oppression was not merely superficial, it was pervasive, with numerous institutions conducting experiments on mutants. Were it not for the professor's restraint, the Avengers and various mutants would not have so peacefully fought for their rights. Zheng instructed, "Raven, take this opportunity to act." Raven nodded vigorously. This was a matter of immense significance for all mutants. Of course, her primary focus would remain on fulfilling Zheng's orders. She shed her iron suit and vanished from the view of the crowd. Qian, clad in her silver and pink iron armor, soared into the sky to join the fray, a color she had meticulously chosen. In truth, the battle had already turned overwhelmingly one-sided. Hundreds of soldiers injected with the apocalypse virus faced off against an equal number clad in vibranium suits, utterly defenseless. The soldier strikes against the suits left no mark. After all, even the paint was composed of vibranium. To melt vibranium, one would need temperatures far exceeding 1,000 degrees. Indeed, even tens of thousands would be futile. While these soldiers could regenerate quickly, the iron suits housed devastating weaponry far superior to that of Tony Stark's. The armaments within were far more substantial, as the majority of the suits were solid. Those afflicted by the apocalypse virus would perish even if their heads were obliterated. Nevertheless, the scene became increasingly chaotic. A multitude of soldiers surged from the shadows, brandishing weapons and firing at the iron suits. These were the ordinary soldiers nurtured by Killian. The sounds of explosions and thunderous roars reverberated incessantly as smoke enveloped the surroundings. Under Su Zheng's command, the Red Queen did not swiftly conclude the skirmish. Instead, it engaged in a fierce exchange. At that moment, her iron suits inadvertently launched several smoke grenades towards the direction of the president. Su Zheng stepped into the haze, guiding the American president gently downward. Just as the president was about to express his gratitude to Su Zheng, a bullet fragment, seemingly from nowhere, struck him squarely in the forehead. Crimson blood flowed slowly, saturating his vacant gaze. The president was beyond death. At that moment, an identical figure of the president appeared beside him. The president cast a flirtatious glance at Su Zheng, even forming a kiss with his lips, sending a chill down Su Zheng's spine. Raven, do not assume the guise of a 50-something white man and make such gestures towards me. Indeed, it was Raven. She had silently slipped in amidst the swirling smoke, unnoticed on the chaotic battlefield. Su Zheng summoned an empty steel suit and placed the president within it. There were about a dozen of these empty suits, which Su Zheng had previously seized from Tony's seaside mansion. The subsequent suits were solid. Once the smoke cleared, Su Zheng escorted the bloodied president to a secure location. Raven's performance was quite convincing. Her expressions and movements appeared remarkably natural. Had Su Zheng not witnessed her transformation, he might have been unable to discern the difference. Moreover, Raven had deliberately altered her appearance to feature various wounds and tattered clothing. This scene did not escape the watchful eyes of Killian, who cursed under his breath, "Damn you, Magneto." The most crucial part of his plan had been shattered by Su Zheng. If the president remained alive, how could he support the vice president's ascension? How could he secure defense contracts for his company and amass greater wealth? It was worth noting that the money he currently obtained was merely from clandestinely selling certain potions to ordinary citizens. Killian surveyed the situation, contemplating escape. Although Tony was eager to kill, with Su Zheng present, he thought better of it. He would consider himself fortunate if he could evade his fate. He assumed Su Zheng was oblivious to the news. He had watched countless reports on the New York battle. Just as Killian prepared to flee, Su Zheng instructed the Red Queen to reveal her true nature. Bullets could not vanquish the extremist soldier. Perhaps missiles would suffice. A multitude of small missiles launched from the shoulders of over 100 steel suits. Notably, these missiles were the ex-wife, a hidden masterpiece developed by Hammer. In the film, they had misfired, not due to ineffectiveness, but because the initial launch energy was insufficient. After Tony's enhancements, the steel suits were fully capable of unleashing their power. Boom. Each ex-wife missile produced flames at least 20 meters wide, soaring to heights of over 10 meters. Furthermore, the simultaneous launch of so many missiles resulted in a cataclysmic eruption of flames, unleashing terrifying heat. The surging shockwaves spread outward, obliterating countless steel containers. The area was marred by deep, dark craters, and the charred concrete bore testimony to the overwhelming force unleashed. The surroundings seemed to have undergone a grand battle, with the air thick with the scent of charred flesh. This onslaught had annihilated the majority of desperate warriors and ordinary soldiers. Su Zheng cast a glance at the fleeing Killian and soared directly towards him, 100 steel armors floating ominously behind him, exuding an unimaginable sense of oppression that caused cold sweat to trickle down Killian's forehead. Tony quickly followed suit. His gaze locked onto the man who had attempted to take his life and abduct Pepper. He then turned to Su Zheng, exclaiming, "Thank heavens you arrived. Otherwise, I would have been in dire straits." His eyes fell upon the multitude of steel armors he had painstakingly crafted, each a testament to his dedication. Witnessing their formidable firepower sent his heart into a tumultuous spasm. "Damn you, Su Zheng." Unbeknownst to Su Zheng, while Tony was expressing his gratitude, he was simultaneously cursing him in his heart. Observing the fear etched on Killian's face, Su Zheng waved his hand. His plan was on the verge of completion, requiring only the corpse of the president. One steel armor darted towards Killian with astounding speed. Killian ignited his arm, transforming it into a molten mass, the fiery energy surging within him. He prepared to sever the entire steel armor, confident that the extreme temperatures he radiated could cleave through even the most specialized alloys. However, his expression shifted dramatically. The armor was set to self-destruct. Boom. A terrifying heat enveloped the vicinity. The steel armor detonated, unleashing all its missiles. Smoke billowed, shockwaves radiated outward, and fierce flames erupted chaotically. Chapter 86. Su Zheng. The nano armor on you is now mine. Tony. A thick cloud of smoke engulfed the area, rendering visibility impossible. No one could discern what lay within, nor did they realize that the steel armor had contained the president's corpse. However, Killian, who had been impacted by the explosion, was acutely aware of the situation. He knew that such an explosion would not be his demise. Initially, he had anticipated some formidable weapon within the armor, but to his surprise, it was merely a lifeless body. As he leaned against the charred remains before him, with more than half of its features incinerated, he recognized it as the president he had abducted. But how did he end up here? Hadn't Zheng, that scoundrel, rescued him? He had witnessed it firsthand. Was there an attempt at subterfuge? Among mutants, there was a woman capable of transforming into anyone, and Raven seemed to be an ally of Zheng. It appeared that Zheng harbored a plan akin to his own, albeit executed with greater finesse. While Killian had aimed to support the vice president, Zheng sought to place his own people directly in the presidential seat. Even if one successfully supports the vice president, it merely establishes a cooperative relationship with the president. However, if Zheng were to succeed, the dynamics would shift dramatically. The president would become his subordinate. How audacious! No, I must not allow him to prevail, as he obstructs my plans, and he shall not fare well either. Killian shouted amidst the smoke, Mr. President. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Zheng had already commanded a saturation assault against the smoke. 99 ironclad suits revealed their ominous black barrels, each resembling a fortress. Countless missiles were launched, tracing perfect arcs through the sky. The fiery tails of the missiles blazed in the air, resembling a myriad of serpentine flames dancing aloft. The deafening explosions reverberated incessantly, with shockwaves wreaking havoc akin to a Category 10 tornado. The sheer force of the detonation was staggering. Even Zheng was compelled to conjure a substantial barrier of steel to shield himself. A wall of steel, 3 meters thick, was rendered largely ineffective against the onslaught. As for Tony and the 99 iron suits, they were hurled through the air, skidding for several dozen meters before coming to a halt. The towering steel platform, over 100 meters high, collapsed with a thunderous roar, transforming into a charred wasteland, engulfed in billowing smoke and raging flames. Tony soared to Zheng's side, astonished by the scene unfolding before him. Even he could not help but marvel at the formidable power of his own iron suits. No wonder the high-ranking officials were wary of his private arsenal of iron suits. Witnessing this destruction, he found their concerns somewhat justified. However, at that moment, he recalled Killian's earlier words and inquired of Zheng. Did Killian just speak? The explosion was so deafening that I couldn't discern it. Zheng pondered for a moment, admitting that he too hadn't heard clearly, perhaps catching the mention of the word president. Yet, he dismissed it as inconsequential. Zheng instructed all the Iron Warriors to diligently search through the rubble, just in case, although he believed that Killian was undoubtedly finished after such an explosion. It was prudent to conduct a thorough search. Under the control of the Red Queen, the 99 iron suits meticulously scoured the vicinity, their eyes emitting blue grids to scan every hidden corner. Zheng remarked to Tony, "See, I have saved your life once again." A sense of foreboding crept into Tony's mind. What was this scoundrel up to? Surely, this couldn't count. With a nonchalant tone, Zheng continued, "What about the last time? Without my 80-odd iron suits, you and Pepper would have been in peril." Tony felt a vain throb on his forehead. How infuriating. After all, these were his iron suits, crafted by his own hands. However, he was not entirely unreasonable. Theoretically, this was a suit of armor designed specifically for Zheng, and it should rightfully belong to him. Tony whispered, "Indeed." Zheng replied, "Shouldn't you repay me then? I don't require much. I merely destroyed a suit of armor. Just replace it for me." Tony breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that only one was needed and not 100. Yet, he soon recalled that in his expectations, he had intended to provide just one suit to another individual, namely Rhodes. Now, having to give one to Zheng, he felt an unexpected sense of relief. "Damn it," Tony exclaimed. "All right, no problem." A mischievous smile graced Zheng's lips as he waved his hand, causing the armor on Tony to disassemble automatically. He had observed that the suit Tony wore was evidently more advanced and high-tech, far superior to the 100 suits he had crafted for himself. It was worth noting that the future Tony had developed a suit capable of confronting Thanos. The suits depicted in the comics were astonishingly powerful. One could only imagine the capabilities of the next generation of armor. Zheng donned the suit from Tony, then instructed Red Queen to forcibly evict J.A.R.V.I.S. Tony stumbled, nearly plummeting from the heights. Zheng waved his hand, and a piece of armor flew beneath Tony's feet, supporting him. "What is the name of this suit?" Zheng inquired. Once Tony regained his balance, he shot a glare at Zheng, irritated. He had assumed Zheng wanted him to craft a new one, originally contemplating creating a suit based on previous designs for him. He had not anticipated that Zheng would desire the one he was currently wearing. After all, it was his sole suit. "You bastard," Tony growled, enunciating each word. Nano armor. Su Zheng's eyes brightened. Oh, so it is the nano Iron Man suit from the Avengers. This armor is impressive. It can remain concealed on the surface of the body, virtually invisible. Yet, when needed, it can be summoned effortlessly, perfectly resolving transportation issues. It is portable and easy to don, with the capability to transform into various weapons at any moment. Given its nanomaterial composition, it can shrink or manifest into formidable armaments like Gatling guns. Quite remarkable. I hadn't anticipated that Tony would develop this so far in advance. It seems I have provided him with considerable assistance, such as facilitating the creation of over 100 suits, enhancing Tony's technology. His current prowess is largely attributable to my contributions. Tony was oblivious to what Su was contemplating. Had he known, he would undoubtedly have disregarded the disparity in their strengths and thrown a punch. Su was acutely aware that this matter was about to reach a conclusion. Conversely, Tony was eager to return at once. Su inquired, "Why the haste to return? Are you planning to have a child? By the way, if you do have a baby, let me be the godfather." Tony retorted, "Get lost. I need to forge my Iron Man suit. I currently find myself without a single suit, filled with a profound sense of unease. Even though it is night, I must hasten to create one. Moreover, I already have a new idea brewing in my mind." Chapter 87. Su assembles an army and dismantles the mutant school. Su commanded the Red Queen to control an Iron Man suit to escort Tony. He, along with Jean and the President, departed. The remaining Iron Man suits continued their search, only leaving once they confirmed Killian's demise. Su returned to the White House with the President, who promptly convened a press conference. Despite the late hour, numerous renowned journalists attended, representing various publications. The President notably praised Magneto and Su, declaring that Su had saved him and awarded him a medal. Upon receiving the medal, Su approached the journalists below, where an abundance of questions ensued, one after another, leaving no time for contemplation, and the inquiries were exceedingly challenging. Fortunately, Raven possessed some of the President's memories. Although caught off guard, she managed to cope. Observing this scene, Su realized that for Raven to effectively serve as president and secure re-election, she would require assistance. After all, Raven had not only to contend with external challenges from the press, but also to address internal complications. The government was already aware of mutants and of Raven, a shapeshifter. It was inconceivable that they lacked detection equipment for such matters. While it was unlikely that anyone would casually conduct genetic tests on the president, future circumstances could change, and any slip could prove disastrous. The United States might swiftly find itself at war with mutants. Thus, Su resolved to provide Raven with some support. For her leadership over America would also be beneficial for him. After watching for a while, Su took his leave. As for Deadpool, he was assigned a few tasks before being sent on his way. Given that he had not yet acquired his remarkable regenerative abilities, Su was reluctant to let him roam freely. Since he had no particular targets for assassination at the moment, he directed Deadpool to engage in acts of justice. After all, he had ample resources, and even the stones by the roadside could be monetized. After a while, Su Zheng opened his grand curtains and prepared breakfast for Qin, who was still languishing in bed. There was little choice, as the previous night had been tumultuous. With Reuven no longer present, the onus of cooking fell upon him. As for why Qin was not tasked with this duty, it was simply because her culinary efforts were far from palatable. "Boss, the Congress is contemplating providing aid to Afghanistan. And there are also proposals to reduce taxes for the wealthy," Su Zheng remarked. He was indeed on a call with the president. For some time now, Reuven had been briefing him daily on various matters. Reuven continued, "There is one issue that requires attention. The government has initiated a Sentinel program." Su Zheng pondered the implications of this. The Sentinels were, after all, the very robots designed to annihilate all mutants in the future. He had not anticipated that research on them would commence so soon. In the future, the government employed Sentinel robots to eliminate prominent figures such as Magneto, Professor X, and Cyclops. It was only when Wolverine traversed back in time to thwart the creation of the Sentinels that the mutants were spared from extinction. The Sentinels were formidable adversaries, posing a significant threat to Su Zheng as well. Even the might of Magneto had succumbed to their blades. Clearly, he must continually augment his own strength. Reuven added, "However, there has been no decisive progress thus far." Su Zheng nodded in acknowledgement. She continued, "There are individuals within the government who have grown suspicious of me, but they lack evidence, so there has been no immediate action. Lately, I have sensed a psychic force probing into my mind." Su Zheng's expression sharpened at the mention of psychic power. It could only be the professor, who had known Reuven for decades and was likely able to discern her disguise. Fortunately, he had long ago established a mental defense array in Reuven's mind. However, The professor's inability to probe the president's mind could potentially raise even greater suspicion. It seemed imperative for him to visit the school for mutants. The prospect of having Reuven impersonate the president was fraught with complications, though he had anticipated as much. If it were a simple task, Magneto would have already sent Reuven to masquerade as the president. This matter is mine to handle, Zheng declared before they terminated the call. Their conversation was secured through the encrypted channel of the Red Queen's protection, impervious even to Jarvis's decryption. Without hesitation, Zheng completed breakfast and informed Qin of his departure. He was aware that the professor owed him a favor, yet he feared that in such matters, he would not easily relent. Thus, he would have to resort to coercive measures. Moreover, the previous favor he had granted was in aiding the professor to thwart Magneto's ambitions of transforming world leaders into mutants. In comparison, his current actions were arguably more audacious, as he was directly facilitating a change in the President of the United States. Zheng soared above the mutant school, where a multitude of swords, both large and small, filled the sky. With no other options, Zheng resorted to reshaping steel, unable to transform it into liquid form, thus creating countless identical long swords. Magneto faced a similar limitation. He could alter the shape of the metal, but could not effectively detach portions of it to forge various objects. However, if he were dealing with liquid metal, he could manipulate it at will. The ominous array of iron swords danced above the school, densely packed, and their blades all pointing menacingly at the crowd below. This shocking spectacle drew the attention of everyone within the school, prompting students and teachers alike to emerge from their classrooms. Even the professor in a wheelchair was wheeled out by Cyclops. Expressions of astonishment and dread adorned their faces, mingled with an air of confusion. Was Zheng not one of their own? Had they not fought side by side before? What could have precipitated such a formidable display? Zheng alone could command an army. Initially perplexed, the professor's mind began to race amidst the tense atmosphere. A chilly autumn breeze brushed against his bald head, leading him to consider the possibility that this was somehow connected to the president. Could it be that the president was truly impersonated by Raven? A wave of horror washed over him as he recalled being thwarted during his attempt to invade the president's mind. He had assumed the president had acquired formidable mutant assistants to erect a mental shield in his consciousness. In truth, his prior incursions into the president's psyche had merely been impulsive whims. Despite the frequency of these whims, he sensed something was amiss this time. Moreover, he noticed that the president's behavior bore a striking resemblance to Raven's. The professor's expression morphed into one of shock, his eyes betraying a glimmer of terror. What was Zheng planning? Did he intend to conquer the world? Was it the case that those who wielded magnetic powers invariably sought dominion? Unbeknownst to Zheng, the professor's mind raced with such thoughts. His intentions were merely precautionary. He aimed to ensure Raven's safety, for he had sent her into the perilous realm of the White House. He was acutely aware that in days of future past, government agents had captured Raven, subjecting her to cruel and inhumane experiments that ultimately birthed the Sentinel robots. He could not allow such a fate to befall her. Just as he was poised to take his next action, his phone buzzed in his pocket. It was Deadpool calling. Hello? Deadpool, what is it? I'm a bit preoccupied at the moment. Can it wait? Zheng, I challenge you to a life or death duel. Either you perish or I do. I implore you to act against malevolence and champion virtue. Are you here to extinguish my existence? Chapter 88. Traversing Time and Space. Zheng spoke into the phone, inquiring, what are your intentions? Have you forsaken monetary gain? Deadpool replied, wealth is of little consequence. Even if I were to use money to wipe myself clean, it would feel futile. Zheng responded with confusion. Have you indulged excessively? After persistent questioning from Zheng, he discovered that Deadpool's girlfriend had tragically passed away. They had been planning to welcome a child soon, but now she was gone. Consequently, Deadpool contemplated ending his own life. However, his remarkable regenerative abilities rendered him virtually immortal. Even if he filled his home with gasoline and ignited it, he would remain unharmed. Deadpool remarked, therefore, I believe you could successfully kill me. Zheng countered, not necessarily. He was uncertain if he could indeed end Deadpool's life. Naturally, should he be reduced to minuscule pieces and subsequently obliterated, the outcome remained uncertain. Logically, one would assume Deadpool would survive, yet he could not be sure. Zheng pondered that they were likely immersed in the narrative of Deadpool 2. He recognized that engaging with Deadpool could potentially trigger a system choice, rewarding him with enhanced healing abilities for Deadpool. Wait for me, Zheng declared. I shall be there shortly. Deadpool replied, all right, I await your arrival. He concluded the call with a playful kiss before hanging up. Zheng glanced at the individuals below, refraining from unnecessary dialogue, and swiftly descended, waving his hand. The professor's wheelchair was lifted and gradually floated towards Zheng. With the professor's psychic abilities proving ineffective against adversaries, the peril was considerably diminished. However, if he were to act coldly and ruthlessly, the scenario could drastically change. He could manipulate those around him, inciting them to launch suicidal attacks against Zheng or other actions. Upon witnessing this, Cyclops felt a surge of anger and prepared to rush forward to seize the professor. Yet, Zheng employed tenfold gravity, pinning him fiercely to the ground, rendering him immobile. As he trembled and attempted to remove his visor to unleash his laser upon Zheng escalated the gravity to 20 times. Cyclops collapsed. Unable to move a finger, his face pressed against the earth, his mouth sullied with dirt, teeth sinking into the ground as if merging with the very surface beneath him. A few other mutants attempted to rush in to protect the professor, but similarly, upon a mere wave of Zheng's hand, they found themselves kneeling. Overwhelmed by an oppressive weight akin to that of a mountain, they struggled to lift their heads, appearing as though they were submitting to Zheng. The surrounding mutants were engulfed in profound fear and astonishment, unable to fathom that the renowned war police could not withstand even a single exchange before succumbing. The professor implored, "Please, do not harm them." Zheng spoke little, for if he wished to inflict harm upon them, the countless flying swords in the sky would have descended upon them. He led the professor into a room and stated directly, "You know why I am here, do you not?" The professor speculated, "Raven?" Zheng nodded and replied, "Do not disclose this matter to anyone. Today, no one at the mutant school shall be harmed." The professor fell silent. He did not entirely support Zheng's course of action. Had he been in favor, he would have acted long ago, for his abilities surpassed those of Raven by far. With a mere thought, he could control the president. Observing the hesitant professor, Zheng warned, "If you do not acquiesce, I will terminate you on the spot. Without you, do you comprehend what will become of the mutants?" The professor had contemplated this, realizing it would likely lead to war, a conflict between humans and mutants. Magneto was still at large, and among mutants, only the two of them served as leaders. Moreover, the animosity between mutants and ordinary humans had been festering for years. After a full 5 minutes, the professor finally nodded. Zheng uttered no further words, stepping onto a flying sword, with thousands of iron swords trailing behind him as he departed. The professor watched Zheng's retreating figure and let out a soft sigh, uncertain whether the fate of mutants would be one of fortune or despair. In the air, Zheng pondered the plot of Deadpool 2. In that narrative, Deadpool's girlfriend perished during a battle, leading him to seek death with fervor. Yet, no matter how he attempted to die, he could not succeed, ultimately being dragged back by his mutant friend. At this juncture, a news report surfaced about a mutant child who had destroyed an orphanage. Consequently, Deadpool, alongside his friend, undertook a mission, but due to his reckless behavior, he was imprisoned in a mutant jail, where he subsequently encountered a person from the future. The ensuing scenes were rife with violence and bloodshed. In the end, Deadpool acquired a device from this individual, capable of traversing time and space. With it, he succeeded in rescuing his girlfriend. In essence, that is the crux of the story. However, there were 3 characters that particularly captured his attention: Deadpool, Domino, and Red Tank. Deadpool requires no further introduction. Domino, on the other hand, possessed formidable powers. Her mutant ability was luck. Her fortune was extraordinarily favorable, so much so that even while traversing highways, she emerged unscathed, as bullets seemed to avoid her. She could manipulate autonomous vehicles to navigate safely under her good fortune, as if she were the last survivor in a cataclysmic event. Then there was Red Tank, an impressive force. His physical prowess allowed him to bend iron with ease and demolish concrete walls without sustaining a scratch. Zheng felt he could engage in a brawl with the Hulk. The prospect of recruiting these two into his ranks, to join the Illuminati and support Raven, was indeed enticing. Especially Domino, who would undoubtedly be of great assistance to Raven. As Sue was deep in thought, he had already soared to Deadpool's side. The countless flying swords had been cast aside by him. Deadpool now stood at the entrance of a mutant orphanage, accompanied by Iron Man, a towering figure crafted entirely of steel, known as Steel Titan, standing nearly 3 meters tall. Alongside them was a rather cool-looking young girl, her thin lips adorned with black lipstick, sporting short hair and a nose ring, dressed in boys' clothing. These 2 individuals were indeed students of the professor at the Mutant Academy, frequently aiding ordinary citizens in thwarting crime. This initiative was purposefully advanced by the professor to foster a more favorable perception of mutants among the general populace. Before Sue was a government-established orphanage dedicated to mutants. Yet the director and caretakers had long subjected the children to abuse. Now, Standing before the crowd was a plump boy capable of unleashing fiery attacks upon his foes. Surrounding the orphanage was a considerable number of police officers, all aiming their firearms at the boy. The atmosphere grew tense and fraught with anxiety. Deadpool approached, intending to soothe the boy, only to be met with a fiery blast that sent him reeling. Sue waved his hand, and the boy was ensnared in an overwhelming mass of steel, bound tightly. A police officer hastily rushed to the boy's side, fastening a glowing red collar around his neck. This device suppressed mutants, temporarily rendering them ordinary. The director of the orphanage, a middle-aged balding man, approached with a benevolent demeanor, stating, "Please hand this child over to us. We shall keep a vigilant watch over him and administer minor punishments to ensure he does not harm anyone again." Chapter 89. The Taste of Presidential Power. Sue pondered. Minor punishments? Huh. If this child were to be taken by the staff of this orphanage, it would indeed be a hellish fate for him. The plump boy shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, "Just lock me up in prison." Deadpool, having approached, sensed something amiss upon seeing the boy's distress. He paid no mind to the earlier fiery blow that had sent him tumbling several meters away. Curiosity piqued, Deadpool lifted a corner of the boy's shirt, revealing numerous scars, evidence of evident abuse. Just then, staff from the orphanage advanced to take the boy, Russell, who was destined to become a notorious villain in the future. Deadpool gestured to halt the staff member's advance, and, in the next instant, aimed his weapon directly at the kindly-looking attendant in white and fired. Bang! The shot was precise, resulting in a fatal headshot. The remaining orphanage staff and the director recoiled in terror, seeking refuge. At this moment, Zheng couldn't help but marvel at Deadpool's audacity, brazenly committing murder without a hint of restraint. Shouldn't he at least gather some evidence? Consequently, all the police officers and special forces aimed their weapons at Deadpool. Even the formidable Steelman from the Warrior Academy took action against him. Steelman, with his robust physique, charged forward like a rampaging bull, crashing into Deadpool and pinning him to the ground. Lying there, Deadpool remarked, "Did you not notice that the child was being abused?" Steelman retorted, "But this is not how you resolve matters. We must pursue legal avenues." Just then, a special police officer approached to place a collar on Deadpool, one designed to suppress mutant abilities. Interestingly, Deadpool's immortality in the movies did not seem to stem from his mutant powers, leaving one to wonder about the collar's efficacy on him. Perhaps it was worth testing next time. By the way, the two mutants, Steelman and the cool girl known as Bullet, were unaware of Zheng's impressive display at the Warrior Academy. Although they resided at the academy, they had just missed witnessing that remarkable scene. As Zheng observed the special officer preparing to place the collar on Deadpool, he interjected, "Enough. Wait a moment. Let me make a phone call." Usually, if he wished to assist Deadpool or the children at the orphanage, he had little recourse apart from violence. After all, the special police would not heed his words, and the orphanage staff could not indiscriminately resort to killing. However, the situation was different now. He had connections with a presidential aide. Zheng quickly called Raven, and soon after, the special police captain received a phone call. Nodding in acknowledgement, he waved his hand, ordering, "Forget about putting the collar on Deadpool, and take off that little chubby boy's collar as well." The special officer holding the collar in front of Deadpool looked bewildered. "Captain, how could you forget my name? And Deadpool just committed murder in front of us." "Are you serious?" the captain bellowed. "Can't you understand plain language? Hurry up. Orders from above are absolute. Can I ignore them? A soldier's duty is to obey commands." Reluctantly, the unnamed special officer had no choice but to comply and step back. Zheng approached Steelman, gently patting him on the shoulder, saying, "It's fine. Let him up." Steelman, still perplexed, wondered how the special police had withdrawn. However, the police had not completely left, and Deadpool had indeed committed a crime. He could not simply be released. He was a murderer and deserved imprisonment. Zheng was at a loss with such a stubborn individual. This man was evidently a friend of Deadpool and was aware of the abuse the orphans had suffered. Such steadfastness in adhering to the law is commendable. One cannot help but acknowledge the caliber of soldiers cultivated by a distinguished professor. Zheng refrained from further persuasion, opting instead to crouch on the ground. Observing the Deadpool pin beneath, he remarked, "Aren't you here to duel with me? Rise, if you possess the courage." Unfazed by these taunts, Deadpool, in astonishment, queried, "How did you manage this? How did that SWAT officer depart so abruptly? This defies all logic. Although Zheng is a superhero, how could he possibly command the government's military forces? He is not an official. Moreover, he only committed murder in public to don the collar that suppresses his abilities. Otherwise, how could he face death?" Zheng replied, "This is merely a prelude. A greater presence is yet to come. The police have not yet departed. They have surrounded this area. The president's influence extends far beyond this. At that moment, the head of the orphanage emerged from a concealed room. Vociferously addressing the SWAT officers, "Where do you think you're going? Deadpool brazenly murdered our people. Why have you not executed him? Are our taxpayer dollars to be squandered?" In that instant, the head of the orphanage exhibited no trace of benevolence. His visage contorted with rage, resembling a malevolent specter from the depths of hell, spewing venomous words. Veins bulged upon his forehead, his eyes tinged with blood, his once elegant attire now cloaked in dust, and his face marred by splatters of blood. It must be noted that a staff member had just been executed beside him, with blood staining his countenance. The SWAT officers, however, exhibited indifference, silently departing. The roar of engines resounded as 3 SWAT vehicles, shrouded in dust, sped into the distance. Witnessing this scene, the orphanage head was incensed, demanding of the police, "Arrest Deadpool. Seize him." The officers exchanged glances, and ultimately, one approached Deadpool, ready to place handcuffs upon him. At that moment, a bald man approached, speaking gently, "Greetings. This area is now under our jurisdiction," presenting an official document. This man was Coulson. Zheng was taken aback, surprised to find that the bald fellow had dispatched Coulson, a level 8 agent. The president indeed had contacted Fury to address this matter. Although Fury is the actual overseer of S.H.I.E.L.D., the president's directives carry weight. Furthermore, this was merely a minor issue, and he acquiesced. Even if he had chosen not to comply, he could still be directed by the president. Coulson found nothing unusual in this situation, as the president had recently been rescued by Zheng. Offering assistance was hardly peculiar. After the police officer made a call to his superior, he departed with his extensive team. The chief had already declared that the matter here was to be handled accordingly. A dozen police cars, carrying over 30 officers, left the scene. The staff at the orphanage stood in stunned silence at this unfolding scene. Chapter 90. Zheng. Surrendering with Deadpool's white underpants? The director of the orphanage, witnessing the mass exodus of police, felt a peculiar sense of wonderment. A glance at the lifeless body of his colleague instilled a sense of foreboding within him. He then turned his attention to Coulson, flanked by dozens of agents clad in black suits, and hastily approached him. "You have come at a fortuitous time. You must intervene on our behalf. This Deadpool has brazenly slain our staff in broad daylight. Seize him, execute him." Pinned beneath the weight of Colossus, Deadpool retorted with mischief, "Yes, yes. Do hurry and apprehend me. The more executions, the better. Oh, and do remember to put that collar on me. Otherwise, I fear I might escape death." With that, he wiggled his body and blew a kiss towards the director, leaving him perplexed at this individual's peculiarities. Coulson, unfazed by the commotion, approached Zheng directly. "Magneto, how do you wish to resolve this situation?" He had already received orders from Director Fury to heed Zheng's guidance. The director of the orphanage felt a wave of despair wash over him. The tone and inflection suggested that Magneto's subordinates were now in command. Since when did superheroes assume such authority? Zheng was somewhat exasperated by the moniker. "Magneto? What an unpleasant name. Please, refer to me by my true name." Coulson, grinning broadly, replied, "Very well, Magneto." With an expressionless gesture, Zheng brandished a glimmering sword, pressing it against Coulson's bald head. A bead of sweat formed on Coulson's forehead as he stammered, "Zheng, it's been a while. You've grown increasingly dashing." Only then did Zheng lower his sword. He then addressed Colossus. "Haven't you grown weary from this posture? It has been quite some time." Colossus, still bewildered by the unfolding events, pondered why their leader was displaying such courtesy towards Zheng. Coulson stepped forward, addressing Colossus, "Sir, please release this innocent gentleman." "Innocent?" The director of the orphanage was aghast. How could the man who had just committed murder in public be deemed innocent? Coulson was already aware of the circumstances prior to his arrival and had conducted a thorough investigation. The orphanage, indeed, had been abusing children, which rendered Deadpool innocent in this context. However, capturing the remaining culprits would require irrefutable evidence. Certainly, if they cannot find it immediately, they can arrange for one. Although Steelman felt that Coulson's assertion was misguided, he nonetheless released Deadpool. After all, Coulson was a representative of the government's law enforcement agency. Upon his awakening, Deadpool gazed in astonishment at Zheng. "Do you wield such immense power? Even I cannot claim to be innocent. Is it merely your word that exonerates me?" Zheng led the way into the orphanage, addressing Coulson, "Surround this place. We must search for evidence of their crimes." Under Coulson's command, 30 agents swiftly encircled the orphanage, erecting warning signs. Meanwhile, others rummaged through the premises. The director incessantly protested, "You cannot do this without a search warrant." Coulson handed him a piece of paper. While a warrant typically requires time to be authorized for the police, for them, such documentation was readily available. The director stared at the search warrant in Coulson's hand, his face a mask of shock, tinged with fear. Zheng seated himself in the director's office, taking the prominent chair. Deadpool and the rotund young man stood by his side, the latter gazing at Zheng with admiration, his eyes sparkling with wonder. The place he deemed a den of iniquity was about to be dismantled by Zheng, which only fueled his admiration. He aspired to follow Zheng in the future. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. displayed their professionalism. Minutes later, one agent announced, "I have discovered illegal firearms. I have found evidence of child abuse." Among the orphans, 3 children claimed they could identify the director and staff who had previously mistreated them. The director collapsed to the ground, terror etched across his face. With a decisive wave of his hand, Zheng commanded, "Arrest him." Several agents in dark suits promptly shackled the director in silver handcuffs, while all staff members were bound as well. In the United States, child abuse is a grave offense. Without the leverage of the presidency, the situation could not have been resolved so effortlessly. He could certainly resort to violence against these individuals, but the subsequent repercussions and the future management of the orphanage would complicate matters. Another wave of abusers could emerge, which would be detrimental. Moreover, in the Deadpool film, the orphanage was ultimately set ablaze, and there was chaos in a prison housing mutants, culminating in an assault on a heavily armed SWAT team. Only after these events were concluded did the crisis resolve, with the director's demise and the orphans' rescue. Although the film's primary narrative revolved around Deadpool's suicidal tendencies, it cannot be denied that the inclination to resolve such troubles through violence was present. After all, while one might believe they are saving orphans by eliminating the perpetrators, others may not perceive it in the same light. For those departments within law enforcement, should you take the life of an innocent person, they will undoubtedly take action against you. With Raven ascending to the presidency, it has, in fact, alleviated many of his burdens. Deadpool gazed at Zheng in astonishment, unable to believe how effortlessly he resolved the matter. Steel Titan's ironclad face was equally filled with surprise. Had he been the one to handle it, he would have needed to gather evidence, which would have consumed an extensive amount of time. The admiration on the chubby boy's face was palpable. Zheng not only saved him, but also rescued his friends. Truly remarkable. He aspired to become a superhero of such caliber himself. In truth, his life trajectory had initially leaned towards becoming a villain. Once Deadpool observed that everything had concluded, he turned to Zheng and declared, "Let us duel. To the death." Coulson regarded Deadpool with a look of incredulity, questioning whether this fool was seeking his own demise by challenging Zheng. Unbeknownst to him, Deadpool was indeed courting disaster. Just then, a voice resonated in Zheng's mind. Ding. God-level choice activated. 1. Deadpool, do you wish to resurrect your girlfriend? If you allow me to, I shall assist you in bringing her back. Reward, a complete set of Deadpool's girlfriend's lingerie. 2. Deadpool has now lost his beloved, as his friend. How could one strike him at such a moment? Extract Deadpool's white underwear, raise it above your head, and declare, "I concede." Reward, a pair of dual katanas forged from vibranium. 3. Grant Deadpool a nanotech suit. His immortal form is best suited for it, and he shall serve as my subordinate for a century. Reward, the ability for Deadpool to rapidly heal wounds. Chapter 91. The Time Management Bureau cast Zheng into a desolate universe. Zheng reflected on the first option. What the heck is this? The rewards are absurd. The second option, surrendering with Deadpool's underwear. Why not allow me to use my own to concede? The third option is reasonable. The nanotech suit serves no purpose for me, but is indeed suitable for Deadpool. Moreover, the coveted ability for rapid healing has finally arrived. I choose option 3. Zheng resolved within himself. He then addressed Deadpool, saying, "I accept your challenge. Alas, it is unfortunate that once Vanessa is resurrected, she will lose her boyfriend." Initially, Deadpool was elated at Zheng's acceptance, but upon hearing the latter's next words, his eyes widened in disbelief. Coulson, standing nearby, was equally astonished. Could Zheng truly possess the ability to resurrect the dead? In fact, within the Marvel Universe, there are means to bring someone back to life, provided one gathers all 6 Infinity Stones. Moreover, time travel is indeed feasible. It won't be long before an individual from the future traverses the temporal fabric to this present moment, wielding a device capable of navigating through time at will. It remains a mystery why, apart from this singular traveler, no others from the future venture to witness our current reality. Is it perhaps due to the existence of a temporal management agency? With such an organization in place, it seems prudent to refrain from temporal excursions. especially when one is not yet a match for its agents. The fear of being cast into a desolate parallel universe, devoid of solace, is quite daunting. Suddenly, Deadpool dashed before Su Zheng, kneeling on the ground in astonishment. "Is what you say true?" he exclaimed. Su Zheng offered no reply, instead casting a glance at Coulson, who was attentively straining to listen. Several other agents had also deliberately slowed their pace, eager to eavesdrop. These individuals surely must belong to Hydra. With a swift gesture, Su Zheng summoned a multitude of metallic tendrils that ensnared them, transforming each into an iron-bound figure before propelling them away. Coulson, still struggling midair, implored, "Just let me hear a little, please. I beg you, Su Zheng." Regrettably, the iron bindings showed no signs of relenting, swiftly carrying him thousands of meters away. Upon landing, the metal restraints were finally released. In an instant, Coulson retrieved his phone, urgently notifying Director Fury, "Director, I've uncovered a significant secret." Fury, seemingly unfazed, responded in a calm tone, "What secret?" Having endured a large-scale alien assault on Earth, he believed there was little left to astonish him. Coulson asserted, "I suspect Su Zheng possesses the ability to resurrect the dead." The atmosphere fell silent, and after a moment, Fury's cold voice pierced the stillness. "Is this true? What evidence do you have?" Fury's mind was awash with tumultuous thoughts. Could it be that Su Zheng had breached the boundary between life and death? How could this possibly be? Coulson quickly recounted the events that had transpired. Fury promptly commanded, "Immediately investigate this woman named Vanessa." As a top-tier agent, Coulson detailed, "Vanessa is a mutant, though lacking substantial power. She was killed just last week by someone seeking vengeance against Deadpool." Fury inquired, "She is truly dead?" Given that feigning death was an art he mastered, he felt a twinge of skepticism. Coulson affirmed, "I am certain. Deadpool has been inconsolable, flirting with despair." Fury declared, "From this moment forth, we must closely monitor Deadpool. I need to ascertain whether Vanessa truly possesses the potential for resurrection." On the other side, the agents of Hydra swiftly reported the incident to Red Skull, who was taken aback by the news. Red Skull issued commands akin to those of Fury. However, Su Zheng remained unfazed by this development, as it was not a resurrection, but rather a traversal through time. Given this temporal journey, Vanessa would ultimately survive, thus nullifying their conversation and erasing the memories of Coulson and others. Su Zheng presented a circular metallic object to Deadpool, stating, "If you wish to resurrect Vanessa, henceforth, you shall serve as my subordinate. This is a gift for you." The moment Deadpool touched the metal, a nanotech armor enveloped him, and within seconds, he was clad in a suit of steel. The armor hummed to life, its eyes glowing a fierce crimson. Inside, Deadpool erupted in excitement. Without hesitation, Su Zheng unleashed a barrage of swords. Surrounding metal coalesced into variously sized flying blades, slicing through the air with a deafening sound. In the next instant, Deadpool was pierced by hundreds of swords, blood pooling beneath him. The little chubby one, witnessing this scene, was left in utter shock. How had Su Zheng and Deadpool come to blows? Should he assist Su Zheng in mopping up the blood or in hiding the body? Moments later, Su Zheng withdrew the swords. The nanotech armor and Deadpool's body rapidly began to heal. Within seconds, both Deadpool and the armor returned to their original state. Deadpool examined his body in astonishment. "Wow, is it this cool? Boss, you're too good to me. I almost don't want to die anymore. By the way, who is this incessantly chattering Red Queen?" Su Zheng replied, "She is an artificial intelligence that can assist you in battle." Even if Deadpool were to betray him, he would find himself powerless against the nanotech armor controlled by the Red Queen. Deadpool excitedly began to experiment on the spot, soon transforming the nanometal into a pair of underwear, and shortly thereafter, into a longsword. Disregarding him, Su Zheng spoke into the earpiece, "Locate Domino. This exceptionally lucky mutant is someone I need. Having her beside Raven will be immensely beneficial." Red Queen responded, "Searching. Success. Location found." The site she provided was familiar to Su Zheng, so there was no need for flight. A portal opened before him, revealing Domino on the other side. She gazed at the suddenly appearing door with a look of bewilderment. "What on earth is this?" Su Zheng mused. This individual should be relatively easy to recruit. He tossed her a gold nugget the size of 3 fists. Domino's eyes sparkled with dollar signs as she exclaimed, "Boss, what are your orders?" Traversing treacherous terrains and fiery depths is quite feasible. Su Zheng promptly assigned her to the side of Raven. As for how Domino would approach the president, it was believed that Raven would orchestrate that adeptly. Next was the Red Tank. Chapter 92. The Fortuity of Domino. Su Zheng waved his hand dismissively. With a radiant smile illuminating her face, Domino trotted over to Su Zheng and inquired, What commands do you have for your dashing and captivating boss? A slight smile curved at the corners of Su Zheng's mouth as he asked, Are you aware of the whereabouts of the icebox prison? He had yet to visit this government facility designated for the incarceration of mutants. Domino retrieved a map from her bag and presented it to Su Zheng, indicating the precise location of the icebox prison. Surprise flickered in Su Zheng's eyes. Could this be the manifestation of Domino's luck? How else could she have such an item at her disposal? Fortunately, he had previously visited the vicinity of the icebox prison. Before the group, a large circle radiating with flames appeared. Su Zheng boldly stepped inside, followed swiftly by Deadpool, who piloted the nano-armor into the fray. This was something he was already familiar with. A glint of astonishment shone in Domino's eyes. Her new boss seemed shrouded in mystery. Was this sorcery at play? The portly figure hastily scurried forward with his short legs, pattering into the enclosure. Before Su Zheng stood a heavily fortified prison, resembling a conventional facility with its square structure. Towering walls encircled it, patrolled by armed guards. The outermost layer was fortified with electrified fencing. There was but a single entrance, heavily guarded. Gazing at this long-anticipated scene, Domino remarked, I never thought I would see this place again. Hovering in midair, Deadpool curiously asked, Have you been captured here before? Domino replied, Indeed. However, I managed to escape just 2 days after my arrival. Deadpool was taken aback. Was the escape truly that simple? I had heard the security here was formidable. Su Zheng interjected, Domino, you shall enter alone. I must ascertain the location of the red tank. Understood, boss, Domino affirmed. Wait a moment. Perhaps I should accompany you. It would be an excellent opportunity to test this nano-armor, Deadpool protested. Allowing Domino to venture alone seemed reckless. Did Su Zheng harbor animosity towards her? This facility was not merely guarded by a handful of soldiers, but rather hundreds. Su Zheng recalled the might of the nano-armor, which he was already well aware of. Now it was time to evaluate Domino's capabilities. Thus, he outright refused Deadpool's suggestion. Domino advanced alone, reaching the outermost defenses, and with one hand, she grasped the electrified fence. Deadpool covered his face, revealing only his eyes, his expression one of sympathetic disbelief. Just as Domino was about to make contact with the electric fence, a thunderous explosion erupted. The electric grid detonated, casting crimson flames that enveloped a 3-meter radius, while arcs of azure electricity crackled through the air. Remarkably, the blast occurred 10 meters away from Domino, posing no threat to her. The entire electric grid had short-circuited, and after a brief effort, she managed to create a human-sized gap to slip through. The explosion drew a multitude of law enforcement personnel, triggering alarms throughout the prison. Scarlet lights flickered ominously around. Meanwhile, the towering electric fence collapsed, toppling a small barrel of gasoline. A soldier, mishandling his weapon, accidentally discharged it precisely at this location, an area stocked with a considerable quantity of gasoline. Boom! The flames surged upward in a tumultuous blaze, and the sound of explosions resonated continuously. Even in broad daylight, this spectacle was witnessed by all the officers and inmates. Most of the armed soldiers rushed toward the source of the explosion, mistakenly believing that the prison was under attack. The remainder of the area fell into desolation. Domino strode confidently to the entrance of the perimeter wall. This second line of defense stood a formidable 8 meters high, fortified with the most advanced defensive structures and an array of weaponry. Upon pressing a red button, the gate opened automatically, devoid of any security codes. The heavy steel door creaked ominously. The mutants stationed in the open area across the way stared in bewilderment at Domino, their faces reflecting a mixture of confusion and surprise. How could this gate have opened so unexpectedly? Then, a wave of elation washed over them. They were on the cusp of freedom. Instantly, all the imprisoned mutants erupted in excitement. Rushing through the gate, which was now crowded with at least 1,000 of them, making the 5-meter-wide opening feel constricted. What followed was a cacophony of explosions and shouts, audible even to Su Zheng and others outside. Clearly, a confrontation had erupted between the incarcerated mutants and the guards. Moments later, Domino returned. Boss, I've brought you in. Su Zheng's eyes reflected a hint of astonishment. Was this the manifestation of the power of luck? He then raised his gaze to survey the prison, where the sounds of explosions and gunfire reverberated, resembling the onset of a grand battle. The anticipated death toll would undoubtedly be significant. Deadpool was utterly stunned. This woman was remarkable. Not a single injury marred her, and her clothes remained pristine, as if she had merely enjoyed a leisurely outing. Domino led Su Zheng to the entrance of the main prison building, where an ominous and luminescent steel door awaited them. One could easily surmise that this door was exceedingly thick. Before the formidable steel gate stood a monitor, clearly demanding a password for entry, accompanied by a card reader nearby. Zheng refrained from taking action and instead turned his gaze towards Domino. At that moment, a hint of sorrow adorned Domino's countenance as she retrieved a black card from her bag, stating, "I only found this card. I have no knowledge of the password." Deadpool interjected, "Even if you've stumbled upon a card, it does not necessarily serve as the key to this gate. There exists a plethora of card types. It could merely be an employee ID." Domino, in silence, swiped the card. The steel gate emitted a sound. Ding. "Please enter the password, Supervisor Anthony." Deadpool remarked, "Domino, well, I suppose I shall give it a random attempt." Beep, 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 beep. Deadpool exclaimed, "With such a multitude of digits, how could it possibly succeed?" The steel gate responded, "Welcome, Supervisor Anthony." The magnetic gate swung open. Zheng took the lead and stepped inside, with Domino hastily following, while the chubby companion trotted along. A glimmer of confusion flickered in Deadpool's eyes as he glanced back at the steel gate and then at Domino. The icebox prison housed numerous rooms across 8 floors. Searching for someone would be an arduous endeavor. Zheng instructed, "Domino, please seek out Red Tank. He is a large fellow, sporting a steel helmet." Before long, Domino returned, clutching a set of keys. "I found them, boss. I even discovered the keys to the prison."